The enchanting Qin Xianzi is coming to Yuzhou City. A piece of news, seemingly from nowhere, ignited the entire city of Yuzhou within the great merchant dynasty. Qin Xianzi, the plum blossom, sword immortal? What brings her to Yuzhou City? Surely it is to take on disciples. For many days, whether among storytellers or the city's elite, one name dominated the discourse. Qin Aina. To speak of Qin Aina is to engage in endless admiration and summary. She is beautiful, powerful, and unparalleled in the contemporary world. Now, such a celestial being seeks to take on a personal disciple. How could it not incite madness? However, to become a disciple of Qin Aina is not something achievable by mere talent that appears once in a century. It is a thought that one might not even dare to entertain. For 3 months, Qin Aina traversed numerous cities of the Shang dynasty, yet still failed to find a suitable candidate. Her visit to Yuzhou City was solely for one individual, a legendary genius. Among the young prodigies across the 9 provinces, 5 individuals must be mentioned. The Buddhist disciple Sanzong, the divine son Yin Xiaoyu of the Divine Temple, the holy maiden Huoliner of the Zhuge sect, and our own 4th Prince Mu Bai of the great merchant dynasty. Alas, these 4 already have masters. Within Yuzhou's largest tavern, a storyteller wielding a folding fan animatedly recounted tales, while patrons at surrounding tables listened with rapt attention, most of them traveling merchants who had paused to rest and absorb the local culture. Storyteller, you just mentioned 5 names yet you've only named 4. Interjected a man from a nearby table. Patience, the storyteller replied, sipping his tea. Do you know which family holds the greatest commercial enterprise in our great merchant dynasty? Who doesn't know that? The Li family of Yuzhou, reputed to be as wealthy as a nation. What does this have to do with your tale? The man retorted, visibly annoyed. It has everything to do with it, the storyteller said, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The head of the Li family, Li Million, has a son named Li Ziye, a prodigy who rivals even Sanzong and Yin Xiaoyu. Keep dreaming, scoffed a scholar at another table. What caliber of individuals are Sanzong and Yin Xiaoyu? How can Li Ziye possibly be compared to them? I do not speak idly, the storyteller replied disdainfully. Are you aware of the sword madman? The storyteller cast a derisive glance at the scholar. It is said that when the sword madman visited Yuzhou City not long ago, Li Million sought to have his son apprentice under him. However, upon meeting Li Ziye, the sword madman outright refused, uttering but a single phrase. Pausing for effect, the storyteller left his audience in suspense. The listeners, intrigued, eagerly awaited the revelation. The sword madman, known as a master of swordsmanship and a lover of both wine and blades, was a figure of considerable renown. A man at the adjacent table, growing impatient, shouted, "Stop teasing us." What did the sword madman say? On the other side, the learned individuals perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting the answer. The storyteller, noticing that everyone was captivated, took a sip of tea and slowly proclaimed, "The sword enthusiast stated that the scion of the Li family possesses the bearing of a sword immortal. My humble sword is unworthy to be his master." Upon these words, an uproar erupted among the crowd. In front of the tavern, a young man clad in resplendent garments paused upon hearing the discourse within. "Your Highness, these storytellers are but charlatans seeking to amuse the masses. The Li family is a merchant household. How could they possibly produce any sword geniuses? When the sword immortal Qin arrives in Yuzhou City, your martial prowess will assuredly allow you to become his disciple," remarked a young attendant standing beside the elegantly dressed youth, showering him with flattery. The young man in splendid attire shook his head and replied, "He speaks no falsehood. The sword enthusiast indeed uttered such words, which is why I have come to Yuzhou City not only to seek the esteemed Qin sword immortal as my mentor, but also to ascertain whether the Li family's sole heir truly possesses the extraordinary talent as rumored." Inside the tavern, the storyteller continued his eloquent narration as similar tales began to spread from Yuzhou City over the past few days, growing increasingly extravagant. "Have you heard? The Li family has a son named Li Ziye, who is said to have the aura of a sword immortal. Even the sword enthusiast fears to take him on as a disciple, lest he misguide a true talent of this era. What you know is merely the surface. I have heard that Li Ziye was born clutching a sword, and at his birth, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Brilliant purple light illuminated the skies, and sword energy surged upwards. Is that really true? How remarkable! It is indeed true. I have also heard that Li Ziye is the strongest prodigy of our time, having created an unparalleled sword technique at the tender age of 10. Named Tai Chi, it is said that when the technique was first completed, winds and thunder roared, heralding a celestial event. You think that's impressive? I have heard that not long ago, Li Ziye comprehended the ultimate sword intent and leveled a mountain with a single strike, startling even the reclusive paragons of strength. It was this event that prompted the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal to enter the world and travel to Yujo City to take him as a disciple. Such tales are trifles. I have heard that Li Ziye is soon to ascend and attain the supreme sword path. One person spreads a rumor, 3 become wolves, 5 become tigers within a mere 3 months. The rumors emanating from Yujo City grew increasingly outlandish, transforming from Li Ziye possessing the bearing of a sword immortal to claims of his imminent ascension. The uninformed masses were left in a state of astonishment. Nevertheless, no matter how absurd the rumors became, they could not alter one undeniable truth. Li Ziye had become a sensation, an immense one. At the center of this maelstrom of rumors lay the Li residence in Yujo City, a grand estate rivaling the opulence of a royal palace, more akin to a city than a mere household. The Li residence was so vast that once inside, one could scarcely discern their bearings. The Li family of Yujo was not merely wealthy. Conjectures suggested that their fortunes even surpassed the national treasury of the great merchant kingdom. Although the Li family had engaged in commerce for generations, amassing remarkable wealth, it was the transformative developments of the past decade that truly propelled them to their current status. Over the course of those years, novel yet immensely popular products, perfume, glassware, mirrors, soap began to appear in the Li family's various shops, allowing their wealth to accumulate rapidly, ultimately achieving the status of being wealthier than nations. The reason the Li family has been able to develop these extraordinary inventions is little known to outsiders, yet the members of the Li family are well aware of it. This is all due to the birth of the young master. Li Ziye was born with a remarkable distinction, having invented many peculiar contraptions that the world had never seen before, thereby elevating the Li family's commercial empire to new heights. However, despite being raised with a silver spoon, one would expect Li Ziye to be carefree. He appears to be anything but happy, even harboring a sense of melancholy. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, a youth of about 16 or 17 sat in a pavilion at the center of a lake, fishing while lost in thought. The young man possessed a strikingly handsome countenance, dressed meticulously in garments woven with gold and silver threads, adorned with jewels that clearly signified his aristocratic lineage. In plain terms, he was the epitome of a nouveau riche. This young man was none other than Li Ziye, whose name resounded throughout Yujo City and even the entire great commerce empire. Old Li, you wouldn't go back on your word regarding the 10 jars of drunken flower brew, would you? On the riverbank, a disheveled old man, clearly intoxicated, cast a glance at the portly middle-aged man beside him. The old man's sword lay carelessly beside him, a fine weapon that resembled some renowned blades. This disheveled elder was a sword enthusiast, surnamed Zhang, with his full name long forgotten. He was commonly referred to as Old Zhang or Zhang the Disheveled. Although his appearance was unkempt and he had a penchant for alcohol, no one could deny that this scruffy old man was a formidable figure known throughout the world. Beside him, the ostentatiously dressed middle-aged man was none other than Li Ziye's father, Li Million. While Li Ziye managed to retain some semblance of an aristocratic demeanor, Li Million embodied the essence of a nouveau riche. Li Million was adorned in yun brocade from the southern regions, wearing jade from the north, seated upon a tiger bone chair from the western territories, and clutching a black pearl from the eastern sea. The entire ensemble was worth no less than a fortune. Had he been able to, Li Million would have draped himself in gold and jade, fearful that others might not recognize his wealth. Of course not. Li Million replied with a smile to the old man's inquiry. Old Zhang, do you really think Qin Yinuo would believe the rumors circulating in the city? Oh no, don't ask me. Zhang the Disheveled took a swig from his wine jug and said, I've done what you asked me to do. Whether they believe it or not is beyond my concern. Alas, Li Million sighed, glancing at his solitary son in the pavilion upon the lake, a look of worry etched upon his face. Old Zhang, do you truly think my son lacks the talent for martial arts? Indeed. This time, Zhang the Disheveled answered with resolute certainty. At the center of the lake, in the pavilion, Li Ziye seemed to have heard something. He turned to look at the old man on the riverbank and asked, "Old Zhang, having lived long and seen much, is there any extraordinary technique or elixir that can transform someone fundamentally, making them a martial genius?" Ah, Zhang Lada, upon hearing Li Ziye's inquiry, set down his wine jug and remarked, "Though I possess no martial arts techniques, I do have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" "What suggestion?" Both Li Ziye and Li Yibai perked up, eager for an answer. "Dream," Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly. Li Ziye was immediately rendered speechless. "Young man, fret not." Zhang Lada glanced at him and continued, "My inability to teach you martial arts does not imply that Qin Aina cannot her prowess surpasses mine, and her insights are equally profound. She may have a solution, provided you can convince her to take you on as a disciple." "That makes sense." Li Ziye nodded in agreement. "She has attained the status of a sword immortal. Surely she possesses abilities beyond the ordinary. I have been a rather inadequate father." Li Yibai lamented with guilt. At the center of the lake, Li Ziye stood at the bow of a small boat, hands clasped behind his back, while a beautiful maidservant propelled the vessel, creating a picturesque scene of talent and grace. On the shore, Zhang Lada observed Li Ziye aboard the boat, shaking his head. "This lad," he mused, "has little more than looks to offer." He now regretted whether it was worth it to make such remarks for the sake of 10 jars of intoxicated flower brew. His reputation is at stake. As the small boat reached the shore, Li Ziye disembarked and gently patted Li Yibai on the shoulder, whispering, "It's all right." Hearing Li Ziye's words of comfort, Li Yibai felt even more remorseful and sighed heavily. "I am a useless father. I am deeply sorry for you. Beyond money, I have nothing to offer." "Father, I do not blame you," Li Ziye said, his gaze melancholic as he looked over the lake. "Money can move mountains. Even old Zhang has capitulated. When old Qin arrives, we shall give her whatever she desires. If necessary, we can throw gold and silver at her until she is swayed." 3 days later, outside Yuxu City, a sword aura surged forth, spanning 30 feet. Then, a flurry of plum blossoms danced through the air as an ethereal figure descended upon a sword, her presence grand and majestic. "Wow, the plum blossom sword immortal has arrived." Citizens within Yuxu City gazed up at the sword-born arrival, their faces filled with admiration and reverence. As the gentle breeze scattered the blossoms, Qin Aina landed gracefully, sheathing her ancient sword. Before them stood a woman of celestial beauty, her features as exquisite as a painting, draped in a pristine white gown, untouched by the dust of the world. "My goddess, I adore you. You are my idol." Among the bustling crowd, the idol Li Ziye, observing Qin Aina's grand entrance, joined in as an enthusiastic extra, extending his arms and shouting exuberantly. Perhaps his voice was too loud, for the surrounding citizens turned to stare at him in bewilderment, instinctively taking a step back. Thus, Li Ziye became the most conspicuous figure in the crowd. "My goddess, I love." Li Ziye found himself frozen, the final word choking in his throat. What has happened? Why has no one called out? Is it not customary for a figure of such stature to make an entrance in this manner? He is quite cooperative. Isn't that Li Million's son? How could he be such a fool? I was unaware. I had never heard that Li Million's son was a fool. You know nothing, young Master Li is a genius. Geniuses often possess unique traits. This is what one calls having character. Among the crowd, some recognized Li Ziye. Whispering to one another, there were expressions of confusion and admiration. Of course, those expressing admiration were clearly speaking nonsense. Li Ziye felt utterly speechless. Sensing the unfavorable atmosphere, he hastily covered his face and slipped away in embarrassment. What a disgrace! In front of the crowd, Qin Aina glanced at the retreating figure of Li Ziye, her eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. A fool? At the Li residence, upon the lakeside in the backyard, the slovenly Zhang remained with his eyes closed, asking, "Did you see him?" Li Ziye sheepishly touched his nose and replied, "I did." "So, does Qin Aina still merit being your master?" Zhang inquired nonchalantly. Li Ziye halted, gazing at the old man for a long moment, then asked, "Old Zhang, are you mocking me?" "Indeed," Zhang nodded. "You, an individual who has sold his integrity for but 10 jars of drunken flower wine, dare to mock others?" Li Ziye retorted with a smirk, then lay down beside the old man and asked, "Old Zhang, do you truly believe that young Qin is as formidable as you claim?" In the realm of martial arts, age is not the sole indicator of prowess. Zhang replied calmly with his eyes still shut. One must acknowledge that there are individuals in this world known as geniuses, and Qin Ana is a genius among geniuses. I am truly envious, Li Zai lamented. Each person has their strengths and weaknesses. One cannot force what cannot be, Zhang advised. What are my strengths? Li Zai inquired. Zhang fell silent, remaining so for an extended period before finally responding. You possess an acceptable appearance. You could be described as gilded on the outside. Old Zhang, your ability to insult is becoming increasingly sophisticated. I am impressed, Li Zai remarked, half smiling. The old man's insults lacked vulgarity. Gilded on the outside implies a lack of substance within. What? Am I mistaken, old man? Zhang replied coolly. I have heard that last night. Yet another maid from the residence entered your room. So, is your innocence still intact? Leave me be, Li Zai snapped. Being handsome is not my fault. It troubles me greatly. That statement is indeed deserving of slap, Zhang retorted. Old Zhang, I have made a decision. Li Zai suddenly sat up, his expression resolute. I must become a disciple of old Qin, successfully tread the path of martial arts, and then I shall make my name renowned across the world, invincible under heaven. Zhang Lada opened his eyes and surveyed the young man before him. After a long pause, he inquired, Are you serious? Of course, Li Zai replied with a nod. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid phase, Zhang Lada mused. Even daydreams are articulated with such grandeur. The old man was quite mischievous, and Li Zai found no interest in engaging him further. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached, urgency etched on his face. Young master, the master summons you. What is it? Li Zai asked. The sword immortal, Meihua sword immortal, has arrived, the servant announced. Old Qin, Li Zai exclaimed, rising abruptly, astonished. So soon? Without delay, Li Zai hastened towards the courtyard. Indeed, youth cannot contain its excitement, Zhang Lada remarked, closing his eyes by the lakeside once more, exuding an air of tranquility. In the main hall of the courtyard, Li Baiwan displayed a sycophantic demeanor while attending to Qin Ana, sacrificing his dignity for the sake of his son's apprenticeship. Fairy, does this tea suit your palate? Fairy, I have some exquisite Yinwu tea. Fairy, would you care for some wine? I possess a 10-year-old Zuehua brew and a 20-year-old Nahong. Fairy. Upon entering the hall, Li Zai was struck by the sight of his father's obsequiousness and felt a strong urge to bury him in the ground. Such humiliation. Fairy, after such a long journey, you must be weary. I have learned a few techniques in massage from the physicians of our house. May I assist in alleviating your fatigue? Li Zai stepped forward, smiling radiantly. No need, Qin Ana replied coolly, her expression indifferent. I trust you are both aware of my purpose here. My criteria for accepting disciples are straightforward. Pass my test, and you may become my apprentice. What kind of test? Li Zai inquired eagerly, his spirits lifted. Beside him, Li Baiwan leaned in, straining to catch every word. Do not obstruct me, your face is too large, Li Zai said, pushing his father's face aside with irritation. Li Baiwan sheepishly smiled and took a couple steps back. There are 3 tasks, Qin Ana stated, observing the peculiar dynamic of the father and son. Complete these 3 tasks, and I shall acknowledge your success. 3 tasks? Li Zai's heart sank. This old Qin was not easily deceived. Rest assured, I will not demand that you complete them all at once. I have come to inform you of the first task today. Qin Ana rose and stated calmly, your first task is to find or forge a sword within a day one that is uniquely crafted and extraordinary. With that, she offered no further words, gracefully exiting the hall and departing. Inside the hall, the father and son exchanged glances, each displaying a different expression. Is old Qin being lenient? Li Zai pondered aloud, perplexed. Who was unaware of his father's wealth? 1 sword? He could procure 1,000. Could there be an underlying challenge? The sword immortal emphasized the need for exceptional craftsmanship. Li Baiwan voiced his concern. Li Zai cast a disdainful glance at the former and remarked, Father, could you not be so naive? What does it mean to be uniquely crafted, to be extraordinary? It is akin to an open-ended exam. The correctness of the answers rests solely upon old Qin's judgment. At this juncture, Li Zai seemed to recall something, urgency creeping into his tone. By the way, father, did you slip old Qin some silver upon his arrival? Ah, my memory. Li Million smacked his thigh, his belly jiggling, and with a face full of regret, he confessed, "I was so preoccupied with entertaining Fairy Qin that I completely forgot about that matter." "Old Li, how can you forget to eat?" Li Ziye exclaimed, exasperation evident in his voice. "Hurry, and send someone to find out where old Qin is staying and deliver the silver." "No need to search, I had someone tell Qin Ana as soon as she entered the city." Just then, a beautiful and graceful woman stepped into the hall, respectfully greeting Li Million, "Father." Yongwei Jia. Upon seeing her, Li Ziye immediately approached with a joyful smile, saying, "You are the best. Yongwei Jia, you handle matters with such reliability, unlike father, who is utterly unreliable." Li Yongwei smiled gently and remarked, "You have a keen eye, little brother. That Qin Ana is indeed quite lovely. Her figure is appealing, and she seems quite capable of bearing children. First, she should be taken as a disciple, and then we can win her over a brilliant strategy." Li Ziye, Li Million, such brazen words. Yongwei Jia. Li Ziye quickly shifted the topic. "You mentioned you have been following old Qin. Have you discovered her whereabouts?" "West of the city, at the Yulai Inn, which belongs to our family. Nothing particularly special about it, except for one word, expensive. This indicates that Fairy Qin is someone who values quality." Li Yongwei explained, "Well, if she values quality, that's manageable." "Father, did you hear that?" Upon hearing this, Li Ziye promptly turned around and commanded, "Quickly prepare gifts. They must be precious. Make them as lavish as possible to ensure old Qin fully appreciates our sincerity." "He'll take care of it right away." Li Million chuckled apologetically and departed the hall to make preparations. Once his father left, Li Ziye turned back to his elder sister, smiling, "Yongwei Jia, I will need your assistance in presenting the gifts to old Qin. I do not trust anyone else." "Indeed." Li Yongwei nodded softly, replying, "Your affairs are the most important matters of the Li household." As the sun set, casting its golden hues, Li Yongwei arrived alone at the Yulai Inn. "Knock, knock." She rapped on the door, which was soon opened by Qin Ana. Li Yongwei, the elder sister of Li Ziye, Li Yongwei stated directly, introducing herself. "What brings you here?" Qin Ana inquired. Stepping forward, Li Yongwei wasted no time. She placed the package in her hands down and revealed 3 boxes, promptly opening them one by one. The EC's night pearl, sought from the depths of the EC, valued at 100,000 gold pieces. The celestial silkworm armor, impervious to blades and fire, worth 1,000,000 gold pieces. The fish intestine sword, once owned by the Duke of Wei in ancient times, a priceless treasure. 3 boxes displayed these earthly treasures. Li Yue set down her belongings, made no further delay, and prepared to depart. Before exiting, she turned back and inquired, "Does the fairy have any guidance?" Qin Ana remained silent for a moment before responding, "Just do your best." Li Yue nodded, refraining from further questions, and stepped out. The night was long. Li Ziye stood in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, inspiration striking him after a while. "Ah, money can make the devil push the mill. Ah, money can make the mill push the devil. Indeed, my son is a prodigy." Inside the room, Li Yibai watched his son through the window, pride radiating from his face. The following day, at the appointed hour, all eyes were upon them as plum blossoms danced in the air. The fairy descended upon her sword, an ethereal presence untouched by earthly dust. She appeared like a snow goddess gracing the mortal realm, so perfect, so transcendent, so pure as ice and jade. In the grand hall, Li Ziye presented a sword forged of solid gold, its brilliance dazzling. Qin Ana accepted the golden sword, gazing at it for a long while before nodding with an air of indifference, offering her approval. "Not bad. It is the sword cultivator's skill that matters, not merely the sword itself. In the highest realm, falling petals and drifting flowers may serve as a sword. Being overly attached to external objects leads one to lower attainments." "The answer is quite good. You have passed." Li Yibai, Li Ziye. Chapter 3. The innate purity of Li Yue. The first trial was passed, so rashly, yet so intriguingly. Li Ziye would not concede to having offered a gift, nor would Qin Ana admit that her leniency stemmed from accepting one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Ana departed, revealing the second test. Within a day, one must devise a complete sword technique, a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye uttered but 3 words. Even the citizens of Yuzhou City were abuzz with tales of how he had, at the tender age of 10, created an original sword technique named Taiji. Thus, this challenge was but a formality. Old Qin, in his efforts to ease the task, was laboriously scheming. "Son, do you have confidence?" Li Baiwan observed his son's nonchalant demeanor and exclaimed with excitement. "It's virtually assured." Li Ziye waved his hand dismissively, then retreated to the backyard to resume his fishing. Past. At the lakeside, Zhang Lada, still in a state of relaxed meditation, sensed Li Ziye's arrival and inquired. "Indeed." Li Ziye nodded. "With that dilapidated sword forged of gold?" This time, Zhang Lada was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "Certainly not." Li Ziye replied with a grin that barely concealed his amusement. "Yesterday, Sister Yue presented Old Qin with a pearl from the East Sea, a suit of silkworm armor, and that famed Yuchang sword. My family has truly invested heavily this time." "The Yuchang sword?" Zhang Lada sat up in astonishment. "It was within Li household? What else could it be?" Li Ziye picked up a stone and tossed it into the lake. Without showcasing some prized possessions, how could Old Qin be so lenient? "Impressive. Truly impressive," Zhang Lada admitted, his admiration evident. "Indeed, money can work wonders. Even someone as extraordinary as Qin Ana is not immune to such influences. We are all human. Why feign purity?" Li Ziye smiled. "Old Qin is indeed no ordinary individual. Thus our offerings are equally remarkable." "And what the second trial?" Zhang Lada inquired with curiosity. "To create a sword technique within a day," Li Ziye replied. Zhang Lada was momentarily speechless. Any lingering doubts he harbored had now evaporated, confirming that Qin Ana was indeed easing the challenge. "I do not understand," he remarked, gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake. "Qin Ana, known for her regard for reputation, is she not afraid of taking on a good-for-nothing disciple, thus tarnishing her illustrious name? She is certainly apprehensive, otherwise. Why has she traversed half of the great Shang dynasty without reaching a decision?" Li Ziye chuckled softly. "I did not exert such effort merely to spread rumors for the sake of excess wealth." "And what of that?" Zhang Lada frowned. "Qin Ana would not be so easily swayed by mere gossip to believe you a legendary prodigy. She has come. That signifies belief, at least in part," Li Ziye replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Old Zhang, you fail to comprehend. This is called psychological suggestion. Why have so many foolish rulers existed throughout history? Is it because they cannot discern right from wrong? Certainly not. They are often ensnared by treacherous ministers and the whispers of favored consorts. Many times, disbelief transforms into belief." As Li Ziye spoke, he picked up a stone and tossed it into the lake, remarking that the problem posed by Old Qin today was, in fact, influenced by rumors. To create a new sword technique in a single day is a feat even a master of the sword would find exceedingly challenging. Old Qin, filled with doubt, naturally wished to ascertain its veracity. "If true, my unparalleled genius, alongside my understanding, would merit him taking me as a disciple. How invaluable that would be." Beside him, Zhang Lada listened to the young man's words and fell into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Youngster, I must admit, I underestimated you. Your strengths extend beyond mere appearance and lineage." The lad's skill in discerning human nature was indeed formidable. It was not Qin Ana who was being lenient, but rather this young man who was subtly guiding her to be so. "Indeed, Old Zhang, you may not have underestimated me entirely," Li Ziye chuckled. "Most matters in this world can be resolved with money. For those that cannot, I have this facade. Look at me. Does my appearance not inspire awe? There's a saying that goes, 'Handsome looks can do wonders.' If I were to stand on the street proclaiming myself a talentless waste, who would believe me?" As he spoke, Li Ziye stood tall by the lake, the gentle breeze tousling his black hair, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes sparkling like stars, a true nobleman of unparalleled grace. Zhang Lada fell into thought. The young man spoke truthfully. Judging by appearances alone, he indeed had an impressive presence, which explained why he had previously misjudged him. Practitioners of martial arts, barring the brutish who focus solely on physical strength, generally possess striking features, especially those from prestigious sects and families. Even if one's looks were slightly lacking, the accumulated aura over time could compensate significantly. Like myself, in my youth, I was once the object of admiration for countless maidens. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Qin Ana was bound to stumble. It was a delightful notion. Who wouldn't relish witnessing a celestial maiden lose her composure, or an emperor being bested? I can scarcely imagine the expression on Qin Ana's face upon discovering that this young man lacked the ability to cultivate martial arts. By the way, old Zhang, have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier? Li Ziye changed the subject and inquired. Joining the Li family and becoming a courtier? Zhang Lada replied with a faint smile. Indeed, the Li family possesses substantial wealth and fine wine, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom. No matter how splendid a place may be, I cannot linger for long. Besides, your family primarily engages in commerce, and the hired muscle you maintain is sufficient to handle most troubles. There is no need to spend lavishly on an old man like me. That was in the past. A flicker of coldness crossed Li Ziye's calm eyes as he remarked, "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind." 10 years ago, the Li family was merely a prosperous merchant household, unnoticed by many. However, the current Li residence possesses wealth that incites envy among many, including the powerful merchant lord at the Foam Tian Hall. The latest intelligence suggests that the third prince Mu Yao has arrived in Yuzhou City, likely seeking an opportunity to strike against my Li family. Given your insights, the Li residence does indeed face some peril. In light of this, I must give it further contemplation. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine and remarked, "Being under the scrutiny of the royal family is hardly a favorable situation. Your father is not young anymore, and as his son, you squander your days idly, neglecting the affairs of the family. If anything were to happen to your father, relying solely on your seemingly pure-hearted sister-in-law, it would be quite challenging to uphold the vast Li family." Pure-hearted? Li Ziye was taken aback, a strange expression crossing his face. Sister Yue? What a fitting description. In the study of the Li residence, Li Million glanced at the ledgers presented by Li Yue. After a brief perusal, he set them aside. "Well done," he smiled. "You have worked hard over the years. Your business acumen has surpassed that of your adoptive father." "It is all thanks to my younger brother," Li Yue replied softly. "Were it not for his inventions of perfume, soap, and mirrors, things that did not exist before, the Li family would merely be an ordinary merchant household. Regrettably, Ziye's ambitions lie elsewhere." Li Million sighed gently. From a young age, he aspired to pursue the martial path and has never shown much interest in commerce. "As long as it is what my brother desires. Even if it were the stars in the sky, I would pluck them for him," Li Yue stated slowly. "You are always so indulgent with him." Li Million expressed with resignation. "Yue, are you aware of the arrival of the third Prince Mu Yao in Yuzhou City?" "I know," Li Yue nodded. "His visit is likely at the behest of the great Shang Emperor to probe into the depths of our Li family. He will uncover nothing," Li Yue said with a calm demeanor. "Moreover," Li Million continued, "Mu Yao is skilled with the sword and likely wishes to take Qin Ana as his master." Upon hearing this, the previously calm expression of Li Yue turned icy, and she enunciated each word deliberately. "I will send someone to eliminate him, ensuring that not a trace is left behind." Li Million smiled wryly. "Do not be so impulsive when a matter of Ziye arises. He is undoubtedly aware of this situation. His silence indicates his confidence in overcoming the third prince. Your task is to exercise caution and ensure that this individual does not uncover the secrets we wish to keep from the royal family." "Understood, adoptive father," Li Yue nodded, refraining from further argument. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a mesmerizing glow. At the Yulai Inn, a knock resonated, followed by the entrance of a young man clad in luxurious attire, his handsome visage unmistakable. It was none other than the third prince of the great Shang, Mu Yao. In his hands, he held a wooden box, within which lay an ancient sword, its chilling aura evident even in its sheath. "Fairy, this is my answer," Mu Yao said earnestly. The sword of cold light. Qin Ana glanced at the ancient sword within the box, but did not linger on it, responding calmly. "The third prince's skill is indeed remarkable. You have passed this test." Though elated at her words, Mu Yao maintained a composed demeanor, concealing his emotions. The first trial was not particularly difficult. The key lay in the attitude of this plum blossom sword fairy. If she were willing, even a piece of scrap iron could pass the test. He is the prince of the great Shang, and even the plum blossom sword immortal must show him some respect. The first trial will not be overly difficult. As for his initiative to present the renowned sword, Cold Light, it is meant to leave a favorable impression on the plum blossom sword immortal, laying the groundwork for the subsequent 2 trials. You are likely already aware of the second trial. Qin Inua gazed steadily at the third prince of the great Shang, calmly stating, "Meet me at the Li residence before sunset tomorrow." The Li residence? Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's expression stiffened, and though he wished to speak, he swallowed his words, bowed respectfully, and then exited the room. Inside, the flickering candlelight danced as Qin Inua stood by the window, gazing at the tranquil night of Yuzhou City, her stunning beauty untouched by the worldly dust. Behind her, 2 wooden boxes rested quietly on the table, containing the renowned swords, Cold Light and Fish Intestine, their icy aura palpable in the candlelight. The long night passed silently. The next day, the sun rose, veiled by thin clouds. The Li residence welcomed its most esteemed guest in history, the third prince of the great Shang, Mu Yao. What great honor, what immense glory! In the front hall, Li Million personally received him, his face beaming with joy, his large belly shaking with laughter. Mu Yao regarded the wealthiest man in the great Shang with equal courtesy, responding with a smile. After conversing for some time, Mu Yao glanced outside and inquired, "Might your son be within the residence?" "So?" Li Million's smile widened further. "My son is not particularly talented. I feared his reckless demeanor might startle your highness, so I did not permit him to come to the front hall. Since your highness wishes to see him, I shall send someone to fetch him at once." With that, Li Million rose and called out, "Go summon my son," saying that his highness the third prince requests his presence. "Yes." A servant outside the hall quickly obeyed, hastening toward the back courtyard. "The third prince wishes to see me?" In the back courtyard by the lake, Li Ziye, who was fishing, smiled brightly upon hearing the servant's report, his smile blooming like a flower. Chapter 4. The Taiji sword bestowed by the immortal in the grand hall of the Li residence. Li Ziye made his entrance. Dressed in exquisite attire from Yunzhou and adorned with a jade pendant from the East Sea, he possessed a face as radiant as a crown jewel, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being. Judging solely by his appearance and demeanor, Li Ziye was indeed a remarkable individual, standing apart from the mundane world. Even among the renowned disciples of various celestial sects, few could rival him in grace and presence. In every sense, Li Ziye appeared strikingly exceptional and formidable. Within the hall, the third prince Mu Yao observed Li Ziye's extraordinary demeanor, a flicker of surprise shimmering in his eyes. What a prodigy from the Li family! The accolades were evidently well-deserved. The whispers circulating in Yuzhou City and throughout the realms of the great Shang dynasty were not mere fabrications. This must be Brother Ziye, he thought. Before Li Ziye could utter a word, Mu Yao rose with a warm smile, approaching him with utmost courtesy. Commoner Li Ziye pays his respects to His Highness the Third Prince. Li Ziye's expression was one of trepidation as he prepared to bow deeply, adjusting the hem of his garment and the sleeves of his robe, embodying a sense of solemnity, as if to perform a ritual of profound reverence. "There is no need for such formalities, Brother Ziye," Mu Yao interjected, gently lifting Li Ziye, his smile broadening. "We are not in the palace. Such elaborate customs can be overlooked here. This is the Li residence, after all, and I cannot allow a young master of the Li family to perform such grand gestures." "Thank you, Your Highness," Li Ziye replied, rising straight with a radiant smile, having not intended to bow after all. "Brother Ziye, please take a seat." Mu Yao gestured as he returned to his own seat, eyeing the young man across from him. "Before arriving in Yuzhou City, I had already heard of your illustrious name. Seeing you today, it is indeed a sight to behold. Your Highness is overly gracious. Your own esteemed reputation is widely known, and I, a humble commoner, have long admired it," Li Ziye replied softly. Their pleasantries sounded genuine, yet as competitors vying for the tutelage of Qin Ina, these exchanges were undeniably insincere. "I have heard that Brother Ziye possesses remarkable skills with the sword. I wonder if you might impart some wisdom," Mu Yao remarked, taking a sip of tea. "In the presence of your Highness, how could a mere commoner dare to claim understanding of the sword?" Li Ziye smiled. Do not be overly modest, Brother Ziye. In the great Shang dynasty, nearly everyone recognizes you as a prodigy of swordsmanship, having devised your own techniques by the tender age of 10. Even that sword enthusiast elder speaks highly of your innate talent, Mu Yao said softly. Rumors are ultimately just that, rumors, Li Ziye replied with a smile. Rather, your highness is the true embodiment of a sword master, a firefly, such as I would not dare to compete with your brilliance. Inda, came the response from the main seat, where Li Baiwan listened to their conversation, merely smiling silently without interjecting. Mu Yao discreetly set down his teacup, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This father-son duo was indeed difficult to engage with. Your Highness, if I may inquire, how many of the divine caches have you opened? Li Ziye suddenly asked, taking a sip of tea. In the path of martial arts, the essence lies in self-cultivation. Humans possess 5 organs, corresponding to the 5 vital energies. Practitioners refer to them as the 5 divine caches. Legends speak of great cultivators who have opened all 5, possessing the ability to traverse mountains and seas. Mu Yao replied candidly. The second divine cache, he added. Li Ziye's expression revealed a hint of envy. What a difference there was. And what of you, Brother Ziye? Mu Yao inquired. None of the divine caches have been opened, Li Ziye remarked with a smile. Mu Yao was slightly taken aback and remarked, Brother Ziye, you jest. How could a mere commoner dare to jest before the throne? Li Ziye smiled and replied, that is precisely why I am so eager to pay my respects to the plum blossom sword immortal as my master. I hope your highness will grant me this wish. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao narrowed his eyes and, after a brief moment, replied with a placid smile, this matter should be decided by Fairy Qin herself. It is not within our purview to influence, is it not? Your highness speaks wisely, Li Ziye said, setting down his teacup with a smile. Regardless of how this matter unfolds, I hope your highness can remain in Yuzhou City for a few more days, allowing the Li residence to extend its hospitality. I would be honored to oblige, Mu Yao responded courteously, not refusing the invitation. He had not intended to depart so easily. Over the past decade, the rapid development of the Li family in Yuzhou City had indeed been astonishing. Their accumulation of wealth had begun to raise the court's suspicions. He needed to ascertain whether there were any undisclosed secrets concerning the Li family. As for Li Ziye, was he truly, as he claimed, a treasure yet to be unveiled? Why was that? Across the table, Li Ziye observed the contemplative expression of the third prince of the Shang dynasty, a slight smile gracing his lips. The old fox of the Shang emperor indeed intended to make a move against the Li family, and thus, it was imperative for the Li family to extend their hospitality diligently in the coming days. In the midst of their thoughts, the two exchanged knowing smiles, quietly sipping tea, each harboring ulterior motives. During the prolonged wait, the sun dipped toward the west. Just then, plum blossoms fluttered down from the sky above the Li residence. She's here, Li Ziye announced. Li Million turned his gaze and, upon seeing the cascade of plum blossoms, immediately rose to greet her. Moments later, the air above the Li residence crackled with sword energy as the plum blossom fairy descended upon her sword, her attire billowing like an ethereal being. Her presence exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Li Ziye could not conceal his envy as he watched Qin Ana make her entrance. His desire to learn martial arts was not for the sake of combat, but rather for the allure and prestige it brought, much like the illustrious old Qin, who commanded attention wherever she went. After a brief pause, amidst the swirling sword energy, Qin Ana gracefully descended before the three of them. Fairy, Li Million exclaimed, his face brimming with a sycophantic smile as he approached to pay his respects. Mu Yao maintained a more dignified demeanor, bowing politely, exuding the grace befitting royalty. The words old fairy nearly slipped from his lips, causing Li Ziye to startle, hastily swallowing his words and bowing in greeting. Meanwhile, Li Million was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. Noticing the reactions of the father and son, Qin Ana furrowed her brows slightly. Although she did not comprehend the situation, she refrained from inquiring further and calmly stated, there is no need for pleasantries. Let us commence. Mu Yao and Li Ziye exchanged glances before Mu Yao spoke. Brother Ziye, please, after you. I cannot possibly impose. Your Highness should go first. Li Ziye replied with courtesy. Very well. Mu Yao acquiesced, taking a sword from one of his attendants. The moment he grasped the sword, Mu Yao's demeanor transformed. He shifted from the refined prince to a razor-sharp blade. With a sudden movement, akin to thunder, his sword danced like a brilliant rainbow. And in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of 10 strikes. Son, how does his swordsmanship fare? Li Million discreetly nudged Li Ziye's arm, whispering his inquiry. I cannot comprehend it, but it appears to be quite formidable, Li Ziye replied in a similarly hushed tone. The sword moves like a startled swan. It is indeed impressive. Qin Ana interjected, seemingly having overheard their conversation. The third prince of the Great Shang possesses the potential of a sword immortal. Li Ziye and Li Million exchanged glances, astonished. It seemed that old Qin held the third prince in high regard, which was hardly a favorable sign. Could it be that old Qin had taken a liking to this third prince? That would not do. However, as the two were consumed by their thoughts, Qin Ana shifted her tone and offered an honest assessment. Though his swordplay is commendable, regrettably, most of his techniques are traceable and not of his own invention. Ahem, it is not unusual for martial arts to share similarities. I believe the third prince has indeed put forth considerable effort into these moves. Noticing the change in Qin's demeanor, Li Ziye cleared his throat and insincerely praised the third prince, showcasing his magnanimity. Qin Ana glanced at him for a moment before retracting her gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. Perhaps, since you speak on his behalf, we shall consider this as having passed. With a grimace, Li Ziye smacked himself on the cheek. That'll teach you to speak carelessly. Now, it is your turn, Qin Ana smirked. Li Ziye, momentarily lost in self-reproach, collected himself and accepted a sword from the attendant behind him, stepping forward with resolve. At that moment, Mu Yao sheathed his sword and approached. As they brushed past each other, their gazes clashed fiercely, yet neither uttered a word. Amidst the watchful eyes, Li Ziye drew his sword, his expression turning solemn. As the sword rose, at the lakeside in the rear courtyard, Zhang Lada lifted his gaze towards the front courtyard, a serene smile gracing his features. The taiji, a sword of true mastery. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never believe such timeless techniques could stem from that young man. Did that lad create taiji? Perhaps he did, perhaps he did not. Regardless, my old man remained skeptical. There must be some hidden intricacy, yet without his revelation, I cannot fathom it. Qin Ana, do not be deceived by this young man. In the front courtyard, the taiji sword arose, embodying the essence of unity, a sword devoid of desire, contention, or greed, showcasing the demeanor of a true master. As Li Ziye executed his movements, his footwork transitioned seamlessly between rapidity and slowness, each shift occurring at the most exquisite moments. Mu Yao stood frozen, astonished and incredulous. How is this possible? Taiji, Qin Ana murmured, her expression equally astonished. Is this the swordplay spoken of in the rumors? Under the spell of their astonishment, the sword in Li Ziye's hand transformed with increasing velocity, its defenses impenetrable and its strikes as fierce as lightning. Faintly, the sounds of wind and thunder resonated above Li Ziye as radiant hues ebbed and flowed. Qin Ana looked up, observing an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky that was imperceptible to ordinary eyes, her shock deepening. Proof of heaven and earth. Such a spectacle was something she had not witnessed in many years. The last time such a phenomenon occurred was when the Lord of the Celestial Temple in the western regions manifested the divine canon. On that day, thunder and lightning roared throughout the temple, shaking the heavens and the earth. In comparison, the current manifestation pales significantly. Yet it is essential to recognize that the Lord of the Celestial Temple was a formidable practitioner who had opened the 5 divine chambers. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. With boundless potential ahead of him, Qin Ana gazed at Li Ziye beneath the tempestuous display and confidently proclaimed her conviction. After a long while, as all eyes were fixed upon him, Li Ziye sheathed his sword, causing the storm to dissipate. Is this swordsmanship truly your own creation? Qin Ana inquired, regaining her composure from the shock. Bestowed upon me by an immortal in a dream, Li Ziye replied with a smile, his words a blend of truth and jest. Having heard this, Qin Ana nodded, refraining from further questioning. After all, What immortals exist in this world? Even if there are sword immortals, they are not the same as the ones of legend. Did the fairy pass the test? Li Baiwan asked eagerly. She did, Qin Yina affirmed. Her gaze sweeping over Li Ziye and Mu Yao. The final trial awaits. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye immediately perked up, while Mu Yao listened intently, a hint of tension rising within him. At this time tomorrow, the two of you shall duel. The victor will be taken as my disciple, Qin Yina stated calmly. Li Ziye's expression turned serious, his thoughts deepening. In contrast, a smile emerged on Mu Yao's face, relief flooding his heart. Victory is assured. Fairy, Li Baiwan interjected, stepping forward with urgency. This is unfair to Ziye. Unfair? Qin Yina replied indifferently. In this world, where does absolute fairness exist? The victor claims the crown, and the vanquished fades into obscurity. This is the essence of fairness. Prepare well, for at this time tomorrow, the victor shall be my disciple. Chapter 5. Unyielding yet humble as the sun set and the luminous moon ascended in the east, two figures sat by the lake in the backyard. The water mirrored the moonlight, shimmering gently, stirring tranquility with subtle motion. Old Zhang, known as Zhang Lada, gazed at the lake's surface and spoke. Is there nothing you can do? No, raplia Ziye. Zhang Lada shook his head and continued. Mu Yao has already unlocked his second divine repository, while you have yet to open even one. The disparity is insurmountable. My family possesses wealth, Li Ziye murmured softly. Whatever the amount, we have it. Divine weapons and armor are plentiful. That is not feasible, unless... Zhang Lada fixed his gaze upon the lake, calmly stating, you send someone to eliminate him tonight. That makes sense, Li Ziye contemplated, then nodded earnestly. Old Zhang, name your price. Ha, Zhang Lada chuckled lightly, I am not so base. 100 jars of 100-flower wine. Li Ziye proposed. That is a prince of the great merchant, Zhang Lada scoffed. Do you think me a fool? 200, Li Ziye countered. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Lada shook his head. 500, Li Ziye raised his offer directly. I have no taste for killing. Zhang Lada remained silent for a moment before speaking again. 1,000 jars plus 500 jars of the finest red wine. Li Ziye stated his bottom line. Deal. Zhang Lada rose and stepped toward the exit. Old Zhang, Li Ziye called out from behind. Zhang Lada turned and asked, what is it? Regretting your decision? Not at all, Li Ziye replied with a smile. However, do not kill him. It is not yet time to sever ties with the royal family completely. Let him lie low for a few days. Pathetic. Zhang Lada sneered before departing. As night deepened, in a room at the Yulai Tavern, Mu Yao sat beneath the candlelight, quietly polishing his sword. Before the bed, a servant had prepared the bedding and spoke. Your Highness, you should rest early. Mu Yao nodded in agreement. You may leave now. Yes, the servant complied, but paused at the door, a look of concern crossing his face. Your Highness, do you not need to contact the local authorities in Yuzhou? I worry that the Li family may pose a threat to you. There is no need, Mu Yao replied with a faint smile. They are all intelligent individuals who understand the rules. The Li family certainly knows that if anything were to happen to me here, they would be implicated. Upon hearing this, the servant felt reassured and exited the room. Mu Yao sheathed his sword, preparing to extinguish the candle and retire for the night. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through, causing the candlelight to flicker wildly. Mu Yao's body trembled, and when he regained his composure, his expression changed dramatically. The wind rose, and an invisible force burst open the room. In the blink of an eye, a figure entered, moving with an air of calm urgency, closing the distance in mere breaths. Who goes there? Mu Yao exclaimed in alarm. One who seeks your life, the masked figure replied, exuding a restrained yet suffocating aura. Fairy, save me. Fully aware of the terror that approached, Mu Yao retreated swiftly while desperately calling out. Qin Xinzi was also present at the Yulai Inn, and his only means of survival lay in rousing her attention. Huh, is it Qin Yinua? Beneath the mask, Zhang Lada smiled faintly, his figure darting forward as he seized the throat of the former. On the third floor, upon hearing the cries for help from below, Qin Yinua narrowed her eyes slightly. In the blink of an eye, she moved, vanishing from her room. On the second floor, Zhang Lada tightened his grip around the throat of the third prince, applying pressure slowly. I am the third prince of the great Shang dynasty. Should you kill me, you shall not live either. Mu Yao exclaimed in terror. Bang! Without any further ado, Zhang Lada delivered a powerful punch to the prince's chest. Poof! The forceful blow sent a surge of energy into Mu Yao, causing him to cough up blood. Swish! Just then, a streak of sword energy sliced through the air behind them. Sensing the presence, Zhang Lada released his hold and deftly evaded the sword strike. Mu Yao, now weakened, slumped to the ground as the sword energy passed, severing a lock of his long hair in silence. Inside the room, the gazes of Qin Yinuo and Zhang Lada met, exuding an intense aura of pressure. The plum blossom, sword immortal, as renowned as ever, until we meet again, Zhang Lada remarked calmly before leaping through the window. Furrowing her brows, Qin Yinuo followed suit, pursuing him. Under the night sky, the streets of Yuzhou City bore witness to two figures darting swiftly through the shadows, traversing several streets in the blink of an eye. Ahead, Zhang Lada leaped into the air, landing atop the rooftops, then formed a sword with his fingers, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Qin Yinuo focused intently, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, gathering her own sword energy to counter the impending strike. Sword fanatic, recognizing her opponent's identity upon their initial clash, she understood that in Yuzhou City, only this person could possess such mastery of the sword. Oh, you have sharp eyes, Zhang Lada chuckled from the rooftop, teasingly remarking. How has the illustrious Plum Blossom, sword immortal, become a guardian of the royal family? Qin Yinuo retorted with a cold smile. I never anticipated that a figure of such renown would resort to becoming a mercenary for another's life. Who is your master, Li Ziye? Huh? Zhang Lada chuckled lightly, replying. You truly hold that lad in high regard. My old man is no avaricious character. Although the Li family is wealthy, they cannot purchase my freedom. Not the Li family? Qin Yinuo frowned, puzzled. Who else would dare to target the third prince? Qin Yinuo, shall we continue this fight? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhang Lada said with a hearty laugh, stepping away once more. Qin Yinuo remained standing on the street, her eyes gleaming with determination, choosing not to pursue further. Her cultivation was comparable to that of the sword fanatic, and unless it were a life-or-death struggle, it would be challenging to detain him. Who could it be that commands such a sword fanatic? In the rear courtyard of the Li residence, Li Ziye waited patiently. Just then, a figure swept past. Removing a mask, Old Zhang, Li Ziye called out, stepping forward. Did you succeed? Where my old man intervenes, success is inevitable, Zhang Lada replied with confidence. Zhang Lada chuckled. This time, the third prince will need at least 10 days of recuperation before he can rise from his bed. Yet you, my young friend, dare to act thus. Are you not afraid of the royal family's retribution? Of course, I am apprehensive, Li Ziye replied with a smile. However, over the years, the court has begun to subtly probe and suppress the Li family. It is only a matter of time before the court takes action against us. Huh? To dare to confront the royal family. It seems I have underestimated your Li residence. Zhang Lada narrowed his eyes and remarked, Today, I fear that even if I do not intervene, there will be others who will. Who knows? Perhaps the heavens will not stand idly by and will allow some chivalrous souls to assist in diminishing the royal family's might. Li Ziye responded with a smile. 1,000 jars of Ziye wine, along with 500 jars in Hong. Not a single jar can be missing, Zhang Lada insisted. Not a problem, Li Ziye laughed. As long as you wish to drink, I shall present them at any time. Enough chatter. If I linger too long with you, I feel as though I might be schemed against. Zhang Lada waved his hand and headed towards his room. Upon old Zhang's return, Li Ziye did not tarry and turned to leave. Creaking open the door, Li Ziye stepped into the room and was greeted by the sight of a woman. A gentle smile gracing his face. Sister Yue, what brings you here? I was waiting for you. In the flickering candlelight of the room, Li Yue's exquisite features appeared particularly enchanting. Waiting for me? Li Ziye approached and inquired, Is there something you need? Li Yue slid a wooden box towards him, inside which lay a long sword resting quietly. What is this? Li Ziye asked, perplexed. It is a sword laced with poison, Li Yue replied calmly. The toxin is colorless and odorless, manifesting upon contact with blood, capable of disrupting one's vital energy. This poison lasts for merely a quarter of an hour. After that, it dissipates without detection or antidote. Oh, Li Ziye expressed surprise. Such a remarkable item. When was it developed? It was sent by my brother today, Li Yue disclosed. Second brother? Li Ziye's lips twitched. I thought him to be dead due to his silence. Speak not so recklessly. Be cautious lest he hears you, Li Yue admonished. He will not be courteous to you. Avoid provoking him to spare yourself from suffering. I only mentioned it because he is absent. Li Ziye chuckled in a resigned manner. Sister Yue, thank you, and please extend my gratitude to second brother. He does not favor me, so I shall not express my thanks to him in person. Understood. Rest early, Li Yue softly replied before rising to leave. In the room, Li Ziye gazed at the sword on the table, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. The night passed in tranquility. On the following day, all members of the Li household gathered, having even invited many prominent figures from Yuzhou City to witness the final outcome. In the front courtyard, Li Ziye, Li Million, and Li Yue were all present, the leaders of the Li family assembled. The Li residence buzzed with excitement, from dawn to noon, and then to the blazing sun setting in the west. Everyone patiently awaited the conclusion of the grand apprenticeship ceremony that had captured the attention of the entire great merchant dynasty. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Qin Aina arrived, stepping gracefully on her sword, still radiating unparalleled elegance and brilliance. In terms of temperament and beauty, the Plum Blossom Sword Fairy was indeed unmatched in the world. The main characters had gathered, save for the third prince. As time passed, the esteemed guests from Yuzhou City, invited by the Li family, began to grow increasingly impatient. What an audacious display from the third prince. Even the fairy had arrived, yet he still lingered absent. Let us wait a little longer. After all, he is a prince. A prince, indeed. He is merely a prince, not an emperor, and thus does not possess such grandeur. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, clearly expressing their discontent over the prince's tardiness. However, as the sun dipped lower, the second protagonist of this martial contest, Mu Yao, had yet to make an appearance. Li Ziye, Li Million, and Li Yue exchanged knowing glances, their hearts devoid of turmoil. The sun had set, and still no sign of the third prince. What was amiss? Why had he not arrived? Time had passed, and it seemed the third prince had been struck with cowardice. Within the Li residence, the notable figures of Yuzhou City whispered amongst themselves, clearly unprepared for this outcome. Fairy, Li Million beamed with a smile. The third prince has not arrived. What shall we do? Time had run its course, and Li Ziye emerged victorious, passing the test. The outcome had long been anticipated. Qin Aina cast a lingering glance at Li Ziye from a distance and, without further hesitation, announced the result before the assembly. Upon hearing the verdict, Li Ziye felt a surge of exhilaration, clenching his fist in triumph. He had succeeded, with all eyes upon him. Qin Aina turned her gaze towards him and earnestly inquired, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" "Indeed," Li Ziye responded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "From this day forth, regardless of fortune or misfortune, high or low status, or any other reason, I pledge to be bound as a disciple to Fairy Qin, loyal and unwavering until the end of my days. Will you accept?" Listening to the curious declaration, Qin Aina furrowed her brow slightly, yet she perceived nothing amiss. Before the illustrious gathering, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, I accept." Nearby, Li Yue beamed with delight, her smile blossoming like a flower, enchanting all who beheld her. It was settled. Qin Aina was destined to remain within the grasp of her little brother. To marry a sword fairy as a wife would indeed be a splendid fortune, not a slight to her brother. Chapter 6. Consequences of One's Own Actions. Li Tianxiao Extra. Li Ziye of the Li family in Yuzhou has taken the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal as his master. Extra. Li Ziye once again showcases the Taiji sword technique, and an extraordinary phenomenon descends, with myriad swords prostrating. Extra. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal proclaims that Li Ziye possesses the demeanor of a sword immortal. Extra. The Plum Blossom Fairy expresses her intent to become a Dao partner with Li Ziye. In the back courtyard of the Li residence. Upon hearing the gossips circulating in Yuzhou City conveyed by a servant, Li Ziye could not contain himself and spat out his tea. "I did not instruct anyone to spread such words," he exclaimed. Noticing the peculiar gaze from Zhang Lada, he quickly clarified. I merely asked someone to disseminate the news of old Qin accepting me as a disciple. As for a Dao partner, I truly know nothing about that. Oh, Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly. I believe you. I believe you indeed. My lord, the fairy Qin has arrived. At that moment, another servant hurriedly approached, breathless with urgency. Oh no! Li Ziye's expression shifted in alarm. Could it be that old Qin is here to seek retribution? However, before he could gather his thoughts, a graceful figure approached in the courtyard, moving leisurely yet with a sense of distance that made her presence felt. In an instant, she reached the edge of the lake. Qin Aina glanced at Li Ziye without uttering a word, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Lada, calmly stating, You are indeed here. Fairy Qin, it has been a while. Zhang Lada responded with a soft smile. Not too long, we just met 2 days ago, Qin Aina said, stepping closer. I am quite curious as to why you chose to assist him. He is wealthy. Money can indeed move mountains, Zhang Lada replied with an air of nonchalance. Did you not also accept his fish intestine sword and celestial silkworm armor, which allowed you to repeatedly let him off the hook? Qin Aina fell silent, and after a moment, she stated earnestly, I recognized his martial talent. Martial talent? A peculiar smile spread across Zhang Lada's face upon hearing this. At the side, Li Ziye coughed a few times, having choked on his tea. Qin Aina, have you not yet examined his meridians? Zhang Lada said with a tone of schadenfreude. Meridians? Qin Aina verhooved haar brows. Why do I need to examine the meridians? I observe his extraordinary martial bones and the vitality of his organs. The potential within him surely exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I had thought the same previously, Zhang Lada replied with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Aina sensed something amiss and swiftly stepped forward, grasping Li Ziye's arm. Gradually, her expression shifted. Zhang Lada could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He had awaited this moment for far too long. All 8 meridians are blocked. True energy cannot circulate. What does it matter if the vitality of his organs is vigorous? As he would say, it's akin to crafting a bomb for self-detonation. You both conspired to deceive me. Qin Aina withdrew her hand. Her eyes filled with chilling intensity as she spoke coldly. We did not deceive you. Zhang Lada laughed heartily. From beginning to end, neither I nor this lad have uttered any falsehoods. It is merely that you place too much faith in your own eyes and believe those rumors. Li Ziye's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as he awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat sheepish. After all, it was not a matter of glory. Qin Aina clenched her delicate hands tightly, her chest rising and falling with anger, casting glances at the two that seemed capable of devouring them whole. Qin Aina, you publicly announced this lad as your disciple before the entire city of Yuzhou. Now, to retract your words is far too late, Zhang Lada said gleefully. Or perhaps you might consider aiding him in unlocking the 8 meridians. Surely, this presents a greater challenge than simply accepting a talented disciple. Fairy, Li Ziye interjected earnestly. As long as I can unlock the 8 meridians and successfully tread the path of martial arts, any price is inconsequential. Oldie lacks many things, but silver is not among them. Upon hearing the young man's words, Qin Aina gradually regained her composure from fury. The die had been cast, and it was too late for further lamentation. I do not know the method to unlock the 8 meridians, Qin Aina replied, suppressing her anger. Li Ziye trembled slightly at her words, his expression growing dim. If even Qin Aina was unaware of how to unlock the 8 meridians, it meant he was truly fated to be estranged from the martial path. There is one more matter I must disclose, Qin Aina said with a cold smirk. The reason I am so eager to take on disciples is that I have a wager with the old master of the Ziye sect. 3 years hence, my disciple must compete with his. Should we lose, the consequences may be beyond your endurance. Who is the disciple of the old master of Ziye sect? Li Ziye inquired, looking at old Zhang, swallowing hard as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Hu Lin Zhang Lata replied, grinning broadly. One of the 4 great prodigies in the world, far more formidable than that third prince. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye shuddered. It was certain doom. A gentle breeze stirred by the lakeside as the 3 fell into silence. The atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. A deadlock. Qin Ana had not anticipated acquiring a useless disciple, and Li Ziye had never imagined that Qin Ana was entangled in such a wager with others. Who had ensnared whom? In that moment, all three were at a loss for words. Do not attempt to rescue me. Li Ziye suddenly snapped back to reality and declared before plunging into the lake with a splash. Let me drown. On the shore. Qin Ana and Zhang Lada exchanged glances before silently averting their eyes. Qin Ana, you'd best devise a plan. This lad has no moral compass. If you neglect him, he might very well concede defeat in the competition 3 years hence. This boy dares to do anything, Zhang Lada cautioned. A moral compass? His moral compass is non-existent. He has never played by the rules. What ordinary person would dare to send someone to incapacitate a prince on the eve of a competition? Qin Ana's eyes narrowed slightly. After a long while, she spoke. Perhaps we could have him focus on body refinement. Cultivating external skills might be a viable option. Body refinement? Zanklata chuckled softly. Do you truly believe he could achieve any significant level with those spindly arms and legs? Without true energy tempering, even body refinement would lead nowhere. Qin Ana fell silent, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After an indeterminate length of time, she finally spoke. Then there is but one method left. Upon finishing her words, Qin Ana gazed intently at the center of the lake, a cold glimmer dancing in her eyes. Forcefully sever his meridians, she declared. Zhang Lada, upon hearing this, stiffened in his demeanor and replied, Are you intent on killing him? The meridians of an ordinary person are exceedingly fragile. If forcibly broken, death is inevitable. Qin Ana scoffed. While a common person may not endure it, he might. Do not forget that the Li family possesses substantial wealth, and with every inch of meridian severed, they can employ countless potent medicines to restore him until all his meridians are completely shattered. It is indeed a most dreadful method. A flicker of unease crossed Zhang Lada's eyes as he inquired, Are you certain that his meridians will be severed first, or will he perish under your torment? Even with an abundance of potent medicines, there is no guarantee he can withstand the agony of shattered meridians, especially if it occurs hundreds or even thousands of times. We shall see, Qin Ana replied nonchalantly. As their conversation unfolded, tranquility enveloped the center of the lake. Where has that fellow gone? Zhang Lada suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the lake's center, anxiety creeping into his voice. He hasn't truly drowned, has he? Qin Ana furrowed her brow, her gaze also shifting to the lake center. Save him. Zhang Lada immediately rose, urging urgently. No need for such trouble. Qin Ana waved her hand, drawing her sword. With a resounding roar, her true energy surged forth as she cleaved the surface of the lake. In an instant, the sword opened a gateway to the heavens, and the entire lake's surface responded by parting, resembling a waterfall suspended upside down. With a crash, as the left half of the lake's surface separated, a figure surged forth from below the water, turning its head to behold the split lake, startled. What on earth is happening? Li Ziye exclaimed, bewildered. This brat nearly frightened me to death. On the lake's surface, Zhang Lada exhaled in relief, nearly losing his precious 1,000 jars of drunken flower brew. As the water cascaded down and waves surged, Li Ziye swam to the shore, his gaze fixed on the sword-wielding Qin Ana, admiration almost compelling him to kiss her. Do you wish to learn? Qin Ana inquired calmly. Yes, Li Ziye nodded vigorously. It will entail a bit of hardship, Qin Ana remarked lightly. That's acceptable. I can endure a little hardship, Li Ziye fervently affirmed. Nearby, Zhang Lada smirked, knowing that a little hardship was an understatement. Prepare for your demise. Have your father gather potent medicines. I will list the names of the required elixirs, and you should gather as many as possible. Qin Ana stated coolly. How many is as many as possible? Could you provide a rough estimate? Li Ziye inquired. Qin Ana pondered briefly, then pointed to the room behind her. Fill that room to capacity. By heaven, even the well-versed and affluent Li Ziye could not suppress an exclamation. Does old Qin consider potent medicines to be mere cabbages? If you choose not to prepare, then in 3 years, await your demise at the hands of Huoliner, Qin Ana said flatly, before turning and departing. Li Ziye was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, He regained his composure and turned his gaze toward the disheveled Zhang. Old Zhang, do you have any inkling of what old Qin intends to do? I have no idea, Zhang replied succinctly, shaking his head. I merely enjoy watching the spectacle. The rest is not my concern. A look of skepticism crossed Li Ziye's face. What is truly going on? Why did he feel an ominous premonition? Half a day later, in the study of the Li residence, Li Million stared at the extensive list of medicinal herbs on the table, his corpulent face quivering incessantly. How much is needed? He stammered. My younger brother mentioned he requires an entire roomful, Li Yue replied softly. By heavens! Li Million could not suppress his exclamation. Foster father, Li Yue said, taking the list and smiling. Leave this matter to me. I shall find a way to procure the funds. You are aware of the amount of silver this entails? Li Million's face contorted in concern. I am, Li Yue replied with a faint smile. But it is merely silver. How could it compare to my brother's aspirations? You, indeed, Li Million shook his head helplessly. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Li Yue smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit the study. 2 hours later, every apothecary in Yuzhou City had been completely stripped of its stock of medicinal herbs. A day later, in the neighboring 3 large cities of Yuzhou, a multitude of mysterious buyers swept through, depleting all the apothecaries of their supplies. 10 days hence, in half of the great merchant empire cities, no medicinal herbs remained for sale. The terrifying wealth of the Li family in Yuzhou had suddenly revealed its fangs, shocking the world. Meanwhile, Li Ziye was at the Yulai Inn, enjoying tea, not with Qin Ana, but with the third prince of the great merchant empire. Your Highness, please, he said, raising his cup with a smile in the prince's chamber. Chapter 7. A little pain does not kill at the Yulai Inn on the 2nd floor. Li Ziye visited the third prince Mu Yao, his expression filled with genuine concern that was quite touching. Having heard of the third prince's assassination attempt and subsequent injury, he had long desired to pay his respects but feared disturbing the prince during his recovery. Thus, it was only today that he made his visit, hoping the prince would not take offense. Li Ziye gently lifted his teacup and spoke softly. Brotherly, you are too kind, Mu Yao replied, inwardly scoffing, though his face displayed none of his disdain. I am genuinely pleased that you have come. Although he was unaware of the identity of the assailant from that night, he could surmise with certainty that it was somehow linked to the Li family. However, he lacked evidence, and it was not the right moment to confront them. What are your plans, Your Highness? Once you recover, will you return to the capital? Li Ziye inquired cautiously. There's no rush, Mu Yao smiled and replied. Since you are here, I wish to explore the local customs and culture of Yuzhou City. I will inevitably trouble you, brotherly. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye's eyes narrowed slightly. The prince had no intention of leaving just yet. Trouble? How could I say such a thing? If His Highness wishes to stay, I could not be more delighted, he said with a sincere smile. Thank you. Mu Yao nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, by the way, there is something I have always been curious about. In the capital, I heard that the perfume, glassware, and soap business of the Li family originated from an invention of yours during your childhood. Is that true? Of course not. Li Ziye laughed heartily. How could Your Highness still believe such rumors? The Li family's perfume business has been established for 10 years. A decade ago, I was merely an ignorant child. How could I have invented such things? These tales are merely tricks spun by storytellers to deceive the unknowing populace. Mu Yao chuckled lightly. It seems I too have fallen for the tales of these storytellers. At this point, Mu Yao picked up the teapot and personally poured a cup of tea for Li Ziye, casually remarking, has the Li family considered seeking partners for the perfume and glassware businesses? Upon hearing the prince's words, Li Ziye's expression suddenly sharpened. This was indeed the true purpose of the third prince's visit to Yuzhou. The court intended to meddle in the affairs of the Li family. Partners? Li Ziye took a sip of the tea poured by the prince, contemplating deeply. I seldom involve myself in the family business, but my elder sister mentioned that the Li family's enterprises have indeed encountered a bottleneck. To progress further, it will be necessary to seek suitable business partners. Mu Yao's lips curved into a subtle smile. Over the past 2 years, the court had been subtly suppressing the Li family's business. Although the effects were minimal, it still restrained their rampant expansion. However, this was merely a pretext. The court's true aim was to exploit this opportunity to intervene in the Li family's affairs. For the Li family to continue expanding its commercial influence, they must leverage the power of the court. There are several commendable options in the capital, with substantial financial resources and excellent connections. If Brother Li is willing, I can introduce you to them, Mu Yao suggested opportunely. Oh, Li Ziye perked up, inquiring, which families might those be? The Changsun family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank. Mu Yao replied. Li Ziye listened, his expression slightly tense. It turned out that these three commercial titans in the capital were all backed by the court. Gaining this information made this trip worthwhile. He understood that the third prince would not reveal such details without conditions. These three entities were the royal family's options for the Li family, who had no choice but to select among them, at least before the Li family and the royal family officially severed ties. The Li family had to preserve the royal family's face. Your Highness, I must return to discuss this matter with my father and elder sister. I hope Your Highness can wait a day or two. I will certainly provide a satisfactory response. Li Ziye rose, his demeanor respectful. Very well. I shall await your good news, Brother Li, Mu Yao replied, rising to see him off, a smile gracing his face. Li Ziye nodded and hurriedly departed. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, in the study, Li Million and Li Yue were verifying account books when Li Ziye abruptly pushed open the door and entered. How reckless! Li Million was about to express his anger, but upon seeing the visitor, his face instantly transformed into a smile. Son, what brings you here? You seldom visit the study. Young sister, Li Ziye ignored the nouveau riche before him, greeting Li Yue instead. Do we have business dealings with the Changsun family? The Merchant Alliance, or the Yin family bank in the capital? The Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank do have some dealings, but we have little to no interaction with the Changsun family. What is the matter? Li Yue inquired, puzzled. They are backed by the court, Li Ziye stated gravely. The court? Li Million and Li Yue exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Is this information confirmed? Li Million asked solemnly. It was directly stated by the third prince. It should be reliable, Li Ziye responded. If this is true, it poses some complications, Li Yue said with a furrowed brow. For these years, we have strived to keep the court's influence out of our family's business to avoid being throttled by them. I did not expect their reach to extend so far. Do not be overly concerned, young sister, Li Ziye asserted. Where there are disadvantages, there are also advantages. The court's eagerness to intervene in our affairs and their willingness to expose certain information means we must reciprocate in kind. What do you mean, little brother? Li Yue asked, confused. Did not the third prince provide three options? Li Ziye said, a slight smile forming. The Li family's business is substantial. These three must have long coveted it. Unfortunately, our family can only cooperate with one. Are you suggesting we let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario? Li Yue proposed. You are indeed the most astute, young sister. People are driven by profit. Even if all three are backed by the court, they cannot be entirely united. Li Ziye affirmat shukling. Now, you two can decide on these vexing matters. I shall not involve myself. I aspire to become a sword immortal. How is my elixir prepared? It is nearly ready, and I have also dispatched people to seek the remaining elixirs in various cities. You need not worry, little brother, Li Yue replied softly. Ah, young sister, you are the best to me. Come here for a hug. Li Ziye stepped forward and embraced his elder sister. His spirits instantly lifted. All right, go find your wife, Li Yue said, gently tapping his forehead with a smile. My wife. Li Ziye released her, quickly realizing, you mean Lao Qin? Indeed. I shall inquire when she began her cultivation. Soon, I shall become a sword immortal. Ha ha ha. With a bold and exuberant laugh, Li Ziye departed the study to seek out Qin Ana. Once the younger brother had left, Li Yue's warm smile vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor as she spoke. Adoptive father, I believe my brother's suggestion holds merit. Let the lapdogs of the three royal families turn on each other while we observe from a distance, seizing opportunities to gradually undermine their power and buy ourselves some time. Indeed, Li Million nodded in agreement. If necessary, we can have Qingji act in the shadows to heighten the suspicions among the three families. As for our second brother, Li Yue pondered briefly before nodding. There have been numerous events within the manor lately. It is indeed time for him to return. However, we must keep his identity concealed. After all, his true nature cannot be exposed. The world knows that the Li family consists of 3 siblings, yet the second brother, Li Qingji, is known only by name, with little else revealed about him. Even those within the Li manor seldom encounter this second son, and his true identity remains a mystery. However, she, her younger brother, and their adoptive father are privy to the truth. The foremost assassin organization in the realm, Yinyu Tower, has risen swiftly in power over the past decade under the auspices of the great Shang dynasty. Qingji is the master of Yinyu Tower. The Li family possesses unparalleled wealth, enabling Yinyu Tower to recruit countless experts over the years, all aimed at countering the court, both overtly and covertly. The original proposal to establish Yinyu Tower was put forth by her younger brother. Reflecting on this, Li Yue let out a soft sigh. It is precisely due to this reason that the relationship between Qingji and her younger brother has remained strained. Qingji is a true martial genius, having achieved a level of mastery that rivals those of the grandmasters at such a young age. Yet, because of her brother's proposal, he has spent the last decade shrouded in darkness, forever hidden from the light. To claim that Qingji harbors no resentment would be impossible. She understands this, as does her brother. Thus, her younger brother, who has never been one to suffer losses lightly, continues to endure in silence, never opposing his elder brother. In the backyard, by the lakeside, Li Ziye searched high and low for his celestial master, but could not find her. He finally asked, "Old Zhang, where's old Qin?" By the lakeside, Zhang Lauda chuckled coldly. "She's right behind you." "You must be joking." Li Ziye instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the woman behind him, his face broke into a dog-like grin. "Celestial Master, when did you arrive?" "Just now," Qin Aina replied coolly. "What do you seek from me?" "The grand elixir is ready." "When shall I commence my cultivation?" Li Ziye asked eagerly. "Now," Qin Aina stated, then proceeded toward the nearby pharmacy. Such haste! Li Ziye's face was etched with astonishment as he hurriedly followed suit. Approaching the lakeside, he cast a sly glance at the elderly Zhang and mouthed the words, "I shall become a sword immortal." Zhang, in his disheveled manner, offered no response, his smile devoid of warmth as he closed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Just wait for your demise." It is often said that women harbor resentments, and this notion proved undeniably true. He genuinely suspected that Qin Aina's devised method was merely an act of vengeance, aimed at bringing about the demise of this young man, to shatter every vein, only to mend them, and to repeat this cycle 100 times. How delightfully exhilarating the thought was. In the apothecary, a vast bathing tub was already prepared, with servants continuously pouring scalding hot water into it, subsequently adding baskets of potent herbs. "Undress," commanded Qin Aina, her gaze fixed upon the youth before her. This seems inappropriate," Li Ziye stammered, a look of discomfort crossing his features. Although it is said that one day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a parent, he was, after all, of considerable age. Enough with the trivialities. Qin Aina scoffed, her patience wearing thin. Grasping his arm with determination, she swiftly tore his garments apart and, with a decisive strike, forcefully shattered the veins in his right arm. A blood-curdling scream erupted within the room, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spine. In the next moment, Qin Aina seized Li Ziye and unceremoniously tossed him into the herbal tub. "Qin Aina, you wretched woman!" Li Ziye cried out as the scalding concoction enveloped him, the pain driving him nearly to madness, causing him to unleash a torrent of curses. "The fact that you can still curse indicates your vitality. Indeed, a mere twinge of pain won't bring about your end." Qin Aina retorted with another chilling laugh, advancing to grasp another of Li Ziye's arms, applying pressure as her formidable energy surged forth, shattering the veins in his left arm. The room once again filled with the harrowing cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, sending shivers through the hearts of the passing servants. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Zhang raised a cup of intoxicated flower brew to his lips, savoring a sip as he hummed a cheerful tune. "Oh, apricot blossom tree, blooming with white flowers. Today a celestial being graces my home, the immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity." Chapter 8. Brotherhood and harmony as the sun dipped below the horizon. Qin Aina emerged from the apothecary. Half an hour later, Li Ziye was carried out, resembling nothing more than a lifeless dog. The servants of the Li household were so fearful that they scarcely dared to breathe. It was the first time in many years they had witnessed the young master in such a woeful state. Upon receiving the news, Li Baiwan and Li Yue rushed to Li Ziye's room, accompanied by the household physician. The young master merely fainted from pain. He is not seriously harmed, declared the physician after examining Li Ziye's meridians. Li Baiwan let out a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Younger brother, Li Yue said, sitting by the bedside, her heart aching as she gazed at the unconscious Li Ziye. A flicker of anger towards Qin Aina ignited within her. How could Qin Aina be so cruel? Could she not have employed a gentler method to alleviate her younger brother's distress? Once reassured of Li Ziye's condition, Li Baiwan and the physician departed, leaving only Li Yue to watch over him until the depths of the night. Sister Yue, Li Ziye murmured, awakening in the stillness of the night, struggling to open his eyes and seeing the woman by his side. You've awakened, Li Yue exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Does it still hurt? It no longer pains me, Li Ziye replied, feigning ease. Sister Yue, it is late. You should return to rest. It's no trouble. I have prepared your favorite lotus seed porridge, she said, rising to fetch a bowl from the table, gently feeding him spoonfuls. As Li Ziye silently consumed the porridge, a bittersweet sensation enveloped him. Within the Li household, if anyone treated him with utmost kindness, it was undoubtedly his elder sister. Even his biological father, old Li, often paled in comparison. Furthermore, for many years, it was Li Yue who bore the brunt of managing the family business, shouldering considerable burdens. In contrast, the legitimate son of the Li family spent his days in idleness, indulging in gluttony and dreaming of becoming a sword immortal. Truth be told, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards his beloved sister. Sister Yue, he began to speak, wishing to convey something. Rest early and do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. She interjected, seemingly sensing his turmoil. As long as you find happiness, your elder sister will also be content. With that, Li Yue made no further delay and departed the room. Alone in the dimly lit chamber, Li Ziye lay quietly in bed, fortified by an unprecedented sense of determination. He understood the precarious situation facing the Li household. The court had begun to set its sights on them, and with their current strength, they could not truly contend with the imperial authority. However, should the Li household manage to produce one or two sword immortals, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Thus, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead, he resolved to persevere. The individuals he sought to protect were all within this household, and under no circumstances could he allow the Li family to decline. A sleepless night passed, and at dawn, Li Ziye rose from his bed. During breakfast, he found himself unable to grasp even the dishes, his hands trembling as his meridians had yet to fully recover. Do not rush, younger brother, Li Yue consoled him, placing the food before him. Li Ziye nodded, hastily consuming a few bites of his meal before departing. What is wrong with Ziye? Li Million inquired, perplexed. The thoughts of her younger brother weigh heavier than we imagine. Li Yue sighed softly. Not far from the lakeside, before Qin Aino's room, Li Ziye approached, knocking on the door and calling out, Master Fairy. With a creak, the door opened, and Qin Aino regarded him coolly, asking, What is it? I am ready. We can continue, Li Ziye replied with a playful smile. Qin Aino glanced at him and calmly stated, Your meridians have not yet fully recovered. Are you certain your body can withstand this? Absolutely, Li Ziye affirmed with a nod. Then let us proceed, Qin Aino replied nonchalantly, stepping out of the room and heading towards the pharmacy, with Li Ziye following without hesitation. Half an hour later, anguished screams once again echoed within the pharmacy. The agony of shattered meridians was unbearable, yet Li Ziye, with a heart as steadfast as stone, persevered through the torment. By the lakeside, Zhang Lada quietly sipped from his jug of wine, this time devoid of any gloating. The resilience of Li Ziye had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had assumed that after enduring such profound pain the previous day, the young man would retreat. To his surprise, Li Ziye's tenacity was formidable. After another half-day, the door opened. Qin Aina emerged, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. Master Fairy, came Li Ziye's voice from within. Today, I have not lost consciousness. What is it? King Yanapalzid, Haftonikao. Will you not teach me the sword? Li Ziye asked wearily. Can you still stand? King Yana questioned. I can. Li Ziye replied. Qin Ana nodded, offering no further words, and continued onward. Inside the pharmacy, it took Li Ziye nearly another half hour to finally emerge. After the medicinal bath, he was impeccably dressed, his long hair tied back, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. At the lakeside, Qin Ana awaited him. Upon seeing him approach, she inquired, What is a sword? The king of all weapons, Li Ziye responded. Qin Ana frowned. Incorrect. Try again. The ruler among soldiers. He answered once more. Still wrong. Try again. Her tone grew noticeably stern. Li Ziye fell silent for a long while before slowly articulating. A sword is a tool for killing. Correct. Qin Ana affirmed. In an instant, her aura shifted and the air vibrated with sword energy, causing the still surface of the lake to ripple. A sword is a tool for killing. Thus, no matter how intricate the technique, it ultimately serves but one purpose. As she spoke, Qin Ana's right hand formed a virtual grip, and a distant ancient sword shot through the air towards her. Grasping the sword, she swung it, and in an instant, the sword energy surged forth, violently cleaving through the water of the lake. Li Ziye, observing this astonishing display, despite having seen it before, felt a profound sense of awe. The essence of the sword lies in its speed, precision, and focus. While the essence of the sword technique is encapsulated in a single swing, a decisive cut, or a piercing thrust. Qin Ana calmly explained, from this day forward, you need to practice 3 fundamental moves, swing, slash, and thrust 1,000 times each day without fail, until your swordplay becomes an instinct devoid of any superfluous motion or error. Understood. Li Ziye clasped his hands in respect, bowing deeply. Observing the youth's formal gesture for the first time, Qin Ana's expression softened slightly as she continued. If you can reach the level I described, even if you ultimately fail to open your meridians, in this great Shang dynasty, few martial masters will disregard your sword. Not far away, Zhang Lada quietly sipped his wine, uttering not a word. Indeed, Qin Ana's words held merit. However, those capable of mastering the sword to such an extent are exceedingly rare. The ambition she painted was grand, yet it offered this young man a glimmer of hope. By the lakeside, having absorbed Qin Ana's counsel, Li Ziye felt a surge of confidence. This sword, named Qingxuan, may be borrowed for your use, Qin Ana said seriously as she handed him the ancient sword. However, every swordsman must possess their own sword, so you must promptly seek one that truly belongs to you. Li Ziye accepted the Qingxuan with a gentle nod, expressing, Thank you, fairy. Qin Ana acknowledged him with a nod and turned away, leaving him to practice by the lakeside. You actually lend him your sword. It seems he holds a special place in your heart. I didn't expect you to recognize him so soon, Zhang Lada remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Once he stepped out of the apothecary, he earned the right to learn swordsmanship from me, Qin Ana replied calmly. Do you genuinely believe he can tread the path of martial arts? Zhang Lada asked earnestly. I do not know, Qin Ana stated with tranquility, but judging by his performance today, unless he truly perishes, he will not relent. To forsake a life of luxury and pursue martial arts is nothing but self-inflicted hardship. Zhang Lada scoffed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Qin Ana remained silent, her gaze fixed on the young man ahead. Each individual possesses their own convictions. Perhaps he has something worth protecting, which drives his relentless efforts. As the sun descended, Li Ziye continued to practice fervently by the lakeside, drenched in sweat, his clothes and hair clinging to him. His arms' meridians had yet to fully recover, and with each swing of the sword, he endured searing pain that penetrated to the bone. Faintly, blood seeped from his wounds, staining his sleeves. Little brother, in the distance, Li Yue watched this scene with a heavy heart but understood her brother's nature, refraining from intervening. Only when the sun set and he completed his 1,000 repetitions did Li Ziye stumble back to his room, collapsing onto his bed, his consciousness fading into a haze. As the sun vanished and night enveloped the land, Zhang Lada, preparing to retire for the evening, suddenly tensed, gazing toward the depths of the darkness. A master. From the shadows emerged a young man clad in a silver-gray robe, his demeanor stern and unsmiling, an icy aura emanating from him that sent shivers down the spine. Second young master. Upon seeing the visitor, the servants in the mansion were momentarily taken aback, but quickly bowed in respect. Li Qingji paid them no heed and proceeded directly to the study. By the lakeside, Zhang Lada narrowed his eyes. Is this truly the legendary second son of the Li family? Such a young age, yet possessing such prowess. In the study, Li Qingji entered and respectfully greeted adoptive father, elder sister. Upon seeing him, Li Baiwan and Li Youwei's expression softened. I was unaware of your summons. Qingji, what matters require my attention? Li Qingzi raplia calmly. I shall let my elder sister speak. Li Baiwan gestured towards Li Youwei, saying Youwei. Yes. Li Youwei nodded and, gazing at the young man before her, inquired, Qingji, you are aware that the third prince has come to Yuzhou City. Do you know the purpose of his visit besides seeking to be taught by Qin Ana? I do not know. Li Qingji shook his head. He seeks to investigate the Li family's affairs and, under the guise of the royal family, attempts to interfere in our business, Li Youwei stated seriously. The Changsun family in the capital, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank are the choices presented to us by the third prince. We have no option but to comply. Li Qingji fell silent for a moment before asking, What would you have me do, elder sister? In a few days, I will journey to the capital to discuss business cooperation with these three entities. I want you to discreetly send someone to undermine their relationships at that time. Can you manage that? Li Youwei raplia calmly. Li Qingji contemplated for a moment and nodded. I can. This task must be entrusted to someone else. You must not act personally, Li Baiwan reminded from the side. Understood, adoptive father. Li Qingji respectfully acknowledged. Go, Li Baiwan waved his hand. Li Qingji bowed and then turned to leave. Li Baiwan rose and walked to the front of the study, watching the departing figure with a gentle sigh. Qingji's temperament is growing ever colder. Should anything happen to me in the future, it will be only you, Youwei, who can restrain him. Adoptive father, Li Youwei began. Though Qingji harbors grievances, he ultimately cares for the Li family. Moreover, he does not completely lack affection for his younger brother. Perhaps, Li Baiwan replied with a wry smile. As for others, I cannot say, but when it comes to Ziye, Qingji will undoubtedly show him no kindness. The following morning, Li Ziye practiced swordplay by the lakeside. At that moment, on the opposite bank, Li Qingji, clad in a silver-gray long robe, approached. As Li Ziye noticed him and was about to speak, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes and instinctively raised his sword in defense. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingji had closed the distance of 10 zhong, his right hand forming a pointed gesture aimed at Li Ziye's sword hand. A sharp sound echoed as Li Ziye felt a jolt in his right hand, causing the ancient sword to slip from his grip. Useless, Li Qingji coldly remarked before turning and departing. Chapter 9. Minor trials are not dangerous, not far from the lakeshore. Qin Na and Zhang Lada witnessed the scene, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The second son of the Li family was indeed astonishing. At such a tender age, his cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. By the lakeside, Li Ziye silently picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. His usual unwillingness to suffer losses momentarily set aside, without a word of retort. Qingji, from a distance, Li Youwei observed as Li Qingji approached. She softly remarked, Little brother has been trying very hard. Let us give him some time. How long can you and our adoptive father protect him? Li Qingji replied with an indifferent expression. If he continues to be such a waste, the Li residence will inevitably fall under his hands. The Li family owes its current position largely to my brother's contributions. Now, he is also striving to safeguard this home. Qingji, I hope you can afford him a bit more patience and time. Li Youwei sighed gently. Indeed, he has brought glory to the Li family, but lacking the ability to defend it is his greatest folly, Li Qingji said, his gaze cold as he observed the youth by the lakeside. By the lakeshore, Li Ziye returned the sword to Qin Na. Fairy, may I request a half-day leave? I shall make up for the missed training sessions upon my return, he said earnestly. Go ahead, Qin Na replied without further inquiry, accepting the Qin Shuang ancient sword with a nod. Thank you, Fairy, Li Ziye expressed his gratitude and stepped away towards the distance. Second brother, Suddenly, Li Ziye approached briskly. his demeanor still playful despite having just received a reprimand. "You're back." Li Qingji regarded the youth before him with a calm demeanor. "Have you finished your sword practice?" "Not yet. I promised the third prince a response in the next 2 days," Li Ziye responded. "Your elder sister is going to the capital. Are you aware of this matter?" Li Qingji inquired. "I am," Li Ziye nodded. "The capital is fraught with complexities. This responsibility should fall upon you as the legitimate heir. However, due to your inaction, it has fallen to your elder sister. Do you understand?" Li Qingji said coldly. "You speak true, second brother." Li Ziye accepted the criticism with humility. "Your elder sister will go to the capital, and I shall secretly accompany her. You will oversee matters here in Yuzhou," Li Qingji said indifferently. "Rest assured, second brother," Li Ziye replied eagerly, nodding vigorously, appearing exceptionally obedient, a stark contrast to the unruly young master of the Li family. "Be cautious. The third prince is quite shrewd." Li Qingji's expression softened slightly as he offered a warning. "Thank you for your concern, second brother. I will be careful," Li Ziye said cheerfully, delighted to receive his brother's attention, and promptly left with a spring in his step. "You are too harsh on him," Li Yue remarked helplessly as she watched him depart. "In truth, he holds great respect for you as his brother. He delights for a long time whenever you return. He is the only legitimate son of the Li family and must bear a heavier burden than others. That is his destiny," Li Qingji replied. Li Qingji spoke calmly. "By the way, regarding the search for a sword for him, I will keep an eye out. It is said that several fine ancient swords have appeared in the East Sea and South border. If time permits, I shall make the journey myself." "You always act tough, but are soft-hearted," Li Yue replied softly. At the Uli Inn, on the second floor, the third Prince Mu Yao tied up his hair and adjusted his attire before descending the stairs. At the front of the inn, Li Ziye was already waiting. "Your Highness, please," Li Ziye said politely upon seeing him. "Li brother, please," Mu Yao responded with equal courtesy. The two exchanged a smile and then proceeded side by side. The customs of Yuzhou City differ from those of the capital. The people are simple, yet relatively fierce. The streets bustled with activity, children occasionally laughing and playing as they weave through the crowd. "What do you think of the suggestion I made, Li brother?" Mu Yao inquired casually while observing the local culture. "The third prince's goodwill is naturally appreciated by the Li family. My elder sister will be traveling to the capital soon to discuss cooperation with the 3 families," Li Ziye replied. "Oh," Mu Yao expressed surprise. "Is it your? Wouldn't you accompany her?" "I have always refrained from involving myself in the family business. It is managed by my elder sister and father. My father is of advanced age and cannot travel far, hence my sister will go in his stead," Li Ziye answered with a smile. "That is truly unfortunate," Mu Yao said with a hint of regret. "I had hoped to extend my hospitality in the capital and share a drink with you, should the opportunity arise." "I will certainly visit your Highness in the capital," Li Ziye replied. Mu Yao nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, and chose not to elaborate further. It was indeed a pity that the Li family's direct heir would not accompany them, yet it was said that the bond between the Li siblings was exceptionally strong. Whenever Li Yue encountered trouble, it was certain that this young man would venture to the capital. After wandering for a considerable time, Mu Yao turned to the young man beside him and asked, "By the way, when will your sister set off?" "In just a few days," Li Ziye replied. "That works well. I've been away from the capital for some time, and it is time for me to return," Mu Yao stated. "It will be convenient for me to travel with your sister, providing mutual support along the way." "That would be splendid. I appreciate your consideration, third prince," Li Ziye smiled. "Not at all," Mu Yao responded. Once the formalities were concluded, the two indulged in trivial banter, exchanging questions and answers, cautiously probing for useful information. Both were astute individuals, and despite the seemingly insincere exchanges, they conversed as though they were old friends, enjoying each other's company. Afternoon, Li Ziye bid farewell to the third prince, and they each returned to their respective homes. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, Li Ziye approached and sat beside old Zhang, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared to rest for a while. "How is it that a simple outing has left you so exhausted?" Zhang Laotu inquired. Engaging in conversation with someone as cunning as the third prince is indeed quite taxing, Li Ziye sighed. "You dare speak of others as being cunning? I believe the most cunning person in Yuzhou City is none other than you," Zhang Laotu remarked with a wry smile. "Old Zhang, you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me. Li Ziye spoke earnestly, asserting that he has always treated others with sincerity. Huh? Zhang Lada mocked with a derisive smile, retorting, even the dogs of Yuzhou City would not believe such words. Li Ziye opened his mouth, poised to retort against the old man, when suddenly he felt a chill behind him, as an ancient sword flew forth and embedded itself with a resonant clang before him. Finished your sword practice? Came a cool voice from behind, melodious yet chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Instantly, Li Ziye rose, drawing the sword before him to continue his training. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Qin Inuo stood nearby, her gaze fixed on the young man in the distance, her eyes glimmering as if deep in thought. Sword fanatic, what do you think about finding him an opponent? After a long pause, Qin Inuo inquired. Do you wish to see him perish? Zhang Lada replied in astonishment. He has only been practicing for a few days. Even if you nurture his meridians with true energy and potent elixirs daily, his channels remain unconnected, rendering him unable to cultivate. Moreover, swords and blades are blind. To find him an opponent now would be tantamount to wishing for his demise. Qin Inuo was silent for a moment before responding. A jade must be carved to become a gem. If he continues like this, in 10 years he will still fall short of Huoliner. To hasten his progress, he must engage in actual combat. I have heard there are many bandits in the mountains north of Yuzhou City. In a few days, let him venture there. Hearing this, Zanklate's mouth twitched. This woman truly seemed intent on endangering the young lad. Those bandits were ruthless, having tasted blood, and with the boy's current abilities, a trip there would only lead to his demise. Unbeknownst to Li Ziye, a grim fate awaited him. He continued to practice his swordplay with great joy. Meanwhile, others in the manor busied themselves in preparation for Li Youwei's journey to the capital, their activity frenetic. In the following 7 days, Li Ziye immersed himself in medicinal baths and sword practice, each day feeling as though he were on the brink of ecstasy and agony, struggling to rise more than once. Nonetheless, his meridians and physical strength rapidly improved under this extraordinary torment, surpassing that of ordinary individuals and drawing closer to the essence of a true warrior. Finally, after 7 days, Li Youwei was set to depart. Li Baiwan personally escorted her, accompanying her until they reached the outskirts of Yuzhou City. Yet Li Ziye, who shared the deepest bond with Li Youwei, remained conspicuously absent. Are you not going to bid farewell to your elder sister? Zhang Lada casually asked, observing the young man fervently practicing his swordplay by the lakeside in the manor's backyard. I shall not. Second brother is providing secret protection. Sister Youwei is quite safe. Li Ziye replied while continuing his practice. Zhang Lada chuckled, finding the boy's temperament even more peculiar than his own. At that moment, Qin Inuo approached, commanding, come with me. Where to? Li Ziye Alta, Barpluxa. I have arranged for you some training, Qin Inuo replied. Is it dangerous? Li Ziye instinctively asked. Just a minor trial. It is not dangerous, Qin Inuo casually responded. Of course, it was indeed not perilous for her, but for this young lad. Who could say? Upon hearing this, Li Ziye sheathed his sword and eagerly followed her. Zhang Lada sat by the lake, observing the retreating figures of 2 individuals, a gleeful expression adorning his face. How had he not perceived earlier that this transcendent, Mei Hua sword immortal harbored such a duplicitous nature? It was indeed true that like a Trax-like, to the north of Yuzhou City, before the Chilean mountains, the sound of a rumbling carriage approached. Qin Aina disembarked and gazed at the distant cliffs in the mountains, stating, upon that precipice dwells a blood ginseng, the king of herbs, which will greatly aid in the restoration of your meridians. If you can procure it, I am confident I can open a meridian for you in a short time. Is that true? Behind her, Li Ziye followed suit and alighted from the carriage, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon the cliffs ahead. It was precisely because his 8 meridians were blocked that he had been unable to cultivate. Should he manage to clear even one, he would at least be able to embark on the path of cultivation, even if he could not rival the innate talents of others. Indeed, Qin Aina replied with a nod, her tone calm and composed. Very well, I shall go at once, Li Ziye declared, promptly heading toward the mountain range. Wait, Qin Aina interjected, extending her hand to offer him her sword. Take this. Isn't it merely for herb gathering? A sword is unnecessary, Li Ziye responded, perplexed. Just take it, she insisted, offering no further explanation. With a sense of confusion, Li Ziye accepted the sword without further thought and turned to venture into the mountains. Outside the Chilean mountains, Qin Aina regarded his figure departing, her lips curving into a slight smile. Then, with a graceful leap, she traversed the forest, moving like a celestial being toward the heart of the mountains. Half an hour later, deep within the Chilean mountains, near the cliffs, Qin Aina arrived at a camp. Perched on a tree branch, she plucked a fallen leaf and flung it toward the camp below. Boom! As the leaf soared through the air, it struck a wooden pillar, snapping it with a resounding crack, causing a corner of the camp to collapse. Who goes there? A brutish man, his face marked with coarse features, abruptly rose from within the camp, stepping outside to bellow. What are you all standing around for? Go investigate. Yes. Several bandits, obeying his command, rushed out of the camp to investigate. From her perch, Qin Aina made no effort to conceal her presence as she departed, under the watchful eyes of the bandits. After her, the man roared in fury. Meanwhile, Li Ziye, blissfully unaware of the commotion, finally managed to climb to the foot of the cliffs. Blood ginseng, he murmured, scanning his surroundings in search of the precious herb, guided by Qin Aina's directions. Where could it be? Just as he pondered, a cacophony of shouts erupted nearby. There! The person is over there. Amidst the clamor, a throng of bandits barreled toward him like a storm. What the? Li Ziye exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Old Qin has played me. It dawned on him why she had insisted he take the sword. If he still could not grasp the situation at this moment, he might as well have been kicked in the head by a donkey. As the frenzied bandits charged towards him, Li Ziye snapped back to reality and without hesitation, turned to flee. Old Qin, you scoundrel. Chapter 10. Arrogance in the Chilean Mountains. A dozen bandits armed with knives scoured the forest, their expressions fierce and exuding a palpable aura of menace. Not far away, Li Ziye cautiously concealed himself in the grass behind a large rock, trembling like a small beast being bullied. Qin Aina, you wretched scoundrel. Li Ziye fumat internally, feeling betrayed by a master who would so easily abandon a disciple. When a woman bears a grudge, her irrationality knows no bounds. Peering from behind the stone, Li Ziye surveyed the positions of the bandits, desperately concocting an escape plan. The sun was nearing the horizon. Once it set, he would seize the cover of darkness to flee. Ha! Qin Aina, you wish to ensnare me? You underestimate me. Just as Li Ziye began to revel in his thoughts, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air from a distance, crashing violently against the boulder before him. The resounding impact was jarring, instantly alerting several nearby bandits. Li Ziye was momentarily stunned. Then, regaining his composure, he seethed with rage. Qin Aina, you insufferable pest. After cursing, he sprang to his feet and bolted away. Over there. Brothers, cut him down. 5 bandits, upon witnessing Li Ziye's flight from behind the rock, pursued him with unrelenting fervor. In the distance, atop the treetops, a strikingly beautiful figure stood silently, observing the desperate escape of the young man, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the forest darkened, casting shadows around. Boy, meet your end. One of the bandits closed in on Li Ziye, his iron knife poised to strike. In a moment of panic, Li Ziye rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade, appearing quite disheveled. Ha, worthless fool. The bandit laughed heartily, delivering a kick. On the ground, Li Ziye hastily raised his sword in defense, but he could hardly withstand the force of the bandit's blow, sent sprawling several meters away. From her vantage point among the trees, Qin Aina furrowed her brow at the sight. This boy, has he forgotten everything I've taught him? A sword is not wielded in such a manner. It seemed her decision to let him confront these bandits was indeed justified, without the crucible of life-and-death combat. No amount of training could substitute for real experience. In the forest, Li Ziye, lacking any practical combat experience, was being toyed with by the bandits, unable to mount any effective resistance. Meanwhile, more bandits, drawn by the commotion, were hastening toward the scene. Look at this fellow, so delicately pampered. He must surely be the son of a wealthy family. Ha! Instead of enjoying his privileged life, he comes here to seek death. Very well, I shall oblige. Before Ziye, a bandit, emboldened by the sight of his disarray, approached with his iron knife in hand. 10 steps away, Ziye glared at the advancing bandit, his anger boiling within him. The spirit of youth would not allow him to concede easily. This bandit was no martial artist. He was merely an ordinary man, just like Ziye. If he could not overcome such an adversary, what was the point of his training? 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, getting closer. Ziye held his breath, forced to calm himself in the face of imminent peril. At a distance of 3 steps, Ziye, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly sprang to life, drawing his sword and striking with fervor. It all transpired in the blink of an eye. Swish! Under the fading sunlight, the glint of the sword dazzled the eye, akin to a startled swan, delivering a lethal blow to the throat. In the distance, atop the treetops, Aina observed the scene, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. Is there still a chance? In the forest, a bandit clutched his throat, which was gushing blood. He opened his mouth to utter something, yet the words failed to escape as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Ziye, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground, gazing at the fallen bandit in a pool of blood, murmuring weakly, "Is this the sensation of taking a life? It is indeed quite unsettling." All 9. At that moment, 3 bandits rushed over from a distance, their faces contorted with rage upon witnessing the scene. Seeing the trio approach, Ziye forced himself to rise and, without a second thought, turned to flee. He knew he could not confront all 3. After him, the 3 bandits immediately gave chase. As the sun dipped below the horizon and nightfall enveloped the forest, darkness began to shroud the surroundings. The bandits lit torches and continued their relentless search, seemingly unwilling to relent until Ziye was found. Truly, they were like vengeful spirits that would not disperse. Ziye observed the flickering flames dancing within the forest, a chill passing through his eyes. Indeed, facing multiple bandits at once would prove challenging. However, with the darkness cloaking him and the enemy illuminated, it presented an opportune moment for a stealthy strike. With this thought, he crouched low, leveraging the cover of the night and the thicket, stealthily approaching the nearest bandit. With a swift motion, Ziye silently positioned himself behind the bandit, covering his mouth with one hand while swiftly drawing his sword across the bandit's throat. The bandit trembled, gasping in vain before succumbing to silence. After slaying 2 men, an inexplicable wave of nausea washed over Ziye, yet he stifled it, retreating once more into the underbrush. In this era of survival of the fittest, he must adapt. If he did not take lives, he would be the one to perish that day. In the thicket, Ziye wiped the blood from his hands, carefully regulating his breath, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames ahead. His expression gradually transformed into one of cold ferocity, akin to a beast fixated on its prey. Having endured the crucible of life and death, Ziye's mindset began to shift. Tension and fear receded, and in perilous moments, he found himself increasingly composed. From a distance, amidst the shadows of the trees, Aina, witnessing the transformation within Ziye, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Her gaze shifted towards the bandit camp in the distance. Now, she could confidently pursue her own objectives. Regarding the blood ginseng king, she had spoken no falsehood. A few days prior, when she ventured into the mountains, that rare herb indeed flourished upon the precipice. To be honest, she had been taken aback upon first encountering such a rarity. Its uniqueness surpassed that of any grand medicinal herb. To refine Ziye, she refrained from harvesting it. Little did she anticipate that upon her return today, the blood ginseng was nowhere to be found. The only plausible explanation was that the bandits within the mountain had discovered and pilfered it, concealing it within their camp. May fortune favor this young man. Hopefully. The ginseng has not yet been consumed. Otherwise, seeking another of its kind would prove far more arduous than anticipated. Contemplating this, Aina lightly treaded, springing through the forest towards the distant bandit camp. After a brief moment, deep within the forest, a graceful figure elegantly descended upon the campsite, moving like a startled swan. And in an instant, She swept into the encampment. Inside, most of the bandits had succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few on patrol. Qin Aina skillfully evaded the patrolling foes and began her search for the elusive blood ginseng. The camp was laden with treasures, gold, silver, jade, and precious herbs, stacked in boxes, a testament to the bandits' plunder. However, Qin Aina paid no heed to the wealth. It was not that she lacked interest, but rather that she found it beneath her. No amount of riches possessed by these brigands could rival her incompetent disciples' fortunes. Dismissing the gold and silver, she turned her gaze towards several boxes filled with medicinal herbs. Eagerly rummaging through them, the abundance of herbs was impressive, including ginseng, deer antler, and Hisho Wu, all meticulously organized. At last, after an exhaustive search, Qin Aina opened a delicate wooden box. Upon discovering the crimson ginseng within, she couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. The boy had been fortunate. The ginseng remained intact, unspoiled by the bandits. Just then, a furious voice erupted from within the camp. A towering brute, his face contorted with rage, awoke from a tiger-skin chair and hurled a wine jar towards her. At a distance, Qin Aina calmly stowed the blood ginseng away, gracefully sidestepping the projectile. "You dare to come here and steal? You must be tired of living." The brute, obscured by the dim firelight, could not discern her form. With an earth-shaking stomp, he lunged forward like a cannonball. Annoyed, Qin Aina furrowed her brow and waved her hand. Instantly, a formidable sword aura sliced through the air, sending the brute flying several yards away with a thunderous crash. He landed heavily, spewing blood, his expression one of shock. "How could this be? Consider yourself fortunate today. In the future, someone will come to claim your life," she replied coolly before turning to leave. This bandit leader, a martial artist with a hidden power, was neither particularly strong nor weak, an ideal adversary for her disciple. Her efforts as a mentor were indeed sincere. As Qin Aina traversed the forest bathed in moonlight, she walked for a considerable time without encountering Ziye or any trace of bandits. The only evidence of conflict was the blood staining the ground. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she continued towards the forest's edge. There, she found a gaunt young man sitting amidst the blood, gasping for breath. "Where is everyone?" Qin Aina inquired. "They're all dead," Ziye replied, exhaustion evident in his voice. Qin Aina narrowed her eyes, realizing she had underestimated him. He was far more ruthless than she had anticipated. Before the forest, after catching his breath, Ziye turned to the woman beside him and remarked, "Master, you did this on purpose." Indeed, Qin Aina conceded without hesitation. Upon hearing her candid admission, Ziye found himself at a loss for words. "What was it like to kill for the first time?" inquired Qin Aina. "Not pleasant," Ziye responded candidly, a hint of nausea evident in his voice. "You will grow accustomed to it," Qin Aina remarked nonchalantly, then proceeded towards the carriage waiting at the edge of the forest. "Let us return," she urged. "Indeed." Ziye nodded and rose to follow her. "Master Fairy," he called out as the carriage rumbled under the moonlight. "What is it?" she replied. "If I were to meet my demise at the hands of those bandits, would you intervene?" Ziye ventured tentatively. "I cannot say," Qin Aina answered coolly. "But you may find out." Ziye fell silent, valuing his life too much to take such a gamble. Within the carriage, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber until Qin Aina finally spoke. "From this day forth, in addition to your sword training, you are to assist in ridding the mountains of bandits. I must remind you that their leader is a martial artist who possesses a hidden treasure." "A martial artist?" Ziye exclaimed in surprise, quickly conceding, "Master Fairy, I believe my abilities are insufficient. Perhaps it would be wiser for the authorities to handle this matter. My decision is final. There is no need for further discussion." With that, Qin Aina casually tossed a wooden box towards him. Perplexed, Ziye opened the box, and his expression transformed to one of elation upon discovering the blood ginseng inside. "Master Fairy, I adore this." "A hug," he exclaimed, nearly forgetting his own name as he reached to embrace her. Qin Aina's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, the very air within the carriage seemed to freeze. Ziye shuddered slightly, quickly regaining his composure, yet his arms remained suspended in midair. Bang! In the next moment, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the carriage. shattering the compartment and sending Li Ziye hurtling through the air, landing ungracefully in the mud. Under the moonlight, the carriage rumbled away swiftly. Chapter 11. The opening of meridians outside the city of Yuzhou. As the sun began to rise, Li Ziye trudged forward, drenched in dew and appearing utterly disheveled. After an entire night, he had finally returned. Offending a woman, particularly one as formidable as Qin Ana, bore dire consequences. Within the Li residence, Li Million was in a state of frantic anxiety, having not seen his son return for the night. Yet, due to the fearsome woman by the lake in the backyard, he dared not take any action. There was no need to inquire or search. He was certain his son was alive. When Qin Ana had returned the previous night, she merely uttered a single sentence before retreating to her room for rest. "Master, the young master has returned," a servant hastily reported as he approached the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Li Million rushed to greet him. Before him stood Li Ziye, clad in tattered garments, hair in disarray, resembling a beggar, which astonished all within the estate. "What has happened to you, young master? Why do you appear as though you have been mistreated? Son, are you all right?" Li Million, upon seeing his beloved son return, hurried forward with concern. "Do I look fine to you?" Li Ziye exclaimed, extending his arms to indicate his disheveled appearance, his tone laced with irritation. "I'm merely alive." Afterward, he scanned his surroundings and demanded angrily, "Where is old Qin? Has she returned?" "In the backyard," Li Million replied. "I shall seek her out," Li Ziye declared, his anger palpable as he strode purposefully towards the rear courtyard. "Son, do not act impulsively. You cannot best her," Li Million exclaimed in alarm, hastily grasping his son's arm to caution him. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye halted, his face etched with a mix of sorrow and indignation. How could he, the third young master of the Li estate, the wealthiest scion, a seemingly invincible traveler through time, the favored child of destiny, be afraid of a woman? Was it not said that those who traverse time were invincible? He had invented soap, created glass, and everything seemed to unfold according to the script. Yet, why was his meridians blocked, preventing him from mastering martial arts? Was this not a cruel jest? "Son, let's converse calmly. That woman is exceedingly powerful," Li Million offered, his tone tinged with trepidation. "Old Li, you truly lack ambition. How could a woman instill such fear in you?" Li Ziye composed himself, casting a disdainful glance at the corpulent figure of his father before resolutely making his way towards the backyard. Li Million, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and hurried to follow. Was his son's newfound resolve an indication of an impending confrontation with the enchanting Qin? By the lakeside in the backyard, Qin Ana stood poised, her gaze fixed upon the water's surface, her expression as tranquil as the lake itself, devoid of any disturbance. Nearby, Zhang Lada remained languidly sprawled, sipping wine and appearing utterly at ease. At that moment, Li Ziye approached with purposeful strides, head held high, exuding an aura of fearless determination, despite his disheveled state. "Ah, this lad possesses quite a bit of spirit," Zhang Lada remarked, opening his eyes to observe the assertive Li Ziye, a note of admiration in his tone. "Let them fight. My old man delights in the spectacle." As Li Ziye drew nearer, the tension in the air intensified. As Li Ziye approached, Zhang Lada felt an undeniable thrill bubbling within him. On the lakeshore, Li Ziye walked with his head held high, exuding an imposing aura that was hard to ignore. How could he fear a mere woman? A man should stand tall, neither submissive nor arrogant. The moment Li Ziye arrived by the lake, Qin Ana turned, her gaze utterly serene, devoid of any emotion. Yet, this calm look seemed far more terrifying than any threat. Li Ziye trembled, as if struck by lightning, and the fierce expression he had just worn vanished in an instant. "Master Fairy, I have returned. Did you sleep well last night?" he said with a broad grin as he approached. Zhang Lada turned away in silence, feeling embarrassed. How could he have hoped that this young man would possess any backbone? Clearly, he had drunk too much and was out of his mind. "Go practice your swordplay," Qin Ana instructed softly. "All right," Li Ziye obediently nodded and then hurried off to practice. Did he truly handle those bandits all by himself? "Are you sure you didn't assist him?" Zhang Lada inquired with some skepticism. "I did not," Qin Ana replied calmly. "He is a prodigy." "A prodigy? Him?" Zhang Lada scoffed. dismissing the idea of someone incapable of even unblocking his meridians being a genius. What I mean is he's a prodigy in killing, Qin Ana stated flatly. How long did it take you to adapt to killing for the first time? Zhang Lada frowned, contemplating before answering. A day. Killing was hardly a pleasant experience. Even now, he did not relish the feeling. Last night, he killed over 10 people, and when I saw him, he was still joking. Could you have done that in your early days? I could not, Zhang Lada admitted, his expression growing somber as he understood Qin Ana's point. This young man, whether born with an innate coldness or possessing an unwavering heart, exhibited remarkable adaptability. The Li family, indeed, was not comprised of ordinary individuals. Zhang Lada sighed softly. The so-called waste I once thought he was has turned out to be the most formidable of all. An unwavering heart is a rare and precious trait in martial arts. I look forward to seeing the achievements he will attain once he opens all 8 meridians. Qin Ana remarked, her gaze fixed on a young man not far away. That is no easy feat, Zhang Lada mused. Even with numerous potent herbs and a legendary herbal king, you can only help him unblock 1 meridian at most. There are 8 meridians in total. Where will you find so many herbal kings? Without them, relying solely on the available herbs at the current pace, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to unblock all 8 meridians. Herbal kings are not readily available. They are rare treasures that one may encounter by chance. Even with the Li family's vast wealth, finding so many herbal kings in one breath is a formidable challenge. They had underestimated the difficulty of reshaping the 8 extraordinary meridians. After all, no one had ever accomplished such a feat before. The matter of the herbal kings is not urgent, Qin Ana replied calmly. I have heard that there is a millennium-old He Shou Wu in the Imperial Academy. If necessary, I shall make a journey to the capital. The Imperial Academy? Zhang Lada, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and said, Are you certain you wish to venture there? The old fellow within the academy is no ordinary man. Even for you, should you attempt to seize what is not yours, you may not emerge unscathed. In this world, there exists an abundance of formidable individuals, making it difficult to ascertain a hierarchy. However, the old man within the academy is undoubtedly recognized as one of the top 3, perhaps even the most powerful, the grand scholar Confucius. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not resort to coercion, Qin and I replied softly. As the two conversed by the lake, Li Ziye continued to practice his swordsmanship, sweat cascading down his brow. Following the fierce battle of the previous night, an even more ominous aura enveloped his blade. Fairy, are you prepared? At that moment, a servant from the Li residence approached briskly, bowing respectfully. Indeed, Qin and I nodded, her gaze shifting to the young man ahead. Li Ziye, cease your practice for now and accompany me. With that, Qin and I strode towards the medicinal chamber. Li Ziye, perplexed, sheathed his sword and hastily followed her. Inside the medicinal chamber, a massive vat emitted swirling steam, and the water temperature seemed to have risen significantly. Enter, Qin and I instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye promptly shed his outer garments and, with familiarity, stepped into the steaming vat. Instantly, an unbearable wave of heat mingled with medicinal potency surged around him. Approaching the vat, Qin and I wasted no words and delivered a forceful palm strike to his chest. Ah! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. As Li Ziye curled up within the vat, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him. Outside, the servants, hearing the horrific cries from the medicinal chamber, were all struck with fear, daring not to approach. Within the chamber, Qin and I opened a wooden box containing the blood ginseng, taking out the precious herb. At this moment, even her usually tranquil demeanor turned grave. Today would determine whether her suspicions were correct. The reconstitution of meridians had never been attempted before, and only the Li family possessed the immense wealth to gather countless potent herbs. With these as a foundation, combined with the revered herb, perhaps a miracle could indeed manifest within this young man. From here on, you must endure any pain that comes. Kinenai solemnly instructed, her aura swelling as she gently trembled her delicate hands, dispersing the blood ginseng. Surrounded by her true energy, the crimson essence of the medicinal king transformed into blood mist, continuously flowing into Li Ziye's chest to mend his shattered meridians. Within mere moments, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Qin Inaya's forehead, clearly indicating her exertion. Inside the vat, Li Ziye gritted his teeth, his body violently shaking. The agony of severed meridians and crushed bones was beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Outside the chamber, by the lake, Zhang Lada drank deeply from a jug of wine, quickly finishing one. He uncorked another jug, and, at that moment, perhaps even the sword fanatic himself did not notice that his hand gripping the jug began to tremble slightly. Time stretched interminably. After an unknown duration, suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the medicinal chamber, chilling the very soul. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted within the apothecary, as an immense force unleashed, causing the entire medicinal barrel to explode, sending a cascade of water splattering into the air, drenching everything around. On the ground, Li Ziye sat there in utter weakness, gasping for breath, his face glistening with sweat. In front of him, Qin Ana was scarcely in a better state. The splattered droplets soaked her long hair and flowing dress, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, a sight of unprecedented disarray. After a lengthy pause, Qin Ana suppressed the chaotic energy within her, weary yet resolute. She uttered, "Rest for half a day, then we shall practice swordsmanship." Having spoken, she offered no further words and hastily departed the apothecary, making her way to her chamber. Inside the apothecary, Li Ziye staggered to his feet and stumbled towards the lakeside, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "Old Zhang, it has been accomplished," he murmured weakly, his emotions a tangled web, not quite overflowing with joy. The cost of unblocking his meridians had been exorbitant. It was the first time he had witnessed Qin Ana in such a state of disarray. This favor weighed heavily upon him. "Qin Ana, indeed," Zhang Lada remarked seriously after taking a sip of his drink, "especially when it comes to you." Chapter 12. A pig in the Li residence. During a leisurely afternoon, Li Ziye reclined by the lakeside, utterly disinclined to move a finger. As noon passed, Qin Ana emerged from her chamber, adorned in a fresh outfit, still exuding an ethereal beauty and unparalleled grace. She approached the lake, her demeanor serene. "Let's practice swordplay," she said softly. "Very well," Li Ziye replied, sitting upright, and then, sword in hand, moved aside to commence his training. "Qin Ana, I am truly impressed," Zhang Lada remarked earnestly. "He possesses a resolute spirit. Were anyone else, I would not dare to assure success." Qin Ana responded calmly, "Though that lad shows promise, without your intervention, he could never hope to open a single meridian in his lifetime." Zhang Lada concurred, acknowledging that despite his poor innate talent for cultivation, at least he could finally begin his training. Once he opens one meridian, he may endeavor to unlock the divine reservoirs within him. Should he succeed, he will officially embark upon the path of martial arts. Of course, mastering merely one meridian will result in an exceedingly slow progression, perhaps even painfully so. Fortunately, the Li residence is abundant in wealth. Despite his lack of aptitude, he can compensate with a plethora of potent elixirs and great medicines. Yet another concern, Zhang Lada mused, glancing at the youth in the distance with curiosity. "What martial art do you intend for him to practice?" "There exists a technique I wish for him to explore," Qin Ana replied, her gaze fixed on the lake surface. "The flying immortal technique. A sword strikes from the west. A celestial being descends from beyond the heavens." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lada was taken aback. "You truly wish for this lad to learn the swordplay of the first sword god from a millennium ago, during the rise of the great Shang? This technique bears little difference from external practices and is exceedingly difficult to master. For centuries, aside from that initial sword god, no one has succeeded in its cultivation. One may as well treat a dead horse as a living one." Qin Ana replied with composure. "He has but 3 years. What other technique do you believe could enable him to catch up to Huoliner?" Zhang Lada fell silent, contemplating. 3 years was indeed a scant time. Huoliner was one of the 4 great prodigies of the era, with formidable innate talent in martial arts. This lad had only opened one meridian. Regardless of the technique he pursued, he could never hope to match Huoliner. Such is the harsh reality, unchangeable and unforgiving. When one's cultivation cannot keep pace, one must focus on techniques. The flying immortal technique emphasizes technique over cultivation, Qin Ana stated earnestly. His ability to create his own Tai Chi demonstrates a natural talent for swordplay, perhaps by refining his sword techniques to their utmost. He might carve out his own path in martial arts, akin to that legendary sword god of yore. It is indeed a daunting task, Zhang Lada sighed. Throughout the millennia, how many have truly carved their own path in martial arts? Even we remain shackled by the legacies of our predecessors. The boy's journey begins with such formidable challenges, and the obstacles he will face will undoubtedly multiply. It is hard to fathom how long he can endure. Swarji Fanachki, King Anna Himarkid. What troubles you? Zankalata inquired. Do you not feel regret for possessing extraordinary martial skills, yet lacking in air? Qin Ana inquired calmly. Huh. Zhang Lada smiled faintly and remarked, with wine and a sword. It is sufficient. Qin Ana, speak your mind directly. There is no need for circumlocution. Together, let us impart the flying immortal technique to him. The sword god's moves cannot be fully replicated by my solitary effort. Qin Ana proposed. I never expected that even the plum blossom sword immortal would seek assistance. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, his smile not reaching his eyes, and replied, Why should I aid you, or rather this lad? As fellow sword practitioners, do you not wish to see if, in this lifetime, someone can emulate the grandeur of the original sword god, or even surpass him? Qin Ana stated earnestly. Huh, your ambition is indeed grand. To speak candidly, I do not hold high hopes for him. However, Zhang Lada's tone shifted, a smirk gracing his lips as he continued. I find your proposal intriguing. If we unite to teach him, supported by the endless resources of the Leaf family, coupled with the original sword god's flying immortal technique, even a pig should awaken its potential. Upon finishing his drink, an unusual surge of excitement stirred within him. Truth be told, having lived for so long, he had encountered all manner of talents, but he had never seen someone as utterly inept as Ziye, whose 8 meridians were completely blocked. This challenge thrilled him. Together with Qin Ana, undoubtedly, they formed one of the most extravagant teams in existence. 2 sword immortals, the most formidable techniques in the world, supplemented by boundless elixirs and potent medicines. He could scarcely believe that destiny could not be defied. Beside him, upon hearing the sword fanatic's words, Qin Ana's beautiful eyes glimmered with interest. At their level of cultivation, it was rare for anything to present a challenge. Yet the task of cultivating the useless Ziye was indeed the greatest challenge in the world. Reflecting on this, Qin Ana turned her gaze toward a pig nearby and called, Ziye, come here. Coming. Ziye responded eagerly, bounding over. Zhang Lada and Qin Ana exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement. From this day forth, they would join forces against this so-called destiny. After retracting their gaze, Qin Ana calmly asked, Have you heard of the flying immortal technique? I have, Ziye eagerly nodded. It is said to be the foremost cultivation method in the world, extremely difficult to master. Apart from the original sword god during the reign of the great Shang, no one has succeeded in mastering it. Do you know why? Qin Ana inquired further. I do not, Ziye shook his head. Because the flying immortal technique contains only a few chapters detailing the method of cultivating true energy. Not only is it not exquisite, but it is even inferior to those mediocre techniques, making the cultivation process exceedingly slow. As for the other chapters of the flying immortal technique, they are filled with moves that can indeed be deemed extraordinary. However, the path of cultivation is rooted in true energy. No matter how exquisite the moves may be, they require the propulsion of true energy. Without a strong foundation, one cannot unleash the full power of these techniques. Qin Ana explained. Is it not possible to first cultivate other techniques and, upon attaining formidable power, practice the moves of the flying immortal technique? Ziye inquired with curiosity. Absolutely not, Qin Ana replied, shaking her head. Your method has been attempted by many. Practicing other techniques before the flying immortal technique is nearly futile. There are even those who became obsessed and ultimately succumbed to madness. Then, will my progress in the flying immortal technique be as slow as those others? Ziye voiced his concerns. By the lakeside, Zhang Latian scoffed derisively. Rest assured, slowness is inevitable. You need not fret over this matter. A prodigious waste like you, with only a singular channel opened, will find little distinction in any technique you pursue. Your potential for decline is virtually non-existent. Li Ziye felt an urge to pierce the old man with a sword. The sword fanatic speaks the truth, Qin Aina interjected, contemplating for a moment before offering consolation. However, the Li family possesses abundant wealth, with countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and elixirs to bolster your training. Combined with my guidance and that of the sword fanatic, perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for your success. Li Ziye remained reticent. Suddenly, he regained his focus and turned his gaze towards the old man by the lake, exclaiming in astonishment, "Old Zhang, are you also going to teach me swordsmanship? What's the matter? Is that not permissible?" Zhang Latian retorted with a mocking grin. "Countless gifted individuals have sought my tutelage, yet I have turned them away. You, however, are fortunate to have both me and Qin Aina guiding you. Strive to make some progress. If you achieve nothing, it will truly be a disgrace for both me and Qin Aina." "I will do my utmost," Li Ziye replied with an awkward smile, acknowledging that his lack of talent was not his fault. He too wished to cultivate rapidly like those unparalleled prodigies, becoming invincible, yet reality proved otherwise. First, memorize the heart method of the flying immortal technique and practice it at dawn and dusk, Qin Aina instructed, tossing him a scroll made of sheepskin. "As for the moves, both the sword fanatic and I will teach you." Li Ziye accepted the sheepskin scroll and diligently recited the cultivation methods contained within. After several breaths, he lifted his head and declared, "I have memorized it." "So soon?" Zhang Latian expressed his surprise. "In such a brief time, you have merely skimmed through it." "I have a good memory. It is innate," Li Ziye grinned, revealing his 8 pristine teeth. "At least you possess some merits," Zhang Latian remarked with a faint smile. "Pay attention," Qin Aina said calmly, stepping forward and brushing past Li Ziye. Before he could react, he realized that the Qin Shuang sword in his hand had vanished. Qin Aina reclaimed her sword and strode ahead. In the next moment, in the rear courtyard of the Li estate, a celestial maiden danced with her sword amidst a flurry of falling blossoms and leaves. The Qin Shuang sword, gleaming with icy brilliance, unleashed a sword aura that spanned 300 zhang. By the lake, Li Ziye witnessed this scene, his expression one of astonishment. A hall filled with flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A single sword, cold as frost, spans 14 provinces. Is this the essence of the sword? Is this what it means to be a sword immortal? Haha, young man, pay close attention. Beside him, Zhang Lada let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his sword with a flourish. The 3-foot azure blade found its place in his grasp as he strode forth like a shooting star. A jug of wine in one hand and a sword in the other, brimming with boundless spirit, the sword's aura soaring to the heavens. This indescribable spectacle became the most indelible memory of Li Ziye's life. 2 sword immortals, 2 blades, their forms akin to wind and thunder, their swords shimmering like stars, resurrecting the unparalleled grace of the sword deity from a millennium past. A quarter of an hour later, the wind subsided, leaves fell, and the brilliance of the swords faded, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Qin Aina departed, while Zhang Lada returned to the lakeside to continue his libations, leaving Li Ziye, deeply immersed in astonishment, undisturbed. Time slipped away unnoticed until Li Ziye, struggling to regain his composure, turned his gaze toward Zhang Lada and hoarsely inquired, "Old Zhang, how long will it take for me to reach your realm?" 30 years, Zhang Lada replied calmly after taking a sip of wine. "And to catch up with the first-generation sword deity?" Li Ziye asked again. 300 years, Zhang Lada responded, then added, "Provided you can survive that long without succumbing to death." Chapter 13. The Divine Repository as the sun set and the stars adorned the sky. Li Ziye finished his sword practice and departed from the Li residence, never to return. In the courtyard of the Li manor, Zhang Lada took a sip of wine and gazed at the lake before him, casually inquiring, "Aren't you worried those bandits will slaughter the lad?" "If he cannot handle those bandits, there is no need for him to learn swordsmanship," Qin Aina replied. "The leader of those bandits is a genuine martial artist. Though he has only opened the first divine repository, He is not someone that the current Li Ziye can contend with, Zhang Lada cautioned. It matters not. Qin Aina responded calmly. I have not asked him to confront those bandits head-on. Even if fortune does not favor him, and he encounters the bandit leader, should he be unable to defeat him, he can always flee. The terrain of the mountains is intricate. There will always be a way to survive. Ah, your demeanor as a master is rather cold and unfeeling, Zhang Lada remarked lightly, before resuming his drinking, choosing not to elaborate further. If she, as the master, was indifferent, he felt no need to concern himself either. Life is a matter of luck, and death is fate. It all hinges on whether that lad possesses great fortune. In the Chilean mountains, under the luminous moonlight, what should have been a tranquil forest was instead filled with commotion. Beneath the night sky, a youthful figure desperately fled, pursued by a dozen bandits. The peaceful woods now a cacophony of chaos. Li Ziye's fortunes were decidedly unfavorable. He had merely intended to take advantage of the cover of night to practice against a few patrolling bandits, but inadvertently roused the bandit leader. To complicate matters further, it was uncertain whether Qin Aina had stolen the blood ginseng from the Medicine King, but the bandit leader, seething with anger and lacking an outlet for his rage, had taken it upon himself to pursue Li Ziye with fervor. Thus, the forest erupted into turmoil. Search for him, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground. Bring that lad to me, the bandit leader bellowed, surveying the desolate woods ahead. Yes, chief, responded the bandits, scattering into the darkness, torches in hand, searching every nook and cranny. In the depths of night, Li Ziye concealed himself among the underbrush, observing the ominous figures of the bandits, his mind racing with anxiety. How could he possibly engage them? One against a multitude. Moreover, the bandit leader was a practitioner who had opened the divine repository. Clenching his sword tightly, Li Ziye cautiously retreated in the direction away from the bandit leader. For now, he was not a match for this scoundrel. If he could evade, he would. When he had opened his own divine repository, he would reclaim his honor. After retreating for roughly 100 paces, Li Ziye spotted 2 bandits nearby. With a surge of resolve, he leapt forward. Swish! The Qing Shuang was drawn, a cascade of cold light dazzling the eye. The 2 bandits scarcely had time to react before blood gushed from their throats, staining the night red. There! The bandit leader, sensing the disturbance, erupted in fury, shouting, After him! Scoundrel! I shall not entertain you any longer. Farewell. Li Ziye called out, raising his middle finger in defiance before turning and sprinting away. Half an hour later, outside the forest, a disheveled young figure emerged, leaping onto his horse and riding off into the distance. The enchanting night enveloped the city of Yuzhou, and as Li Ziye returned, dawn was approaching. The moment the city gates swung open, Li Ziye entered, hastening back to the Li residence on horseback. The servants within the estate, accustomed to witnessing their young master's disheveled arrivals, paid him little mind. Several charming young maidens even exchanged shy glances with him, their coy demeanor suggesting a flirtation. When the time permits, I shall engage you in discussions about life. Li Ziye smiled broadly in response to their subtle overtures, before hurriedly making his way to the rear courtyard. By the lake in the courtyard, Zhang Lada had yet to claim his spot, and Qin Aina was still in her room, preparing herself. Thus, Li Ziye promptly secured the finest position by the water's edge, seated himself, and commenced his practice of the Feixianju's mental techniques. Old Qin had mentioned that the most opportune moments for cultivating the Feixianju were at dawn and dusk. With his meager talent, he had to exert himself more vigorously to keep pace with the prodigies. This thought brought a wave of sorrow to Li Ziye's heart. Was he not the favored son of heaven? Why was his presence so faint? Look at those so-called divine sons and Buddha children, their names resounding with grandeur, while he felt like a mere shadow among the 4 great prodigies of this world. As his frustration mounted, Li Ziye closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and continued to channel the Feixianju. At that moment, from a nearby room, the door creaked open, and Qin Aina emerged. Her heart slightly warmed upon seeing Li Ziye diligently engaged in his practice. He was indeed industrious. After all, hard work could compensate for a lack of innate talent. However, her thoughts were interrupted when she suddenly trembled, her face betraying shock. Something was amiss. At that instant, Zhang Lada flung open the door of his room, his gaze fixed upon the figure by the lake, surprise flashing in his eyes. Qin Aina, did you not inform him that one must maintain a tranquil mind while cultivating, free from any emotional turmoil? Zhang Lada spoke in a grave tone. I assumed he was aware, Qin Aina replied, her expression growing serious. This was common knowledge in martial arts, which he had taken for granted. This could be troublesome. Zhang Lada clenched his fists, expressing his concern. I hope this lad possesses great fortitude. May he not fall into madness. By the lakeside, as Li Ziye practiced the Faxian Ju, his heart seethed with indignation. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Qin Aina and Zhang Lada were in a state of anxious agitation. As time passed, Qin Aina and Zhang Lada became increasingly tense, their palms beginning to sweat, dreading that Li Ziye might ruin himself at the very onset of his training. If such a calamity were to occur, it would indeed become a monumental jest, two sword immortals instructing a disciple, only to render him an imbecile within a mere 10 days. The tale would echo as the greatest farce in the land for a millennium. This is peculiar, Zhang Lada remarked, observing the still meditative Li Ziye after half an hour. Why is there not a single sound? Logically, if one cultivates with a restless heart, even if he does not descend into madness, he should at least cough up blood as a sign. The current silence was profoundly strange. Should we awaken him? Zhang Lada suggested. Absolutely not. Qin Aina shook her head, her expression grave. Forcing him awake might yield even graver consequences. Let us wait a while longer. Zhang Lada nodded, exercising patience as they continued to wait. In the east, the sun gradually ascends, casting the first rays of dawn upon the earth, dispelling the chill of the night. Under the gaze of two observers, an unexpected phenomenon occurs. Centered around Li Ziye, the lake's shore stirs with sudden waves, rising without a breeze, the water surface roiling with tumult. Qin Aina and Zhang Lada, witnessing this spectacle, tremble in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Impossible. Buzzing. At this moment, within Li Ziye's chest, his divine abode reverberates with a resounding roar, akin to 1,000 thunders surging within. Surrounding him, boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth flows forth, incessantly pouring into his divine abode. The astonishing scene leaves even the seasoned sword immortals in shock, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Is this not the lad who had just attained a single pulse? Zhang Lada stammers, grappling with the situation. I am equally perplexed, Qin Aina murmurs, suppressing the tumult in her heart. Her thoughts adrift. Perhaps we have all been mistaken, not just us, but rather all those throughout the millennia. What do you mean? Zhang Lada's expression shifts, as if he grasps a revelation. You imply that the Faxian Ju differs fundamentally from all other cultivation methods, and for centuries, all who have attempted to practice this technique have erred, while this lad, through sheer happenstance, has discovered the correct path? That seems to be the sole explanation. Otherwise, with his martial aptitude, it would be inconceivable for him to establish his first divine abode so swiftly. Once he awakens, we shall ascertain the truth. Zhang Lada gazes at the young man ahead, exclaiming, this lad possesses extraordinary fortune, stumbling upon such an opportunity. As they converse by the lakeside, with the influx of spiritual energy, Li Ziye's chest erupts in brilliant radiance, the thunderous sounds echoing incessantly, resembling a miniature world of chaos, thunder clashing, waves surging. Half an hour later, Li Ziye abruptly opens his eyes, his gaze electrifying brilliance dancing within them. A torrent of genuine energy surges forth from his divine abode, rapidly expanding outward. Dust swirls, water ripples, the astonishing aura capturing all attention. Is this the essence of a martial artist? Li Ziye muses, observing his hands, excitement flickering in his eyes. I could do it. I am capable. He feels as if he could take on 3 fire linear. What are you daydreaming about, lad? Zhang Lada remarks, noting the glimmer in Li Ziye's eyes. Coming back to reality, Li Ziye hastily wipes the corner of his mouth, grinning as he replies. I just opened my divine abode. I'm a bit exhilarated. How did you achieve this? Achieve what? Li Ziye responds, Originally, according to my calculations, even with the combined efforts of the sword madman and myself to instruct you, along with the endless treasures of heaven and earth within the Li residence. It would take at least 10 days to help you unlock your first divine abode. If things do not proceed smoothly, it could even take a year and a half. Qin Ana states calmly. I ask you, what were you contemplating while practicing the Fei Xianju just now? Li Ziye was momentarily taken aback, then touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he responded. I wonder why someone as exceptional as I lack martial arts talent, while those so-called divine sons and Buddhas can be so impressive. It's infuriating. Qin Ana and Zhang Lada exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, concluding that this must be the reason. Practicing the flying immortal technique. It is highly likely that the more intense the emotional fluctuations, the faster the cultivation progresses. A calm demeanor might hinder the circulation of true energy. Perhaps when emotions surge, the flow of blood energy accelerates, allowing the true energy of the flying immortal technique to traverse more swiftly through the meridians. Qin Ana ventured, expressing her hypothesis. How absurd, Zhang Lada remarked, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. After practicing martial arts for most of my life, today I find myself enlightened by a junior. Qin Ana sighed softly, recognizing that it wasn't just the sword enthusiast. She too was no exception. For millennia, everyone had been the same, trapped in rigid thought patterns, never contemplating change. Meanwhile, Li Ziye listened to their conversation, grinning widely. Although he did not fully comprehend their discourse, one thing was clear to him. He was quite formidable. Perhaps with another year or so of practice, he could indeed contend with 3 fireliners. Let us exchange a few moves, he exclaimed excitedly, glancing at Qin Ana and Zhang Lada. Qin Ana was taken aback, while Zhang Lada was stunned as well. Has this lad lost his mind? The sword enthusiast thought. Quickly regaining her composure, Qin Ana calmly replied, Go ahead, but do try not to injure him too severely. Zhang Lada, with a forced smile, waved his right hand, and instantly, an ancient sword soared into the room. The sword had yet to be unsheathed, yet its aura was palpable. In the next moment, the sword moved, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swept through the garden, sending waves crashing back 30 feet. My goodness! Li Ziye gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to flee. However, it was already too late. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Lada sheathed his sword, and the waters of the lake fell silent. On the back wall of the courtyard, a human-shaped indentation appeared, with Li Ziye having been slammed into it, disheveled and in utter disarray. Chapter 14. The Redwood Box. Where is that brat? You useless fools. As night descended, Li Ziye, seething with rage after a severe reprimand from the sword fanatic, stormed into the Chilean mountains to vent his frustrations on the bandits lurking within. Consequently, the forest was once again filled with commotion. After unsealing the divine treasure, the energy within Li Ziye's singular meridian surged, enhancing both his speed and strength considerably. Boss, someone has fled to the west. A bandit rushed forward breathless. What are you dawdling for? Chase after him, the bandit leader barked. Yes, this time, aside from a handful of guards, the rest of the bandits surged forward in a dark mass. Within the forest, Li Ziye led a throng of bandits, darting and dodging, and in the span of 2 hours, they nearly encircled half of the Chilean mountains. Boss, what does that kid intend to do? Doesn't he tire? One bandit, with a sharp, monkey-like appearance, gasped as he watched the boy nearly vanish from sight. Regardless of his intentions, capture him alive. I shall flay him alive, the bandit leader shouted, then continued the pursuit. Deep within the woods, after a night spent leading the bandits in circles, Li Ziye stealthily returned to the bandit camp. Who goes there? Within the camp, only a dozen guards remained, and upon seeing the newcomer, their expressions turned to one of shock. The tide has turned. Let us see how brazen you can be now. Li Ziye grinned maliciously at the remaining bandits, declaring, Put down your weapons. You are surrounded. Surrender, and you shall live. Brothers, he is alone. Let us kill him. One bandit, noticing that Li Ziye had no companions, shouted, feeling a bit more at ease. Kill him. The other bandits, emboldened, charged forward with their sabers raised, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. Li Ziye grinned broadly, his feet moving as he too charged with his sword drawn. The bandits were ferocious, but their menace was merely directed at the defenseless commoners. Ziye, however, was a monster even more terrifying than the bandits themselves. Under the shroud of night, wielding his sword, Qing Shuang, Ziye swung with wild abandon, akin to a madman, and soon toppled all 10+ bandits to the ground. Having unsealed the divine treasure, Ziye was now a martial artist of considerable caliber, far surpassing the previous him. And the sabers wielded by the bandits could hardly compare to the elegance of the plum blossom sword immortal's Qing Shuang. Thus, Ziye finally fulfilled his long-held dream from his past life, slashing through the ranks of foes. Ha ha ha! Standing amidst the fallen bandits, he laughed triumphantly, a bunch of weaklings. Boss, yes over there. However, before Ziye could revel in his victory for long, a keen-eyed bandit atop a distant hill spotted him and urgently exclaimed, "He's gone to our camp. Not good. A diversion. Quickly return with me." The bandit leader, alarmed, immediately led his men back along the path they had come. Within the bandit stronghold, Ziye forcefully kicked open the door, revealing a trove of treasures within. As he carelessly rummaged through the collection, his enthusiasm quickly waned. It was merely an assortment of gold and silver trinkets, so mundane. These bandits were rather impoverished, lacking anything of genuine worth. Glancing around, Ziye's attention was drawn to the tiger skin chair occupied by the bandit leader, prompting him to stride over. After a brief search yielded nothing of interest, Ziye contemplated his next move, grasped his sword, and struck decisively. With a resounding crash, the chair splintered under the force of his blow, cleaved in two. "Huh, I told you there must be something of value." His expression brightened as he beheld a mahogany box hidden beneath the chair, which he eagerly retrieved. "Brat, you're courting death. Put that down." At that moment, outside the stronghold, the bandit leader and his men returned, and upon spotting the young intruder before the shattered chair, his countenance darkened, fury igniting within him. "If you desire it, come and seize it from me," Ziye taunted, waving the box in his hand, then promptly leaped forward, shattering a window to make his escape. "After him! We must reclaim that box." The bandit leader bellowed with rage. Yes, the bandits, upon hearing his command, surged forward in pursuit. Through the dense forest, Ziye clutched the mahogany box, fleeing with all his might, daring not to pause even for a moment. Behind him, a swarm of bandits relentlessly chased him, the leader's eyes ablaze with wrath, wishing nothing more than to eliminate the thief before him. That item must not fall into another's hands. As night deepened, Ziye lost track of how long he had been fleeing, but he noticed that the number of pursuers dwindled, with only a few able to keep pace. However, the bandit leader remained unyielding, never faltering in his pursuit. Thus, Ziye held the mahogany box even tighter, aware that whatever it contained was of significant importance to the bandit leader. After half an hour of relentless flight, only two of them remained capable of running, both now panting heavily, forced to halt for a moment to catch their breath. The bandit leader leaned against a sturdy tree, gasping for air, and called out, "Brat, if you hand over that box, we can bury our grievances, and I shall allow you to leave unharmed." "Huh, what delusion. If you have the ability, catch up to me." Ziye, equally exhausted and nearly bent over in fatigue, defiantly retorted. "In that case, yield the box, and you may choose any treasure from my stronghold, gold and riches, all yours." The bandit leader's expression shifted, his anger barely restrained, as he attempted to speak soothingly. "Don't waste your breath. I lack nothing but silver. If you cease your pursuit, I shall take my leave." With a dismissive remark, Ziye forced himself upright and continued his escape. "Brat, should I catch you, I will make you wish for death." The bandit leader's face darkened as he struggled to regain his composure and staggered after him. To the east, a faint light of dawn began to appear, signaling the approach of daybreak. The exit of the forest loomed ahead, and as Ziye glanced back at the bandit leader, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Where had he gone? Did he lose him? But, prépare tout dit. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from a distance, fists slicing through the air with a deafening roar. The unannounced strike, imbued with the strength to shatter mountains and stones, produced a crackling sound that reverberated through the atmosphere. Caught off guard by this sudden ambush, Li Ziye's expression darkened as he swiftly brandished his Qin Shuang sword to counter the heavy blow. A resounding crash echoed, propelling Li Ziye backwards until he collided violently with a tree. Gasping, he felt a sharp pain in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Youngster, you refuse to drink the fine wine, but will partake in the bitter. Bring forth the box." The bandit leader advanced step by step, his expression darkening ominously. "Dream on." Li Ziye, suppressing his injuries, calculated the distance between them. As the bandit leader stepped within 3 paces, he sprang into action, thrusting his sword forward. The bandit leader's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe that the young man still had strength left. In his moment of carelessness, he failed to evade and was pierced in the chest. With a tearing sound, the long sword penetrated, releasing a cascade of bright crimson blood. The bandit leader let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps. "Do you think you can capture me?" Li Ziye withdrew his sword, his injuries weighing heavily upon him. Yet he showed no desire to linger, staggering towards the edge of the forest. Behind him, the bandit leader attempted to pursue but stumbled, spitting out blood. "Youngster." The bandit leader glared at the boy disappearing into the woods, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Outside Yuxu City, a swift steed approached, upon which the boy lay, seemingly unconscious. The guards at the gate halted the horse and, upon recognizing the youth on its back, immediately identified him. "Isn't this the 3rd young master of the Li family? How did he sustain such grave injuries?" One soldier exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not ask questions. We must hastily return him to the Li residence," another soldier said in a serious tone. The Li family was among the most powerful in Yuxu City. Even the city lord would treat the head of the Li family with utmost respect. If anything were to happen to the 3rd young master, the entire Yuxu City would surely tremble. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, chaos erupted upon Li Ziye's return. Li Baiwan rushed back, his heart aching at the sight of the severely injured and unconscious Li Ziye, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Fairy, what has happened to Ziye?" Li Baiwan anxiously inquired, glancing at the plum blossom fairy by the bedside. "Several ribs are broken, but he will be fine." Qin Ana assessed Li Ziye's wounds, her voice steady. "Take him to the pharmacy." With that, Qin Ana rose and promptly made her way outside. By the lakeshore, Zhang Lada observed the chaotic courtyard, quietly taking a sip of wine, refraining from adding to the turmoil. "This boy must have confronted that bandit leader head-on," he mused. Qin Ana mentioned that the bandit leader has reached the mid-phase of the first divine abode. For this boy, who has only just opened his divine abode, to return alive is quite remarkable. Yet he remains too weak. This is merely a bandit leader. His true adversary is the renowned Huoliner, one of the 4 great prodigies of the world. If he does not devise alternative strategies, he will never catch up in this lifetime. In the pharmacy, Li Ziye was placed into a medicinal vat, while Qin Ana approached with a solemn expression. Her true essence surged around her as she directed it into his body. In the next moment, the vat was enveloped in swirling steam, and soon the entire pharmacy was shrouded in mist. In a state of unconsciousness, Li Ziye emitted a muffled groan of agony as his body began to tremble. The continuous influx of medicinal energy and true qi initiated the healing of his chest wound, visibly astonishing in its rapidity. After more than half an hour, Qin Ana emerged from the pharmacy, her face weary and her demeanor reflecting profound fatigue. "How is he?" Zankalata inquired. "He'll be fine," Qin Ana replied wearily. "This young man's fate is quite resilient." Zhang Lada breathed a sigh of relief, commenting, "What on earth did he do? Just look at that palm strike on his chest. The bandit leader must have been driven to madness, intent on ending his life." "Perhaps it is related to this object," Qin Ana said, tossing a redwood box towards him. Zhang Lada caught the box, his expression one of confusion as he opened it, only for his demeanor to change dramatically in the next moment. Chapter 15. Divine fire ironed before him. Within the mahogany box lay a piece of obsidian stone, appearing utterly unremarkable. However, upon gazing at this stone, Zhang Lada's expression transformed in an unusual manner. "What is it? Is there something extraordinary about this stone?" Qin Ana inquired, perplexed, for she had previously examined the stone without discerning anything special. "Though your cultivation may slightly surpass mine. Your understanding of this item pales in comparison to my aged experience, Zhang Lada replied, regaining his composure as he smiled at the woman before him. Do you know what this is? I do not. Qin Ana shook her head. This is divine fire iron. As he spoke, Zhang Lada infused a strand of true energy into the stone, and immediately it began to transform, fissures appearing as waves of heat surged forth. Observing this, Qin Ana's expression sharpened. This divine iron is the most radiant treasure in existence, said to be formed from celestial stars that fell to Earth and were nurtured in the Earth's flames for millennia. In some respects, it is even more precious than the millennium-cold iron used in your Qin Shuang sword, Zhang Lada explained. In some respects? Qin Ana narrowed her eyes, questioning. What do you mean? It signifies that while it appears valuable, it may not be practically useful. Zhang Lada smiled without mirth. Are you contemplating crafting a sword for that young man using this divine iron? I advise against it. This material, born of Earth's fire, is unlikely to be melted by any flame in this world. To forge a sword from it is essentially impossible, rendering it merely an object of beauty devoid of utility. Is there absolutely no method? Qin Ana frowned. There is, but it is exceedingly difficult, Zhang Lada pondered before responding. I once read in an ancient tome that isolated yin cannot thrive and solitary yang cannot be born. In ancient times, great smiths would incorporate contrasting elements into divine materials to prevent them from becoming overly brittle and to aid in their formation. Contrasting elements? Qin Ana softly murmured. Then one would require an object of extreme yin. Indeed, however, locating an item of extreme yin that matches the caliber of this divine fire iron is no simple task. Zhang Lada stated solemnly. Indeed, it is quite challenging, Qin Ana nodded. Sword fanatic, do you not find this matter somewhat peculiar? What do you mean? Zhang Lada asked, puzzled. How could those insignificant bandits in Chilean Mountain possess such a divine item? Yet even I do not recognize this divine iron, while their leader is aware of its value, safeguarding it meticulously. Is that not exceedingly strange? Qin Ana articulated. Considering your observation, there is indeed an air of mystery. Zhang Lada frowned. If they stumbled upon this treasure by chance, it might be explicable. However, an ordinary person would merely perceive it as a worthless stone. The bandit leader's ability to identify it as a treasure suggests he must have received guidance. Otherwise, the only explanation is that he has long been aware of its true nature. A common man bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure that brings him trouble. Should others point it out, the bandit leader would find it impossible to safeguard such a divine object. Qin Ana spoke with calm assurance, suggesting that it was highly likely he had long been aware of the stone's value. Thus, this bandit leader was no ordinary individual. Zhang Lada nodded, remarking that he had not anticipated the hidden talents within the small city of Yuzhou. Even the bandits in the mountains beyond the city were not to be trifled with. Perhaps, to seek an object of extreme yin, contrasting with the fiery attributes of the divine iron, one might have to approach the bandit leader. Qin Ana shifted. That is indeed a valid point, Zhang Lada replied, smiling. Are you considering taking action yourself? I'm not one to bully the weak. Since the divine iron was retrieved by Ziye, it is best that he handles what follows. Qin Ana stated calmly. The bandit leader is not too formidable. With some effort, Ziye should be able to catch up. As the two conversed, within the pharmacy, a groggy Ziye slowly opened his eyes. Just as he attempted to rise, a searing pain shot through his chest, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath and cautiously crawled out of the medicine barrel. Ouch! During his struggle, he inadvertently brushed against his still-healing sternum, grimacing in pain. After nearly half an hour of effort, he finally emerged from the pharmacy and spotted the two by the lake, gritting his teeth as he made his way over. Still alive, splendid, Zhang Lada remarked, casting a glance in Li Ziye's direction. I thought you might have perished if you took any longer. Enough of that. I'm perfectly fine and not dead at all, Li Ziye retorted irritably. After laboriously making it to the lakeside, he sat down, grimacing as he said, but I was close, very close to death. How about that? Being a true warrior is not as simple as you imagined, Zhang Lada commented. Indeed, quite formidable, Li Ziye acknowledged. Had he not underestimated me and received my blade, I might not have returned. What transpired? Zhang Lada inquired with curiosity. Well, Li Ziye nodded and recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Zhang Lada and Qin Aina listened attentively, exchanging astonished glances once he finished. This lad's reflexes are commendable. You did well, young man, Zhang Lada praised. Even after striking the bandit leader, if you had lingered, it would have been your demise. You remained level-headed, a sign of potential. Humility is key. Li Ziye grinned. I sensed that the bandit leader was quite powerful, and I had no confidence in defeating him. You will soon be capable, Qin Aina interjected calmly. For the next few days, focus on cultivating the mental techniques of the Feishan decision. Once your injuries improve, I will devote myself to teaching you the sword techniques of the Feishan decision. Really? Thank you, Master Fairy, Li Ziye exclaimed with excitement. But just as he began to revel in his joy, he unintentionally moved and aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. As Li Ziye formally embarked upon his martial path, the rumble of carriages echoed from the west of the grand capital of the Dashang dynasty. After days of travel, Li Yue and the third prince, Mu Yao, finally arrived at the gates of the metropolis. This bustling city, standing for a millennium, had withstood countless storms and remained unshaken, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Dashang dynasty. Even the most formidable sword immortal, upon entering the capital, must temper their brilliance. Such is the profound heritage of the first city of 1,000 years. At the city gates, Li Yue lifted the curtain of her carriage, gazing upon the ancient city that had stood the test of time, a hint of contemplation gracing her beautiful visage. At last, she had arrived. For years, the Li family had endeavored to distance themselves from the influence of the imperial city, yet the current circumstances left them no choice but to confront it. A collision between the Li family and the forces of the capital had become inevitable. Before Li Yue's carriage, Mu Yao observed the royal city ahead, a subtle smile curving his lips. This journey had not been in vain. He had fulfilled his mission. He had feared that the Li family might refuse to come, which would have left him with few options, especially considering the Li family's dominance in Yuxu City. With Li Yue present, it would not be long before Li Ziye followed. Let us proceed into the city, he commanded, lowering the curtain. Yes, came the response, as the carriages rumbled forward, slowly entering the heart of the Dashang capital. In that moment, reports began to circulate among the residences of the capital, and it wasn't too long before news of the Li family's arrival spread throughout the city. In the imperial palace, a strikingly beautiful young woman, whose beauty rivaled that of blooming flowers, smiled subtly upon hearing the news from a young eunuch. The Li family had finally arrived. Over the past few years, she had heard her royal brothers mention the Li family on numerous occasions. Even her father had referenced them multiple times. It was evident that the Li family had gradually attained a significant status within the Dashang dynasty. However, they had refrained from engaging with the capital, leaving her without the chance to meet them. Princess 9, the fourth prince has arrived, a young eunuch announced, hurrying forward. Brother? Please invite him in, she replied eagerly. Yes. The eunuch complied and swiftly departed. Before long, a man clad in white approached, his demeanor stern and devoid of any smile. His steps measured and precise, each stride consistent without a hint of deviation. The fourth prince, Mu Bai, one of the four great prodigies of the world, renowned alongside the Son of Heaven of Tianyu Hall, the Buddha's child of the Buddhist sect, and the fire linner of the Zhuge sect, emanated an indescribable aura of authority simply by standing there. Brother, the young woman greeted respectfully, bowing. Mu Rong, your third brother has returned, Mu Bai stated calmly. Will you not go to greet him? Did you not go as well? Mu Rong replied, straightening up with a charming smile. Conversing with the third prince is rather exhausting. It is preferable to remain within the palace. I heard that a member of the Li family has also arrived. Is it the legitimate heir? Mu Bai inquired. It is said that Li Ziye has taken the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal as his master. I wish to engage in a spar with him when the opportunity arises. Perhaps you will be disappointed, brother, she remarked. Mu Rong smiled and said, according to my intelligence, the person sent by the Li family this time is their eldest daughter. Li Yue, the legitimate son, did not come. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai furrowed his brow and remarked, what a pity. Not at all, Mu Rong replied with a slight smile. Since the eldest daughter of the Li family has arrived, It is only a matter of time before Ziye appears as well. What do you mean? Mubai inquired. Brother, since you dislike the intricacies of scheming, it would be best not to pry further, Morong chuckled. In any case, I assure you that Ziye will indeed come. You need only wait with patience. Very well, I shall take my leave. Mubai nodded and promptly turned it apart. As she watched her brother's retreating figure, a trace of helplessness crossed Murong's exquisite features. Her brother's peculiar disposition was truly extraordinary. Apart from his sword practice, he showed no interest in anything else. In the cutthroat world of royal power struggles, he was indeed an anomaly. However, his disinterest in competition did not exempt him from its consequences. If her instincts were correct, once the legitimate son of the Leaf family arrived in the capital, the fierce contention between the royal family and the Leaf family, as well as the subtle power plays among the royal princes, would officially commence. Chapter 16. The Flight of Immortals in the Li Residence. 5 days had elapsed since Ziye was grievously injured by the bandit leader. During these 5 days, aside from enduring the whims of Qin Ina and soaking in medicinal baths daily, Ziye devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of the Flight of Immortals technique. As anticipated by both Qin Ina and Zhang Lada, despite inadvertently discovering the correct method to cultivate the Flight of Immortals and having an inexhaustible supply of potent medicines, his progress remained agonizingly slow. So slow, so exasperatingly slow. Even someone as ethereal as Qin Ina, a figure reminiscent of a celestial being, found herself contemplating the abandonment of her apprentice on several occasions. Had it not been for Ziye's audacious persistence in pleading for her patience, coupled with the public knowledge of their master-apprentice bond that could not be undone, Qin Ina might have truly walked away in frustration. Calm down. It was to be expected, Zhang Lada remarked with a hint of schadenfreude by the lakeside. This pace is unacceptable at this rate. Even if he practiced for 100 years, he would never catch up to Huoliner. We must find a way to expedite the opening of his other meridians. Qin Ina replied, suppressing her rising ire. It is indeed a daunting task, Zhang Lada acknowledged. The Li residence is certainly affluent, with plenty of potent medicines at their disposal. Yet, as you have observed, his body has developed a resistance to these elixirs, diminishing their efficacy. If this continues, even if we were to gather all the medicinal treasures in the realm, it would not suffice to open all 8 of his meridians. One cannot deny that this lad has become a mere vessel for medicine. The amount expended on him in recent days could easily purchase an entire city. It is solely due to the Li family's immense wealth that they can endure such a staggering consumption of resources. If all else fails, I shall make a journey to the capital, Qin Ina declared solemnly. If I can secure the divine herb from the Taishua Palace to aid Ziye in opening his second meridian, his cultivation speed should improve. Let us deliberate this matter further. The scholar leader is exceedingly formidable, and in the capital of the Great Shang, he has never known defeat. Even if you were to confront him personally, it would be exceedingly difficult to procure the herb, Zhang Lada cautioned. To attempt to seize that millennium-old Hisho Wu from beneath the scholar leader's gaze would indeed be a fool's errand. Qin Ina regained her composure, stating, I shall contemplate alternative strategies. Perhaps a trade could yield the divine herb from the Taishua Palace. That may prove to be the most prudent course of action. The scholar leader, Confucius, commands the respect of all scholars. His status is unparalleled. What could possibly entice him? Zhang Lada sighed. Qin Ina narrowed her eyes slightly, saying, That lad has a point. Humanity is driven by profit, and the only distinction lies in the nature of that profit. Though the scholar leader occupies a lofty position, he too must have desires, perhaps even those he cannot attain. Speaking of that lad, where is he? Zhang Lada inquired, wishing to change the subject, glancing back. He has gone to Chilean Mountain, Qin Ina replied calmly. He left early this morning. If I calculate correctly, he should be returning shortly. Master Fairy. Just then, as if summoned by destiny, Ziye's boisterous voice echoed, heralding his return even before he appeared. Qin Ina furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting toward the courtyard outside. Outside the backyard, a disheveled young figure stumbled back, his attire tattered and his hair a chaotic nest, as if he had been thoroughly mishandled. Ah, what a distinctive look you've got there, lad. Have you pilfered someone's fair maiden and faced the wrath of her kin? Zhang, the slovenly one, mocked with a grin that failed to reach his eyes. Enough, Zhang. Can't you wish me a bit of good fortune? Li Ziye retorted with irritation, stepping forward with a fuming expression. Master Xianzi, I was ambushed by those shameless bandits and nearly didn't make it back. Oh, Qin Aina replied with an indifferent nod. Feeling wounded by her apathetic demeanor, Li Ziye inquired, Master Xianzi, how can you show so little concern for your disciple? You frequently venture into others' camps seeking trouble. Were I in their position, I too would devise a means to ambush you. Qin Aina replied coolly, adding, as long as you're alive, that is what matters. Li Ziye ruffled his hair, resembling a bird's nest, unsure of how to respond. His fate seemed exceedingly harsh. Your injuries appear to have healed sufficiently. From today onward, I shall instruct you in the techniques of the flying immortal secret. Qin Aina extended her hand. The sword, please. Here. Upon hearing that he could learn the sword techniques of the flying immortal secret, Li Ziye felt a surge of excitement and promptly handed over his Qin Shuang sword. Qin Aina took the sword, lightly stepped forward, and leaped into the air, her figure gliding like a startled swan, tracing a magnificent arc through the courtyard. With a swift motion, she drew the sword, and the winds began to stir. Boom! A resounding shockwave erupted as the light of the Qin Shuang sword sliced through the void, the sword aura sending dust swirling, the stone slabs beneath cracking asunder, its edge unparalleled and indomitable. After the strike, Qin Aina retracted her stance, walked back, and tossed the Qin Shuang sword to Li Ziye, stating calmly, Practice according to the footprints on the ground. Only when you can replicate them flawlessly shall I teach you the next move. Li Ziye, upon hearing her words, gazed at the footprints that had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Shock etched across his face. Just moments ago, Qin Aina had moved with such swiftness that he had seen nothing but the final flash of her sword, were it not for the footprints. He might have believed she had been soaring through the air the entire time. With footprints to guide him, he felt emboldened, resolving to follow her lead. Li Ziye approached the nearest print and stepped forward, beginning to practice based on Qin Aina's trail. Alas, the moment he reached the second footprint, his body was uncontrollably flung forward, crashing headlong into a nearby tree. By the lake, Zhang, sipping from a jug, chuckled lightly. If the flying immortal secret were so easy to master, it would have produced a disciple in centuries. Just then, before Zhang could finish his thought, a gust of wind swept past him, and Li Ziye's figure soared out, plunging straight into the lake. What's this? Have you lost your mind and decided to leap into the lake? Zhang exclaimed, wiping the splashes of water off himself with a smirk. Old Zhang, spare me your jests. Why is this so difficult to practice? Can't you lend a hand? Li Ziye clambered from the water, drenched and disheveled. The techniques of the flying immortal method, both in movement and swordplay, are inherently challenging to master. Particularly when employing true energy, a lack of proficiency may lead to self-inflicted injuries, much like your current predicament. Zhang Lada chuckled, stating with utmost sincerity, As for assisting you, I regret to inform you that I am unable to help. You must rely on your own fortune. The perils of poor companionship. Li Ziye grumbled in displeasure before rising once more to practice his swordsmanship. Thus, the sounds of repeated thuds against walls and trees, as well as the splashes of falling into the lake, echoed through the backyard of the Li estate. The servants tread cautiously, fearful of being swept away by the frenzied young master. As the sun set, Li Ziye had yet to traverse more than 3 steps, while Qin Aina's footprints numbered 9. Let's go. It's time for bed, Zhang Lada declared, brushing off the dirt from his clothes as he headed towards his room. By the lakeside, only Li Ziye persevered in his sword practice, repeatedly tumbling but resolutely rising again. From a nearby room, Qin Aina stood by the window, her beautiful eyes glimmering with admiration as she observed the dedicated youth. His tenacity and indomitable spirit were qualities that few could rival. Were he anyone else, not only would he struggle to maintain the patience necessary to practice the flying immortal method, but even the initial stage of opening the meridians would be insurmountable. The agony of shattering and then mending the meridians, endured daily in a relentless cycle, is a torment beyond the capacity of the average person to bear. Her presence in the Li estate was due to her appreciation for this young man's unwavering resolve. Talents may abound, yet individuals of great perseverance are a rarity. The path of cultivation is ultimately a prolonged tug-of-war. Many gifted individuals possess a remarkable start, only to fade into mediocrity, lacking the steadfast spirit necessary for true success. Li Ziye is commendable. Perhaps his journey in martial arts does not commence as favorably as others, but should he compensate for this innate deficiency? There will come a day when his brilliance astonishes the world. The night stretched long, and the inhabitants of the Li estate drifted into slumber. While the slender figure of the young man persisted in his sword training, he refused to succumb to defeat, even when two sword immortals declared him inadequate. With a splash, he once more fell into the lake, emerging in a disheveled state, gasping for breath upon the grass. Sword immortals, what an exhilarating title. He was determined to succeed. With a path ahead, he would continue onward, embracing the hardships without hesitation. Was his present situation not far superior to the previous state of being utterly lost? Encouraging himself, Li Ziye rose with determination, resolutely returning to his sword practice. As dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters, the young man's figure had vanished from the backyard by the time the Li family awoke. At daybreak, after completing the mental exercises of the flying immortal method, Li Ziye set off for the Chilean mountains. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Qin Ana surveyed the thousands of chaotic footprints on the ground, remaining silent. Fifth step. Indeed, diligence can bridge the gap of inadequacy. Perhaps, before long, he would fully master the first move of the flying immortal method. Meanwhile, in the grand city of Dashang, as Li Yue entered, various factions began to send envoys to engage with the eldest daughter of the Li family. The Li clan of Yuzhou had already become a legend within the vast Dashang Empire, rising from a humble merchant family to a formidable power that rivaled nations within a mere decade, commanding the respect even of the imperial court. Thus, the arrival of a member of the Li family sparked considerable intrigue among many, particularly among the ministers and factions aligned with the four princes of Dashang, who were especially keen on the presence of the Li family. Among the numerous princes of Dashang, only four possessed the true capability to vie for the throne. The first prince, Mu Yuan, the third prince, Mu Yao, the fourth prince, Mu Bai, and the 11th prince, Mu Qing. Their rivalry, both overt and covert, voluntary and involuntary, had persisted for many years, earning the moniker of the four kings competing for succession. However, the first to request an audience with Li Yue among all members of the royal family was not one of the four princes, but rather the most radiant jewel of the Dashang dynasty, an embodiment of grace and beauty, surpassing even the most delicate of blossoms. Even the notoriously stringent historians of Dashang could not resist making an exception to document her in the annals of history. She was none other than the most beautiful woman of the Dashang dynasty, the 9th princess, Mu Rong. Chapter 17. Mu Rong in the bustling capital of the great merchants. At Wangxiang Tower, two women sat at a table by the window, gazing upon the vibrant scenery outside. Their striking beauty inevitably drew the attention of passers-by. "Dear sisterly, please," Mu Rong spoke, raising her cup in a gesture of respect towards the woman before her, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Your Highness," Li Yue replied, lifting her cup and taking a delicate sip. "I have heard that you traveled to the capital with my third imperial brother. Did you encounter any troubles along the way?" Mu Rong inquired softly. "None at all." Li Yue gently shook her head. "Thanks to the care of the third prince, the journey has been quite smooth." "That is good to hear," Mu Rong smiled. She had long admired Li Yue's reputation and, upon learning of her arrival in the capital, was eager to meet her. "I hope you can forgive my abruptness in seeking you out. Your Highness is too kind. It is an honor for me to be summoned by you," Li Yue replied in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Mu Rong smiled lightly and said, "Sisterly, let us dispense with the formalities. I wonder, what are your plans during your stay in the capital? I would be delighted if you could stay at my princess residence for a few days. I have not been there in quite some time, and it would give me a chance to request my mother for some time away from the palace. Thank you for your gracious invitation, but I must apologize. I have come to the capital to discuss matters of cooperation, and my itinerary and accommodations have already been arranged." Li Yue responded with a calm demeanor. Ah, that truly is a pity, Murong expressed with a hint of regret, though she quickly regained her composure and smiled. Nevertheless, since you are in the capital, I shall find plenty of opportunities to see you. Indeed, Li Yue nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, regarding the matter of cooperation you mentioned earlier, might there be any candidates you have in mind? I have a few noteworthy options that I could recommend to you, Murong suggested, blending formality with sincerity. While in Yuzhou, the third prince mentioned 3 families, the Changsun family, the Merchants Alliance, and the Yin family S-Bank. He promised to assist with introductions, but I have yet to meet them, Li Yue replied. The Merchants Alliance and the Yin family S-Bank, Murong softly murmured, her beautiful eyes sparkling with insight. Indeed, my third imperial brother has a knack for recommendations. Although these 2 families are connected to the court, they also share deep ties with him. It appears that while fulfilling our father's task, the third imperial brother has concealed a measure of personal interest. Since he has promised to introduce you, I shall refrain from interfering further, Murong began, her mouth opening as if to say something more, but she swallowed her words. Noticing this, Li Yue inquired supportively, Your Highness, as I am new to the capital and unfamiliar with many matters here, I hope you might offer me some guidance. There are indeed a few things I wish to discuss with you, Murong replied. Murong pondered for a moment, her expression earnest as she spoke. The power dynamics in the capital are intricate and convoluted. Although all are serving the court, there are many who harbor ill intentions in secret. It is prudent for you, sister, to exercise caution while seeking potential collaborators. Could your highness elucidate further? Li Yue inquired with a serious tone. Walls have ears. There are certain matters I cannot articulate too plainly, Murong replied, glancing at the bustling second floor. Sister, just be wary. However, if you trust me, you might consider the Changsun family as partners. That is my mother's clan, and I could certainly speak on your behalf. Having heard the 9th princess's words, Li Yue nodded gently, replying, Your Highness's advice is duly noted. Now, let us set aside such troubling matters. Might you share some tales of Yuzhou City? I have never ventured beyond the capital and am quite curious about the world beyond, Murong suggested, intentionally diverting the conversation to alleviate any apprehension. As anticipated, with the 9th princess steering the dialogue away from collaboration, Li Yue's tense demeanor lessened considerably, her tone relaxing as she asked, What would your highness like to know? Let us discuss the Li residence. In this capital, the Li family has become legendary, especially regarding the peculiar inventions they have produced, which I have never encountered before. Murong stated. Li Yue chuckled softly. Your highness refers to perfumes, glassware, and soaps, does she not? These were learned by a venerable gentleman from our household during his travels abroad. The Li family is fortunate to have had his guidance in creating such items. Oh, I was under the impression that these innovations were the brainchild of the Li family's third son. Have I erred in my recollection? Murong inquired, feigning surprise. Such rumors are mere fabrications, Li Yue replied with a smile. When our family commenced the perfume and soap trade, my younger brother was barely 7 years old. How could he have possibly invented such things? Indeed, Murong nodded, though she retained a degree of skepticism. After all, rumors often carry a kernel of truth, and the third son of the Li family is shrouded in an aura of intrigue. Whether rumor or reality, he warrants the royal family's attention. Li Yue observed the 9th princess's expression, offering a faint smile without elaborating further. She was well aware of the true purpose behind the 9th princess's invitation. However, her presence in the capital necessitated interaction with royalty, and meeting the 9th princess would provide insight into the reactions of others. Speaking of which, the 9th princess indeed lived up to her reputation, possessing unparalleled beauty that could undoubtedly be deemed the most exquisite in the realm. If she were to become the bride of her younger brother, it would be an extraordinary match. With this thought, a smile graced Li Yue's lips, and her gaze towards the young lady before her softened. However, upon witnessing the sudden warmth in Li Yue's eyes, Murong felt an inexplicable shiver run through her, a sensation that was difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, in the Chilean mountains, amidst the rugged terrain and ongoing skirmishes with bandits, Li's eyes suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous presence behind him. Had they caught up? He wondered. Li Ziye hurriedly glanced behind him, and upon discovering that there were no bandits in sight, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one. Thank goodness. It must be said that these bandits have become increasingly inept. They can't even keep up. Meanwhile, a mile down the mountain path, a dozen bandits were gasping for breath, nearly unable to rise from the ground. Boss, how has that kid become so formidable? Even with 7 or 8 of us lying in wait, we couldn't stop him. One of the bandits expressed in confusion. That boy likely possesses a hidden power. He has now become a martial artist, the bandit leader remarked darkly. In any case, if you encounter him, make sure not to be alone. It is best to attack in groups of 10 or 20. Otherwise, you won't be able to stop him. Understood? The bandits nodded in agreement. Hey, are you still pursuing? At that moment, the seemingly vanished Li Ziye unexpectedly returned along the same path, standing atop a rock and shouting loudly. Kid, if I catch you, I will surely flay your skin. The bandit leader, enraged by the provocation, shouted back, his face flushed with anger. Big guy, I've heard that line so many times it's practically wore my ears down to calluses. Are you going to pursue or not? If not, I'll be on my way. Li Ziye retorted, hands on his hips, shouting like a shrew. Brothers, pursue him. The bandit leader commanded furiously, rallying his men to continue the chase. Seeing this, Li Ziye laughed heartily and turned to flee once more. It is impossible for one to take on a group, yet if someone strays alone, or if a few become separated, he might entertain the thought. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the number of pursuers dwindled. By sunset, only Li Ziye and the bandit leader remained capable of running. Could you dare to stop and have a duel with me? Nearing the edge of the forest, the bandit leader, bent over and gasping for breath, proposed. Hearing this, Li Ziye paused, turned to face the bandit leader, and replied, a duel is not out of the question, but if I win, you must answer 3 questions. What questions? The bandit leader's expression darkened. You must agree first, Li Ziye chuckled. Fine, I agree, but you must ensure your abilities are sufficient to defeat me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the bandit leader's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward. Anticipating this at the forest's edge, Li Ziye deftly sprang back several paces. His graceful movements were unprecedented, akin to a celestial being gliding effortlessly. After the leader's attack missed, his expression darkened. He stomped his foot and charged again. Li Ziye showed no sign of panic, pivoting and soaring back several paces once more. The flying immortal technique, the supreme martial art, not only boasts unparalleled swordsmanship, but also extraordinary agility. In just a day and a night, Li Ziye had only mastered 5 steps, hardly enough to consider it expertise. Yet it sufficed against the bandit leader before him. After retreating twice, Li Ziye leaped into the air, propelling himself off a tree trunk, and, while in midair, unsheathed his blade, Qing Shuang. Swish! A swift and resplendent sword, its glimmer akin to frost, appeared deceptively simple. Yet it struck with unparalleled precision towards the heart of the bandit chief. As peril loomed, the chief's body bristled with a primal instinct, prompting him to roll away instinctively. A sharp sound pierced the air, the tearing of fabric, as a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, blossomed upon his chest, blood splattering and staining his garments crimson. You have lost. On the ground, as the bandit chief attempted to rise, his vision momentarily blurred, and before his throat, a chilling long sword materialized. This is impossible. He gasped in astonishment, staring at the blade poised at his neck. What is this? Are you unwilling to concede? Li Ziye inquired, gently shaking his sword. Shall I perforate you a few more times before you admit defeat? I concede. The bandit chief's countenance darkened as he replied, Speak. What do you wish to know? Quite simply, Li Ziye grinned, his smile radiant. From where did you acquire that fiery iron essence? Chapter 18. The young man grows up as twilight descended and the sun began its descent. The leader of the bandits trembled upon hearing Li Ziye's inquiry. He had astonishingly recognized the stone as fire iron essence. How did you discern that? The bandit leader lifted his gaze, fixing it on the youth before him, and spoke in a grave tone. Now it is my turn to pose a question. Li Ziye waved the sword in his hand and replied, You would do well to cooperate. My patience is rather limited. Being family. The bandit leader clenched his fists and declared, The fire iron essence was stolen from the Yin family. The Yin family? Li Ziye furrowed his brow, then appeared to recall something, exclaiming in surprise. Are you referring to the Yin family of the capital S money house? He remembered that among the 3 choices given to him by the third prince, there was indeed the Yin family. Indeed, the bandit leader responded, his expression darkening, then fell silent, uttering not a word more. With the Yin family's influence, it is inconceivable for an ordinary person to pilfer such a treasure. What is your connection to them? Li Ziye inquired, his brow still knitted. Is this your second question? The bandit leader asked in a low voice. Consider it so, Li Ziye replied. The bandit leader took a deep breath and said, the Yin family is my enemy. They caused my mother's death. That answer is tantamount to saying nothing. Li Ziye retorted coldly. Please elucidate further. The bandit leader's face contorted with anger, ready to argue, but upon seeing the sword before him, he swallowed his words, his fists clenched tightly. My mother was the concubine of the Yin family's matron. It was this woman who led to my mother's demise. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye quickly grasped the reason and asked, You are a bastard of the Yin family? At the mention of the word bastard, the bandit leader's eyes widened in fury, and he shouted, What of it? Does being a bastard mean I should not live? This world is not governed by such arbitrary notions. Li Ziye replied nonchalantly, As long as you possess merit, no one should belittle you. However, if you choose to become a bandit, you cannot blame others for looking down upon you. If I could escape, who would wish to hide away in these deep mountains? Scraping by? The bandit leader seethed. The Yin family's wretched woman has been sending people to search for me. If she discovers I am still alive, she will surely not let it rest. Indeed, that makes sense, Li Ziye mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps I can assist you. You can help me? The bandit leader was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. How would you aid me? And why would you wish to do so? Do not concern yourself with how. Suffice it to say, I can help you. As for why, there is no reason. Simply because I wish to, Li Ziye grinned and said, It is priceless to see me pleased. I can help you evade the Yin family matroness surveillance and pursuit, but in return, you must serve me for 10 years. 10 years? The bandit leader's face contorted with anger. Absolutely impossible. 7 years. Li Ziye decided to compromise slightly. The bandit leader's expression was one of fury, unwilling to acquiesce. 5 years, nothing less. Li Ziye extended 5 fingers and remarked, Assisting you in evading pursuit comes at a cost. As a member of the Yin family, you should comprehend that in business, without returns, no one is inclined to engage. 3 years at most. The bandit leader replied in a deep voice. Agreed. Li Ziye sheathed his sword and extended a friendly hand toward the man before him. The bandit leader gritted his teeth, but reciprocated the gesture. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had been deceived. Li Ziye raised the man, saying, I still do not know your name. Yin Kuang. The bandit leader answered. Silver mine? Quite grand. Indeed, Li Ziye remarked with admiration. Upon hearing this, Yin Kuang's expression darkened once more, wishing he could strike Li Ziye down with a single blow. Just a jest, Li Ziye quickly shifted the topic as he sensed the imposing figure before him was about to erupt. I have another question. Since the Yin family possesses the divine fire-iron essence, do you know where I might find a comparable item of extreme Yin nature? Yin Kuang furrowed his brows. Contemplating before he replied, I have not heard of such a thing, but there exists a fragment in the Yin family treasury titled Essentials of Heavenly Craft, which records many rare wonders of the world. Perhaps you might uncover the answer there. Essentials of Heavenly Craft? Li Ziye squinted slightly. This was clearly compelling him to venture to the imperial city. To be candid, he was quite reluctant to go there. That place was the power center of the Great Shang, where countless individuals awaited the arrival of the legitimate heir of the Li family. Having witnessed the intrigues and machinations of court politics in his previous life, he knew even with his eyes closed that the current Li family was a thorn in the royal side. If they could utilize him, it would be beneficial. If not, they would surely seek to eliminate him. His status as the legitimate heir of the Li family was akin to a glaring beacon, attracting attention from all sides, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Once he set foot in the Great Shang's capital, returning would not be a simple endeavor. I have spoken my part. May I now take my leave? Yin Kuang inquired, his voice low. Well, yes, you may return. I will make arrangements promptly. Soon. You will be able to roam freely within the Great Shang. Li Ziye replied with a grin. I hope your words hold truth, Yin Kuang scoffed before turning to depart. Li Ziye waved him off and strode toward the edge of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, outside Yuzhou City, a figure galloped swiftly, with dust billowing behind. Just before the city gates were set to close, Li Ziye hastily returned. Upon arriving at the Li residence, his first task was to write a letter to Li Qingji. The matter concerning Yin Kuang required careful handling. If he were to visit the capital in the future, this individual would prove invaluable to him. Trusting no one else, he sought the assistance of his second brother. Although their relationship was rather ordinary, he was the one person he could rely upon. After finishing the letter, a homing pigeon swiftly took flight from the Li residence's backyard, heading eastward. 2 days later, in the Great Shang's capital, at the flower-viewing venue by the Xiang River, a woman clad in red ascended the 3rd floor and delivered a confidential letter to the man in the room. Master, a letter from Yuzhou City, the woman in red announced. In the chamber, a young man clad in a silver-gray robe received a letter. Upon opening it, his expression immediately turned somber. It was a missive from his third brother. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Li Qingji scrutinized the content, his eyes narrowing slightly. After reading the letter, he set it ablaze in the candle's flame and spoke. Hongzhu. The woman in red bowed respectfully. You are to return to Yuzhou City and obey all orders from the 3rd young master. With that, Li Qingji glanced towards a nearby table, approached it, and retrieved a wooden box measuring over 3 feet in length. Deliver this pure June sword to him as well. Yes, master. The woman in red replied respectfully, taking the sword box before promptly departing. At dawn, outside the western gate of the Grand Merchant City, Hongzhu mounted a swift steed, galloping towards Yuzhou City. In the Li family's courtyard, Li Ziye had not left the estate for 5 consecutive days, dedicating his time to sword practice. The primary reason for this was that Yin Kuang had become his ally, and he felt reluctant to trouble his own people. On the 6th day, just as daybreak illuminated the sky, a swift horse approached the eastern gate of Yuzhou City, carrying a woman in red, her appearance striking and spirited. Shortly thereafter, at the Li residence, Hongzhu arrived. Upon hearing the news, Li Ziye promptly exited the courtyard to greet her. Sister Hongzhu, he exclaimed, showcasing his charm and audacity with a smile. You've had quite the journey. 3rd young master, Hongzhu replied with a bow, her voice soft. The master has sent me to follow your orders. To say follow orders feels too formal, Li Ziye smiled innocently. I merely invited Sister Hongzhu to assist me with a small task. What does the 3rd young master require? I shall do my utmost to assist, she replied. With that, Hongzhu produced a sword box from her back and handed it to him. This is the sword the master instructed me to deliver to you. A sword? Li Ziye's eyes lit up with excitement. Anything sent by his second brother was bound to be extraordinary. The piece of broken iron he had received from Yin Kuang was not yet suitable for forging a sword, and he was troubled about how to procure a fitting weapon. After all, he could not tarnish the famed Qing sword of old Qin. However, his hesitation stemmed from fear. As he opened the sword box, a dark blue, ancient sword lay within, its blade glimmering like autumn waters, exuding an aura of sharpness. What a splendid sword! The June sword. By the lakeside in the courtyard, Qin Aina observed the sword in Li Ziye's hand, her beautiful visage reflecting surprise. The Li family certainly has remarkable connections. The June sword had been forged by a master craftsman a century ago, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. After the master's demise, the sword's whereabouts were unknown. For the Li family to have acquired such a treasure showcases their formidable intelligence network. What a waste of such a fine sword, grumbled Zhang Lada beside her. It is truly a disgrace for that boy to wield it. However, that young lady is quite impressive, Zhang Lada added, referring to the red-clad Hongzhu, a skilled practitioner in the art of poison. Qin Aina spoke calmly, noting that the red-clad maiden's earrings, hairpin, and even the bracelets adorning her arms emitted an eerie blue glow, evidently laced with deadly poison. Where on earth did the Li family find such peculiar beings? Even a mere child possesses such extraordinary traits, Zhang Lada remarked, reflecting on the sycophantic demeanor of the young man, clearly aware of the girl's formidable nature. Yes, you. His intentions are far from benevolent. Indeed, Qin Aina replied with a nonchalant nod, possessing a certain understanding of her disciple's temperament. When seeking assistance, he would stop at nothing. Sister Hongzhu, let us retreat to a private room for a more detailed discussion. Li Ziye stepped forward to lead the way, his demeanor unruffled as he traversed the lake's surface, deliberately ignoring the unusual gazes from the two sword immortals. Upon entering the room, Li Ziye closed the door behind them. Hongzhu, unfazed, revealed a playful smile upon witnessing the door's closure. She was well aware of the third young master's disposition. He possessed a thieving heart, but lacked the courage to act. In their youth, she had often bullied this young master of the Li household. Yet, as she grew aware of the social hierarchy, she had tempered her behavior in public. Young Ziye has certainly matured, she remarked, casting a knowing glance at the young man's legs. Li Ziye's smile immediately faltered, instinctively tightening his legs in response. You little rogue. Chapter 19. Are you comfortable? In the room, witnessing the young master's awkward demeanor, Hongzhu felt emboldened and took a step closer, reaching out to undress him. Is this appropriate? Li Ziye retreated a couple of steps, his expression revealing his discomfort. What is inappropriate? You've seen it before when we were younger. Hongzhu replied with an increasingly radiant smile. But I was just a child then. I didn't understand, Li Ziye said, a bashful expression crossing his face. Are you grown now? Hongzhu asked, her hand gliding over his chest, slowly descending. All right now. Li Ziye shivered and stepped back once more. However, retreating further meant he would back into the bed. Ouch! Li Ziye lost his balance and fell backward, instinctively grabbing the woman in front of him. Ah! Hongzhu exclaimed, her body following suit as they tumbled together. In close proximity, surrounded by warmth and softness, a triumphant smile crept onto Li Ziye's lips. Are you comfortable? Hongzhu whispered. Comfortable, Li Ziye replied, but suddenly felt something amiss, instinctively tightening his grip, a wave of softness enveloping him. Oh no! Alarmed, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The next moment, a wretched cry echoed through the room, startling the servants of the Li household into silence. What has happened to the young master? Miss Qin is still here. By the lake, Qin Aina and Zhang Lada shared a knowing smile, clearly satisfied. Serves him right. Red. Hongzhu. I didn't mean to. Inside the room, Li Ziye curled up on the floor, unable to straighten his aching back, stammering, I meant to. Hongzhu clenched her delicate right hand, a dangerous smile flickering in her eyes. Little Ziye, you have indeed grown up. Seeing the ominous sound of her clenched hand, Li Ziye trembled again, forcing a smile. Hongzhu, let us discuss serious matters. Now you wish to speak of serious matters? Go ahead. What business do you have with me? Hongzhu asked as she sat at the table, adding, to avoid delaying your affairs. I've traveled tirelessly for 3 days and nights, exhausting several horses. Thank you for your hard work, Hongzhu. Li Ziye pulled a stool to sit before her and poured a cup of tea, presenting it with a flattering gesture. Hongzhu accepted the cup and took a sip, her anger dissipating somewhat. Could she still lash out at him? Of course not. After all, he was the young master. Comparing people only incited frustration. Hongzhu, I have a bastard son from the Yin family in the capital. Li Ziye said softly, due to being hunted by the matriarch of the Yin family. He was forced to become a bandit in the Chilean mountains outside Yuzhou. I just recently subdued him. The bastard of the Yin family? Hongzhu inquired, intrigued. What? Do you find him useful? Indeed. Li Ziye nodded and said, Sister Hongzhu is proficient in disguise techniques. Could she assist me in altering my appearance and then escort me to the Grand Merchant City? Can this person be trusted? Hongzhu furrowed her brow. Sister Hongzhu, you have never raised such a question before, Li Ziye remarked. It is merely due to your esteemed status as the young master that I must exercise caution. Hongzhu replied irritably. Understood. I will add a little extra when I disguise him, and I will prepare the antidote for you as soon as possible. I knew Sister Hongzhu would treat me the best. A hug, please. Li Ziye's face brightened as he extended his arms, eager for an embrace. Not so fast. Hongzhu interjected, placing a finger against his forehead to thwart the antics of the mischievous youth. You've certainly grown, now not only possessing a thief's heart, but also the audacity of a rogue. You must be more vigilant in the future. Go fetch the person, Hongzhu instructed. All right, Li Ziye responded, promptly rising to leave the room. In the backyard by the lake, Qin Ana and Zhang Lada exchanged glances as they observed Li Ziye's departure, both wearing peculiar expressions. He just stepped out. Li Ziye chuckled awkwardly, hastily making his exit. The earlier scream had indeed been quite misleading. What could that sly fellow be up to? Zhang Lada inquired curiously. I have no idea. Qin Ana shook her head and replied coolly, but it seems to be related to that bandit leader. As dusk fell, Li Ziye stealthily led a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat into the estate. Qin Ana recognized the man beneath the hat at a glance. Indeed, it was him. Inside the room, as Li Ziye brought in Yin Kuang, Hongzhu was at the vanity, arranging a variety of colorful bottles and jars, vibrant and striking. Sister Hongzhu, I leave it in your capable hands, Li Ziye stated. Hongzhu nodded, her tone indifferent. You may attend to your own matters now. Li Ziye cast a glance of mischief towards the man and then exited the room. Yin Kuang sensed the gleeful malice in Li Ziye's expression and felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. By the lake, after leaving the room, Li Ziye walked straight towards them. Not bad, kid. You've managed to subdue that bandit leader, Zhang Lada remarked. A trivial matter, Li Ziye replied with a grin. But did you manage to extract any useful information? King Ana asked Gichi. His name is Yin Kuang, affiliated with the Yin family's money house in the capital. That blazing iron essence was stolen from the Yin family treasury, Li Ziye disclosed. However, he does not know where to find other items of equal rank to the blazing iron essence. He mentioned that the Yin family possesses a tome titled The Art of Heavenly Craft, which records information about many rare treasures. Perhaps it could yield some clues. The Art of Heavenly Craft? Zhang Lada expressed surprise. That ancient text is actually in the Yin family? You are familiar with this? This time, it was Li Ziye's turn to be astonished. How does this old fellow know everything? I have heard of it, Zhang Lada replied. Zhang Lada nodded and remarked that the author of this book was said to have lived during the same era as the ancestors of the Dashang dynasty. This individual traveled across the 9 provinces, documenting the extraordinary treasures and unusual tales he encountered. With this in mind, it became imperative to find a way to acquire this book. A fervent light flickered in Li Ziye's eyes. If he could locate an object of extreme Yin nature, comparable to the blazing iron essence, he would be able to forge a sword of his own. However, entering the Yin family in the capital was no easy feat, as it was not much simpler than gaining entry into the Imperial Academy, Zhang Lada cautioned. I am aware, Li Ziye replied, regaining his focus with a smile. That is precisely why I intend to make use of Yin Kuang. After all, he is a member of the Yin family and possesses intimate knowledge of their ways. Does that woman possess the art of disguise? Qin Inua inquired, seemingly piecing together the situation. Li Ziye expressed surprise at first, then nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my revered master is astute. Sister Hongzhu is proficient in the art of transformation. I plan to alter Yin Kuang's appearance and send him into the Dashang capital, awaiting the opportune moment to infiltrate the Yin family. Impressive, Zhang Lada exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You truly have a devious mind. Thank you for the compliment, Li Ziye grinned. Just then, anguished cries resonated from a room behind them, piercing the tranquil night air. Zhang Lada's expression turned puzzled. Is it merely a change of appearance? Why such a commotion? Li Ziye scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was a precaution. I feared he might be recognized. So I employed a more vigorous method to ensure a more thorough transformation. Zhang Lada regarded him with a strange expression. Can you revert back? That depends on luck, Li Ziye replied, chuckling awkwardly. Zhang Lada smirked. So he cannot revert at all? Truly, collaborating with this fellow carries the risk of betrayal. I must be more cautious henceforth. Approximately half an hour later, the door swung open and a figure clad in red emerged. Hongzhu. Seeing her, Li Ziye eagerly inquired. Sister Hongzhu, was it successful? Mission accomplished, she replied, her demeanor shifting to one of respect upon noticing the presence of strangers. Sister Hongzhu, there is no need for pretense. Master and the esteemed sword enthusiast are trustworthy individuals, Li Ziye reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hongzhu shot him a glance. Had you mentioned it earlier, that person fainted from the pain. It will likely take 3 or 4 hours for him to regain consciousness. Young lady, who is your master? Zhang Lada suddenly interjected. Hongzhu narrowed her crescent-like eyes, a bright smile gracing her face. A self-taught prodigy. Ah, Zhang Lada smiled faintly, choosing not to probe further. Self-taught indeed. In this world, few excelled in the arts of poison and disguise, most hailing from the Miao region. However, the demeanor and attire of this young lady did not suggest she belonged to that place, which was truly perplexing. Old Zhang, there's no need to ask. If I can't figure it out, how could you? Ziye remarca. I won't pry any further. You all carry on. I'm off to get some rest. Zhang Lada waved his hand nonchalantly, then rose to brush off the dust from his clothes, swaying slightly as he made his way to his room. Exercise some restraint and devote more energy to your sword practice, Qin Aina interjected, before turning to leave as well. Upon hearing this, Ziye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming in a tone of indignation, "Fairy Master, you misunderstand me. What do you mean by me? What? Do you think I am unworthy of you? Hence your eagerness to defend yourself? No, that's not it." Ziye hastily shook his head, realizing the peril of his situation, for he truly had done nothing wrong. "Young Ziye, are you planning to head to the capital?" Hongzhu, not wishing to press the youth too harshly, shifted the topic of conversation. Over the years, she had accompanied the master, traversing various terrains, and had gleaned some insights into the Li family's arrangements. Although the Li family was reluctant to entangle themselves deeply with the powers of the capital, they had nonetheless begun to place their own informants within the city. "I would rather not go," Ziye sighed, "but it seems I may have no choice." Chapter 20. The scholar, Confucius the Knight, was enchanting, and so was the figure of the young woman by the lakeside. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Hongzhu, clad in a flowing red garment, sat gracefully, her profile flawless and captivating. Ziye sat beside her, inhaling the fragrant aroma that filled the atmosphere, momentarily lost in reverie. "Hongzhu, you've grown up," he mused. He recalled their first encounter in the streets of Yuzhou, where she had worn tattered clothes, her shoes riddled with holes, evoking a deep sense of pity. He had taken her to the Li residence when he was merely 7, while she was just 10. Time had flown, and now a decade had passed. "Have you ever thought about returning home?" Ziye inquired softly. He had previously asked about her origins, but she had been reticent, and he had refrained from pressing further. "I have no home," Hongzhu replied after a moment of silence. "Li residence will always be your home, should you wish it," Ziye responded gently. Upon hearing this, Hongzhu was momentarily taken aback, but then her beautiful face broke into a radiant smile. "Little Ziye, you've truly grown up. You now speak sweet words to charm girls." Ziye returned her smile, acknowledging, "It seems you've seen through me. Well, it's getting late. You should return to your room and rest," Hongzhu suggested, rising and brushing her long hair aside. "Tomorrow morning, I will take Yin Kuang back to the capital." "Such urgency?" Ziye exclaimed, rising in surprise. "Your second brother is in need of help at this time. Our foundation in the capital is still too fragile. If we wish to achieve something significant, we must hasten our arrangements," Hongzhu explained, then added with a hint of exasperation, "This is all to pave the way for you in the capital. You must put in some effort and train diligently. The waters there run deep, and if trouble arises, even your second brother and I may not be able to protect you. Rest assured, Hongzhu," Ziye affirmed with determination. "I will ensure the Li family produces a renowned sword immortal." "Such ambition," Hongzhu chuckled, saying no more as she turned to return to her room. By the lakeside, Ziye gazed at her retreating silhouette for a long while before picking up the sword beside him and resuming his practice. Beneath the moonlight, the sword glimmered like frost as he leapt repeatedly, falling to the ground only to rise again. The first form of the flying immortal technique required 9 steps. Though it appeared simple, mastering it proved exceedingly challenging. Ziye practiced tirelessly day and night for many days, yet the final step eluded him. Time slipped by unnoticed as the moon journeyed westward, and the night grew profound. With a clang, the sword tip struck the earth, and Ziye knelt, gasping for breath, sweat glistening on his face despite the chill of autumn. He refused to believe that he could not conquer this last step. Driven by an unwavering spirit, he struggled to his feet and resumed his training. As the night deepened, a pale light emerged in the east, heralding the approach of dawn. From a nearby room, The door creaked open, and Hongzhu stepped out into the new day. In the adjacent room to the red candle, a stranger emerged, his appearance and stature markedly different from before. At that moment, in the backyard, Li Ziye's figure flashed by, resembling a startled swan or a bolt of thunder, traversing the 8 steps in an instant. With the final stride, he executed a leap, grounding his foot in midair, sending a powerful energy downward, leaving a 1-inch deep footprint in the earth. In that fleeting moment, his sword was drawn, a line formed between heaven and earth. Boom! Ahead, the ancient sword sliced through the air, shattering the rockery with a resounding crash, debris raining down like a tempest. Gasping for breath, Li Ziye descended, utterly exhausted, barely able to maintain his footing. The red candle approached, supporting him gently, and murmured, "Though practicing swordplay is crucial, do not overexert yourself." Creak! On the other side, the door creaked open, and upon hearing the commotion outside, Qin Ana and Zhang Latong simultaneously emerged from their rooms. Did it succeed? Qin Ana inquired, her gaze falling upon the scattered stones, her expression one of astonishment. Quite impressive, Zhang Latong grinned, revealing a set of prominent teeth. Under their watchful eyes, Li Ziye straightened himself and turned to the woman beside him, fatigue evident in his voice. "Is Sister Hongzhu leaving?" "Yes," she nodded in response. Li Ziye glanced at the unfamiliar man not far away, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. "Once we arrive in the capital, I shall follow Sister Hongzhu's arrangements." "Do you understand?" "I comprehend," Yin Kuang replied solemnly. "Sister Hongzhu, allow me to escort you," Li Ziye declared, and together with the two, they made their way to the front courtyard. At the courtyard, Hongzhu and Yin Kuang boarded the carriage, while Li Ziye watched the vehicle depart in silence for a considerable time before turning to return to the estate. In the backyard, Qin Ana awaited his return. Upon seeing him, she directed her gaze toward Zhang Latong and said, "Sword enthusiast, teach me the second move." "Certainly," Zhang Latong nodded, exclaiming, "Young one, watch closely." With that, he swung his sword, took a swig of wine, and moved like a dragon gliding through water. His unpredictable movements made each step's direction difficult to foresee. After 18 steps, the sword's intent reached its zenith, and he gripped the sword with both hands, unleashing a strike that shattered the heavens. A thunderous roar resounded, and before them, a towering tree succumbed, splitting asunder, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Li Ziye, witnessing this astonishing feat, stood speechless in shock. "Old age has its drawbacks," Zhang Latong remarked, sheathing his sword and taking another sip of wine, reflecting, "If I were a few years younger, I could cleave half of the Li estate with a single strike." Amplifying the spectacle, "Perhaps that is best left undone," Li Ziye replied, regaining his composure and surveying the chaos around them, offering a wry smile. "You're already quite formidable. Practice diligently," Zhang Latong advised, returning to the lakeside with his sword. He patted Li Ziye's shoulder and continued, "The technique comprises 9 forms, with increasing difficulty, particularly the last 3 moves, which even Qin Ana and I cannot teach you. I hope to witness you revive the legendary flying immortal 3 absolute moves before I depart this realm." "I shall do my utmost," Li Ziye replied, "forsiu adrismile." "Go practice your swordplay," Qin Ana urged. "Indeed," he affirmed. Li Ziye responded lightly, then took up his sword to practice. Obsessed with the sword, he realized that this approach was not sustainable. By the lakeside, Qin Ana spoke softly, "You are progressing too slowly. The first 2 forms are manageable, but the third consists of no less than 27 steps, and the fourth has 36. At this pace, it will take years to master." Zhang Lada remained silent for a while, then sighed. He is already putting forth considerable effort, yet he has only unlocked a single meridian, limiting both his training speed and control over his body. "I will make a trip to the capital," Qin Ana said solemnly. "You shall handle matters here." Zhang Lada was taken aback and asked, "Are you truly going to the Taishua Palace?" "It is necessary to try," Qin Ana replied, her voice resolute. "So far, we only know the location of this medicinal king. We have no choice." "When do you plan to depart?" Zhang Lada inquired with a sigh. "Today," Qin Ana answered. Jean Lotta frowned, but refrained from further persuasion. Nodding in agreement, I will keep an eye on the Li residence. Thank you, Qini Nai said, drawing the Qing Shuang sword from beside her, and stepped towards the back courtyard. In the distance, Li Ziye, still struggling with the first 3 steps of the second form, clumsily rose from the ground and, noticing Qin Yi Nai's departure, asked in confusion, "Where did old Qin go?" "To the capital," Jean Lotta replied nonchalantly. "The capital? What for?" Li Ziye exclaimed. "To fetch medicine for you," Jean Lotta answered flatly. "Enough with the idle chatter. Continue your sword practice." Li Ziye glanced in the direction Qin Yi Nai had departed, then refocused and resumed training. Why did old Qin leave without saying goodbye? Outside Yuzhou City, a carriage carrying Hongzhu and Yin Kuang had just exited the city when a graceful figure leaped forward, wielding an ancient sword, moving as elegantly as a celestial being. Moments later, she surpassed the carriage and continued onward into the distance. 2 days later, in the great city of the Shang dynasty, Qin Yi Nai entered, sword in hand. In a modest courtyard of the Taishua Palace, vibrant flowers and greenery flourished. The courtyard was filled with vegetables, and chickens and ducks occasionally came to peck at insects, creating a lively atmosphere. Within the courtyard, an elderly man dressed in simple, scholarly robes carefully watered the vegetables. He appeared exceedingly aged, his face lined with wrinkles, his eyes seemingly clouded. Yet, despite his frailty, no one dared to underestimate the elderly figure before them. Confucius, the revered leader of scholars, was considered a living sage by the world, a paragon in the hearts of scholars everywhere. No one truly knew the extent of Confucius's strength, as he seldom left the capital, and in the great city of the Shang dynasty, he had never been defeated. In a world teeming with formidable individuals, only Confucius could boldly claim invincibility. Thus, as long as he remained within the capital, no one dared to challenge this living sage. "Since you are here, you might as well show yourself," Confucius stated as autumn leaves fell, watering the vegetables. "Qin Yi Nai, I pay my respects to the sage," she said, appearing at the courtyard entrance and bowing politely. "What brings the plum blossom sword immortal to my humble abode?" Confucius inquired without lifting his head. "I have come to seek something." Qin Anus solemnly stated that the Royal Academy possessed the Millennium Mold, he showed Wu, and sought the herb. Is it to save someone? No. Qin Ana shook her head and replied candidly. It is to open the meridians. But isn't Li's third son a martial prodigy? Kong Xiu continued to question. Not all. Qin Ana shook her head once more. Humph. Kong Xiu chuckled upon hearing this. I must have miscalculated, as expected of an old man like me. At this, Qin Ana's eyes narrowed, and she reflected that it was said the Confucian sage could discern the affairs of the world. Perhaps this was not mere hyperbole. Indeed, the Millennium Mold He Shou Wu is available at our Royal Academy and can be offered to Li's third son. As he continued, Kong Xiu's tone shifted, however. Not at this moment. What does the sage mean? When Li's third son arrives at the Royal Academy, I shall personally convey this to him. He may not come to the capital. Qin Ana frowned, contemplating Li Ziye's sentiments, which she could somewhat surmise. He held a strong aversion to this grand city and was unwilling to come. Whether he comes or not is not solely within his control. Kong Xiu set down the water ladle and proposed, shall we make a wager? If Li's third son arrives in the capital within 10 days, the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal will lecture at our Royal Academy for a year. If he does not come, I shall personally present the Millennium Mold He Shou Wu. Upon hearing this, Qin Ana's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment's thought, she nodded and declared, very well, I shall take up the sage's wager. Chapter 21. The beginning of concealment splash. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, the sound of something falling into the water echoed, sending up a spray of water more than 10 feet high. The 11th time. By the lakeside, Jean Lotta sat lazily, relishing the misfortune, sipping his wine while making sarcastic remarks. Old Zhang, your tongue is truly irksome. Li Ziye, drenched and exhausted, crawled ashore, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, saying, why hasn't old Qin returned yet? It's been nearly 10 days. Perhaps things aren't going smoothly. Jean Lotta mused softly. The Imperial Academy is the domain of the Confucian leader. Who in this world could take anything from him? I've heard you mention this Confucian leader more than once. Is he truly formidable? Li Ziye inquired, puzzled. He had only encountered formidable individuals like old Zhang and his celestial master, but he was not well acquainted with many other experts. Formidable is an understatement, Zhang Lada reflected. If he were in the capital of the great Shang, the Confucian leader would be the most powerful man in the world. Is he that powerful? Li Ziye exclaimed in astonishment. In the capital of the great Shang, the Confucian leader has never been defeated because it is the gathering place for scholars from across the land, rich in fortune. As the master of all Confucian scholars, he can harness this fortune, rendering him invincible, Zhang Lada explained. What is this fortune? Li Ziye castionat confusa. It is something ethereal and elusive, Zhang Lada pondered before continuing. It is akin to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, imperceptible yet undeniably real. Only those who reach the realm of the Confucian leader can wield the power of this fortune. Ordinary individuals cannot. Neither you nor old Qin can? Li Ziye asked, astonished. Cannot, Zhang Lada replied calmly. Our realms are insufficient. But aren't you both sword immortals? Is there a realm higher than that of the immortal sword? Li Ziye Kariya. Perplexed. There is. Zhang Lada stated evenly. The human body has 5 organs, corresponding to the 5 divine abodes of practitioners. Each time a divine abode is opened, one steps into a new realm. Thus, in the path of cultivation, there are actually 5 realms. Both Qin Aina and I have opened the 5th divine abode, making us 5th realm warriors. The title of Sword Immortal is merely a colloquial term for commoners. At this point, Zhang Lada paused before continuing. Legend has it that above the 5th realm, there are even higher realms. The 5 organs condense the 5 energies. Those who reach this stage of cultivation refine the 5 energies and gather the 3 flowers. On the day of their great attainment, they ascend to the heavens, transforming from mortals to immortals. How does that sound so absurd? Li Ziye exclaimed in shock. Is there truly ascendance to immortality? I have never witnessed it. Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly. In truth, I also find it rather far-fetched, just something to listen to. For thousands of years, only the Confucian leader has possibly touched the realm beyond the 5th. Then, is the Confucian leader invincible in the world? Li Ziye Musa. At least in the capital of the great Shang, the Confucian leader is unmatched, Zhang Lada nodded. However, the Confucian leader rarely leaves the capital, and whether his true realm has surpassed the 5th or by how much it has, remains a mystery to all. What about the original sword god from 1,000 years ago? Li Ziye seemed to recall something and asked. His realm should be comparable to that of the Confucian leader. Zhang Lada pondered for a moment and remarked, It has been far too long. No one can ascertain the truth. I truly envy that. Li Ziye sighed, expressing his concerns. With such formidable prowess, I wonder if anything untoward might befall old Qin. That is unlikely, Zhang Lada replied, shaking his head. The scholar is not one to revel in bloodshed, and besides, with Qin Aina's strength, even if she were to encounter defeat, she should be able to extricate herself. Young master. Just as their conversation concluded, a young servant hurried into the courtyard, exclaiming, A letter from the capital. Li Ziye's expression shifted to one of surprise as he reached out to accept the letter. However, it was not long before his countenance darkened, a chilling aura emanating from his eyes. What has transpired? Zhang Lada sensed the shift in atmosphere, having never before witnessed such fury in Li Ziye during his time at the Li residence. There's been an incident with Sister Yue, Li Ziye stated gravely. Rising from his seat, Old Zhang, I must make my way to the great Shang capital. It has finally come. There is no escaping fate. Now, Zhang Lada questioned, bewildered. Indeed, Li Ziye affirmed, then turned astride towards the study. Father must have received news as well. In the study, Li Million sat with a grim expression, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by an aura of impending violence. With a loud crash, Li Ziye pushed open the door and entered, declaring, Old Li, I am bound for the capital. Very well. Li Million did not attempt to dissuade him, but spoke somberly. Once you arrive in the capital, exercise utmost caution. Remember, regardless of your actions, the Li family will always stand as your staunchest support. Understood, Li Ziye responded, preparing to depart when he was called back. "Son," Li Million uttered, inquiring, "will you continue to remain concealed?" "Of course." Li Ziye halted, his expression calm as he replied, "In this journey to the capital, the true nature of the Li family's heir will begin to surface. He will be revealed not as the prodigy the world believes him to be, but rather as an arrogant merchant's son, possessing only a modicum of cleverness, more self-deluded than genuinely capable, stirring up trouble without the strength to back it." People often derive a sense of satisfaction from uncovering deception, and when they perceive the heir's true character, their belief will only deepen. At this point, Li Ziye paused, then continued, "In such a light, even if my actions are deemed outrageous, some will not feel threatened. Instead, they will be more forgiving. What future could a mere boastful genius possibly have?" After contemplating his son's words, Li Million fell silent, and after a moment, nodded, "I trust your judgment." Since Jun Sheng's departure, Ziye had indeed adopted a notably more cautious approach to his endeavors. Nearly a decade had passed, yet there was still no word from their second uncle. Thinking of this, Li Million opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, saying, "Son, your second uncle, do not mention him." Li Ziye's expression turned cold as he turned to leave. Half an hour later, at the front of the Li residence, a convoy of carriages had assembled. Except for the foremost carriage belonging to Li Ziye, each subsequent one was laden with medicinal herbs, gold, silver, and jewels. Additionally, one carriage was filled with exquisite wines. "This is prepared for Zhang Lauda. Throughout my husband's life, he has been destined for toil." Observing barrels of fine wine being loaded onto the cart, Zhang Lauda sighed with visible displeasure. "Old Zhang, the capital boasts even more exquisite wines, should you wish to indulge. I shall procure them all for you," Li Ziye solemnly promised at the front of the cart. "At least you possess a sense of conscience," Zhang Lauda remarked with a hint of nostalgia before boarding the cart. Li Ziye followed suit, and the convoy set forth with great momentum towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. Li Baiwan stood before the Li residence, gazing at the departing convoy with a complex expression. Both he and young Ziye were acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the capital. However, in light of their current predicament, they could no longer afford to remain passive. Others had already extended their hands towards them. Must they continue to offer their faces for the blows? While the Li residents preferred to avoid trouble, it was not one to shy away from it either. Half a day later, outside Yuzhou City, the convoy rumbled along. Within the foremost cart, two individuals exchanged glances, yet neither spoke a word. Zhang Lauda continued to indulge in his own wine. For his sole purpose on this journey was to safeguard the young one's safety. All else was beyond his concern. Li Ziye, with his eyes closed, seized the opportunity during the journey to further cultivate the heart method of the flying immortal technique. It had been half a month since he opened his first divine abode, and he remained in the early stage, far from breaking through to the mid-stage. The cart rumbled on, dust billowing at the rear. Those accompanying the convoy were all trusted confidants of the Li residents. Even the most ordinary maidens were of impeccable lineage, having been thoroughly vetted by the Li family's secret investigations. Although Li Ziye had always been averse to venturing into the capital, he was not entirely unprepared. He did not wish to go, yet he had persistently made arrangements for this day. In the sky, the blazing sun descended towards the horizon, and twilight approached. The convoy halted and set up camp on the spot. Within the ranks, a dozen men took turns patrolling, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. The wilderness night was frigid, and several bonfires were lit within the camp for warmth. Li Ziye sat before one such fire, silently observing the flickering flames. Zhang Lauda tossed a jar of wine towards him, saying, "Have a drink to ward off the chill." "Thank you," Li Ziye replied, receiving the wine and taking a swig. His left hand clenched tightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Once we reach the capital, you must exercise caution. It is a place teeming with hidden talents. Unlike Yuzhou City, where you could act according to your whims," Zhang Lauda cautioned. "I understand," Li Ziye responded, taking another sip of the wine and relishing the warmth it kindled within him. "The wine is splendid. It's monkey wine," Zhang Lauda stated calmly. "Bache yourself. I do not have much." "I did not expect you to possess such fine delicacies," Li Ziye remarked, tilting his head back for another gulp before wiping his mouth and tossing the remainder of the wine back to Zhang Lauda. I shall not drink more. I still need to practice my swordsmanship later. Truthfully, there is no need to rush, Zhang Lauda advised. One must maintain moderation. Excess can be detrimental. And overexertion may take a toll on your body. I understand. I'll be mindful. Li Ziye nodded and inquired, Old Zhang, given my current cultivation level, how much chance do I stand against a warrior of the third prince's caliber? None at all, Zhang Lauda replied candidly. The third prince has already opened his second divine sanctuary, placing him a whole realm above you. In the realm of martial arts, each level represents an entirely different world. The possibility of triumphing against such a foe is exceedingly slim. At this juncture, Zhang Lauda's tone softened slightly as he continued. You began your journey relatively late and lack the advantage of innate talent. It is only natural to lag behind the third prince and his peers. Take your time. As long as you master the flying immortal technique, your future prowess will rival that of any opponent. I fear I might not have the luxury to wait that long. Enough talk. I shall practice my swordplay, Li Ziye murmured, swiftly seizing the pure June sword beside him to continue honing the second form of the flying immortal technique. Before the campfire, Zhang Lauda gazed at the youth practicing in the wilderness, a glimmer of intrigue flashing through his weathered eyes. It was indeed premature to venture to the capital at this moment. Nevertheless, he held great faith in this young man, for he possessed a fierce tenacity, not only towards others but also towards himself. To speak candidly, this lad was a madman. Boom! In the wilderness, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, shattering a massive boulder upon impact. The young warrior danced with his sword, making deliberate, visible strides in his progress. At dawn, Li Ziye, nearly exhausted to the point of immobility, forced himself to sit in a meditative posture. Seizing the moment when the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was at its peak, he diligently focused on cultivating the mental methods of the flying immortal technique. Half an hour later, everyone had packed their belongings and prepared to set off. Li Ziye slowly opened his eyes, releasing a breath of stale air, and distinctly felt the ocean of true essence within his divine sanctuary had significantly expanded. It appeared that the more fatigued he became, the more effective his cultivation of the flying immortal technique. Clenching his fist, Li Ziye realized he had not been harsh enough on himself. Madman! Zhang Lauda shook his head in resignation before bending down to enter the carriage. Had he possessed even half of this lad's diligence in his youth, he would not have lost that competition to the charlatan from the western regions. Not far off, Li Ziye approached, and just before boarding the carriage, he cast a cold glance towards the east. Sister Yue, I am coming. The Li family shall not be easily bullied. Chapter 22. The pressured marriage in the grand capital of the great merchant kingdom, Li Yuan. Li Yue recently acquired a property that served as the foundation for the Li family in the city. Once a serene and elegant residence, it had become rather oppressive due to the presence of a certain individual, Chen Yifei, the son of the Xuanwu king. The capital was home to numerous powerful clans. Yet among them, the 10 martial kings stood unparalleled in authority. The great merchant kingdom revered martial prowess, and to be a king through martial skills was a profound honor. These 10 martial kings wielded dominion over half of the entire imperial dynasty. Notably, the Xuanwu king was one of these 10, commanding immense power. Compounding this influence was the fact that the Xuanwu king's sister, Chen Yifei's aunt, had entered the palace as a consort and bore a son, the now prominent third prince. This association rendered the already illustrious Xuanwu family even more formidable, instilling fear in those who might oppose them. Thus, Chen Yifei's standing, while not quite that of a prince, was certainly not far removed from it. During a banquet hosted by the third prince, Chen Yifei first laid eyes on Li Yue and was utterly captivated. For days thereafter, he pursued her ardently, even going so far as to send a lavish betrothal gift, which made waves throughout the capital. This blatant act of forcing a marriage left the entire city in shock, for who would dare refuse the heir of the Xuanwu king? Yet, Li Yue did just that. In front of all present, she defiantly cast aside the betrothal gifts sent by Chen Yifei. His fury was palpable. He dispatched men to seize her while she was out. Had it not been for the skilled protectors arranged by Li Qingji, she might have suffered greatly. As the situation escalated, The populace of the great merchant capital eagerly anticipated the outcome of this unfolding drama. Ife, one should not overstep, for the royal family and the Li family cannot afford to sever ties, said Mu Yao, observing his cousin's increasingly reckless behavior. Dear cousin, they are merely merchants. Must we elevate them so? Responded a young man with a somewhat pale complexion, dismissively. The Li family is no ordinary merchant clan. Their enterprises span the entirety of the great merchant kingdom, amassing tremendous wealth that even the court must regard with caution. Mu Yao replied earnestly. What wealth? Once you ascend the throne, the realm will be yours, and the Li family is but a fleeting concern, Chun Yifei retorted nonchalantly. Do not speak so carelessly. Mu Yao's expression shifted, his voice firm. This realm belongs to our father. The question of succession is solely his to decide. Startled by his cousin's reprimand, Chun Yifei realized his misstep and fell silent. Noticing the fear in Yifei's demeanor, Mu Yao sighed softly. Yifei, it is not that I am harsh. This imperial city is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Though your mother enjoys favor in the palace, she is constantly under the queen's scrutiny, and things are not as glorious as they seem. Therefore, tread carefully and avoid unnecessary troubles. Do you understand? I understand. Chun Yifei nodded quietly in response. Mu Yao helplessly shook his head, lifted the tea before him, and took a sip, hoping that his cousin had truly absorbed his words. Half an hour later, Chun Yifei departed from the residence of the third prince, his previous demeanor of submission vanishing instantly, replaced by a look of disdain. How audacious! To lecture me simply because of his cousin's status. Chun Yifei muttered under his breath, then boarded the sedan and commanded, to Li Garden, inside the third prince's residence. A servant hurried over to report, Your Highness, the young master has indeed gone to Li Garden. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao narrowed his eyes. This boy was truly beyond redemption. If he pushed the Li family too hard, the consequences would likely be far graver than he anticipated. At Li Garden, Chun Yifei disembarked from the sedan and strode toward the main residence. Young master, our miss has stated she will not receive guests today. Two servants stepped forward to obstruct his path. I am your future uncle, hardly a guest, Chun Yifei replied with a smile, brushing past them and continuing on his way. Young master, the miss has already declared she will not meet any guests today. We implore you not to make this difficult for us. The two servants insisted once more, blocking his path. Get lost. Chun Yifei's smile vanished as he shouted. The two servants' expressions shifted, yet they remained steadfast in their obstruction. Ungrateful wretches, seize him. Chun Yifei's tone turned icy. Yes, for burly men rushed forward from behind, forcefully shoving aside the two servants and beginning to pummel them. With a cold snort, Chun Yifei stepped into the main residence ahead. In the main hall of Li Garden, Li Yue was occupied with organizing the accounts of recent days when a maid rushed in, anxious. Miss, the young master Xuanwu has barged in again. Li Yue furrowed her brow upon hearing this and replied, Understood. You may go. Yes. The maid complied and exited. Shall I intervene and help you deal with him? A woman in red spoke up, her tone indifferent. There's no need. Li Yue shook her head. After all, he is the son of the Xuanwu king. If you resort to violence against him here, it will only bring us trouble. The woman in red nodded, falling silent, her eyes glimmering with a cold light. This Xuanwu prince's son was indeed tenacious. Had it not been for the intervention of the Lord's people last time, Li Yue might have found herself in peril. It was precisely for this reason that the Lord had dispatched her for Li Yue's protection. Speaking of which, the boy should have received the news by now. Calculating the days, he would be arriving soon. That little rascal was certainly not as easy to handle as she was. Miss Yue, I have arrived. Why do you keep avoiding me? Just then, the obnoxious voice rang out from outside the hall, followed by Chun Yifei, his countenance adorned with a smile. Approaching with an air of frivolity, reaching out toward Li Yue. Young master, please conduct yourself with decorum. Li Yue retreated a step, evading his hand, and calmly stated, This is Li Garden, not your royal residence. Li Garden has its own rules. I hope the young master will not overstep. Rules? Huh. Upon hearing this, Chun Yifei erupted into hearty laughter and proclaimed, In this grand capital of commerce, no one has ever dared to instruct me, Chun Yifei, on etiquette. Miss Li, You are indeed exceptional. How have you pondered the matter I entrusted to you? If you merely nod, I shall immediately bear you away in a lavish sedan chair. I have made it abundantly clear to the heir that I, Yu Wei, have no intentions of marrying at present. Please return, my lord, Li Yue replied calmly. One who refuses a toast must drink a penalty shot. Upon being rebuffed yet again, Chun Yifei's countenance darkened, and he commanded, "Bring this ungrateful woman to the royal residence." Yes, with that order, for burly men rolled up their sleeves and entered the hall, prepared to seize her. Seeing this, Hongzhu, standing behind Li Yue, stepped forward to intercede, her expression indifferent. "My lord, are you certain you wish to resort to violence?" Only then did Chun Yifei notice the woman behind Li Yue, his gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. This lady in red was no less stunning than Li Yue herself. Where had such exquisite beauty come from? "May I inquire your esteemed name, fair lady?" Chun Yifei asked with a frivolous smile. "Hongzhu," she replied coolly. "Hongzhu, a lovely name indeed. How about accompanying me back to the royal residence? As long as you serve this heir well, I assure you, all your desires shall be fulfilled." As he spoke, Chun Yifei reached out to caress the lovely visage before him. In response, Hongzhu broke into a radiant smile, making no attempt to evade. And with her gaze lingering behind Chun Yifei, she softly said, "That is permissible, but you must first seek his consent." His? Chun Yifei was taken aback and instinctively glanced behind him. To his surprise, he beheld a youth clad in splendid brocade, who had silently approached the hall, step by step. Following the youth was a disheveled old man, who appeared rather unremarkable. Frowning, Chun Yifei remarked, "Who is this wild brat? Do not hinder my affairs. Be gone." Li Ziye paid no heed, advancing into the hall to stand beside Li Yue and Hongzhu, murmuring softly, "Is everything all right?" "All is well," Li Yue responded with a gentle smile. "If you had delayed any longer, it would not have been so," Hongzhu chimed in with a playful grin, eager to escalate the situation. "Is he the one?" Li Ziye turned and inquired. "Indeed, the heir of the Xuanwu king. His father is one of the 10 warriors of Dashi, a formidable figure, not to be trifled with," Hongzhu replied with a smile. "Having such a father is advantageous." Li Ziye nodded. "In truth, I too have a commendable father." Observing the two exchanging banter, Chun Yifei's expression darkened further. He glared at the 4 men and barked. "What are you still dawdling for? Seize them! Seize them!" Li Ziye chuckled, his laughter chilling to the bone. "Old Zhang, could you do me a favor? 10 barrels of intoxication, if you please." "With pleasure." Old Zhang grinned and swiftly moved, instantly arriving before the 4 men. In the blink of an eye, the 4 felt a flash before their eyes, and the next moment they were sent flying, spitting blood from the impact. Chun Yifei's eyes widened in horror, terror flashing across his gaze. Li Ziye gazed at the figure before him, his face adorned with a radiant smile, and remarked, "Will you depart on your own, or shall I assist you? How audacious! I am the heir of the Xuanwu king. If you dare to disrespect me, I shall ensure that my father punishes you and your entire clan," Chun Yifei retorted, his voice filled with bluster but trembling within. "Is that an invitation for my assistance?" Li Ziye chuckled as he reached out, seizing the other's throat with a firm grip. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling demeanor as he declared, "I await your move to see whether you will annihilate my clan first, or if I shall flay you alive." With that, Li Ziye hurled the Xuanwu king's heir with a single kick. The impact was thunderous as Chun Yifei crashed to the ground, sliding several feet away. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the hall, Chun Yifei clutched his throat, coughing violently, his gaze fixed on the youth within, filled with terror as he warned, "You wait. All of you shall pay for this." Having uttered those words, Chun Yifei struggled to his feet and staggered out of the residence. "Brother, you were too impulsive," Li Yue observed quietly, glancing at the retreating figure of the Xuanwu king's heir. "Who prompted him to bully Yue?" Li Ziye replied with a gentle tone, "I have exercised great restraint. You see, I did not kill him." Oh, Li Yue said, her expression reflecting helplessness, and she chose not to elaborate further. "Such an ungrateful person. Just moments ago, I was nearly taken advantage of, yet no one came to console me," Hongzhu remarked playfully, feigning jealousy. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye smiled and replied, I thought Sister Hongzhu volunteered for it. How dare you? Hongzhu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she feigned a strike. Meanwhile, across the grand city of Dashang, news of the Li family's scion's appearance spread swiftly throughout the residences. At the third prince's residence, Mu Yao's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving the news. Li Ziye has arrived. How swift! Chapter 23 Reunion in the residence of the third prince. Mu Yao gazed intently at the intelligence reports on the table, his expression grave. Li Ziye had ultimately arrived, faster than he had anticipated. Your Highness, the young master has gone to Li Garden. Could there be trouble? A servant resembling a young scholar ventured to remind him. Mu Yao, upon hearing this, momentarily faltered, then rose abruptly. Yet, moments later, he sank back into his seat, his countenance darkening. It was too late. Now, he could only hope that his foolish cousin would not provoke the heir of the Li family too severely. Li Ziye was a lunatic. He dared to strike even a prince like himself, let alone the heir of the Xuanwu king. Ultimately, this matter was his cousin's fault, and before the royal family and the Li clan completely severed ties, they would not trouble the Li family. Thus, even if Chun Yifei suffered a beating at the Li residence, it would be in vain. If his imbecile cousin wished to reclaim his honor, he would have to handle it himself. At the Xuanwu king's residence, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Chun Yifei returned in a disheveled state, his face contorted with rage as he stormed into the study. Father, I want him dead. I want him dead. Chun Yifei exclaimed, glaring at the man within the study. The Xuanwu king looked up, his expression unperturbed as he regarded his son, who had intruded upon his privacy. Leave, father. Chun Yifei retorted in a fit of anger. Leave. The Xuanwu king's gaze turned icy, his voice commanding. Chun Yifei trembled at the tone and then took note of a woman present in the room alongside his father. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, clad in hues of red and pink, her features captivating and enchanting, with lips resembling vermilion, a face adorned with flowers, and hair cascading to her waist, exuding the allure of a femme fatale. However, upon glimpsing her countenance, Chun Yifei did not exhibit any signs of infatuation. Instead, he felt a jolt of terror and stumbled out in haste. The Rakshasa king, Tao Yao Yao. What is this madwoman doing here? Chun Yifei's heart was filled with dread at the sight of her. His past encounter with a Rakshasa woman haunted him, for he had once foolishly jested with her, unaware of her true identity, only to witness her gruesomely extract the hearts of all his attendants. The bloody scene remained etched in his memory. It seems the young master is quite afraid of me, Tao Yao Yao remarked softly, observing Chun Yifei's disheveled retreat with a slight smirk. The reputation of the Rakshasa king is known throughout the realm. It is only natural for my son to feel apprehensive, the Xuanwu king stated calmly. This woman was one of the 10 martial kings. Though a lady, she commanded respect and fear. With a smile like that of Rakshasa, her heart was as venomous as a serpent's. Judging from the young master's demeanor, it appears he has suffered considerable losses. It seems that the heir of the Li family is not one to show mercy, Tao Yao Yao observed with a smile. Matters of the young should be resolved by themselves. Rakshasa king, let us return to our serious discussions, the Xuanwu king asserted solemnly. I shall not speak further. With your son's interruptions, I have indeed lost interest. We shall converse another day. Tao Yao Yao responded nonchalantly, stretching languidly before making her way out of the study. The Xuanwu king's expression darkened further as he watched her depart. The Rakshasi woman holds him in such low regard. Outside the study, Chun Yifei witnessed the Rakshasa king depart and stepped inside, his expression one of grievance as he implored, Father, you must take a stand for your son. Useless fool. The Xuanwu king scoffed. I have long advised you to steer clear of the Li family, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now, having suffered a setback, you expect me to intercede on your behalf? Do you wish for me, the Xuanwu king of the great Shang, to confront those young scions of the Li family? Father, must I endure this humiliation in vain? Chun Yifei urged anxiously. Resolve it yourself, the Xuanwu king replied nonchalantly. You have plenty of so-called friends. Now is the time to call upon them. Upon hearing this, Chun Yifei's countenance brightened with realization as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Father. With that, he hastily exited the study. The Xuanwu king shook his head in resignation at his son's lack of ambition, pondering that if his son possessed even half the shrewdness of his cousin, this matter would not have escalated to such a troublesome extent. Meanwhile, as the Xuanwu king's heir sought out his companions to reclaim his honor, Li Yuan and Li Ziye had just welcomed their first distinguished guest, the third prince, Mu Yao. To Li Ziye, the third prince was no stranger, but rather an old friend. What brings your highness here in person? I had intended to visit your residence once I settled in, Li Ziye remarked as they faced each other in the main hall, steam rising from the freshly brewed tea before them. I heard that brotherly had arrived in the capital, so I came to pay a visit. Mu Yao feigned indignation. What, am I not welcome? How could I dare? Li Ziye laughed. Your highness's presence truly elevates our humble abode. Nearby, Hongzhu, the servant girl, poured steaming tea for the two, her crimson attire accentuating her exquisite beauty. Mu Yao stole a glance at the enchanting girl, momentarily mesmerized, but quickly averted his gaze to maintain decorum. This girl possessed an extraordinary grace, unlike an ordinary maid. Hongzhu, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with His Highness, Li Ziye instructed. Yes, Hongzhu replied respectfully before excusing herself. With her departure, only the two remained in the hall. Mu Yao gazed at the young man before him with an apologetic expression. I must extend my apologies regarding Chun Yifei. My cousin is impulsive and has offended Miss Li. I hope you can overlook his transgressions. It is not your highness's fault, hence there is no need for an apology, Li Ziye replied calmly. As for the Xuanwu king's heir, the matter may not simply rest on my forbearance. He will undoubtedly seek retribution, and I suspect he would not wish for Chun Yifei to retreat quietly. Otherwise, he would lack justification to eliminate that young man. Mu Yao sighed softly, understanding Li Ziye's intent. I comprehend your meaning, brotherly. Upon my return, I shall counsel Yifei to refrain from further provocations. That would be most advantageous. Li Ziye smiled and said, All right, your highness, since you have made the effort to visit, let us refrain from discussing such disheartening matters. This is my first time in the capital of the great merchants. Might I trouble you to show me around when you have a moment to spare? Upon hearing this, Mu Yao was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and replied with a smile, There's no time like the present. Shall we do it today? Today? Li Ziye glanced outside and replied, Very well, then I shall trouble you. Please. The two rose and exchanged gestures, proceeding towards the main hall. Young master. Outside the main hall, Hongzhu bowed and inquired, Shall I accompany you? No need, Li Ziye shook his head and said, You stay here and guard the garden. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them directly. Understood. Hongzhu répondait respectfully. Mu Yao, overhearing their conversation, felt a hint of surprise. Indeed, this woman in red was not an ordinary person. The depths of the Li family's influence were likely more profound than they had imagined. On the bustling streets of the capital, Li Ziye and Mu Yao walked side by side, admiring the vibrant scenes around them. Compared to Yuzhou City, the capital was evidently much livelier, with throngs of people and the cacophony of merchants calling out their wares. However, after only a short distance, the crowd ahead parted in alarm as a group hurried towards them. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Mu Yao froze, while a radiant smile blossomed on Li Ziye's face. What a coincidence! It's him. In the forefront of the group, Chun Yifei, spotting Li Ziye, shouted angrily, Brothers, get him! Yifei, do not act recklessly. Mu Yao commanded sternly. Cousin, do not interfere. Chun Yifei, with vengeance in his eyes, dismissed Mu Yao as warning and called out to his raucous companions, Cripple him. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to drinks at the Shihua Garden. It's on me. Haha, since the young master has spoken, we must certainly avenge him. The group of ruffians echoed in agreement, their faces twisted with malicious glee as they advanced. Kid, you must be tired of living to provoke our young master. Upon witnessing the rowdy group of scions, Li Ziye felt no inclination to retort. Such senseless fools seemed to abound everywhere. Brothers, hold tight. After we finish this, we'll celebrate with drinks. One of the ruffians shouted, charging forward first. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Taishua Palace, where the Confucian head resided, Qin Inuo remained silent, though the aged face of the Confucian head bore a hint of a smile. So what do you think? Kong Qiu spoke softly. I accept the wager and shall abide by the outcome. Qin Inuo replied calmly, for the next year, I will teach at the Taishu Palace. I am certain the students will be delighted to hear the lessons of the Plum Blossom Immortal Sword. Kong Chiu smiled and remarked, shall we wager again? Let us bet on when Li Ziye will come to my Taishu Palace. No wager. Qin Inuo shook her head, saying, having experienced the Confucian head's wisdom firsthand. How could I dare to wager again? The Grand Academy has remained silent for far too long. It is time for it to bustle with life once more, murmured Confucius. In the capital, on the streets, anguished cries resounded, and amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding populace, all the young rascals led by Chun Yifei were toppled to the ground, writhing in pain. Behind them, Chun Yifei stood there, his complexion pale, legs trembling, barely able to maintain his stance, yet still persistently threatening. You will pay dearly for this. The Grand Academy will not let you off lightly for striking one of its scholars. Your Highness, let us depart. Li Ziye disregarded him and spoke to the third prince beside him. Indeed, Mu Yao sighed softly and nodded in agreement. As the two moved forward, in the fleeting moment of their passing, Li Ziye paused briefly, leaning close to Chun Yifei's ear and whispering, Today, I shall spare you for the sake of the third prince. But next time, you shall not be so fortunate. With that, Li Ziye resumed his stride. Chun Yifei trembled, his face growing ever paler. Brotherly, thank you. Mu Yao expressed his gratitude from aside, understanding that Li Ziye refrained from striking Chun Yifei out of consideration for him. Your Highness is being overly courteous, Li Ziye smiled. He certainly could not strike his cousin in front of the third prince, as that would be tantamount to publicly slapping the prince's face. After all, he and the third prince were like brothers. How could he commit such an act of betrayal? Nevertheless, reflecting on Chun Yifei's mention of the Grand Academy, he recalled that his ethereal master had gone there, and there had been no news since. He hoped that the Grand Academy would indeed seek him out. Otherwise, he would find himself at a loss on how to infiltrate it in search of his master's whereabouts. Master, your devoted disciple misses you dearly. Chapter 24. Tao Yao Yao in the capital city. Li Ziye and Mu Yao strolled leisurely for half a day, rejoicing in the reunion of old friends. During their wanderings, Li Ziye particularly noted the 10 imposing residences scattered throughout the city. Their formidable presence was palpable, even from a distance, emanating a powerful aura of dominance. The 10 martial kings of the great merchant. Li Ziye secretly memorized the locations of these 10 martial kings' abodes, aware that should the Li family ever confront the imperial family, these 10 formidable figures would be an inevitable challenge. After half a day, Li Ziye parted ways with the third prince and prepared to return home. However, as he passed by one of the martial king's residences, a woman approached him. Clad in resplendent hues of red and pink, her face adorned with vibrant makeup, her lips as crimson as cinnabar, her strikingly beautiful visage bore an almost aggressive allure, making it difficult to gaze upon her for long. Upon seeing her, Li Ziye instinctively felt a surge of intense danger. The Rakshasa woman, a wave of unease washed over him. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously studied the influential factions within the capital, particularly the 10 martial kings, whose details were imprinted in his memory. Among these 10, the Rakshasa woman was the only female, yet her strength was remarkably formidable, ranking among the top of the martial kings. It was said that she was merciless, and those who offended her met dire consequences. As Li Ziye's thoughts churned, Tao Yao Yao also recognized the youth before her. A slight smile graced her lips. Is this the Li family's legitimate heir mentioned by the Confucian leader? Qin Ana's disciple appears to be rather unremarkable, save for his decent appearance. Before the Rakshasa palace, Li Ziye suppressed the turmoil within him, choosing silence as he continued onward. Observing this, Tao Yao Yao wore a teasing smile, certain that the youth had recognized her identity. As they passed each other, she halted, a smile playing on her lips. Li family's legitimate heir? Li Ziye chose to ignore her, quickening his pace to escape this place of trouble. He had no desire to confront a martial king so soon. Li Ziye. Seeing the youth hasten away, Tao Yao Yao lightly stepped forward, her figure darting like a shooting star, swiftly blocking his path. Li Ziye's expression shifted in surprise, yet he forcibly quelled his inner turmoil, maintaining his pretense of ignorance. May I ask who you are? With a charming smile, Tao Yaoyao pointed to the residence beside them. This palace belongs to me. Li Ziye was taken aback, his face reflecting shock as he quickly bowed in respect. Ah, it is the Rakshasa king, my apologies. Stop pretending. Tao Yaoyao retorted with a cold laugh. Your act is utterly unconvincing. Did Qin Ana not teach you to greet your elders? I truly did not recognize your identity as the Rakshasa king. My apologies, Li Ziye insisted, still refusing to concede. Oh, I know her well, Tao Yaoyao replied nonchalantly. She is my enemy. At her words, Li Ziye felt a cold wave of dread wash over him. Good heavens, could he be this unfortunate? Old Qin, are you trying to get me killed? What's the matter, feeling scared? Tao Yaoyao jested. Rest assured, I would not trouble a junior like you. The Rakshasa king responded with grandeur. I admire your humility. Li Ziye, flattering, glanced around and respectfully stated, Today, as a newcomer to the capital, I have many affairs to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. After bowing once more, Li Ziye turned to depart. In a place rife with disputes, it was unwise to linger. Stop. Behind him, Tao Yaoyao spoke indifferently. Did I permit you to leave? Li Ziye halted, his body reluctantly turning back. Old Qin, help me, he thought. Where is your master now? Tao Yaoyao inquired. She is in the capital. Li Ziye promptly sold out Old Qin, then added, most likely at the Taishua Palace. Taishua Palace? Tao Yaoyao frowned and asked, what's she doing there? Then, her gaze fell upon the youth before her. I heard you created your own sword technique at the age of 10. Is that true? Rumors, absolutely mere rumors, Li Ziye immediately denied. How could I possibly create a sword technique at 10? Rakshasa king, please do not believe such tales. Tao Yaoyao scrutinized the young man before her, saying, you must possess some skill. Otherwise, Qin Ana would not have taken you as her disciple. Today, I shall test what she has taught you in recent days. With that, Tao Yaoyao raised her hand and struck. The powerful blow of a martial king surged forward, the chilling wind preceding it. Li Ziye, startled, instinctively darted away, his agile form swiftly retreating 9 steps. Fei Xinju? Tao Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Ana actually taught this lad Fei Xinju? Has that woman lost her senses? Who does not know that Fei Xinju is one of the most difficult techniques to master, both in mind and in form? Has Qin Ana truly abandoned her 3-year agreement with the old master Zhuge sect? This is most uncharacteristic of her. 9 steps away, Li Ziye observed the changing expression of the Rakshasa king, suppressing his anger as he spoke with composure. Rakshasa king, I am unaware of the grievances between you and my master, nor do I wish to involve myself. My master is currently in the capital. If you have matters to discuss, you may seek her out instead of venting your frustrations on me, a mere junior. This is unbecoming of your status as a martial king. You are quite sharp-tongued for one so young. Very well, you may go. I would not want anyone to accuse me of bullying the weak. Tao Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, I take my leave. Li Ziye clasped his fists in salute and swiftly departed. Outside the mandate of destiny. What do your words truly mean, venerable Confucian leader? Tao Yaoyao mused as she watched the youth's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Earlier, during her visit to the Taishua Palace, the Confucian leader had mentioned this scion of the Li family several times, speaking in ways she found perplexing, hence her interest in him. Few could capture the attention of the Confucian leader, and the last person to be mentioned with such frequency was that scholar, Fu Jingluan, a once passionate young man brimming with wisdom and ambition. In the present day, the foremost sect in the western regions, the Temple of Divine Revelation, boasts a master whose name resounds throughout the 9 provinces, regarded as the second most prominent figure in the realm. This scion of the Li family has been mentioned even more frequently than the once celebrated Fu Jingluan, suggesting that the future accomplishments of the Li heir may indeed surpass those of Fu Jingluan. As Li Yuan and Li Ziye returned, the sun was nearing its descent. A sheen of cold sweat still glistened on Li Ziye's brow, a clear indication that his encounter with the Rakshasa king had taken him by surprise. Brother, has something gone awry? Li Yue inquired with concern, noticing his unusual demeanor. I encountered the Rakshasa king on my way back, Li Ziye candidly responded. Had it not been for the fact that the Rakshasa king merely sought to test me, I would not have returned today. The Rakshasa king? Li Yue's expression shifted in astonishment. Why would she target you? It appears she has a vendetta against Qin Ana, Li Ziye replied. He then shifted the topic, asking, Sister Yue, how are the discussions regarding our collaboration progressing? They're still ongoing. Your second brother is also investigating the Long Sun family, the Merchant Alliance, and the forces behind the banking house. However, it is certain that these three families are intricately linked with the royal family, Li Yue articulated solemnly. You were correct to surmise that the royal family intends to meddle in our Li family's affairs, seeking to dismantle us without conflict. To conspire with the tiger is to tread on perilous ground. Li Ziye nodded. Well, my second brother. Has he taken any action? Not yet, Li Yue replied, shaking her head. He is likely waiting for an opportune moment. The day after tomorrow, I have arranged to continue discussions regarding collaboration. Since you, the Li heir, have returned, you should accompany me to prevent them from claiming that the Li family lacks respect by sending a woman to negotiate. Very well, Li Ziye said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I shall seize this opportunity to meet the prominent figures of the capital. Young man, are you finished? At that moment, the voice of Zhang Lada echoed from within the inner courtyard. If you have, come over and attend to business. Hearing this, Li Ziye replied, Sister Yue, I shall take my leave. Li Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Li Ziye stepped toward the chamber ahead, where steam swirled and the pungent aroma of herbs filled the air. Why is it that Qin Ana has yet to return now that we have arrived in the capital? Zhang Lada grumbled, tossing herbs into a wooden tub as he looked at the approaching Li Ziye. Now it seems all the arduous tasks fall upon my shoulders. Am I not also searching for old Qin? Li Ziye replied with a hint of exasperation. In the coming days, I will seek an opportunity to venture into the Taishu Palace to see if there are any leads on old Qin. Bear with it for a few more days. That is the only course left to us. Strip, Zhang Lada grumbled. Li Ziye nodded and swiftly removed his outer garments before stepping into the medicinal tub. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the silence of the night, echoing eerily within the room. However, the servants of Li Yuan, having been brought from the Li residence in Yuzhou, were already accustomed to such occurrences. Even the absence of the young master's call for a single day leaves them with a sense of incompleteness, rendering their sleep elusive. After half an hour, Zhang Lada emerged from his chamber, his visage weary and drenched in sweat, as if he had engaged in a laborious task. A quarter of an hour later, Li Ziye stumbled out, barely able to maintain his footing. A night devoid of conversation passed, and with the dawn of a new day, 4 young scholars resembling Confucians appeared in the courtyard, indicating their intention to seek out Li Ziye. In the inner courtyard, upon hearing the servant's report, Li Ziye wore a look of astonishment. Scholars? From the Imperial Academy? Their swiftness is quite remarkable. As Li Ziye stepped out of the courtyard, the 4 scholars greeted him courteously and said, We request that Master Li accompany us to the Imperial Academy. Lead the way, Li Ziye replied without inquiring further. The scholars were momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that the heir of the Li family might refuse or even resist forcibly. The academy had dispatched 4 of them as a precautionary measure. Soon, the leading scholar regained his composure and politely said, Master Li, please. Li Ziye nodded and promptly advanced. At the Imperial Academy, within the enforcement hall, 4 officials sat in silence, with the seat of the chief unoccupied. Above the officials was the master of enforcement. However, he seldom made an appearance for ordinary matters. Before long, the 4 scholars escorted Li Ziye into the hall, bowed respectfully, and then withdrew. Inside the enforcement hall, Li Ziye regarded the 4 officials of the Confucian order, smiled broadly, and then slightly bowed, clasping his hands in salute. I am Li Ziye, and I pay my respects to the 4 esteemed officials. Chapter 25. The scholar's authority in the esteemed halls of the Taishu Palace and the Confucian Law Enforcement Hall. The atmosphere was thick with tension, verging on oppressive. The 4 chief officials wore icy expressions, feigning seriousness, and uttered not a word. An edict had been issued, instructing them to deliberately provoke a confrontation, an act that seemed to unjustly harass individuals. Within the law enforcement hall, after bowing in respect, Li Ziye straightened up, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the 4 officials, standing quietly without haste. Pretend all you want, he thought, I refuse to believe you will remain silent indefinitely. As anticipated, it was not long before one of the officials let out a cold snort and spoke. Ziye, do you acknowledge your crimes? I do not. Ziye replied with a smile. What crime could a junior like me possibly commit? Using corporal punishment to assault a student of the Taishua Palace is a grave offense. Another official interjected sternly. Assault? Ziye chuckled softly. The citizens of the entire capital can testify that I merely acted in self-defense. How can this be termed as assault? Your martial prowess surpasses theirs by far. You could have merely incapacitated them without resorting to excessive force. This is not merely assault, but a sign of a ruthless heart at such a tender age. If not reprimanded, you may become a source of future calamity, remarked the third Confucian official, his countenance cold and indifferent. Humph, Ziye retorted with a sneer. If what you say holds true, then should an enemy invade our Dashang, seizing our lands and slaughtering our people, we ought to merely intimidate them without inflicting harm? Yesterday, I distinctly heard those individuals declare their intent to cripple me. Had I truly possessed a merciless heart, their fate would not have been a mere matter of a few days of rest. Cunning words and evasive arguments. The fourth official scoffed. National affairs cannot be equated with personal grievances. Ziye, we initially summoned you for minor punishment to serve as a greater warning, yet you exhibit no remorse. Such obstinacy cannot go unpunished. Otherwise, it may lead to greater troubles in the future. Bring forth the punishment. Here, came the reply from outside the law enforcement hall as 4 Confucian scholars entered, bowing respectfully. Fetch the disciplinary rod, the fourth official commanded calmly. Yes, the 4 scholars acknowledged. Before long, the 4 scholars returned, reverently presenting the disciplinary rod. Inside the law enforcement hall, Ziye displayed no signs of panic. Fixing his gaze on the 4 officials as he spoke coolly, Esteemed officials, I am not a student of the Taishua Palace. Even if judgment were to be rendered, it would not fall upon the Taishua Palace. Has the Taishua Palace now ascended above the laws of Dashang, entitled to impose punishments at will? Do not speak such nonsense. The expressions of the 4 officials shifted, and they rebuked him sharply. This accusation is one that the Taishua Palace cannot bear. Even the laws of the Dashang dynasty do not stipulate that self-defense warrants punishment. Yet the Taishua Palace seeks to unjustly impose blame on others due to the misconduct of its own students and resort to private punishment. Such audacity! Were I not the son of the Li family, but rather an ordinary commoner, would it not mean that I could be beaten to death here without anyone daring speak out? Has the Taishua Palace truly reached such a level of unchecked authority in this capital? Ziye Skufa. You boy, do not speak so recklessly. The 4 officials of the Confucian sect grew increasingly alarmed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads as they solemnly declared, "We can no longer endure this." This young man possesses a sharp tongue, proving to be quite a formidable opponent. Indeed, this task should never have been undertaken. Strike, they urged. Ziye, with a calm smile, stood resolutely in place and replied, I do not resist. However, the Grand Academy ought to ponder carefully on how to silence the whispers of the world. Of course, the Grand Academy may entirely disregard such matters if they choose. Behind them, the 4 scholars exchanged glances, holding their rulers in hesitation, uncertain whether to strike or refrain. The expressions of the 4 officials were equally awkward as they sat there, hesitant to issue any commands. They were acutely aware of the influence of the Li family. Should this incident become public knowledge, the Confucian sect would undoubtedly find itself in a precarious position. They had never intended to make things overly difficult for the scion of the Li family. However, they had received orders to test the young lad, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. Just then, applause resonated from outside the law enforcement hall, and a man, appearing to be around 40 years of age, stepped forward, clad in a scholar's robe, his demeanor stern and unyielding. He made his way to the main seat within the hall. Greetings, Master Zhang. The 4 officials of the Confucian sect immediately rose, bowing respectfully upon seeing the newcomer. Li's eyes gaze shifted toward the middle-aged man, narrowing slightly. Master Zhang of the Law and Scholars, he recognized, for he was the head of the law enforcement hall and one of the 4 esteemed figures of the Confucian sect. Everyone, Please withdraw, Master Zhang stated with a calm demeanor. Yes. The 4 scholars complied and turned to leave. And you 4, Master Zhang directed, his gaze settling on the 4 kneeling officials. Go and receive your punishment. Understood, Master. They replied in unison, exchanging apprehensive glances before bowing once more and departing. Once the room was cleared, only Master Zhang and Li Ziye remained within the law enforcement hall. The atmosphere became profoundly quiet, almost palpable. Li Ziye, Master Zhang, eventually spoke. His tone serene. The Confucian sect has been discourteous. I hope you will not take offense. You are too kind, Master, Li Ziye replied, bowing slightly. Indeed, I may have acted a bit too harshly yesterday. One does not strike a smiling face. With Master Zhang lowering his stance, Li Ziye felt it inappropriate to press the matter further, especially considering that Old Qin might still be within the Grand Academy. Li Ziye, would you be willing to join our Grand Academy? Master Zhang asked directly, without any circumlocution. Join the Grand Academy? Li Ziye furrowed his brow, responding. Isn't it premature for the Grand Academy to be recruiting students at this time? I can make an exception for you, Master Zhang replied. Why? Li Ziye castionat pujlat. As he did not possess the delusion that he was some extraordinary talent for which the Grand Academy would eagerly plead for his enrollment. There must be some ulterior motive here. He needed to tread carefully, lest he be sold out and find himself counting the coins for another. This matter is at the behest of the Confucian leader. I, too, am unaware of the reasons, Master Zhang stated calmly. You need only respond with a simple yes or no. The Confucian leader's directive? May I meet with him? Li Ziye inquired, astonished. That is not permissible. The esteemed master of Confucianism remarked with a hint of indifference. The Confucian head has not expressed a desire to meet you. However, should you enter our Grand Academy, there may be an opportunity to encounter him. May I ponder this? Li Ziye inquired after some contemplation. Certainly. The master of Confucianism nodded. When you have reached a decision, simply provide your answer at your convenience. There is no rush. Thank you, Master. Li Ziye performed a respectful bow and expressed his gratitude. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well, the master of Confucianism acknowledged with a nod, not attempting to retain him. As Li Ziye departed, his mind was awash with perplexity. The Confucian head? He had never met this person. Why, then, would the Confucian head mention him? After Li Ziye left, the master of Confucianism also rose to depart. In a modest corner of the Grand Academy, within a small courtyard, the master approached, bowing respectfully. Confucian head, he has taken his leave. Did he not agree? The elder inquired with a smile. He mentioned he would consider it. The master of Confucianism replied. Ah, the elder nodded. I suppose he will not respond so swiftly. Let him be. Such matters cannot be forced. Indeed, the master of Confucianism replied with utmost respect. By the way, the elder continued after a moment's thought. Your disciple is rather rigid. Encourage him to befriend the scion of the Li family. Upon hearing this, the master of Confucianism's expression shifted slightly, and though he wished to voice his concerns, he refrained and bowed once more, affirming, Understood. Now, go back to your duties, the elder smiled, adding, That young lad will likely need to conceal his talents for some time. The capital shall undoubtedly be abuzz with excitement. With the command given, the master of Confucianism promptly turned to leave. Half a day later, within the Grand Academy, a young man clad in a white Confucian robe exited and made his way directly to Li Garden. After an arduous sword practice, Li Ziye, indulging in a rare moment of respite with a cup of tea, was taken aback as he heard the words of the young man in white. He sputtered, spraying tea everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Wiping the tea from the corner of his mouth, Li Ziye exclaimed in disbelief. You intend to stay here? The master of Confucianism sent you? Indeed, Bai Wangyu replied, performing a respectful gesture. I humbly request Brother Li to take me in, otherwise I would be unable to justify my return to the master. Allowing you to stay is feasible, but Li Ziye's eyes darted around. Glancing at the flickering red candle behind him, he whispered, Is this person truly formidable? Not merely formidable, Hongzhu responded in hushed tones. Bai Wangyu is the eldest disciple of the master of Confucianism, the eldest brother of all students in the Grand Academy. It is said that he has reached the pinnacle of the second realm and is not far from opening the third divine repository. By the heavens, that is impressive. Li Ziye's expression transformed in shock. Comparisons were disheartening as he struggled in the early stages of the first realm, while others were preparing to challenge the third realm. Is there a possibility of deceit? Li Ziye queried with unease. That seems unlikely. The red candle whispered softly. This by Wang Yu is notoriously rigid. If the law scholars had other intentions, they would not have sent such a person here. Accept him for now. We shall discuss other matters later. At this moment, Li Garden is in need of personnel, and keeping by Wang Yu means we gain a free enforcer. Moreover, his esteemed status will compel anyone who dares to cause trouble at Li Garden to think twice. That makes sense, Li Ziye exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He then cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and turned to the young man in white before him. We can accept you, but Li Garden has its own rules. If you wish to reside here, you must abide by our regulations. Everything shall be at Brother Li's behest. Bai Wang Yu replied earnestly. Agreed. Li Ziye felt quite pleased. He was in dire need of a capable and obedient aide. Finally, it seemed that heaven had remembered him, arranging a bit of fortune in his favor. Come, I shall show you to your room. Li Ziye rose, personally leading Bai Wang Yu to his quarters. Thank you, Brother Li. Bai Wang Yu responded respectfully, promptly following suit. In the West Wing, as Li Ziye escorted by Wang Yu, he seized the opportunity to discuss terms further. Brother Bai, I have recently been practicing my swordsmanship and lack a sparring partner. Would you be willing to engage in a friendly duel? If Brother Li wishes to spar, I shall certainly do my utmost to accommodate. Bai Wang Yu replied. There is no need to exert yourself entirely, Li Ziye said awkwardly. For the sake of sparring, let us keep our cultivation levels at the early stage of the first realm to avoid any injuries. Wouldn't you agree? Brother Li's reasoning is sound. Bai Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Hith. Observing the youthful, scholar-like figure before him, Li Ziye felt a twinge of guilt for the first time, as if he were a wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 26. The fox borrowing the tiger's might at the break of dawn the following day. In the West Chamber, Li Ziye hastened to seek a sparring session with Bai Wang Yu. The outcome, however, is better left unspoken. Just now, the flying immortal technique employed by Brother Li is renowned as the most arduous martial art to master in the realm. I have heard that Brother Li has only practiced this technique for less than a month, and within this short span, he has attained such remarkable proficiency, even managing to exchange 3 moves with me solely using this technique. Truly, he is a prodigious talent, Bai Wang Yu remarked earnestly. Li Ziye, drenched in sweat and seated upon the ground, felt a surge of tears welling up. Were it not for Bai Wang Yu's sincere demeanor, he might have suspected that this fellow was mocking him indirectly. 3 moves, and that too under the constraint of this fellow suppressing his cultivation. Good heavens! Is there no respite for a person? Little brother, it's time to leave, came the reminder from Li Yue as she approached the West Chamber. At her words, Li Ziye sprang to his feet, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Taking a few steps forward, he halted once more, glancing back at the little red-capped figure, a wolfish grin adorning his face. Brother Bai, shall we go together? Upon hearing this, Bai Wang Yu nodded lightly, refraining from inquiring about their destination. The Merchant Alliance, the apricot orchard. As the autumn breeze whispered gently, the leaves of the apricot trees had long turned to resplendent gold, a sight to behold. Within the orchard, representatives from the 3 families had already gathered, accompanied by several younger members eager to broaden their horizons. The Changsun family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank stand as the 3 most financially robust families in the capital, each backed by formidable influence. Notably, the Changsun family is aligned with the current empress of the great merchant dynasty, wielding immense power. Surprisingly, despite their late entry into commerce, the Changsun family's growth has been remarkably swift. The Merchant Alliance and Yin family bank, too, enjoy the backing of courtly powers, making them formidable contenders. Today, the 3 families convened to delineate the commercial landscape of the capital. Li family representative, present, announced the herald, abruptly silencing the lively gathering. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the orchard. As the crowd's gaze focused, 3 figures advanced, the foremost, a youth clad in cloud-patterned robes, with a countenance like jade, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. Such a refined gentleman, unmatched in the world, Li family's scion. The representatives of the three families displayed expressions of astonishment upon recognizing the leading youth. Indeed, the Li family scion was exceptionally handsome, warranting his apprenticeship under the illustrious Plum Blossom immortal sword. Many of the younger female attendees from the three families felt their hearts flutter at the sight of Li Ziye. Li Ziye surveyed the assembly, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This is how it should be. Previously, he had encountered only ancient oddities who regarded him with disdain. However, before he could bask in his pride, the representatives of the three families were taken aback upon spotting the white-clad man behind Li Ziye, immediately rising to greet him with respect. "Young Master Bai, what brings you here in person?" they inquired, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. Bai Wangyu is none other than the esteemed senior disciple of the Confucian sect, a figure of exceptional stature, poised to potentially become the revered leader of the sect in the future. At that moment, the younger female attendees from the three families also recognized Bai Wangyu's identity, their expressions transforming into delight and astonishment. Li Ziye harbored a deep sense of regret. Had he foreseen the circumstances, he would never have brought this glaring light bulb along. Was it not an attempt to overshadow him? Behind Li Ziye, Bai Wangyu remained unaffected by the flattery directed at the representatives from the three families, calmly stating, "Li Xiong summoned me, and thus I have come." As the words fell, the assembly was taken aback. The scion of the Li family had summoned him? What did this utterance from the Confucian sect's eldest disciple imply? At that moment, the gazes of all present turned toward the Li family's heir, their expressions altered. Observing this, Li Ziye stood tall, a smile blossoming within. He knew he had made the right choice in donning this small red hat. "Young Master Li, please," the crowd parted, their attitude shifting, thoughts racing through their minds. What did Bai Wangyu's presence signify? Could it be that the Confucian sect aligned with the Li family? Had they not just summoned the Li family's heir to account for his actions the day before? Li Ziye, noting the transformation in the crowd's demeanor, allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips and proceeded toward the banquet. The three took their seats, with Bai Wangyu and Li Yuwei flanking Li Ziye, clearly delineating their respective statuses. This sight left the attendees increasingly astonished. "Young Master Li, shall we continue our discussions regarding collaboration?" A steward from the Changsun family inquired, his tone amicable. "Certainly," Li Ziye responded with conviction, then turned to the lady beside him and whispered, "Sister Yuwei, how should we approach this?" "Ask for sky-high prices while being willing to negotiate down," Li Yuwei replied quietly. "In any case, offer the three families some glimmers of hope. But do not commit to anything substantial. Strive to sow discord among them." Reliable advice. Li Ziye gave a thumbs up, then directed his gaze toward the representatives of the three factions, smiling. "Let us commence. Young Master Li, our trade alliance sincerely hopes to collaborate with the Li family in the soap and perfume business. As for profit distribution, a 50-50 split, with the Li family providing the formula, while our trade alliance offers connections, fostering mutual benefit." The representative of the trade alliance spoke earnestly. 1-9. Li Ziye raised his teacup, casually declaring, "Uft." The representatives from the other two families sputtered their tea, exchanging incredulous glances. The representative of the trade alliance's expression soured considerably as he urged, "Young Master Li, our trade alliance is genuinely seeking to discuss cooperation. I implore you to take this matter seriously." "I am quite serious," Li Ziye remarked, sipping his tea. "The formulas for soap and perfume are exclusive to my Li family. Connections are abundant. The trade alliance possesses them, as do the Changsun and Yin families. My Li family is not necessarily inclined to collaborate solely with the trade alliance. All present are astute individuals. Merchants pursue profit. Whosoever offers my Li family the highest price shall be our partner." Upon hearing this, the representative of the trade alliance appeared even more disheartened, while the representatives from the Changsun and Yin families exchanged contemplative glances. They could not fail to grasp that Li Ziye aimed to fracture their unity, yet they could not deny the allure of his proposition. "Young Master Li, my Yin family is keenly interested in the Li family's glass business. How about this? The Li family retains 60%, while we take 40%. The Yin family representative endeavored to convey sincerity. Li Ziye pondered briefly, then turned his gaze toward the representative of the Changsun family, inquiring, "What say you?" The representative of the Changsun family was a middle-aged man. However, all present were acutely aware that the true helm of the family business lay in the hands of the woman beside him. Clad in a flowing gown, her beauty was striking, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Appearing to be around 30, she possessed the youthful allure of a maiden coupled with the poise of a mature woman, drawing the attention of the men in the room. Changsun Nanjiao, the third daughter of the Changsun family and the younger sister of the current empress, had returned to the Changsun household a decade ago, following her husband's demise. Remaining unmarried since, her thoughts profoundly intricate, a thorny rose, indeed. Our Changsun family seeks the Li family's expertise in producing nitrate ice and brewing techniques. Should the Li family be willing to part with them, we are open to negotiation, she declared, capturing the attention of all. The room fell silent as the attendees exchanged glances, taken aback by her boldness. To bypass collaboration and instead purchase the Li family's techniques was tantamount to undermining their foundation. An audacious proposition, indeed. Though others harbored similar thoughts, none dared to voice them. "How straightforward," remarked Li Ziye, a smile gracing his lips. "Acquiring the Li family's techniques is not out of the question. But what would the Changsun family be willing to offer in return? What does young Master Li desire?" A radiant smile illuminated Changsun Nanjiao's beautiful visage as she replied, "Whatever young Master Li wishes for, the Changsun family shall strive to fulfill." "I want you," Li Ziye intoned, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The shockwaves of his words reverberated through the room, causing representatives from all sides, and even by Wang Yu, to sputter their tea. The younger women present wore expressions of disillusionment, having not anticipated the Li family's heir to be such a brash libertine. Only Li Yue remained unperturbed, her eyes scrutinizing Changsun Nanjiao with a serious demeanor, assessing her suitability as a prospective daughter-in-law. Though she may be a tad older, she is well-preserved with ample curves. She will do just fine. Had Li Ziye been privy to his elder sister's thoughts, he would have found himself thoroughly flabbergasted. At the banquet, the atmosphere became rather peculiar due to Li Ziye's audacious statement. Very well, as everyone cautiously lifted their cups of tea, still reeling from the unexpected turn. Changsun Nanjiao responded with a beaming smile. "As long as the Li family is willing to part with their treasures, young Master Li's conditions are certainly negotiable." Once more, tea was sprayed across the table, leaving everyone bewildered. Could this negotiation still proceed amicably? What began as a business discussion had devolved into a playful courtship. However, upon hearing Changsun Nanjiao's words, the smile on Li Ziye's face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. This woman is not to be trifled with. Enough jesting, he continued, surveying the assembly with a calm gaze. The Li family indeed seeks a collaborator, but we require only one. Be it in perfume, soap, or glassware. We are open to collaboration, but the profits must be apportioned 70% to the Li family. 70%? The crowd gasped in astonishment. That is exceedingly excessive. Even though the Li family possesses all the craftsmanship, one cannot be so brazenly demanding. My words conclude here. I urge you all to ponder carefully. With that, Li Ziye disregarded the expressions of those present and rose to depart. "Allow me to see you off, young Master Li." Changsun Nanjiao also stood and stepped forward to escort him. At the banquet, the crowd observed Changsun Nanjiao's actions, and their expressions darkened. Could it be that Changsun Nanjiao truly intends to monopolize the Li family's business? In front of the apricot orchard, Changsun Nanjiao walked alongside Li Ziye. The oblivious by Wang Yu was about to follow, but was abruptly pulled back by Li Yue. "Pay attention to the situation," she admonished softly. Bai Wang Yu, taken aback, refrained from retorting and silently trailed behind. Ahead, Changsun Nanjiao gazed at the young man beside him with a gentle demeanor, inquiring, "Young Master Li, I have heard that these rare items of the Li family are your inventions. Is that so?" "Not at all," Li Ziye replied succinctly, dismissing the rumor. To his surprise, rather than exhibiting disappointment, Changsun Nanjiao's face radiated a bright smile as he remarked, "Young Master Li, in truth, your earlier proposition is indeed worthy of discussion." Chapter 27. Changsun Nanjiao outside the apricot orchard. Changsun Nanjiao's words left Li Ziye genuinely at a loss for a response. Are women of this era so brazen? I'm still quite young. Might we not wait a few more years? A hint of bashfulness crept onto Li Ziye's face as he replied. Not so young anymore. Changsun Nanjiao appraised the youth before her with a smile, remarking, at 17, one can marry in the great Shang dynasty. What is it, Master Li? Do you find my age too advanced? Or is it my status as a widow that dissuades you? Upon hearing this, Li Ziye felt overwhelmed with regret. Why had he dared to provoke this woman? Observing the boy's embarrassment, Changsun Nanjiao broke into a charming smile. Enough jesting. Let us discuss matters of collaboration. The Changsun family is keenly interested in all of the Li family's businesses. You may present a condition. I already stated my position at the banquet, Li Ziye replied. Master Li, let us speak plainly. If the Li family insists on claiming 70% of the profits, none of the three parties would ever agree, Changsun Nanjiao stated earnestly. 60% is the bottom line for the Changsun family. The Li family may take 60%, provided that Changsun family members are involved in the production process. That is impossible, Li Ziye swiftly countered. The Li family's production techniques shall remain unshared with anyone. Please do not be hasty in your rejection, Changsun Nanjiao replied calmly. The Li family has independently managed these businesses for a decade. Many techniques are no longer secrets. Despite your best efforts at protection, in a few years, these skills will be thoroughly understood by skilled artisans from various families. At that point, the Li family's advantages will cease to exist. But as you mentioned, that is years away, Li Ziye said with a radiant smile. In that time, the Li family will have expanded our business several-fold. Even if others replicate our techniques, the Li family will have monopolized all trade channels in the Great Shang dynasty. Regardless of how closely others imitate, the world will only recognize the Li family brand. Do you truly believe the court would allow the Li family to develop so unrestrainedly? Changsun Nanjiao asked, her tone laced with irony. You must understand the dangers of becoming a towering tree that draws the wind. I certainly comprehend this, which is why, upon receiving the third prince's offer, the Li family acted immediately, Li Ziye smiled. However, I am aware that the Changsun family and the Merchants Alliance, along with the Yin family bank, do not belong to the same camp. The Li family may choose the Changsun family or opt for the Merchants Alliance and the Yin family bank. Changsun Nanjiao's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. Master Li, you truly possess keen insight. I am impressed. Mutual admiration, Li Ziye rappelia calmly. I believe you have heard that I share a cordial relationship with the third prince, who has repeatedly recommended the Merchants Alliance and the Yin family bank to me. What the third prince can offer you, the Changsun family can also provide. A glimmer of intrigue danced in Changsun Nanjiao's eyes as she earnestly replied, even more. In truth, I am indeed more inclined towards the Changsun family. Li Ziye smiled broadly and said, after all, who wouldn't want to spend more time with a beauty like Sister Changsun? However, the conditions laid out by Sister Changsun are simply unacceptable to the Li family. You've already called me sister, so must I not take a step back? Changsun Nanjiao shot a glance at the young man before her and replied, as for profit distribution, the Li family will still take 60%, while my Changsun family will settle for 40%. Regarding the craftsmanship from the Li family, my Changsun family will not interfere. Is that agreeable? I shall ponder this, Li Ziye chuckled. Perhaps the Yin Bank and the Merchant Alliance might truly accept my previous terms. You, Changsun Nanjiao paused, her chest rising and falling in agitation, her alluring demeanor undeniably captivating. I'm off now, Sister Changsun. Until we meet again, Li Ziye said, feeling triumphant as he waved his hand and then departed. Li Yue and Bai Wangyu followed closely behind him. In front of the apricot orchard, Changsun Nanjiao watched the retreating figure of the young man for a long while before breaking into a soft laugh, her beauty blooming like a garden of flowers, simply enchanting. This little fellow is quite intriguing. It has been a long time since I encountered someone so captivating. When Li Ziye and the others returned to the Li garden, the sun had already set. Li Ziye proceeded to take his medicinal bath, enduring his daily trial. After more than half an hour, he emerged, his legs trembling and barely able to stand. In the west wing, Li Ziye and Bai Wangyu sat on the stone steps in front of their room, gazing at the moon above, lost in thought. Old Bai, Li Ziye began. Bai Wangyu responded. With your formidable cultivation and remarkable status, you also possess a striking appearance. As he spoke, Li Ziye glanced at the young man beside him, a tinge of jealousy creeping in. This lad was indeed quite handsome. Under the moonlight, Bai Wangyu, clad in a white scholar's robe, with starry brows and sharp eyes, exuded an air of righteousness, a quintessential son of heaven, favored by fate. Feeling a pang of bitterness, Li Ziye averted his gaze and asked, "Don't you have any worries?" "Worries?" Bai Wangyu pondered seriously for a moment and replied, "Indeed, I have." "What worries?" Li Ziye perked up, eager to know. "The masters have mentioned that with my understanding, reaching the fifth realm should not pose a problem. However, to transcend the fifth realm is a different story," Bai Wangyu elucidated. Li Ziye lost interest in the conversation. Transcending the fifth realm? While others were contemplating such matters, he was still struggling in the early stages of the first realm, unsure when he might advance further. "Old Bai," he said, I feel like giving up." The two engaged in a casual exchange, and in the presence of Bai Wangyu, Li Ziye finally grasped the concept of the children of others. "Old Bai, do you truly not know the whereabouts of my master?" Li Ziye inquired once more. "I do not," Bai Wangyu shook his head. "With the prowess of the plum blossom sword immortal, if she wishes to conceal her whereabouts, even the four masters would find it challenging to detect her. This is a matter you can only discuss with the Confucian head." The Confucian head. Li Ziye sighed, once again encountering this elusive figure. The crux of the matter was how he could ever meet the esteemed head of the Taishua Palace. "Brother Bai, have you ever encountered the Confucian head?" Li Ziye inquired with curiosity. "What manner of person is he?" "I have only seen him once," Bai Wangyu replied softly. "The courtyard of the Confucian head is accessible only to the four great masters. I was fortunate enough to meet him while accompanying Master Fa Ru. As for what kind of person the Confucian head is, Brother Li, should you ever have the opportunity to meet him, you will come to understand that he is no ordinary individual, but rather a sage of our time." Li Ziye felt a slight headache. He wished to inquire about old Qin's whereabouts, yet the only way to do so was to meet the Confucian head. The fact that he could not see him now was indeed vexing. Perhaps he could capture the senior disciple of the Confucian sect and use him as leverage to exchange for his master. Li Ziye glanced at Bai Wangyu beside him, but soon dismissed the reckless thought, realizing he was no match for that individual. Feeling fatigued, Li Ziye reclined on the stone steps, gazing at the moon in the sky. "Old Bai, does the Confucian sect possess any accelerated martial arts techniques? Teach me a few moves." "Accelerated martial arts?" Bai Wangyu pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there are some, though their potency is rather average. Would you like to learn, Brother Li?" Upon hearing this, Li Ziye immediately sat up, saying, "Let me have a look." Bai Wangyu nodded, stepping forward a couple of paces, and drew his sword. Instantly, the Tai sword unsheathed, its blade vibrating fiercely, creating numerous afterimages that were nearly indistinguishable from one another. In the next moment, dozens of sword lights surged forth, akin to shooting stars streaking across the night sky. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the sword light sliced through the air, shattering a massive boulder ahead, sending debris flying in all directions. Behind him, Li Ziye gaped in astonishment, his expression that of a naive villager witnessing something extraordinary. His voice trembling as he exclaimed, "You call that average potency?" "Indeed," Bai Wangyu sheathed his sword and nodded. "It may appear impressive, but in a clash between masters, it proves to be of little utility." Li Ziye felt as though an army of 1,000 horses had trampled through his mind, receiving another crushing blow. How is it that no heavenly angel had taken this fellow away? If you deem it useless, then do not learn it, for after all, the flying immortal technique you practice is the supreme method under heaven, incomparable to any martial arts, Bai Wangyu stated earnestly. Wait, why not learn?" "Of course I want to learn," Li Ziye quickly replied, rising to his feet. "It has always beneficial to acquire more skills." "What is the name of this technique?" "Wind leaves traces," Bai Wangyu answered succinctly, and then proceeded to demonstrate the intricacies of the Tai sword, imparting every detail with care. Li Ziye attentively absorbed the teachings, anxious not to miss any nuance. After approximately half an hour of patient instruction from Bai Wangyu, Li Ziye finally grasped the essence of the technique. "Ha, I've got it!" Li Ziye exclaimed, laughing like a fool as he observed the fluid movements of the pure June sword before him. Beside him, Bai Wangyu wiped the sweat from his brow, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Was this technique truly that difficult? He recalled learning it after a single glance. So why did it seem so laborious for Brotherly? Perhaps Brotherly was simply not suited to learn the swordsmanship of the Confucian sect. Bai Wangyu instinctively concocted an excuse for Li Ziye. After all, how could someone favored by the plum blossom sword, immortal, possess meager martial talents? Come, Lao Bai, today is a joyous occasion. I shall treat you to some merriment. Having mastered a new technique, Li Ziye was in high spirits, draping an arm around his companion's neck as they ambled toward the outskirts of the garden. Having been in the capital for several days, it was high time to pay a visit to his elder brother and gather some intelligence on the Yin family, while also hoping to acquire the tome essence of heavenly craft sooner rather than later. Where are we headed? Bai Wangyu inquired, somewhat taken aback by Li Ziye's affectionate demeanor. To the flower-plucking pavilion, Li Ziye replied, the brothel. The brothel? Bai Wangyu's expression shifted noticeably. Li brother, that is unacceptable. As a disciple of the Confucian sect, how can I venture into such a place of frivolity? Is it written in the Confucian precepts? Li Ziye Kariya. Bai Wangyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Indeed, it is not. Well then, this is quite remarkable. Li Ziye grinned, since there is no prohibition and you previously agreed to heed my wishes. Let us dispense with further discussion. With that, he pulled Bai Wangyu along, making their way toward the flower-plucking pavilion. Chapter 28. Land of fireworks. The night breeze gently caressed the scene, with the Xiang River glistening and flower boats moored in its waters, while the banks burst forth with vibrant blooms. The renowned land of fireworks, situated by the banks of the Xiang River, was a favored haunt for officials and dignitaries, who would lavishly spend fortunes in pursuit of a single smile from a beautiful lady. As the moon ascended the branches, Li Ziye dragged Bai Wangyu along, pulling her into the enchanting flower garden. Within the garden, a festive atmosphere reigned. On a raised platform, for dancers elegantly twirled with peeper in hand, their graceful forms tantalizingly revealed, leaving onlookers parched with desire. Two young gentlemen entered, greeted by a heavily made-up woman who approached with a painted fan in hand, her face adorned with a broad smile. Is this your first visit? Spare us the pleasantries. Quickly fetch two courtesans. My companion here has exquisite tastes, and I assure you, gold will not be lacking. Li Ziye boldly produced a large gleaming ingot of silver, thrusting it into the woman's hands with an air of arrogance. Truly generous. My lord. The flower lady beamed at the sight of the silver, her smile widening as she called out, quickly, summon Xinghua and Li Hua to attend to our esteemed guests. Xinghua, Li Hua? Li Ziye nearly choked upon hearing those names. Could they not choose more suitable stage names? Bai Yi. Bai Wangyu, glancing at the surrounding throng of enchanting courtesans, felt a bead of sweat form on her brow and urged, let us leave. What is the hurry? Li Ziye insisted, pulling her to an empty table. We have come all this way. Let us unwind before departing. My lords, we have arrived. At that moment, two exquisitely adorned women descended from the second floor, their movements sinuous and beguiling, each step a delicate sway that seemed almost perilous to their waists. The flower lady, guiding the two ladies forward, asked, what do you think? Gentlemen? Courtesans? Li Ziye regarded the two alluring women with a skeptical expression. Fear not, my lord, they are untouched maidens, the flower lady assured him with a broad smile. Li Ziye, though still dubious, chose not to press further, realizing the importance of preserving their business. He glanced at the two women and then pointed at the one with the red hood, grinning, sisters, please attend to my friend here. Silver will be no concern for you. Certainly. Xinghua and Li Hua exchanged glances before settling next to Bai Wangyu, their bodies gliding close like serpents. Such behavior is improper. Men and women should not engage in such proximity, as it contravenes decorum, Bai Wangyu exclaimed, flustered and attempting to evade their advances. Witnessing her discomfort, Li Ziye found himself in high spirits. You, who always maintain that calm demeanor, look now, flustered at last. Even the children of others have their days. He could not contain his laughter. My lord, are you not seeking a lady's company as well? The flower lady, recognizing the true patron among the two, inched closer with an increasingly flattering smile. I am in no rush. Let us wait a while. Li Ziye smiled broadly and remarked, I have heard that the renowned courtesan Yuxu Peak, celebrated for her exceptional skills in both music and dance, will grace Shihua Garden with her presence tonight. Is that indeed true? It is indeed, replied Hua Gu with a smile. Miss Qing Xian is already en route and shall arrive shortly. That is splendid, Li Ziye responded, lifting his wine cup to sip quietly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Observing his demeanor, Hua Gu, understanding the situation, discreetly signaled the two ladies at the table to attend to their esteemed guest and then gracefully departed. The atmosphere on the first floor grew increasingly lively, as it was evident that many others, apart from Li Ziye, had also caught wind of the news regarding the arrival of the celestial Qing Xian at Shihua Garden. As a courtesan of great renown in the grand capital, Yu Qingxuan's identity remained shrouded in mystery. None knew the origins of this enchanting figure. Since her breathtaking performance at the courtesan competition 3 years prior, where she captivated the audience with her stunning dance, the young noblemen of the city had been driven to madness, willing to squander their fortunes in hopes of eliciting a mere smile from her. On the second floor, the private rooms were filled with the most distinguished guests of the capital, all eagerly awaiting the appearance of Yu Qingxian. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Shihua Garden, a solitary figure clad in a flowing silver-gray robe observed the gathering below with an impassive expression, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. Little brother, Li Qingji's gaze fell upon a youthful figure on the first floor, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of warmth graced his usually aloof demeanor before vanishing entirely. It was only fitting that he arrived on the very night of Yu Qingxuan's anticipated appearance, ensuring he would not attract undue suspicion from others. Suddenly, a melodious sound akin to celestial music resonated from the second floor, and at the mere utterance of a note, the entire Shihua Garden fell silent. The music, poignant and urgent, emanated from a box directly facing the staircase, where the beaded curtain swayed, revealing a fleeting silhouette that left an indelible impression of beauty. Dressed in green, with her hair elegantly styled, her features painted with grace, she exuded an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being untainted by the mortal realm. Gradually, the music on the second floor intensified, akin to a silver vase shattering, as if a legion of galloping horses thundered forth. Excellent. The guests on the first floor were entranced, unable to contain their admiration and applause. An ambush from all sides? Li Ziye initially appeared taken aback, then smirked, muttering quietly, It's rather mediocre. Why must they insist on employing a guqin for a perfectly fine pipa melody? Suddenly, the music ceased abruptly, akin to fabric being torn, leaving the audience momentarily stunned into silence. Consequently, Li Ziye's quiet critique was audibly shared among all present. Behind the beaded curtain on the second floor, Yu Qingxian rose abruptly, her gaze fixed on the youth who had captured the attention of the crowd below, her expression one of astonishment. It is he, she thought, incredulous at the audacity of this brash young man, who dared to speak so recklessly about her artistry without understanding the nuances of music. On the first floor, numerous wealthy scions, incensed by the disparagement of their beloved muse, shouted in outrage. How dare he feign knowledge he does not possess? Is anyone acquainted with this fool? He should be ashamed. Where are the attendants? Throw him out. As one individual unleashed a tirade, a chorus of agreement followed, creating a cacophony of invective and reproach that echoed through the grand hall. Clearly, Li Ziye's previous appraisal of the Qingxian fairy's musical prowess had provoked the ire of the assembly. On the second floor, within the confines of several private rooms, cold laughter resonated, their occupants observing the unfamiliar youth in the hall, who had drawn the collective ire of the crowd, with bemusement. Who is this audacious young man? So bold in his words? Your Highness, he is the third son of the Li family, came the response from within one of the rooms, delivered in a voice imbued with a certain softness. Oh, a direct descendant of the Li family? A man, appearing to be in his 30s, inquired curiously from behind a partially drawn silk curtain. His appearance was rather unremarkable, especially when compared to the other princes of the Great Shang. He was draped in a thick blanket over his knees, suggesting a mobility issue. This was Prince Mu Yuan, born with a disability that confined him to a wheelchair. a fate that would typically preclude a prince from inheriting the throne were it not for the noble lineage of his mother and his status as the royal firstborn. Behind Mu Yuan stood an older eunuch named Ziye, who had been by his side for many years, renowned for his exceptional skills and prowess within the royal court. "Shall I summon him, Your Highness?" Ziye muted. "Not yet," Mu Yuan replied, shaking his head. "Let us observe the unfolding events. I am curious to see what distinguishes this scion of the Li family." "Yes, Your Highness," Ziye acquiesced, falling silent and remaining still thereafter. Back in the grand hall, Li Ziye regarded the fervent crowd with a look of perplexity. Was it truly necessary for them to react so vehemently? He had merely spoken a truth. Yet they seemed ready to pounce upon him. Fanatic supporters, it seems, are universally terrifying, no matter the era. I remember now. He is Li Ziye, the son of the wealthy Li from Yuzhou. At that moment, one of the young noblemen in the hall finally recognized Li Ziye's identity and exclaimed, "Li Million? That nouveau riche? No wonder. What insights could the offspring of such a parvenu possess? A provincial bumpkin, utterly embarrassing himself here." Once Li Ziye's identity was unveiled, the laughter erupted anew, as if rehearsed. The young aristocrats of the capital, in that instant, relished their sense of superiority, their chins raised high. "Senior brother." Amidst the rising tide of mockery, a young scion suddenly noticed the white-clad scholar ensnared by the attention of two ladies. His initial surprise quickly morphed into astonishment as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" At this utterance, the crowd instinctively shifted their gaze toward the white-clad youth beside Li Ziye, and after a brief moment, their expressions were filled with astonishment. "Is that Bai Wangyu, the foremost disciple of the law scholar?" Amidst the delicate ambience of blooming pear and apricot blossoms, Bai Wangyu, feeling the weight of the astonished stares, displayed a hint of embarrassment and nodded in acknowledgement to the onlookers. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" A student from the Imperial Academy rose, his expression replete with incredulity as he queried. Accompanying young Master Li came the awkward reply of Bai Wangyu. "Young Master Li?" The scholar from the Imperial Academy was momentarily taken aback, before his gaze shifted to the recently infamous Li Ziye, who stood beside the elder brother, his fists clenched tightly, his countenance growing increasingly wrathful. How could this individual bring the elder brother to such a place? The elder brother was the pride of their entire Imperial Academy. Feeling the murderous glares directed at him, Li Ziye could not help but touch his nose, pondering why he could come to this establishment for leisure while others could not. On the second floor, pairs of eyes peered down, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The scion of the Li family had actually brought the elder brother of the Confucian sect to this realm of indulgence. One could only imagine the expression on the face of the esteemed master of the law and Confucianism upon hearing this news. As the atmosphere in the hall below grew increasingly charged on the second floor, concealed behind the beaded curtain, Yuqing Xian suppressed the tumult within and spoke, "Young Master Li, might I implore you to ascend to the second floor for a meeting?" At the utterance of these words, an eerie silence enveloped the bustling hall below, the noise dissipating as if it had never existed, leaving only the sound of a pin drop. The crowd, stunned into silence, struggled to regain their composure. A celestial being extends an invitation. How could one decline such an honor? Li Ziye flashed a grin, then rose and began his ascent to the second floor. However, just as he reached the third step, he paused, turning back to the crowd below, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "A bunch of country bumpkins." Chapter 29, A Conversation with the Courtesan About Life Alas. A mere bumpkin dares to mock us. The audacity of this nouveau riche. Be gone from the capital. Lady Qingxian. This individual harbors a heart as venomous as a viper. Exercise utmost caution. The grand hall erupted once more at the utterance of Li Ziye. As the young scions from esteemed families seethed with rage, eager to confront this upstart from Yuzhou. "Huh!" Li Ziye merely offered a haughty, disdainful smile, rich with derision, before turning on his heel and ascending to the second floor. In the hall below, the assembly ground their teeth in frustration, yet restrained themselves from acting out of decorum in the presence of Lady Qingxian. On the second floor, Li Ziye strode forth, lifting the beaded curtain to enter the private room. Their eyes locked, and as Yu Qingxian beheld the youth before her, an unexpected tremor of anxiety stirred in her usually placid heart. She had long sought the owner of the Peepa score, only to find him here unexpectedly. The piece 10 sides ambushed was a Peepa score, not a Guqin score. Such knowledge was privy only to its creator. She had previously amended the score for Guqin performance, which had eluded even the most musically astute for many years. Inside the room, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with Yu Qingxian's gaze betraying her unease. However, Li Ziye displayed little interest in the woman before him. His purpose for being here was to seek his second brother. Were it not for her public summons, he would not have approached her at all. "Hey, miss, what business do you have with me?" Li Ziye inquired, revealing the characteristic demeanor of a young libertine. Yu Qingxian was taken aback but quickly regained her composure, performing a graceful bow. "I apologize for summoning young Master Li so abruptly. I hope for your understanding." "No need for apologies," Li Ziye replied dismissively, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Yu Qingxian found his attitude rather disconcerting, but maintained her calm demeanor as she softly asked, "May I inquire how you discerned that the piece I played was a Peepa score rather than a Guqin score?" "Just a lucky guess," Li Ziye grinned. He certainly could not divulge that he had memorized the score of 10 sides ambushed. After all, he had already attracted the attention of some peculiar individuals who began to suspect that the rare artifacts of the Li family were of his own invention. Should this score also be traced back to him, he would be left speechless. It was best to keep his identity as the favored son concealed. He understood the proverb about tall trees attracting the wind. "Young master, I assure you, I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to find the owner of this Peepa score to express my gratitude personally," Yu Qingxian stated earnestly. "Then you have mistaken your man. I have no understanding of musical theory," Li Ziye replied with a roguish grin. "However, I am quite knowledgeable about life, dear miss. The night is long, and sleep eludes me. Shall we engage in a discussion about life?" Yu Qingxian furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the young man, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Yet, he disappointed her. All she found was a smirk devoid of depth. "Young Master Li." Yu Qingxian gently clenched her hands, suppressing the discomfort within her heart, and said, "I implore you to conduct yourself with propriety. Qingxian is not the sort of person you envision, young master." "What a pity." Li Ziye scrutinized the woman before him, and indeed, she was rather passable in appearance. As Yu Qingxian sensed the invasive gaze of the former, her discomfort intensified. "Young Master Li, the hour is late. Perhaps you should take your leave," she suggested. "Leave? Absolutely not." Li Ziye immediately shook his head, a peculiar smile adorning his face as he remarked, "It has barely been a quarter of an hour. That is far too swift. I am not one to depart so quickly, especially now. I cannot be seen leaving in such a manner." "And what does young Master Li imply?" The innocent Yu Qingxian failed to detect the lascivious undertone in his words, her brows furrowing slightly as she inquired. "Let us converse about life," Li Ziye declared, taking a seat at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea, and flashing a grin. "Since we have time to spare, we might as well endure for an hour. Otherwise, I would lose face as the third son of the Li family." Regardless of the speed of departure, the crowd below was far too numerous. Should he venture out, he would surely be devoured by those ruffians. Better to let Little Red Riding Hood shield him from the gathering storm. As Yu Qingxian observed his shameless demeanor, her impression of him deteriorated further. Suppressing her anger, she stated, "If young master does not leave, then I shall take my leave." With that, she began to put away her Guqin, preparing to depart. "That would be quite improper," Li Ziye exclaimed, setting down his teacup and raising his voice. Yu Qingxian trembled at the sound, her gaze fixed on him, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. How could this man be so brazen? "Please do sit down and chat," Li Ziye grinned, "or I shall continue to shout." Fury coursed through Yu Qingxian, her body trembling as she struggled to contain her rage. After a lengthy pause, she reluctantly set down her Guqin and took a seat. Li Ziye smiled, choosing silence as he sipped his tea, allowing time to pass. He intended to wait until the crowd below grew impatient and dispersed before making his own exit. He wondered if he would have another opportunity to meet his second brother. Tonight had not gone as planned. He had not anticipated this woman to disrupt his intentions. As silence enveloped the room, Yuqing Xian sat with her expression shifting through various emotions. She could hardly fathom that the third son of the Li family was such an unrepentant rogue. If that were the case, the exquisite pipa composition could not have been penned by this man. She firmly believed that one capable of crafting such breathtaking music could not be a thoughtless individual. Time trickled by, and within the private room, no one uttered a word, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. On the table, Li Ziye had drained the pot of tea, yet not much time had elapsed, and the first floor remained teeming with people. Surprisingly, the night deepened outside, and the noble youths below remained as relentless as ever, their eyes reddened, teeth clenched, waiting in the hall. They awaited the emergence of the Li family's country bumpkin, eager to strip him of his dignity. On the second floor, Li Ziye distinctly felt the animosity rising from the first floor and had no intention of venturing out. Noticing that the tea had been consumed, he turned his gaze towards the woman before him, smiling widely, and asked, "Is there any tea left?" "There is none." Yuqing Xian bit her silver teeth in frustration and replied. Mississippi Li Ziye opened his mouth, about to continue, but felt the murderous intent in the gaze of the woman before him and quickly changed his address. You see, you called me up here and made me the target of everyone. You must bear some responsibility, don't you think? What does young Masterly desire?" Yuqing Xian, barely containing her rising anger, inquired. "Well, does the Medicine King exist?" Li Ziye pondered for a moment. "No." Yuqing Xian gritted her teeth in response. "What about the eternal cold iron? Do you have that?" Li Ziye pressed on. "No." Yuqing Xian snapped angrily. "Why do you have nothing?" Li Ziye expressed his disappointment. Upon hearing this, Yuqing Xuan's chest heaved in rage, her silver teeth clenched, and the last vestiges of her rationality seemed to evaporate. "How about this? If you provide me with 10,000 medicinal herbs, I will forgive you," Li Ziye casually suggested. Bang! Finally, unable to restrain herself any longer, Yuqing Xian slammed her palm on the table, standing up with her body trembling violently. You. Li Ziye was taken aback. "Why are you so agitated? If you disagree, you can negotiate. Isn't it customary in business to ask for an exorbitant price and then bargain down? Why the fury?" Yuqing Xian closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. "Young Masterly, I take my leave. May we never meet again." With that, she picked up a guqin beside her and turned to exit through the door at the back of the compartment. "Fairy, don't go." "Hey, such a lack of decorum." Li Ziye called out twice, then shook his head in resignation. "Fine, if you want to leave, then leave." "Is that the carriage of Fairy Qing Xian? She is leaving." At that moment, someone in the lobby on the first floor spotted Yuqing Xuan's carriage departing from the flower arrangement pavilion and exclaimed, "Fairy Qing Xian." Instantly, everyone in the lobby rushed out, their faces filled with disappointment. "Oh, bye. Let us go." Seizing the rare opportunity, Li Ziye dashed downstairs, grabbing by Wang Yu and slipping out of the flower arrangement pavilion amidst the chaos. Li Ziye. In the midst of the turmoil, someone spotted the two and shouted angrily, "Don't let him escape. Everyone capture him." As the words fell, all attention turned to the pair, and they were pursued frantically. Thus, at the Shangshui River, a farcical scene unfolded. Li Ziye was desperately fleeing with by Wang Yu in tow, while a large crowd chased after them, hurling insults. Li Ziye, not want to back down, retorted as he ran, engaging in a verbal exchange with the throng behind him. This only fueled their frenzy, as they pursued him with fervor, appearing as if they had been invigorated. The once tranquil Shangshui River became uproariously lively. As night deepened, Li Ziye dragged by Wang Yu through one street after another, and those who could keep up dwindled in number. A bunch of simpletons thinking they can catch up to me without knowing their own strength. After traversing 2 more streets, Li Ziye noticed no one was following and paused to catch his breath, bending over and gasping. "Em utterly exhausted." Li brother. Beside him, Bai Wang Yu gasped heavily, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. He remarked that such places should be avoided in the future. This time, he vowed to arrange matters meticulously for the next occasion. Suddenly, Li Ziye straightened up, thumping his chest in assurance. However, before he could finish his words, A flicker of alarm crossed his face as he caught sight of something at the end of the street. He swiftly seized by Wang Yu and sprinted away. Behind them, a throng of over a dozen individuals came charging forward, wielding makeshift wooden clubs. By the time Li Yuan, Li Ziye, and by Wang Yu managed to evade their pursuers and return, dawn was approaching. After fleeing for most of the night, both were in a disheveled state. Even by Wang Yu, the esteemed senior brother of the Confucian sect, had lost his dignified appearance, his hair in disarray and his face glistening with sweat. Without exchanging farewells, they retreated to their respective quarters. In the inner courtyard, as Li Ziye pushed open the door to his room, he was taken aback to find a young man clad in a silver-gray robe seated quietly at the table. "Second brother," Li Ziye exclaimed in surprise, quickly shutting the door behind him. "What brings you here in person? You were looking for me, weren't you?" Li Qingzi replied calmly. "If you wish to remain inconspicuous, why provoke you Qingxian?" Unexpected, Li Ziye rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. "I never imagined that a piece of music I casually composed years ago would end up in Yu Qingxuan's possession." Li Qingji nodded, choosing not to dwell on this matter. He shifted the conversation. "You sought me out to inquire about the Yin family, correct?" "Yes." Li Ziye's expression turned serious. "Second brother, is everything proceeding smoothly regarding Yin Kuang?" "The arrangements have been made for him to enter the Yin family," Li Qingji replied evenly. "However, the item you desire from the Yin family treasury will be difficult for him to acquire given his current status and capabilities. If only we could infiltrate the Yin family ourselves, we would have a much greater chance of success," Li Ziye remarked thoughtfully. Li Qingji considered this for a moment before responding. "There are ways to gain entry into the Yin family. Do you have a plan, second brother?" Li Ziye asked, his eyes brightening with hope. "In a few days, it will be the 60th birthday celebration of the Yin family's elder. At that time, Yu Qingxian will be performing," Li Qingji stated calmly. "If you wish to enter the Yin family, you could request Yu Qingxuan's assistance." Li Ziye, upon hearing this, was suddenly choked by his own saliva. Coughing violently, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" he exclaimed. "I've already thoroughly offended Yu Qingxian last night. He probably doesn't even want to see me now." Chapter 30. Continuing the search for the courtesan and discussing life as dawn broke. Li Ziye had once again vanished without a trace. In the southeastern part of the capital, the quietest corner of the city, opulence seemed to be a distant reality, devoid of lavish palaces or extravagant entertainment venues. Here, only the mundane lives of common folk persisted. Within a modest courtyard, a young woman rose early to water her plants before stepping out for her morning exercise. Yu Qingxian, who had been frail in her youth, was advised by her physician to engage in more physical activity, a habit she had diligently maintained over the years. The noble youths of the capital could never have imagined that the celestial being they idolized resided in such an unassuming place. Yet Li Ziye was aware, for Li Qingji had informed him. "Miss Yu, what a coincidence!" By the banks of the Xiang River, clad in a green outfit, Yu Qingxian was preparing for her morning routine when an unwelcome voice pierced the tranquility. Turning around, she saw Li Ziye approaching, his athletic attire glistening under the sun, his visage radiant and his smile captivating. Unfortunately, Li Ziye's current standing in Yu Qingxuan's eyes had plummeted to an all-time low. Hence, upon spotting him, she uttered not a word and turned to leave. Miss you, please don't go. Let us discuss life, or perhaps music or poetry." Li Ziye jogged after her, his persistence unyielding, adorned with a grin that was utterly beguiling. "Young Master Li, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day," Yu Qingxian replied curtly, hastening her steps to evade the bothersome presence. Unaware that he had been likened to a bothersome fly, Li Ziye pressed on. "Miss Yu, I come to apologize. It was all by Wang Yu's fault for insisting I visit the flower pavilion and forcing me to drink. Had it not been for that, I would not have acted so rudely. Please forgive me." Achoo! In the west chamber by Wang Yu, who had just stepped out of his room, sneezed twice, his nose twitching. "Have I caught a cold?" He pondered, puzzled, for it had been years since he had fallen ill since taking up martial arts. By the banks of the Xiang River, Yu Qingxian regarded the shameless youth before her with increasing disdain, who did not know the character of that Confucian sect as elder brother, who could brazenly cast blame upon others without a hint of embarrassment. "Young Master Li," Yu Qingxian halted, her expression serious. I have no connection to you. Whether you seek my forgiveness is of little consequence. Why must you persistently cling to me? There is a connection. How could there not be? Li Ziye hurriedly retorted. Aren't you searching for the composer of 10 Directions, Ambush? Indeed, it was I who penned it. Yu Qingxian frowned, inquiring, what do you mean by the 12 tones? What are the 7 sounds? Li Ziye was taken aback, perplexed. What do you mean? Yu Qingxuan's impatience grew as she responded. If young Master Li lacks even the fundamental knowledge of music theory, how could you possibly compose a remarkable score such as 10 Directions, Ambush? Li Ziye's face was etched with a look of distress. He was not well versed in ancient musical theory, so how could he possibly comprehend such matters? He merely possessed a remarkable memory, capable of retaining what he had seen after a single glance. The score for 10 Sides Ambushed was something he had casually perused. As for knowledge of musical theory, who would bother to delve into that? He had no inkling that the examination would encompass it. This question was clearly beyond the syllabus. Young Master Li, if you cannot respond, please refrain from further entanglement, Yu Qingxian remarked, and promptly resumed her departure. Li Ziye vigorously tousled his hair, wearing a bitter smile. Yet he did not relent. He continued to follow closely behind. It seemed that salvaging his impression in Yu Qingxuan's eyes would not be an easy feat. Last night had indeed been a reckless endeavor, and he had no idea he would later seek the favor of this enchanting courtesan. Ahead, Yu Qingxian walked briskly for quite some time, growing increasingly irate as she noticed Li Ziye trailing behind her. How could this person be so obstinate? A quarter of an hour later, as she neared her residence, she was compelled to halt, turning to face the young man behind her. Young Master Li, what is it that you truly desire? She asked, her voice low and stern. Nothing of great consequence, merely a desire to befriend Miss Yu. Li Ziye grinned, aware that he could not disclose his intentions of visiting the Yin family under the current circumstances. Young Master Li, your status is lofty, while I am but a woman of the world, unworthy of your attention. I implore you to return, Yu Qingxian replied in a grave tone. All are equal in this world. There exists no distinction of nobility or baseness. Though you may dwell in the world of sin, Miss Yu, you stand untainted, rising from the mire, far superior to those who espouse lofty ideals yet commit heinous acts, Li Ziye extolled, employing every eloquent phrase at his disposal to cultivate a favorable rapport with Yu Qingxian. Indeed, upon hearing his unique perspective on status, Yu Qingxuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. All are equal in this world. This was the first time she had encountered such a sentiment. Observing the change in her demeanor, Li Ziye seized the opportunity to further articulate his thoughts. Miss Yu, I hail from a merchant family. My status is by no means exalted. Nevertheless, I have never considered myself inferior. Nobles and commoners are but vessels. The ruler is like a boat, while the people are like water. Water can both support the boat and capsize it. Therefore, in this life, there truly is no distinction of high and low. Such notions reside solely in the hearts of men. Brilliant, Li Ziye concluded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It had been quite some time since he had so unabashedly spun a tale. Do you genuinely hold such beliefs, young Master Li? Yu Qingxian inquired softly. Her heart stirred as she gazed at the multifaceted young man before her. At that moment, she found it difficult to decipher his ever-changing expression. The idea that all are equal in this world resonated deeply within her. She recognized that despite countless noble suitors pursuing her over the years, their interest lay solely in her beauty and form, while her identity as a woman of the world was met with disdain. This was the essence of societal stratification, ingrained in the human psyche and unalterable. Of course, Li Ziye nodded vigorously and said, Miss Yu, as we have spent considerable time together, you will come to understand that I am a person of integrity, possessing a benevolent nature. I would not harm even the smallest insect, nor would I carelessly dismiss the plight of a moth drawn to a flame. Last night, I admittedly indulged a bit too much in drink, which led to my impudent words. Amit Ba, to the brothers of the underworld. I apologize if I have inadvertently endangered your lives. Let's put last night's events behind us. Yu Qingxian, possessing a kind heart, did not wish to dwell on the matter, and softly replied, Truly. Li Ziye's face lit up with joy as he grasped the hand of the woman before him. exclaiming, "Thank you, monsieur. Thank you." However, Yu Qingxuan's expression changed, and she attempted to withdraw her hand when, from a short distance away, an irate voice rang out, "Scoundrel! Release the fairy Qingxian." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a young boy, appearing to be around 15 or 16, rushed over with an angry countenance. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, resembling a fierce little tiger. In just a few strides, he reached the pair and forcefully pushed Li Ziye away, shouting, "Who are you to bully fairy Qingxian? Beware, or I shall have my father deal with you." "And who might your father be?" Li Ziye asked, taken aback. "My father is none other than the East Lin King, one of the 10 martial kings," the boy declared proudly. The East Lin King? Li Ziye was momentarily stunned, pondering how the heirs of the martial kings had become so commonplace that their names were bandied about without consequence. Was this not an act of bullying? "Are you afraid? If so, then leave quickly, or I shall make you regret it." Wu Duo, the son of the East Lin King, boasted with hands on his hips, exuding an air of bravado. "Young master, Li Gongzi did not bully me. It was merely a misunderstanding," Yu Qingxian interjected, sensing the situation escalating and wishing to clarify. "Do not fear, fairy Qingxian. With me here, he would not dare to trouble you." Wu Duo turned, displaying a self-satisfied grin, convinced that fairy Qingxian was too intimidated to offend him. "Quite the brave little lad," Li Ziye remarked, giving a thumbs up. It seemed his role as the villain had not been sufficiently established if a mere child dared to play the hero. With this thought, a smile crept across Li Ziye's face as he stepped closer. "What do you intend to do?" Wu Duo exclaimed, instinctively stepping back in alarm. "What do I intend to do?" Li Ziye's face morphed into a sinister grin as he seized the boy by the collar and glared menacingly, stating, "So, you are the East Lin King's son, are you? How bold to meddle in my affairs. Be careful, or I might just toss you into the river. You! Let me go." Wu Duo stammered in terror, struggling to break free. "Otherwise, my father will not spare you." "Well, you must first survive to see your father," Li Ziye retorted, glancing around and grinning. "This place is quite secluded, a perfect spot." With that, he began to drag the boy towards the riverbank. "Help!" Wu Duo shivered, a profound sense of dread surging within him as he cried out, "Call for help. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue." Li Ziye retorted with an air of arrogance. Beside them, Yu Qingxian discerned that Li Ziye was merely intimidating the crown prince of Donglin, and a look of helplessness crossed her face. The temperament of the third son of the Li family is truly chaotic. By the banks of the Shangshui River, Li Ziye dragged the crown prince of Donglin along, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he said, "Will you jump in yourself, or shall I throw you in?" "Help! Help! I don't want to go in." Wu Duo nearly burst into tears, trembling as he spoke. "Not going in?" Li Ziye shuklat ominozly. "What about the hero saving the beauty?" "In no rescue," Wu Duo stammered. "Truli no rescue?" Li Ziye inquired again. "No rescue, Guduodori plaiv." His voice laced with a hint of sobbing. "Such a lack of spirit, and you want to even hold your ground," Li Ziye remarked with a disinterested expression, casually tossing Wu Duo to the riverbank. With a resounding splash, Wu Duo fell to the ground, staring at the unfathomable depths of the river, terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. "Miss you, let us depart," Li Ziye said, turning to the woman before him, revealing a broad smile that showcased his 8 teeth. "I have a piece, Guangling San, I wish to dedicate to you, one that shall rival the peepus score you possess." At his words, Yu Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I invite you, young Master Li, to my humble abode for a discussion." "Indeed," Li Ziye replied, glancing back at Wu Duo on the riverbank, flashing another toothy grin. "Oh, you little rascal, dare you challenge him?" Wu Duo felt the threat in Li Ziye's gaze, causing him to shiver and hastily avert his eyes. Chapter 31. The most handsome is still the senior brother in the southeastern part of the capital, where the Xiang River flows, within a modest courtyard. Li Ziye held his brush and painstakingly transcribed the musical score of Guangling San. What exquisite writing! After completing the transcription, Li Ziye gazed at his masterpiece on the stone table, unable to suppress his self-admiration. Beside him, Yu Qingxian examined the score, her attention undeterred by the crooked, tadpole-like characters. Instead, she read through the composition with utmost seriousness, her beautiful countenance gradually revealing a look of astonishment. Guangling San, such a breathtaking score exists in this world. Waves of emotion surged in Yu Qingxuan's eyes, nearly overwhelming her. The profundity of this piece, once unveiled, would render all other musical compositions powerless in comparison. Should it circulate, countless musical maestros would surely be driven to madness. Observing the astonishment on the woman's face, Li Ziye felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the correct way to unveil his talent. He was the favored son of this realm. How could he possibly be outshone by the likes of Huoliner or by Wang Yu? Could they compose Guangling San? Could they recite Tang poetry or song lyrics? Could they invent soap? Masterly. After a while, Yu Qingxian regained her composure, her expression complex as she spoke. This Guangling San is something I cannot accept. This score is worth its weight in gold. Merely witnessing it is already a rare fortune for me. Miss you, do not be so courteous. I promised to gift it to you, and I shall certainly keep my word. Li Ziye insisted, placing the score into her hands with a broad smile. Besides, we are friends now. Why should we fuss over trivialities? Unless, of course, you refuse to acknowledge me as your nouveau riche friend. That is not the case. Yu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, observing Li Ziye's unwavering attitude. She could not help but let out a soft sigh, performing a graceful bow. Then I, Qingxian, must express my heartfelt gratitude for Master Li's generous gift. That is more like it. Li Ziye beamed with satisfaction. Miss you, since we are friends now, there's no need for formalities. Just call me Ziye. Z. Ziye. Yu Qingxian attempted to utter his name, but found it rather awkward. Qingxian. Li Ziye seized the opportunity to continue, his smile radiant. Do you practice every morning by the banks of the Xiang River? Yes. Yu Qingxian nodded gently. Due to my frail health in childhood, the doctor advised me to exercise more, thus this habit has remained with me. How serendipitous. I also practice swordplay every morning. Why not practice together? Li Ziye proposed. Is the garden nearby? Yu Qingxian inquired, puzzled. Very close. Li Ziye grinned. So close, in fact, that one could traverse the distance in half an hour, even on horseback. Very well. Yu Qingxian, without further suspicion, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. This Master Li, capable of composing such an unmatched score as Guangling San, must possess extraordinary talent. If she encountered any uncertainties, she could seek his guidance. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through, causing a strand of Yu Qingxuan's long hair to flutter near her ear, a delicate fragrance drifting into Li Ziye's nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. Instinctively, Li Ziye inhaled deeply, an unabashed and brazen act of impropriety. Yu Qingxian was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining her composure, her face instantly flushed with color. The two individuals remained silent, and the atmosphere turned somewhat ambiguous. Come out, you scoundrel! At that moment, an urgent voice from outside the courtyard shattered the intimate ambience. Li Ziye was instantly enraged. Is this the right time? Can't you see I'm making friends? Outside the courtyard, a group of people arrived, wielding clubs, led by none other than the Eastling Prince's heir, Wu Duoduo, who had just been beaten by Li Ziye. At this moment, Wu Duoduo's face was filled with anxiety, fearing that the celestial being he admired might be bullied. Yu Qingxian approached the front of the courtyard, observing the commotion outside, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Prince, what is your intent? Qingxian, I have come to rescue you. Have you been bullied by that scoundrel? Wu Duoduo asked urgently. Behind Yu Qingxian, Li Ziye stepped forward, looking at the young man before him, and grinned. Eastling Prince, haven't you heard? There's another troublemaker like you, the Martial King's heir, whom I also thrashed. I believe his name is Chunifei. Prince, a young man behind Wu Duoduo exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly stepped forward, whispering, he is the Li Ziye from Yuzhou City. Li Ziye? Upon hearing this name, Wu Duoduo trembled. He is the one who struck the Xuanwu King's heir? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Duoduo suppressed his fear and declared, do not be afraid of him. We outnumber him. Why bother? Li Ziye's smile grew ever more radiant. In fact, Chunifei has more people than you do. A minor character of this caliber? He could take on a group single-handedly. If he cannot defeat skilled fighters, how could he possibly be outmatched by these idle young rascals? Oh, Wu Duo, you are here too. Just as Li Ziye was preparing to perform his heroic feat of taking on a group alone, an exceedingly irritating voice rang out from a distance. Far more obnoxious than Wu Duo. A young man, clad in exquisite silks, approached, holding a folding fan. A sinister glint flashed across his pale face. And behind him followed two men, both adorned in embroidered golden robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chunifei. Wu Duo's expression shifted as he recognized the newcomer. How'd he come here as well? At that moment, Li Ziye's demeanor turned grave, yet his gaze did not fixate on Chunifei, but rather on the two men behind him. Experts. Li Ziye, we meet again. Chunifei cast a glance at the gathered crowd, then shifted his gaze to the young man ahead, speaking coolly. Xuanwu King's heir, you truly are persistent. Li Ziye's expression turned icy. It seems the lessons I imparted previously were insufficient. Huh. Chunifei closed his folding fan with a cold smile. Today, it remains uncertain who will teach whom a lesson. He then turned his attention to Wu Duo. Eastling Prince, seeing your demeanor, it appears you harbor grievances against Li Ziye as well. Why not join forces? No need. Wu Duo glanced at the two men behind Chunifei, shaking his head in refusal. Your grievances are not my concern. As the words faded, Wu Duo turned, preparing to lead his companions away. Be cautious. In the moment they brushed past each other in the courtyard, Wu Duo's lips moved slightly as he whispered a warning. Those two are the embroidered guards of King Xuanwu. Formidable indeed. Thank you, Li Ziye replied, his expression momentarily serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. The young heir of the Eastern Lin King was not entirely insufferable. Though he belonged to the same rank of debauched youth, there was a distinction about him. At the very least, he possessed a more honorable demeanor compared to Chunifei, the equally privileged son of the martial king. Chunifei, observing the departing heir of the Eastern Lin, wore a disdainful expression, his attention shifting to the youth he had been preoccupied with for days. In a chilling tone, he declared, Li Ziye, if I do not incapacitate you today, I shall take on your surname. I certainly do not have a son as grand as you. Li Ziye responded gravely, his internal energy subtly circulating, readying himself for an imminent confrontation. It appeared trouble was at hand today, for the embroidered guards of King Xuanwu were at least experts at the late stage of the First Realm. While he might manage against one, facing two left him with little hope for victory. Yet, retreat was not an option. Young Master Li. Beside him, Yu Qingshuan's face reflected anxiety, her delicate hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. Qingxian, fall back, Li Ziye softly urged, stepping forward to shield her with his own presence. Just aside, if he did not stand firm now, he would not be deserving of the title of man. Chunifei sneered, do not worry, once I have incapacitated you, I shall take this courtesan for myself to enjoy at leisure. Yu Qingxian shivered, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes as she instinctively grasped the hem of the young man's garment. What are you waiting for? Attack! Chunifei commanded the two guards behind him coldly. Yes, your highness. The two embroidered guards exchanged glances before stepping forward. In an instant, a powerful aura surged around them, their chests resonating with the thunderous sound of their divine energy, fully revealing their prowess at the late stage of the First Realm. Noticing this, Li Ziye's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt his own internal energy begin to stir in response. Yet the disparity in cultivation was glaring. The Fei Xianju he practiced did not emphasize raw power, and with only a single vein cultivated, his progress was painfully slow, leaving him still at the early stage of the First Realm. For the first time, Li Ziye acutely felt the weight of being outmatched in cultivation. He required strength, immense strength. Otherwise, he would be unable to safeguard those around him. In the next moment, the two embroidered guards surged forward, their figures a blur as they launched their attack. Just as Li Ziye prepared to activate the Fei Xianju, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to the west. Whoosh! At that precise moment, a sword aura soared into the sky from afar, an ancient sword slicing through the air, radiating righteous energy that spanned 30 paces. With a resounding clang, The ancient sword struck the ground, sending the two embroidered guards flying. Li Ziye and Chun Yifei, both astonished, turned their attention to the figure approaching from the distance. A young man clad in white scholarly robes, stepping forward with unwavering steadiness. His handsome features and composed demeanor exuded an aura of righteousness, powerful yet sharp. In a word, he was strikingly handsome. Li Ziye gazed at the entrance of Bai Wangyu, nearly overcome with emotion. "You are truly putting on a show." At a distance of 100 feet, Bai Wangyu had swiftly approached, his seemingly leisurely pace belied by its astonishing speed. "Li brother, are you all right?" Bai Wangyu inquired with genuine concern, observing the young man before him. "I'm Yifei," Li Ziye replied through clenched teeth, perplexed as he asked, "How did you know I was here?" "Miss Yue informed me, suggesting that you might be in danger and urging me to bring you back," Bai Wangyu explained. "Yue?" Li Ziye was taken aback, but then understanding dawned upon him. There were numerous spies from the Li family in the capital. It was clear that Yue had sensed the unusual behavior of the crown prince of Xuanwu, prompting this young figure in a red cloak to come to his aid. "Bai Wangyu." In the courtyard, Chun Yifei confronted the scholarly elder with indignation. "Are you also opposing the Xuanwu palace?" "Opposing?" Bai Wangyu's expression shifted as he drew the Tai sword from the ground, turning to inquire, "Is it that serious?" At his words, Li Ziye felt tears welling up. Such overwhelming charisma. It was infuriating how this young man in a red cloak could exude such charm. "You." Chun Yifei was momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to lash out but hesitating. The person before him was the esteemed elder of the Confucian sect. Of noble status and considerable prowess, the two embroidered-clad guards he brought were no match for him. "Let us go. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses." Chun Yifei forcibly suppressed his fury, uttering a low command before turning to leave. The two embroidered guards followed suit without uttering a word, unwilling to linger any longer. "Young master, remember to ask the Xuanwu king upon your return whether he permits you to bear the surname Li." Li Ziye called out to the retreating figures in a taunting manner. "Turn back. Turn back. Let the red cloak deal with you." 10 paces away, Chun Yifei stumbled slightly, clenched his fists, and after taking a deep breath, continued on his way. He vowed not to rest until he avenged this grievance. Li Ziye watched their retreating forms with a hint of disappointment. Why didn't he turn back? After dispatching the crown prince of Xuanwu, Li Ziye and Bai Wangyu did not linger, bidding farewell to Yu Qingxian as they headed toward the Li Garden in the western part of the city. "Old Bai." Li Ziye broke the silence on their way back after a long pause. "Yes," Bai Wangyu responded. "I wish to meet the head of the Confucian sect." Li Ziye murmured softly, knowing that only by meeting him could he uncover the whereabouts of his master, the immortal. His master had come to the capital to procure the medicinal herb Wang, and it was only by obtaining this herb that he could swiftly reconstruct his second meridian. To grow stronger, he must expedite the opening of all 8 meridians. Otherwise, he would continue to face the perilous situations he encountered today. The waters in the capital were exceedingly deep. If the crown prince of Xuanwu posed such trouble, what if the Xuanwu king himself decided to act? He could not always rely on the fortune of being rescued by a benefactor like the young man in the red cloak. His destiny could not remain in the hands of others. Living off the favors of others was ultimately not a sustainable path. Upon hearing Li Ziye's resolve, Bai Wangyu's expression grew serious as he replied, "Meeting the head of the Confucian sect is quite challenging. I understand, thus I hope that Brother Bai can assist me." Li Ziye spoke calmly. "I am willing to pay any price to meet the Confucian leader." Bai Wangyu remained silent for a long while before nodding and saying, "I will return to the academy to plead with the master of the law for you, and I will ask him to convey your message. However, I cannot guarantee that you will ultimately meet the Confucian leader." "That is sufficient, thank you," Li Ziye replied, gazing into the distance with his hands tightly clenched. Chapter 32. Breaking boundaries in the serene courtyard of the Taishua Palace, situated on the eastern side, the autumn air had begun to chill, causing the flowers and vegetables within to wither significantly. Nevertheless, the elderly man continued his daily routine of watering the garden, day after day, year after year. In truth, within the Taishua Palace, and indeed throughout the vast realm of the Dashang, no one could precisely determine how many years the old man had lived. However, It was certain that the day the Taishua Palace endured, the old man would remain. Oh, did the three sons of the Li family truly say so? Within the courtyard, Confucius listened attentively to the words of the master of law and Confucianism, a gentle smile gracing his aged visage. It seems he is somewhat anxious. Would you like to meet him, Confucius? The master inquired solemnly. It is not yet the time, Confucius replied, shaking his head. He picked up a wooden box from the stone table beside him and tossed it casually, saying, "Let your disciple deliver this to him." Understood. The master of law and Confucianism bowed respectfully before turning to leave. He's gone. You may come out now. As the master departed, Confucius called towards the back of the wooden house. Thank you, Confucius. Qin Ana stepped out, speaking softly. I had originally intended to wait until the three sons of the Li family entered the Taishue before presenting the He Shou Wu to him. But since he has taken the initiative to seek me out, I shall send it to him ahead of time. Confucius's aged face broke into a faint smile. Moreover, a precious medicinal herb, in exchange for a year of the plum blossom sword immortal's time, is well worth it. There is one matter I do not comprehend. King Ana Himarke de Arnestli, having witnessed the affairs of the world, why does the Confucian leader regard Li Ziye with such particular favor? He is different, Confucius replied slowly. Indeed, the rumors of the world hold truth. All the rare wonders that the Li family possesses have emerged from the hands of the three sons. That may merely suggest his intelligence, Qin Ana stated evenly. While talented individuals may not be abundant, they are certainly not scarce. Mere intelligence cannot warrant the Confucian leader's attention. As his mentor, do you not sense any differences between him and the people of this world? Confucius smiled. Different from the people of this world? Upon hearing the Confucian leader's words, Qin Ana's expression turned contemplative. What do you mean? Plum blossom, sword immortal. Though you have established 5 divine abodes and reached the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm, your eyes remain inevitably influenced by this vast world, preventing you from perceiving the true essence of heaven and earth. Confucius gazed upwards, inquiring, what do you believe lies beyond this vast expanse? Beyond the expanse? Qin Ana glanced at the sky, frowning as she replied, is it not simply the heavens? And what are the heavens? Confucius continued to question. The heavens? King Ana frowned, acknowledging that the answer to this query was elusive and devoid of definitive conclusion. Indeed, I have pondered these questions for an extensive period, yet have found no answers. Confucius replied with a subtle smile. Until I witnessed the birth of the 3 sons of the Li family. Li Ziye? What connection does he have to this? King Ana asked perplexed. When he was born, he shattered the constraints that veiled this world. In that moment, I was granted a glimpse of the true realm that lies beyond this vast expanse. Confucius gazed upon the sky, remarking on its exquisite beauty, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Yet, it was the most stunning sight he had ever witnessed throughout his life. What does Rushu signify? King Ana, having heard the words of the sage, displayed an expression of astonishment and remarked, the 3 sons of the Li family are not of this world. The plum blossom, sword immortal, was indeed wise. Confucius nodded, a glimmer of light flashing through his weathered eyes, stating, he hails from another realm, having been born into this world. Thus, the moment he appeared, the rules of this realm were thrown into disarray, allowing me to pierce through the dense fog and glimpse beyond this world. So that is the case. Qin Ana's heart grew increasingly shaken. She had always sensed an inexplicable dissonance emanating from Li Ziye, yet she could never articulate the source of this unease. It turned out he was not a denizen of this realm. No wonder his words and actions were often astonishing, and he showed little regard for the customs and doctrines of this world. If what the sage said is true, then all the unusual feelings of dissonance could be elucidated. However, such a shocking revelation is truly hard to believe. The sage, contemplating this, Qin Ana suppressed the tumult within her heart and turned her gaze to the elder before her, asking, is there anyone else besides the sage who knows of this matter? Perhaps not, Confucius replied, shaking his head. The scholar from the western region Tianyu Palace might have perceived something, yet at that time, his cultivation was not as formidable as it is today, so his insights were limited. The master of the western region Tianyu Palace, Fu Jingluan, Upon hearing the term scholar, Qin Aina instantly recognized the individual the sage referred to. That scholar, who once studied in the Central Plains, was well-versed in literature and possessed profound knowledge. No one could have anticipated that he would eventually venture to the Western region and become the master of the Tianyu Temple. The transformation from a learned scholar to a dogmatic preacher astonished the world. It seems that this scholar also studied at the Taishu Palace. Confucius chuckled softly, saying, "The youth is indeed formidable. In just over 20 years, he has achieved such remarkable prowess. Initially, I believed he was the one destined to change this world. However, I later realized my error. Fu Jingluan's talent and intellect are truly unparalleled, yet he is not the right person for this task. Ultimately, Fu Jingluan remains a citizen of this realm. No matter how far his vision extends, he cannot escape the confines of this world." Change this world? Qin Aina furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is amiss with this world?" "A cage," Confucius replied calmly. "Within the cage, all are like frogs in a well, unable to perceive the vastness of the heavens and earth. They possess narrow minds, squabbling over trivial matters, engaged in endless conflicts for centuries. Hence, I have been waiting for the emergence of one who can transform this world." Moreover, there is something else he did not say, nor can he. For over a century, the feeling in his heart has intensified, and it was not until the moment the scion of the Li family was born that he truly confirmed it. The heavens above the 9 provinces are poised for change. As the harsh winter approaches, it is evident that turmoil will soon engulf the realm. The head of the Confucian school believes the individual in question is Li Ziye. Qin Aina, perplexed, remarked that while he is indeed unique, he is far too feeble. It is difficult for him to even ensure his own safety, let alone transform the world. Force is not the sole solution to problems. Kong Qiu, tending to the flowers in the garden, stated that before the birth of the 3 scions of the Li family, they were merely ordinary merchants. However, following their arrival, they invented remarkable contrivances, and within a decade, their wealth incited fear even among the great merchants of the court, an achievement unattainable by sheer force alone. Nonetheless, ultimate power remains the most effective means of resolution. Qin Aina asserted that regardless of Li Ziye's uniqueness, without formidable strength, he would be unable to effect genuine change. As he would encounter numerous adversaries, some of whom are nearly insurmountable, such as Fu Jingluan, Kong Qiu nodded, acknowledging the validity of her concerns, and remarked that from the moment she took the 3 scions of the Li family as disciples, he had been awaiting her arrival. Awaiting my arrival? Qin Aina was taken aback, her astonishment evident as she processed his words. "You mean the head of the Confucians anticipated my visit to the academy for the millennium-old He Shou Wu? How can the leader of the Confucian school foresee such things? His meridians are blocked. Without the divine healer, it would take many years to fully unblock them with ordinary medicine, and you cannot afford to wait," Kong Qiu responded calmly. "Thus, you are destined to come. Your wisdom is admirable." Qin Aina bowed respectfully, her lovely visage revealing her admiration, for she could not see as far as he did. Kong Qiu smiled gently, stating, "It is merely a matter of longevity. For the next few days, you shall remain within the academy. The arrival of the 3 scions of the Li family is imminent." "Is the head of the Confucians still unwilling to meet me?" In the Li garden, Li Ziye expressed his disappointment upon seeing Bai Wangyu return from the academy. Indeed, Bai Wangyu confirmed, "The master of the law and Confucianism has conveyed your words. But the head of the Confucians believes it is not yet time." "Not yet time?" Li Ziye Kariya Bawildarat. "What does that mean? When will it be considered the right time? Do the wise always speak in such riddles? It's incomprehensible. Can you not clarify?" "I'm uncertain as well," Bai Wangyu replied apologetically. "The words of the head of the Confucians are not to be contradicted, even by the master of the law. Thus, dear brother Li, you must wait a while longer." "Very well. It seems I have no choice." Li Ziye sighed heavily before turning to return to the inner courtyard. "Ah, brother Li, the head of the Confucians instructed me to deliver this to you." At that moment, Bai Wangyu produced a wooden box from his robe and handed it over. Li Ziye, taken aback, accepted the box with curiosity and opened it. The millennium-old He Shou Wu, upon seeing the oddly shaped, rather unsightly wooden lump inside, Li Ziye's expression turned to one of astonishment. Bai Wangyu, upon hearing his exclamation, also turned his gaze toward the box, a flicker of envy crossing his typically calm demeanor. The millennia-old He Shou Wu is well known, regarded as one of the rare treasures of the Imperial Academy, and is exceedingly precious. The Confucian scholar has chosen to present this item as a gift, indicating how highly he values brotherly. Li Ziye quickly regained his composure, a joyful expression gracing his features, and his spirits lifted considerably. Old Bai, in the future, speak without such heavy breathing. If you had revealed it earlier, I would not have endured such prolonged disappointment, Li Ziye remarked, tucking away the wooden box. He then gently patted the shoulder of the young girl in the red hat, imparting earnest advice. Brotherly S. admonition is well taken, Bai Wangyu replied, nodding humbly in acceptance. You should rest now. I will seek out old Zhang. Pleased with the young girl's willingness to amend her errors, Li Ziye instructed her before merrily making his way towards the inner courtyard. Old Zhang. After only a few steps, Li Ziye called out loudly, get up and start working. Before long, within the inner courtyard, the young maidens hurried back and forth, bustling with energy. In a large wooden vat of the pharmacy, steam billowed as vast quantities of medicine were poured in. Li Ziye shed his outer garments and stepped into the vat. Endure, Zhang Lada said gravely before flipping his palm to grasp the air, shattering the millennia-old He Shou Wu in his hand. In the next moment, 5 divine abodes within Zhang Lada simultaneously awakened, their rumbling sounds faintly resonating, their brilliance shining like stars, revealing his extraordinary cultivation level without a doubt. The sword fanatic struck, fingers forming a sword, unleashing an overwhelming sword aura, forcibly shattering a major meridian within Li Ziye's body. At the same time, Zhang Lada condensed his true essence, continually infusing the essence of the millennia-old medicinal king into Li Ziye. A wave of excruciating pain surged forth, causing Li Ziye to tremble violently, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and staining the water red. In the west chamber, Bai Wangyu felt the intense fluctuations of true energy emanating from the inner courtyard, her expression tightening. Within the estate, an unparalleled powerhouse of the fifth realm was present. Boom! Just then, within the pharmacy of the inner courtyard, a fierce shockwave erupted, shattering the vat and bursting open the door, sending water splashing everywhere. A drenched young man half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. In front of him, the disheveled elder appeared equally disheveled, soaked through, with wet hair clinging to his face, devoid of the majestic demeanor of a formidable expert. That's the second meridian. The young man half knelt, fists clenched tightly, inching ever closer to breaking through all 8 meridians. In the west chamber, just as Bai Wangyu was about to shift her gaze away, her expression suddenly froze in surprise. Breakthrough. At that moment, the inner courtyard, which had returned to tranquility, was suddenly engulfed by a violent surge of spiritual energy, akin to raging waves, pouring into the pharmacy from all directions. Chapter 33. The proposal of Changsun Nanxiao in the inner courtyard of Liyuan, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged fervently into the apothecary. Inside the chamber, Li Ziye felt a jolt throughout his body as the miniature world within his chest roared with thunder and lightning. The sea of true essence within him surged tumultuously as boundless spiritual energy flowed in, enriching the vastness of his true essence. With the opening of a second meridian, Li Ziye's absorption of the spiritual energies accelerated significantly, more than doubling in speed. Coupled with the accumulation from countless days of diligence, he finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. At the moment of transcending the mid-stage of the first realm of martial arts, he distinctly sensed the dramatic rise in the intensity of his true essence, alongside a notable enhancement in his spiritual perception. Familiarize yourself with your own body, Zhang Lada called out, casually waving his hand as the pure Jun ancient sword soared through the air, landing before Li Ziye. Li Ziye examined his hands, then promptly drew the ancient sword. With a determined step, he leaped forward. The sword's fierce aura sliced through the air as his figure darted across the inner courtyard, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. In a seamless flow of 18 steps, he concluded with a poised stance, gripping the sword firmly and unleashing a powerful downward strike. Boom! The 3-foot blade, indomitable, cleaved through a stone table before him, splitting it asunder with a resounding crack. Clap, clap, clap. Outside the apothecary, Zhang Lada applauded, stepping forward with a look of satisfaction. At last, there is some progress. You Haven Tea let down my efforts. Old Zhang, am I impressive or what? Teach me the third stance. Ziye, buoyed by the rare commendation, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Are you certain? Zhang Lada's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. What, is it not possible? Ziye Kadiya, Puzlet. Of course it is, Zhang Lada replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He drew his sword and, with swift strides, demonstrated a ferocious swordplay, each of the 27 steps reflecting an overwhelming dominance. After the demonstration, Zhang Lada sheathed his sword, took a swig of wine, and with a sardonic smile, said, Practice it well. Master this third stance, and in the second realm, none shall stand against you. Even if you encounter a formidable opponent like the third prince, who has opened a second divine sanctuary, you will be able to retreat unscathed. Is it truly that formidable? Li Ziye's eyes widened in astonishment, only to feel a tinge of doubt creeping in. Didn't you say that a disparity of an entire realm renders one unable to overcome? Everything has its exceptions, Zhang Lada replied with an enigmatic grin. The flying immortal technique is renowned as the supreme art because, over 1,000 years ago, the first sword deity wielded this technique to defeat opponents who were a whole realm above him on multiple occasions. As he spoke, Zhang Lada's tone momentarily faltered, and an unsettling grin spread across his face. To put it plainly, the relationship between the 5 realms of martial arts and the 9 styles of ascension is essentially a straightforward 1-to-2 dynamic. For instance, if you remain in the first realm, you can at most utilize the first 2 moves of the ascension technique. To master the third move, belonging to the next significant realm, is akin to daydreaming. Without entering the second realm, neither the intensity of your true energy nor your physical control is sufficient to complete these 27 steps. Of course, that sword god from millennium ago achieved it, allowing him to confront foes across a major realm. If you believe you can do the same, then by all means, give it a try. I find that hard to believe. Li Ziye, gripping his sword, gazed at the footprints on the ground, his heart seething with indignation. Who do you think you're looking down on? With a surge of true energy, he boldly took 3 steps forward. Then, old John help. In a swift motion, Li Ziye's body was uncontrollably propelled forward, and before he could call for aid, he collided head-on with the courtyard's high wall. Bang! Half of his face and his entire body crashed into the wall, leaving him sprawled out in a large letter before he crumpled to the ground. Oh dear, what happened here? If you're feeling down, don't go smashing into walls. Zhang Lada approached, observing the youth in disarray, and grinned. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. With that, he burst into laughter and sauntered away with a jug of wine. Lying on the ground, Li Ziye gritted his teeth in frustration. This is too much. Just then, outside the courtyard, a beautiful young maid hurried over. Upon seeing Li Ziye sprawled beneath the wall, she was momentarily taken aback, then stifled a laugh and said, There's a young lady named Changsun Nanxiao outside, seeking an audience, specifically asking for you, young master. Changsun Nanxiao? Looking for me? Beneath the wall, Li Ziye's face, smeared with dust, displayed a hint of surprise. What was that vixen doing here? Did she not realize that all business affairs of the Li family were managed by Sister Yue? Clearly, the enemy intended to undermine our resistance from within. Did they think he was easily swayed by beauty? Enraged, Li Ziye sprang to his feet and declared, Please bring her to the main hall. I shall change my attire and meet this enchantress. Yes, the young maid smiled subtly before turning to leave. Before long, at the entrance to the main hall, Changsun Nanxiao appeared, clad in a long, deep purple gown, her hair elegantly styled, with strands cascading down. Her striking features embodied the beauty of youth intertwined with the allure of maturity. It must be said that Changsun Nanxiao was indeed a captivating woman. In the inner courtyard, Li Ziye had changed his attire and adjusted his appearance, transforming back into the image of a refined young gentleman as he approached the main hall. Sister Nanxiao, what brings you here in person? He entered with quickened steps and greeted her warmly. If there's a visit to be made, it should be I visiting you. Hearing the more affectionate address from a youth, Changsun Nanxiao's lips curved slightly as she replied, Today, I had no particular engagements, so I thought I would come to Li Garden for a visit. Young Master Li, I wonder how you have considered my previous proposal? Proposal? Li Ziye feigned ignorance, his expression reflecting confusion. What proposal? Changsun Nanxiao narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Surely you haven't forgotten the collaboration between the Changsun family and the Li family, have you? Oh, my memory. Li Ziye suddenly understood, but his expression turned troubled as he replied, Sister Nanxiao, you mustn't misunderstand. Although I am the legitimate son of the Li family, my elder sister handles all business matters. During the last meeting of the four families, I merely accompanied her to broaden my horizons. Young Master Li, let us speak plainly. Changsun Nanxiao's face radiated a bright smile as she said, Though the Li family's business is managed by Li Yuwei, I believe that within this Li Garden, you are the true master and possess absolute authority. Once you express your intentions, the collaboration between the Li and Changsun families will naturally come to fruition. Sister Nanxiao truly holds me in high regard. Li Ziye lifted the warm tea from the table, savoring a sip before smiling. The tea is delightful. You should try some. Upon hearing this, Changsun Nanxiao furrowed her brow slightly, took a sip from the cup, and remarked, It is indeed quite good. I recall that the Li family's tea business has spread to every city in the Great Shang, even reaching the western regions and the northern deserts. Is that so? I usually do not concern myself with business affairs, so I am not particularly well informed, Li Ziye replied with a smile. Changsun Nanxiao chuckled and said, Young Master Li, you have yet to answer my question. Sister Nanxiao, please do not put me in a difficult position, Li Ziye said with a wry smile. If I meddle in the Li family's business, my elder sister would find it quite challenging. You are quite the stubborn one. A hint of helplessness flashed across Changsun Nanxiao's beautiful face. After a moment, she composed herself and smiled. I have heard that young Master Li is still unmarried. Would you like me to introduce you to someone? I think it would be a wonderful choice, Li Ziye replied playfully, grinning. If young Master Li is willing. I have no objections, Changsun Nanxiao responded with a charming smile. I am still young. I prefer to wait a few more years, Li Ziye said somewhat shyly. Not so young anymore. Changsun Nanxiao cast a meaningful glance at the young man's legs. Li Ziye's smile faltered. You rogue. I have heard that young Master Li has been quite close to that little courtesan lately. Be cautious. I have heard that she is of no ordinary background. You must not let yourself be used by others. Changsun Nanxiao changed the topic, offering a word of caution. Are you referring to Yu Qingxian? A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Ziye's eyes as he asked, Could you elaborate, Sister Nanxiao? It is said that Yu Qingxian has met with the Crown Prince several times, and on the very night she appeared in the flower planting garden, the Crown Prince was also present, Changsun Nanxiao explained. The Crown Prince? Li Ziye's brow furrowed as he replied, I have never met the Crown Prince. How could I possibly be of use to him? You, young Master Li, are the legitimate son of the Li family, which is as wealthy as a nation. If I were the Crown Prince, I would certainly seek to win you over. Changsun Nanxiao remarked with a smile. Securing the support of the Li family would undoubtedly facilitate the quest for the throne. Sister Nanxiao, please do not speak so recklessly. Li Ziye took a sip of tea and calmly remarked, The matter of establishing a crown prince is solely the emperor's concern. The Li family is merely a typical merchant family, and we neither desire nor possess the capacity to interfere in such affairs. Although the Li family is still considered a merchant household, should young Master Li wish to ascend further, my Longsun family can extend our assistance. Longsun Nanxiao finally articulated her intentions, her gaze fixed upon the youth before her, and spoke earnestly. Young Master Li should be aware of the influence my Longsun family wields within the court. With your consent, the Li family could swiftly transition from a merchant family to a prestigious noble clan. The distinction is something you understand better than anyone else. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye fell silent. This proposal indeed struck at the very heart of the Li family's predicament. The scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes place the scholarly clans atop the merchant hierarchy, while merchant families remain at a lower status. This has been the greatest obstacle to the Li family's development thus far, the absence of representation in the court. Thus, the Li family can only be regarded as a merchant household, rather than a prominent noble lineage. Li Ziye pondered Long-son Nanxiao's suggestion with utmost seriousness. Weighing the pros and cons, Long-son Nanxiao did not rush him, quietly seated with her cup of tea. She was confident that the Li family would deliberate carefully on her proposal. Indeed, before long, Li Ziye raised his head, a radiant smile gracing his face. Observing this, Long-son Nanxiao also smiled. "It is settled. Sister Nanxiao, I have decided to pursue the path of the sword immortal. A political career is not suited for me," Li Ziye declared, beaming with joy. Upon hearing this, Long-son Nanxiao's expression froze momentarily, and her smile gradually faded away. Chapter 34. The Deceiver. As Li Yuan and Chang-son Nanxiao departed, their expressions were far less favorable than upon their arrival. Li Ziye's indifference and unwavering demeanor had undeniably provoked Chang-son Nanxiao's ire. Soon, the news of Li Yuan's misstep reached both the Yin family and the Merchant Alliance. The three factions, already lacking unity, found their discord deepened by the lucrative business of the Li family, an enticing prize for all. If possible, each faction harbored ambitions to monopolize the opportunity to collaborate with the Li family, seeking to suppress the other two entirely. As night fell, a great fire blazed within the Merchant Alliance, illuminating half the imperial city as if it were day. In Li Yuan's courtyard, Li Ziye, practicing his swordplay under the moonlight, noticed the distant flames, and a dangerous smile curled upon his lips. Finally, his elder brother had begun to act. The timing was impeccable. The following day, before dawn had even broken, chaos erupted throughout half the imperial city. Enraged members of the Merchant Alliance stormed into the Yin family's bank, demanding an explanation. They had discovered, among the goods consumed by the flames, a waste token inadvertently left behind by a member of the Yin family. Outside the Yin family's bank, a crowd of curious onlookers gathered, eager to uncover the unfolding events. They had heard tales of the Merchant Alliance's inferno. Yet the current situation suggested a connection to the Yin family's establishment. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm, urged the elderly patriarch of the Yin family. Yin Zhong, who was on the verge of celebrating his 60th birthday. Leaning on his cane, he swiftly made his way outside. "Yin patriarch, we demand an explanation," cried the representatives of the Merchant Alliance. The manager of the Merchant Alliance threw a waste token inscribed with the character Yin onto the ground in a fit of rage. A young servant stepped forward, retrieved the token, and respectfully presented it to the elder. Yin Zhong received the token, his expression darkening. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "This waste token indeed belongs to my family. Yet I assure you, the fire was not ignited by anyone from the Yin family. I stake the century-long reputation of the Yin family on this claim. We are not responsible. Yin patriarch, the losses we have suffered are far too great to be dismissed with mere words." The manager of the Merchant Alliance retorted angrily. "Manager Yao," Yin Zhong replied, feeling the weight of the unjust accusation. "What do you intend to do about this?" "What do I intend? Naturally, I demand compensation," the manager declared vehemently. "I have calculated the damages, 300,000 taels. If there is even a single tael short, the Merchant Alliance will pursue the matter to the bitter end. Yes, to the bitter end. The Yin family has gone too far." A voice erupted from the crowd of the Merchant Alliance, igniting the fury of all present. Turning to see the source of the outrage, they beheld a young man, handsome and radiant, with an air of elegance that seemed untouched by the murkiness of the world. If Li Ziye were to describe his own appearance, he would surely require an entire dictionary. Yet, at that moment, none had the leisure to ponder Li Ziye's looks. Yes, to the bitter end. This is outrageous. One spark ignites the flame, and under the benevolent instigation of Li Ziye, the members of the Merchant Alliance become increasingly agitated, their fervor swelling like tumultuous waves. Amidst the crowd, Li Ziye shouts passionately, his face flushed with excitement, surpassing even the fervor of the Merchant Alliance members. The overseer of the Merchant Alliance turns to glance at the most fervent youth in the crowd, offering a look of appreciation. This young man possesses remarkable insight and merits promotion upon his return. "Have you heard?" The goods destroyed last night were a token of goodwill from the Merchant Alliance to the Leaf family of Yuzhou, valued at 300,000 taels of silver, now reduced to ashes by the Yin family's fire, an incalculable loss for the Merchant Alliance. 300,000 taels as a greeting gift. Such generosity from the Merchant Alliance. If they could secure an opportunity to collaborate with the Leaf family, what would 300,000 taels matter? However, the loss of the goods signifies that forging a partnership with the Leaf family may not be so straightforward. The Yin family has shown no mercy. It is said they too seek collaboration with the Leaf family, likely fearing the Merchant Alliance might gain the upper hand, hence resorting to such underhanded tactics. Indeed, with the Merchant Alliance suffering such a significant blow, retribution is inevitable. Stay tuned for the ensuing spectacle. Outside the Yin family bank, eager onlookers exchange hushed whispers, spreading the news rapidly until the entire street is abuzz with the unfolding drama. Of course, this information has been disseminated by Li Ziye's associates. Inside the Yin family bank, Yin Zhong observes the rising fervor both inside and outside the establishment, his expression darkening. This is troublesome. If mishandled, the reputation of the Yin family bank could be irreparably tarnished. The bank's business relies heavily on its reputation. If it is compromised, who would dare engage in business with the Yin family? With this in mind, Yin Zhong suppresses his mounting anger. Addressing the overseer of the Merchant Alliance with a measured tone, Manager Yao, our Yin family bank has no past grievances with your Merchant Alliance. Why would we engage in such self-destructive actions? There must be someone framing us, and I implore you not to be manipulated by others. Manipulated? Are you implying that our manager, Yao, lacks both wisdom and courage? Before the overseer could respond, Li Ziye's voice cuts through the crowd once more, sowing discord. Indeed, you committed the wrongdoing, yet seek to shift the blame onto others. You dare not take responsibility for your actions. Our manager, Yao, will not fall for your deceit. Instantly, a young man clad in green beside Li Ziye echoes his sentiments. The two lock eyes momentarily, then simultaneously avert their gazes. Encounters with rivals abound. As the two engage in their orchestrated provocation, the overseer of the Merchant Alliance's expression darkens, turning his gaze toward the elder of the Yin family. In a low voice, he states, Elder Yin, the evidence is before us. Do you still wish to argue? Should we escalate this to the authorities before you acknowledge the truth? Upon hearing the mention of involving the authorities, Yin Zhong's expression shifted, and he stepped forward. Speaking in a lowered voice, this matter is indeed not the doing of the Yin family. Might I beseech Manager Yao to grant me a favor, allowing the Yin family 10 days to ascertain the truth and provide an explanation to the Merchant Alliance? 10 days? The manager of the Merchant Alliance scoffed, his tone rising rather than lowering. You presume to request 10 days from the outset, hoping the Yin family will find a scapegoat to bear the blame? I cannot afford such leniency. In the crowd, Li Ziye perked up, overhearing their conversation, and immediately called out, Manager Yao is correct. We demand justice today. Yes, justice. Others echoed. The Yin family has gone too far. Beside them, a young man in green attire joined in, fanning the flames of outrage. Justice. The already agitated members of the Merchant Alliance could scarcely contain their fury, and soon a chorus of shouts erupted. Among the throng, Li Ziye and the young man in green meticulously memorized each other's features, preparing to investigate one another's identities after this day. Encountering a rival in such a setting could indicate either a mastermind or a beneficiary of the affair. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and there may yet be opportunities for collaboration. The farce at the Yin family's bank escalated, drawing an increasing number of onlookers, eager to witness the impending clash. Observing that the flames of discord had been sufficiently stoked, Li Ziye prepared to slip away. Noticing this, the young man in green discreetly withdrew from the crowd as well. Ready to retreat. Outside the Yin household, the two exchanged knowing smiles and extended their hands. Li Dazhuang, Li Ziye introduced himself. Son Erniu, the young man in green replied candidly. They shook hands briefly before promptly retracting and turning to depart. Bah, what a ruse. Both Li Ziye and the young man in green silently derided each other. Upon returning to Li Garden, Li Ziye dispatched individuals to investigate the origins of the young man in green. Likewise, upon his return, the young man in green promptly sent out inquiries into Li Ziye's identity. Li Ziye, Long Sun Fengyu. After perusing numerous portraits, they swiftly recognized one another's likenesses. Fraud. They both disparaged each other's character anew. Are you suggesting that the legitimate heir of the Li family infiltrated the Merchant Alliance to stir trouble at the Yin family bank? In the Long Sun residence, Long Sun Nanxiao, having heard her nephew's words, displayed a hint of astonishment on her radiant face. Indeed, Long Sun Fengyu replied, taking a sip of tea with a look of disdain, I have never encountered such brazen individuals, deceiving me with names like Li Dazhuang. You too spun a tale. Calling yourself Sun Erniu, Long Sun Nanxiao unabashedly exposed his hypocrisy. Aunt, why do you defend an outsider? Long Sun Fengyu questioned, incredulous. Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that you have taken a liking to that scion of the Li family? Aunt, you must reconsider. That lad is even younger than I. Begone. Long Sun Nanxiao reprimanded with irritation. It seems you are itching for a challenge. Shall I inform your father to loosen your bones a bit? I concede, Aunt. Long Sun Fengyu immediately relented. However, may I inquire, what exactly does the heir of the Li family intend with such actions? Inciting discord among the three families. Long Sun Nanxiao replied calmly. The Li family has been compelled to come to the capital by the court, and they are certainly not inclined to yield easily. Then, was it the Li family who set the fire at the Merchant Alliance last night? Long Sun Fengyu asked, his voice low. Not necessarily. Long Sun Nanxiao shook her head. It could very well have been the work of the Yin family. After all, I returned disheartened from the Li garden, and a significant blow to the Merchant Alliance would directly benefit the Yin family. But if it were indeed the Yin family's doing, why would they leave behind evidence? That does not add up. Long Sun Fengyu expressed his confusion. Perhaps it was merely an inadvertent oversight, Long Sun Nanxiao said, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Of course, the Li family remains a suspect as well. Fengyu, that Li Ziye is quite intriguing. You should cultivate a closer acquaintance with him. Closer acquaintance? Long Sun Fengyu's lips twitched. I fear that if I grow too close, he may end up being my little uncle. Chapter 35. Love has always been fleeting. Li Yuan, the West Chamber. Bang. Classmate Li Ziye once again sought to spar with the senior brother, only to be sent flying after 5 exchanges, landing unceremoniously in the dirt. Ugh, enough of this. Observing the apologetic gaze of Little Red Hat, Li Ziye felt his mood sink even further. Spitting out the mud from his mouth, he plopped down onto the stone steps. We are all young. We are all human. How can the heavens be so unjust? Why must Little Red Hat be so dashing and skilled in combat? Brother Li has indeed made significant progress. Bai Wangyu stepped forward to offer words of comfort. From 3 exchanges to 5, that is quite an improvement. Li Ziye forced a smile that failed to reach his eyes, retorting, Old Bai, you must not have taught me well. Come on, admit it, were you holding back? Brother Li is jesting, Bai Wangyu replied with a hint of exasperation. Martial arts is inherently a gradual process. One cannot expect to master it all at once. I have trained longer than you, so it is only natural for me to be somewhat more proficient. Please do not be too anxious. Sighing deeply, Li Ziye reclined on the stone steps, lamenting, but in less than 3 years, I must compete against that Huoliner. How can I not be anxious? Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu fell silent for a moment before softly saying, that Huoliner is indeed formidable. You know Huoliner? Li Ziye sat up immediately, inquiring, have you ever fought against him? I have not. Bai Wangyu shook his head. However, I have faced Yin Xiaoyu, the son of the Tianyu Divine Temple. If Huoliner and Yin Xiaoyu are of equal strength, it will be quite difficult for you to prevail in the competition 3 years hence. You have fought against that divine son? Li Ziye exclaimed, astonished. What was the outcome? We did not lose nor win. It was a draw, Bai Wangyu replied softly. Old Bai, I feel a twinge of jealousy. Li Ziye expressed his envy, for that divine son was renowned as one of the 4 great prodigies of the world. How could Little Red Hat manage to draw with him? It was infuriating. Though Brother Li is currently weaker, your potential is remarkable. Moreover, you practice the flying immortal technique, known as the foremost art in the world. One day, you shall surpass me, Bai Wangyu said earnestly. Li Ziye gazed at Little Red Hat Ziye's serious expression, feeling even more despondent. Can potential be consumed? Would he dare to admit that old Qin did not teach him the flying immortal technique out of admiration for his potential, but rather as a last resort, treating a dead horse as if it were alive? After all, his progress in any discipline was agonizingly slow. I shall go seek the courtesan for a discussion on life. Conversing with you is rather uninteresting. After yet another blow to his pride, Li Ziye snapped at Little Red Hat before rising and striding out of the garden. Brotherly, Bai Wanyu called from behind. What is it? Li Ziye turned back to ask. Shall I accompany you for protection? Bai Wanyu inquired earnestly. Get lost, Li Ziye retorted with an elegantly disdainful tone. Bai Wanyu chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further. Dejected, Li Ziye left the garden. It had only been a few days, and Little Red Hat had already begun to go astray. In a quaint courtyard located southeast of the capital, not far from the Huai River, the serene figure of Yu Qingxian sat gracefully beneath a maple tree, tuning her guqin. The vibrant red leaves, as resplendent as flames, complemented her beauty, creating a breathtaking scene. Li Ziye arrived quietly, standing outside the courtyard, captivated by the enchanting view. Reluctant to intrude, time passed unnoticed until Yu Qingxian, sensing a gaze from outside, looked up and smiled. In that instant, her beauty bloomed like 100 flowers, stunningly radiant. Li Ziye felt as though he were struck by an unseen force, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Li Gongzi, Yu Qingxian rose and called softly, but then seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she asked, Ziye, have you been here long? Not long, Li Ziye replied, stepping into the courtyard with a smile. Are you tuning the guqin? Yes, Yu Qingxian nodded, about to say more when a sharp voice interrupted. The crown prince has arrived. The crown prince? Yu Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly at the news. Beside her, Li Ziye's eyes flickered with understanding. Longsun Nanxiao had warned him of the crown prince's acquaintance with Yu Qingxian, suggesting there was truth to the matter. Ziye, please hide inside for a moment. The crown prince's arrival could bring complications, Yu Qingxian urged after regaining her composure. Li Ziye nodded, refraining from further questions, and stepped into the small room. Yu Qingxian steadied herself and moved forward to greet the visitor. Soon, the sound of the wheelchair creaked as an elderly eunuch pushed the crown prince into view. Greetings, Your Highness. Yu Qingxian offered a respectful bow. There's no need for excessive courtesy. The crown prince, Mu Yuan, observed the young woman before him and inquired. How are the preparations I requested? Reporting to Your Highness. Everything is ready as per your instructions, Yu Qingxian replied. Excellent, Mu Yuan nodded, his gaze drifting over the guqin and sheet music on the stone table. I've heard you have been spending time with the scion of the Li family. Is that true? Yu Qingxian instinctively glanced towards the room, hesitating momentarily before responding. We are merely acquaintances. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. Mu Yuan spoke calmly. Since you know the Li family scion, it is beneficial to maintain a good rapport. We may find use for this piece on the chessboard. Understood. Yu Qingxian answered respectfully after a brief silence. As they conversed, the elderly eunuch Zhao Jie, standing behind Mu Yuan, cast a discerning glance at the wooden house, his eyes narrowing slightly before he quietly tapped the wheelchair as a reminder. Sensing this, Mu Yuan turned his gaze towards the wooden house as well. Yu Qingxian's heart raced at the sight. Mu Yuan, observing the woman before him, chose not to press further, stating simply, let us depart. Zhao Jie nodded and pushed the wheelchair towards the courtyard exit. Farewell, Your Highness, Yu Qingxian said with a respectful bow, a sheen of perspiration appearing on her beautiful visage. That was close. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Jie assisted the crown prince into a carriage, asking, Your Highness, shall I bring the person out? No need, came the reply. In the carriage, Mu Yuan gazed at the small courtyard beside him, a hint of indifference curling at the corners of his mouth. I can probably deduce who resides within that house, yet I did not anticipate the rapid development of the relationship between Yu Qingxian and him. Will Yu Qingxian betray his highness? Ziye inquired solemnly. She would not dare, Mu Yuan replied calmly. Moreover, I have not compelled her to do anything. Associating closely with the heir of the Li family is precisely what she desires. Your Highness is astute, Zhao Jie responded respectfully. Let us depart, and returned to the manor. Mu Yuan said nonchalantly. Yes. Ziye acknowledged, promptly urging the carriage away. In the small courtyard, after the crown prince's departure, Ziye stepped out from his room. Yu Qingxian looked at him, opening her mouth to explain, but hesitating on how to begin. No need for explanations. Ziye smiled and said, everyone harbors their own secrets. You have never inquired about mine. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian felt a slight relief wash over her, a smile returning to her face. Ziye, I never intended to exploit you. I know, Ziye nodded, returning her smile. However, I do have one request for your assistance. You seek my help? Yu Qingxian asked in surprise. What is it? The 60th birthday celebration of the old master of the Yin family is approaching, and I hear you have been invited to perform. Might you allow me to accompany you? Ziye stated earnestly. Yu Qingxuan's expression faltered for a moment before she nodded. That could be arranged, but may I ask what you intend to do? Ziye glanced around and then leaned closer, whispering a few words into her ear. Yu Qingxian felt a flush rise to her cheeks upon sensing the young man's presence. Upon hearing his intentions, she gasped, Steal something? Hush! Ziye placed a finger over her lips and urged, Lower your voice. We mustn't let anyone else hear. Startled, Yu Qingxian quickly covered her mouth, looking around before whispering. You're insane. To steal from the Yin family? I have no choice. This item is of great importance to me, and it must be taken. Ziye smiled sheepishly, full of anticipation. Qingxian, you absolutely must assist me. Otherwise, I truly have no idea how I would infiltrate the Yin residence. Yu Qingxian bit her lip, pondering deeply before finally nodding. Very well, I will lead you in. Really? That is splendid. A hug. Ziye exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he embraced her. Yu Qingxian, caught off guard, felt her cheeks burn, and, regaining her composure, quickly broke free. Feigning anger as she scolded, Ziye, if you continue this way, I shall truly be vexed. It was a reflex, not intentional. Ziye awkwardly scratched his nose. All right, it's getting late. I must return to my manor. Do come to the garden as a guest when you have time. Indeed, Yu Qingxian nodded softly in response. Ziye waved his hand, preparing to leave. Ziye, from behind, Yu Qingxian called out. Ziye paused and turned back, asking, is there something wrong? The crown prince has shown me kindness, and I have promised to assist him with 3 matters. Beyond that, we share no other connection, Yu Qingxian softly explained. Upon hearing this, Ziye's face broke into a radiant smile as he said, understood. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my help. In this world, money can indeed accomplish wonders. How fortunate that the Li family lacks nothing but silver. Very well, Yu Qingxian responded with a smile, nodding in agreement. If I find myself in need of silver, I shall certainly turn to you, this extravagant scion. Haha, it's a promise. Ziye laughed heartily before taking his leave. At that moment, he walked slowly, deliberately elongating his silhouette to appear more imposing. Since ancient times, many have been enamored, yet left with only resentment. Alas, one cannot retain what slips away. Only schemes can win a heart. Indeed, within the small courtyard, as Yu Qingxian watched his departing figure, her typically tranquil heart stirred with ripples of emotion. This young master from the Li family was remarkably unique. For the first time in many years, she encountered someone who truly disregarded her status, whether as a courtesan or a pawn of the crown prince. To him, she was simply Yu Qingxian. If you treat me with sincerity, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. Yu Qingxian vowed in her heart that no matter what transpires in the future, she would always remember today, yesterday, and the days before, and would never act in a manner detrimental to him. It is easy to meet, yet profoundly challenging to truly know one another. Chapter 36 News of the Third Medicine King as Ziye and Little Red Riding Hood sipped tea and discussed their dreams in the West Chamber. They were interrupted by the announcement from a young maid sent by Li Yue, causing Ziye to spurt tea across the room. Yin Xiaoyu is coming to the capital? Bai Wangyu exclaimed in surprise. He is bringing a medicine king? Ziye said, brimming with excitement. Bai Wangyu cast a puzzled glance at the young man beside him, noting the unique perspective from which Li was approaching the matter. Isn't the arrival of the divine son of the heavenly temple more significant than a mere medicine king? Before them, the beautiful maid nodded and conveyed. The news just states that the divine son Yin Xiaoyu is en route to the capital and should arrive in 10 days. Old Bai, Li Ziye turned a Little Red Riding Hood. What if I asked you to ambush Yin Xiaoyu and seize that medicine king? Would you do it? Bai Wangyu feigned ignorance, unwilling to entertain such a foolish proposition. Unfaithful. I shall seek old Zhang, Li Ziye scoffed, rising immediately to dash towards the inner courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, from the inner courtyard, Zhang Lada's thunderous voice could be heard cursing. Get lost. Why don't you let me dig up the ancestor's grave of the temple master? Just asking, why are you so agitated? Li Ziye shouted back weakly before retreating from the inner courtyard, returning to the west chamber. Old Bai, Li Ziye's smile turned warm. Didn't the Confucian master say you should listen to me? Brotherly, Bai Wangyu replied with an expression of helplessness. Yin Xiaoyu's arrival in the capital will undoubtedly be accompanied by numerous experts from the temple. Not only I, but even if the Confucian master himself were to come, it would be of little use. However, if you could persuade the Confucian master to take action, there might be hope. Forget I said anything, Li Ziye retorted angrily, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Apart from wealth, he possessed nothing. Brotherly, do you really desire that medicine king? Bai Wangyu pondered before inquiring. Very, very much. Li Ziye nodded vigorously. If I am not mistaken, that medicine king is intended as a tribute to the court. Following past customs, the emperor will bestow such tributes upon those who have rendered service to the court and certain favored ladies of the palace. If you wish for it, you might consider approaching this from that angle, Bai Wangyu suggested. That makes sense. Li Ziye mused, stroking his chin. Though the medicine king was in Yin Xiaoyu's possession, if it were to be presented to the court, he might indeed have a chance. It seemed he would need to leverage his charm. Half a day later, at the Changsun residence, Changsun Fengyu gazed at his aunt, then at the letter on the table, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Aunt, the scion of the Li family has invited you to go boating outside the city in 3 days. Shouldn't you say something? Changsun Fengyu. I see your skin is itching again, Changsun Nanxiao said, a dangerous glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Aunt, spare me. I dare not. Changsun Fengyu decisively conceded, promptly advising caution. However, dear aunt, you must tread carefully. Based on my interactions with that scion of the Li family, the lad is quite cunning and not easy to handle. His approach toward you surely harbors ulterior motives. I comprehend fully. Your words are unnecessary, Changsun Nanxiao replied, seemingly recalling something. By the way, how fares the matter I entrusted to you? Please persuade your cousin, the fourth prince, to abandon his stubbornness. Our Changsun family has exerted tremendous effort on his behalf to vie for power, yet he remains indifferent, neglecting the throne in favor of honing his wretched sword skills. Aunt, please do not press me further. I have exerted my utmost. Changsun Fengyu replied with a wry smile. You are well aware of cousin Mubai's temperament. If he were so easily swayed, we would have endured far less hardship over the years. Born into royalty as a prince, his refusal to engage in the duties expected of him leaves me perplexed regarding how my sister could bear such a lackluster son. Aunt, Changsun Fengyu's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Didn't that scion from the Li family express a desire to become a sword immortal? Coincidentally, cousin Mubai harbors the same ambition. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting between them. They might find a kindred spirit in one another and assist us in gaining the Li family support. Let us hope they do not end up at odds. Kinship is far from assured, Changsun Nanxiao retorted brusquely. Cousin Mubai has finally encountered a worthy opponent. He is unlikely to relent. The Li family's heir has been personally trained by the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, so his swordsmanship is undoubtedly formidable. Should either of them sustain injury, it would be a significant predicament. Spare us from such ill-conceived suggestions and take your leave. Ha! I merely mention it in passing. Your reasoning holds merit. Very well. I shall refrain from taking such risks. Changsun Fengyu chuckled in response. Changsun Nanxiao dismissed the foolishness before her and turned her gaze to the missive on the table, a flicker of curiosity glinting in her beautiful eyes. His unexpected invitation indeed took her by surprise. Could it be that he has changed his mind? In the royal palace, at the residence of the 9th princess, Murong and her brother Mubai were engaged in a game of chess. The lady radiated beauty akin to a blooming flower, while the gentleman exuded sharpness like a sword. Despite their noble birth, their inherent brilliance could not be concealed. "Brother, you have lost once again," Morong declared, a radiant smile gracing her face as she placed her piece, determining the outcome of the match. "In the art of chess, I am inferior to you," Mubai admitted as he set down his piece with composure. "It is not that your chess skills fall short of mine, but rather that your mind lacks tranquility," Morong observed with a playful smile. "Had I not insisted on playing every day, you would have likely sought out that scion of the Leaf family to duel with swords by now. He has been trained by the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, so his swordsmanship must be extraordinary. A contest of skill would be quite acceptable," Mubai remarked calmly. "Yet I have heard that the Leaf family's heir is not particularly impressive, having only recently opened his first divine chamber," Morong noted. "Skill is not of utmost significance," Mubai replied nonchalantly. "If his training period is brief, it is unsurprising that his abilities are lacking. Our contest is merely a test of swordsmanship, not a measure of cultivation." Morong sighed, expressing his understanding of the emotions at play. However, he cautioned, "My understanding does not imply that others will share the same sentiment. The sword knows no mercy. Should you inadvertently harm the scion of the Leaf family, it would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings, painting our imperial family as deliberately humiliating the Li clan. At this sensitive juncture, with the Li family recently arriving in the capital, I urge you to exercise restraint, brother." Upon hearing this, Mubai furrowed his brow for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. "I have heard that Yin Xiaoyu is also coming to the capital," he remarked. Murong halted his movements of arranging the chess pieces, lifting his gaze to his elder brother, his beautiful eyes brimming with caution. "Brother, you must not act impulsively. Yin Xiaoyu's visit is to represent the Tianyu Hall in discussions with the court and the Taishu Academy. If you were to harm him, it would create insurmountable difficulties for our Dashang in dealing with the Tianyu Hall." "Rest assured, I'm not so lacking in discernment," Mubai replied calmly. "This capital has grown increasingly tedious. Everyone is shackled by so-called customs, unable to be their true selves. Brother, do not let Aunt hear such words, otherwise she will surely accuse you of lacking ambition," Morong chuckled. "That woman is mad," Mubai said, feeling a headache coming on at the mention of Chang's son Nanxiao. He found himself utterly helpless against this eccentric aunt, who, despite being only slightly older than he, held a higher status and was unreasonable when enraged. As a prince, he could only endure her scolding. Meanwhile, news of the divine son of Tianyu Hall coming to Dashang spread through the capital like wildfire. This sudden development overshadowed the farcical squabbles of the Merchants' Alliance and the Yin family S-Bank, becoming the most fervent topic of discussion in the city. Nobles, commoners, and storytellers alike were abuzz with chatter about Yin Xiaoyu's arrival in the capital. "Have you heard? That divine son is coming to challenge His Highness Mubai, one of the 4 great prodigies of our time. Is that true? I heard the divine son is actually here to visit the Taishu Academy and to engage in martial discussions with the esteemed disciple by Wang Yu. What you heard is unreliable. If the divine son wished to challenge His Highness Mubai or by Wang Yu, he would have arrived long ago. According to credible sources, Yin Xiaoyu's true objective is not them. If not His Highness or by Wang Yu, then who could it be? Have you forgotten who has been the most talked about figure in the capital recently? Are you referring to the scion of the Li family?" "Yes, precisely, Li Ziye. I have relatives in Yangzhou City, which is quite close to Yuzhou. They have mentioned Li Ziye, a prodigious talent who rivals the 4 great prodigies. Born with a sword in hand, having created his own sword techniques by the age of 10. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal recognized his innate abilities and deliberately traveled to Yuzhou to take him as a disciple. Is Li Ziye truly that formidable? Indeed, just consider. Li Ziye has barely set foot in the capital for a few days, and already the divine son has followed suit. Is his target not obvious? Your reasoning holds merit. The Li family from Yuzhou is indeed remarkable. Not only are they wealthy enough to rival nations, but they have also produced such an extraordinary talent. The Li family is destined for greatness. Without a doubt, for if there were no Li Ziye, the eternal sword path would remain shrouded in darkness. Rumors, once again, rumors. Upon hearing the uproar of gossip from outside, Li Yuan and Li Ziye spat out their tea in disbelief. This time it was not me. Li Ziye protested with a look of indignation, feigning innocence. These people truly lack culture. How can they recklessly alter the classics? As the saying goes, heaven did not give birth to Confucius, and for eternity it is as if a long night prevails. Beside them, Bai Wangyu maintained an air of indifference, aloof and calm, as he indulged in the unfolding drama. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, a forced smile on his lips, for he trusted not even a punctuation mark in Li Ziye's words. Hongzhu, carrying a plate of dried fruits, passed by and casually tossed a piece to both Bai Wangyu and Zhang Lada before departing with an air of grace. As for the young master's words, they are best taken with a grain of salt. Anyone who believes them is a fool. You all, Li Ziye exclaimed, his face a mask of grievance. This is too much. Whoever started this rumor has pushed me back into spotlight just when I sought to lay low. In a Shihua courtyard on the third floor, a servant entered, his demeanor respectful as he addressed. Master, as per your instructions, the rumors have been spread. Understood, you may leave. Li Qingji, clad in a flowing silver-gray robe, nodded faintly. The servant obeyed and exited. Approaching the window, Li Qingji gazed out at the bustling city below, a subtle smile flickering across his stern features. Little brother, are you satisfied with the gift from your second brother? Chapter 37. How shall I perform next? In the western territories of the Grand Merchants, the sound of chariots rumbled and hooves thundered as they journeyed from the celestial edifice of the western regions towards the grand capital. The procession was flanked by 100 fully armored knights of the temple, their forms and steeds clad in silver armor, with only their eyes visible, virtually armed to the teeth. At the heart of the convoy, a luxurious chariot adorned with gold and jewels bore the most illustrious figure in the realm, the son of the celestial edifice, Yan Xiaoyu. His striking visage, seemingly sculpted by divine hands, featured sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of heroism. Clad in a moon-white robe threaded with golden filigree, he epitomized elegance and nobility, rendering all accompanying figures pale in comparison. Yan Xiaoyu was heralded as the most formidable son in the history of the temple, unrivaled in his prowess. Alongside the Buddhist disciple, Zhuke Sect's Huolin and the fourth prince of the Grand Merchants, Mu Bai, he was lauded as one of the 4 great prodigies of the world. By virtue of his evident strength and innate talent, Yan Xiaoyu subtly overshadowed the other 3, claiming the foremost position, though perhaps this was also due to their relative modesty. Regardless, his might was indisputable, marking him as the strongest of the younger generation. My son, ahead lies a rugged mountain path, fraught with peril from lurking bandits. I implore you to exercise caution, spoke Mu Shoji, the chief commander of the temple's silver-armored cavalry, as he rode forward, his tone respectful. Rest assured, my son is under my protection. You need only lead the way, interjected a withered elder clad in red robes, whose gender was difficult to discern. As he stood beneath the chariot, his voice raspy. Very well, Mu Shoji acknowledged with a nod, then spurred his horse onward, guiding the procession ahead. Rongni, you may join us, Yan Xiaoyu said gently, regarding the elder in red, despite her appearance as an elderly figure nearing the end of her days. Her stature was immensely revered, ranking among the 4 cardinal archbishops of the celestial edifice, second only to the temple master. Even he treated her with the utmost respect. No need, replied Rongnu calmly. I'm accustomed to walking. At this, Yan Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, refraining from further persuasion. The celestial edifice was home to many eccentricities, and this archbishop was particularly peculiar, resembling a solitary ascetic devoid of joy. Nevertheless, her formidable cultivation commanded respect, and none dared to provoke her. As the chariot rumbled past the mountain gorge, stones occasionally tumbled from the slopes, and an unsettling atmosphere began to envelop the surroundings. The chief commander, Mu Shoji, narrowed his gaze towards the slopes, sensing something amiss. After waiting so long, we've finally caught ourselves a fat sheep. Brothers, the silver is ours for the taking. Kill. At that moment, a boisterous laugh erupted from the hillside, reverberating through the valley. Kill. With that command, hundreds of figures sprang forth from the thickets, hoisting stones and logs to hurl down upon the unsuspecting convoy below. Suddenly, The thunderous roar of massive stones rolling down the hillside echoed through the gorge. "Form up. Hold the line," commanded the shepherd, his expression betraying no hint of panic. "Yes," replied the 100 silver-armored cavalrymen, immediately tightening their formation, their long spears interlocking to create a formidable barrier against the falling logs and boulders. Bang! 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 The harsh sounds of collision reverberated as countless stones and logs descended. Yet the steadfast cavalry managed to withstand the onslaught, preventing a single piece from breaching their ranks. As the debris settled, the war horses neighed and the dust billowed. Hundreds of mountain bandits charged down from the heights, their voices rising in a cacophony of battle cries. Kill! A throng of 300 to 400 bandits, each wielding a saber, exuded a fierce aura, and at the forefront, the bandit leader brandished a long blade, his body scarred and menacing, leading the charge. Formation, advance. Amidst the swirling dust, the shepherd calmly issued his command as he surveyed the oncoming foes. Yes, the silver-armored cavalry sprang into action, their armor clanging as they formed into groups of 3, surging through the tumultuous dust, long spears at the ready. In an instant, the silver-armored cavalry clashed with the mountain bandits. A massacre ensued, as bandit after bandit fell amidst the swirling dust, staining the gorge's ground crimson. Some bandits breached the defensive line and approached Yin Xiaoyu's carriage. Before they could discern the young man's features atop the carriage, they were met with an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy. With a thunderous boom, all those near the carriage were hurled away by this fearsome force, the swirling dust dissipating in its wake. As the dust cleared, the writhing bandits lay scattered across the ground, and amidst them stood an elder in crimson robes, his 5 divine seals thrumming with power, exuding an aura as imposing as a towering peak, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Get out!" The elder's aged eyes swept across the gathered crowd as he coldly commanded. His voice, like thunder, detonated in the gorge, causing all bandits, including their leader, to recoil as if struck by lightning, spitting blood in shock before scrambling back up the mountain in terror. A practitioner of the 5th realm, fearsome indeed, having dispatched the mountain bandits, the divine troop continued onward. Yin Xiaoyu regarded the elder in crimson robes beside him and nodded respectfully. "Thank you, Archbishop Rongnu. It is but my duty," replied the elder, his tone indifferent, as he resumed his place within the procession. Observing this, Yin Xiaoyu offered a slight smile, refraining from further conversation. It seemed that gaining the favor of the archbishop was no simple task. In the grand capital, news of the ambush on the divine troop swiftly reached the ears of the major powers. Particularly, the terrifying prowess displayed by Archbishop Rongnu within the troop astonished everyone in the capital. "The 5th realm, for heaven's sake!" exclaimed Li Yuan and Li Ziye upon hearing this news, unable to contain their colorful expressions. The divine temple had actually dispatched a red-robed archbishop to protect Yin Xiaoyu. What a farce! He could not possibly send someone to ambush Yin Xiaoyu under the watchful eyes of an unparalleled master of the 5th realm, could he? The Lady Lu Rong has also arrived? Bai Wangyu, upon receiving the news, displayed a rare expression of surprise on her otherwise unflappable face. This was indeed troublesome. The strength of the Archbishop of Rome was unfathomable, likely surpassing even that of the esteemed master of the Confucian sect. Beside her, Li Ziye responded with a sigh, his countenance marred by a look of frustration. There was no need to dwell on it. The hope of forcibly seizing the 3rd medicinal king was utterly dashed. Perhaps he should reconsider his plan to trade on his looks. Indeed, it seemed he was far more suited to living off others. If all else fails, he might as well compromise during tomorrow's outing on the lake with Changsun Nanxiao. "Old Bai." With this thought, Li Ziye turned to the little red hat beside him, reiterating, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me. Gauge the situation. If Chun Yifei and those roguish signs attempt to cause me trouble, incapacitate them. Should it be Changsun Nanxiao who tries to impose her will upon me, simply feign ignorance, understand?" Bai Wangyu cast a sidelong glance at the imbecile beside her, reluctant to speak for fear of contagion from the foolishness. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Ziye eagerly pulled along the little red hat toward the Changsun residence to fetch Changsun Nanxiao. Outside the estate, They did not wait long before the lady in a flowing gown emerged, her exquisite features clearly having undergone meticulous preparation, looking exceptionally radiant. "Sister Nanxiao, please." Li Ziye assisted Changsun Nanxiao into the carriage and then exchanged a meaningful glance with the little red hat, saying, "Old Bai, drive the carriage." With that, he himself climbed into the carriage. Bai Wanyu took her place as the driver, silent and brooding. Inside the carriage, Li Ziye gazed at the young woman before him, a brilliant smile lighting up his face. He felt no remorse for his actions whatsoever. Only Li Ziye would dare to make the esteemed eldest disciple of the Confucian sect his driver, and do so with such self-satisfaction. "Young Master Li seeks me. Is there something amiss?" Changsun Nanxiao observed the smile upon the youth's face, feeling an inexplicable discomfort that compelled her to inquire. "A lakeside excursion, a spring outing." Li Ziye grinned broadly. "But it is autumn," Changsun Nanxiao reminded him. "An autumn outing? I have never heard of such a thing." "What of autumn? As long as Sister Nanxiao is present, anywhere feels like spring." Li Ziye began to exercise his shameless charm, his smile radiant. To win a girl's favor, one must be utterly unashamed, brazenly unashamed, and completely devoid of shame. "What has come over young Master Li today? So sweet of tongue?" Changsun Nanxiao inquired, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Days ago, when Sister Nanxiao visited Li Garden, I failed to appreciate your good intentions at the moment. Only after your departure did I realize my folly, regretting it profoundly. Thus, I have invited you out today for a lakeside excursion, to express my contrition." Li Ziye replied with a grin. Outside, Bai Wanyu, driving the carriage, could not suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth upon hearing Li Ziye's nonsensical chatter within. Regret? If it were not for the medicinal king brought by Yin Xiaoyu, she doubted this fellow would harbor the slightest hint of remorse in his heart. Indeed, Bai Wanyu chose not to unveil the deceit of a certain individual within the carriage, opting instead to become an accomplice in wrongdoing. After all, they're now allies. On the outskirts of the city, the Xiang River meanders through the capital, gradually transforming its turbulent waters into a serene and picturesque lake. Surrounding the area, perhaps due to the warmth of the water, there lingers a hint of verdant life. At last, as the morning sun cast its golden rays, Bai Wanyu halted the carriage 100 paces from the lakeside and spoke. "Sister Nanxiao, please." Within the carriage, Li Ziye gallantly assisted Changsun Nanxiao in alighting, casting a distant glance at the scenic lakeside before stepping onto the grassy expanse, moving forward together. Bai Wanyu, displaying a sense of propriety, remained by the carriage to tend to the horses, refraining from following. By the lakeside, Li Ziye, accompanying Changsun Nanxiao, gazed upon the water ahead, inspiration suddenly igniting within him. He began to recite, "The rippling water glistens in clear weather. The mountains shrouded in mist are wondrous even in rain." After reciting half of this exquisite poem, he returned his gaze to the lady beside him, seeking to extol her beauty through verse, proclaiming, "If one were to compare the Xiang River to Shishir, light makeup or heavy, both would be fitting. How delightful!" Upon completing his recitation, Li Ziye could not help but commend himself for his poetic prowess, relieved that he still possessed a reservoir of literary talent. Indeed, Master Li's eloquence is remarkable. However, does he always seek to win the favor of women in such a manner? Changsun Nanxiao complimented him lightly, then with a teasing smile inquired, "Should I not play along and feign great emotion?" Had she still been an innocent young girl, she might have been swayed by his poetic charm. Yet, at nearly 28 years of age, she was no longer the naive maiden who could be easily impressed by a few love verses. Meanwhile, Li Ziye, having just crafted a fine poem and ready to bask in admiration, was momentarily taken aback by her words. This was not the expected response. Shouldn't he showcase his talents and have Changsun Nanxiao gaze at him in awe, perhaps shedding tears while lamenting her fate? At the very least, she ought to express a poignant sense of longing, lamenting, "I was born before you, and now that you have come into the world, I have grown old." Li Ziye stared at the woman beside him, his expression somewhat dazed. "Your reaction leaves me at a loss for how to proceed." Chapter 38. The bounty of life by the shores of Xiangshui Lake. Changsun Nanxiao observed the dazed expression of the youth beside her, seemingly deciphering his innermost thoughts, and she stifled a soft giggle. Foolish boy. After her laughter subsided, Changsun Nanxiao composed her features, her eyes shimmering like water, filled with unspoken sorrow as she said, Young Master Li, you are truly remarkable. I can't help but lament that I was born a few years too early. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have chosen you as my husband. Li Ziye fell silent, exasperated. Sister, can you be any more insincere? As the autumn breeze swept through, a strand of Changsun Nanxiao's hair danced in the wind, brushing against Li Ziye's face, tickling him. He inhaled quietly. How delightful. Is it pleasant? Changsun Nanxiao turned her face toward him, inquiring. What? Li Ziye replied, his expression bewildered. Are you asking me, Sister Nanxiao? With a charming smile. Changsun Nanxiao refrained from pressing further. Continue your pretense, little one. At that moment, an elderly man donned in a conical hat glided by in a canoe, ready to commence his day's work, seeking patrons like Li Ziye, who arrived at the lake well-fed and leisurely. Indeed, as the old man paddled past, Li Ziye's voice rang out, Old sir, a boat ride, please. Coming right up, young master. The old man responded cheerfully, then maneuvered his canoe toward the shore. Upon reaching the bank, Li Ziye presented a small silver coin to the elder, declaring grandly, no need for change. Esteemed young master, the fare for my rowing is 2 coins, the old man replied, a hint of discomfort in his tone. Nearby, Changsun Nanxiao chuckled softly, so expensive. Li Ziye, disregarding his pride, exclaimed in shock, what a rip-off. Dear young master, that is but a single coin, not a tael. Changsun Nanxiao teased, her laughter light. Well then, I shall row myself. Surely 1 coin suffices. Li Ziye said, his face contorted in pain, for although he possessed wealth, the prices in the capital were exorbitant, especially in the outskirts. You wish to row yourself? The old man glanced at the young lady beside him, then at the youth before him, his weathered face betraying a look of disdain. He had never encountered such a miserly young man, wasting the opportunity of being with such a lovely maiden. Old sir, what kind of look is that? Li Ziye felt the sting of the elder's scorn, and indignation surged within him. I'm leaving, Changsun Nanxiao remarked lightly as she stepped onto the small boat. Under the old man's derisive gaze, Li Ziye boarded the vessel, grasping the bamboo pole, intent on taking the fair maiden for a leisurely cruise upon the lake. However, he had naively forgotten that he lacked the skill to row. Thus, amidst Li Ziye's frantic attempts, the small boat began to sway violently, its movements growing increasingly alarming, as though it might capsize at any moment. Changsun Nanxiao gasped, unable to contain her fright. Dear master, if you cannot manage, allow me to row. It is merely an additional coin. By your attire, it is evident you are a man of means. Why be so stingy? The old man observed Li Ziye's chaos from the bank, mocking him with a sneer. I have no money. Li Ziye, filled with fury, was determined not to yield, even if it meant drowning. He would not part with a single coin. As he spoke, he momentarily lost his balance, and the small boat capsized abruptly. With a splash, both individuals plunged into the water. The autumn lake, though not frigid, was still quite chilly. Changsun Nanxiao's garments were instantly soaked, clinging to her form and accentuating her graceful curves. With a gulp, Li Ziye's gaze lingered, unable to tear itself away, as he swallowed hard, betraying his lack of composure. This time, it was entirely accidental. The boat had flipped on its own, and he bore no blame. One could only wonder if this woman had truly been married before, as her figure was remarkably well maintained. She was indeed captivating. Should she decide to be assertive? Would he resist? After all, he was at her mercy. Perhaps yielding would not be such a loss. In that fleeting moment, Li Ziye's mind raced, a whirlwind of thoughts emerging, the speed of his mental processing reaching extraordinary heights. Noticing the invasive stare of the young man beside her, Changsun Nanxiao quickly drew herself tighter, indignantly chiding him. How rude. We must make our way to the shore. Regaining his composure, Li Ziye offered an awkward smile and assisted the woman towards the bank. Young master, why the fuss? It is merely a coin. An elderly man by the shore stifled a laugh, taking the opportunity to add his commentary. Li Ziye glanced at the old man and surveyed the surroundings for any witnesses. Should he deliver a beating to this bothersome elder? There was no one around. Even if the old man tried to extort him, he would have no one to corroborate his tale. If the matter escalated to the authorities, Ziye could easily turn the tables, accusing the old man of being a swindler who, having received a coin, sought to frame them by intentionally capsizing their boat. In this way, he could reclaim the coin. As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister smile crept across Ziye's face. He felt rather cunning. 5 paces away, the old man, sensing the boy's unfriendly gaze, instinctively took 2 steps back, shivering with apprehension. A sudden sneeze escaped Chang's son Nanxiao as a cold breeze swept by, causing her to tremble involuntarily. "Sister Nanxiao, let's change our clothes." Seeing her vulnerable to the chill, Ziye reluctantly abandoned thoughts of the elder and guided Chang's son Nanxiao towards the carriage. Before the carriage, Bai Wangyu leaned casually against it, engrossed in a Confucian text, exuding an air of tranquility. At any moment, the Confucian senior was so composed, a stark contrast to the panicked and foolish demeanor of Ziye. "Old Bai," Ziye called out as he approached with Chang's son Nanxiao. "Are there any spare clothes in the carriage?" "There are none," Bai Wangyu replied nonchalantly. "No spare clothes?" Ziye paused in surprise. "How could you not prepare any dry garments?" "I didn't expect you to capsize while rowing," Bai Wangyu remarked seriously. "Old Bai." Ziye gritted his teeth and forced out a few words through clenched jaws, threatening. "Do you believe I will strip you of your clothes?" "Humph." Bai Wangyu responded with a serene smile, too apathetic to retort. In Ziye's mind, he could easily take on 100 opponents. Little did he realize that he had become a unit of brute strength in the heart of Little Red Riding Hood. Otherwise, he would have surely leaped to challenge her. "Young Master Li, let us return," Chang's son Nanxiao said, hugging herself, her voice trembling slightly. "All right," Ziye nodded, casting a worried glance at the woman beside him. He then approached Little Red Riding Hood and immediately began to strip her of her clothing, declaring, "Hand over your attire. I only have this one scholar's robe." Bai Wangyu protested, resolute in her defiance. "You big man, no one will be looking if you don't wear it." Ziye exerted more force, determined to remove Little Red Riding Hood's garment. After a few rounds of tugging, victory was his. For if Bai Wangyu continued to resist, her robe would surely be torn to shreds. "Sister Nanxiao, you should put on the robe to keep warm. We must return at once." Ziye draped Little Red Riding Hood's scholar's robe over the woman beside him, generously offering warmth while disregarding the plight of Little Red Riding Hood, who was left with nothing but a single garment. Once they boarded the carriage, Ziye remembered Little Red Riding Hood, turning back to say, "Old Bai, drive the carriage." Bai Wangyu's lips twitched, and she restrained herself from striking him after several attempts. The morning light cascaded down, illuminating the lakeside as the carriage creaked back along the same path. A delightful lakeside outing, which was just about to commence, abruptly came to a halt. Inside the carriage, Chang's son Nanxiao tightened her grip on the scholar's robe, still feeling quite cold. "Sister Nanxiao, if you do not mind, allow me to warm you," Ziye suggested, observing the tremors of the woman before him, his face showing concern as he extended his arms, kindly stating, "There are no others here. No one will know." Chang's son Nanxiao lifted her head, a dangerous smile gracing her pallid face as she replied with a fragrant retort, "Get lost." Ziye's outstretched arms froze, creating an awkward moment. He merely wished to offer warmth. Those with impure thoughts inevitably perceive others in the same light. As the carriage rumbled onward, Chang's son Nanxiao's complexion grew increasingly pale, her condition appearing dire. Ziye's concern deepened at the sight of her distress. "Sister Nanxiao, are you still holding up?" he inquired, genuinely worried. "Yes," Chang's son Nanxiao weakly nodded, her consciousness beginning to blur. "Sister Nanxiao, I beg your pardon." Seeing her state, Ziye disregarded all else and sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Instantly, the warmth of her delicate form enveloped him, and a soothing fragrance wafted into his senses. Chang's son Nanxiao stiffened momentarily, attempting to struggle, but found herself lacking strength. Perhaps it was Ziye's body heat that offered a hint of warmth to her frozen frame, gradually easing her rigidity as she ceased to resist. Ziye tightened his hold, adjusting her position to ensure her comfort. In the outskirts, the carriage rumbled along, gaining speed with each passing moment. After an indeterminate duration, the vehicle entered the bustling streets of the city, where the increasing throng of pedestrians necessitated a reduction in pace. Inside the carriage, Li Ziye sensed the rising warmth emanating from the woman in his embrace, and, in a fit of urgency, lifted the curtain to inquire, "How much longer until we reach the Changsun residence?" "The foot traffic is substantial. It will take at least another hour," Bai Wangyu responded while deftly maneuvering the reins. "That is far too long. Let us return to Li Garden," Li Ziye decisively declared. "Understood," Bai Wangyu acknowledged, promptly steering the carriage in the direction of Li Garden. After a brief half-hour, they arrived at Li Garden, where Li Ziye disembarked, cradling the unconscious Changsun Nanxiao, and hastened towards the inner courtyard. Summoned the physician to the inner chamber. Upon entering the residence, Li Ziye raised his voice, carrying the woman directly into the inner sanctum. Before long, a crowd gathered in the room, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Did you manage to resolve everything in just one outing?" Hongzhu, observing the unconscious woman on the bed, queried with a hint of skepticism. "That was rather swift. Was she drugged? She appears to be slightly older than you," Zhang Lada remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "However, her family background and beauty are quite commendable, more than suitable for you, lad. Brother, age is inconsequential. As long as she is healthy and capable of bearing children, that's what matters. Your elder sister is supportive of you," Li Yue added, casting a glance at Changsun Nanxiao on the bed before making another startling comment. Coughing lightly, Li Ziye nearly choked on their brazen words. "What nonsense is this? Am I the type to be swayed by mere beauty? Absolutely not." Chapter 39. A true man in truth, there is nothing between her and me. Li Ziye's gaze swept across the room, attempting to defend himself. "Oh," Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly, soon losing interest and turning to exit the room. "This dried fruit isn't very sweet. I shall fetch another plate," Hongzhu remarked indifferently before stepping out. Sister Yue, Li Ziye shifted his gaze to his elder sister, who cherished him the most, his eyes filled with hope, yearning for trust and understanding. "Little brother, do your best. This sister-in-law is quite remarkable," Li Yue replied with a charming smile, patting his shoulder before also leaving the room. Li Ziye wore a bitter smile. He truly found himself at a loss for words. Inside the room, Changsun Nanjiao lay on the bed, her complexion pale, her exquisite beauty appearing so fragile at that moment. "Master, the medicine is ready," a lovely maid entered, casting an envious glance at the woman on the bed, speaking respectfully. Just give it to me," Li Ziye responded, taking the prepared medicine and striding to the bedside. As the maid departed, her pretty face wore a look of disappointment. It was rare for the master to bring a woman home. Could this lady be their future mistress? She appeared much older than him, and considering their master's exceptional qualities, this woman seemed unworthy. The maid left the room, her spirits dampened. Nearby, Hongzhu passed by with a plate of dried fruit and noticed the maid's expression, a peculiar look crossing her face. It seemed that these beautiful maids of the Li estate regarded their master as a treasure. Such youth and yet such poor judgment. What a pity. If these young ladies knew how despicably shameless their master truly was, they would likely not feel so disheartened. Hongzhu popped a piece of dried fruit into her mouth, shaking her head in resignation before drifting away. Personal adulation is indeed unwarranted. Within the room, Li Ziye fed the unconscious Changsun Nanjiao spoonfuls of the medicinal broth. Perhaps due to her prolonged unconsciousness, much of the medicine spilled from her lips. Looking at the remaining broth, Li Ziye's gaze shifted to Changsun Nanjiao's luscious red lips, contemplating whether to lower himself to feed her with his mouth. After some thought, Li Ziye decided to humble himself, and thus he swallowed the remaining medicine in one gulp, his face contorting in distaste. Cough! Cough at that moment. Changsun Nanjiao suddenly coughed lightly several times, her eyes slowly fluttering open. As their gazes met, time seemed to stand still. The distance between them was less than an inch, and they could feel each other's breaths. Li Ziye froze, the medicine still in his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a frog, caught in an awkward dilemma, staring wide-eyed at her. "What do you intend to do?" After a brief moment, Changsun Nanjiao broke the peculiar silence. Gulp. Li Ziye hastily swallowed the remaining medicine, his face contorting in bitterness. What tremendous loss. Why did this ant choose to awaken now of all times? It is quite unfortunate. Not only can I not provide an explanation, but I've also been inundated with a plethora of medicine. Just moments ago, I intended to administer some medicine to Sister Nanxiao. After enduring the bitterness of the herbal concoction and regaining my composure, I found myself confronted by the inquiring gaze of Li Ziye. He managed a sheepish smile. Changsun Nanxiao fixed her gaze upon the young man before her, and after a prolonged moment, a radiant smile graced her beautiful features as she said, "If you desire it, there is no need for such furtive behavior. I can provide it for you." Li Ziye, upon hearing this, inhaled sharply. "Wait, let me process this. The implications are rather significant. Is this a suggestion? A hint? What a little rascal, harboring thieving intentions without the courage to act." Changsun Nanxiao cast a sidelong glance at him and then struggled to rise, saying, "Help me up." Regaining my senses, I promptly extended my hand to assist the young woman. As she sat up, leaning against the bed, she inquired, "Is this Li Garden?" "Indeed," I replied, nodding. "You were burning with fever, so I brought you here to allow the physician to treat you. I have also informed the Changsun residents. I expect someone will arrive shortly. While I was unconscious, did you do anything to me?" Changsun Nanxiao asked, her gaze drifting to her freshly changed garments, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Absolutely not," I replied, sitting up straight. "The clothing was changed by Sister Yue. Why are you so anxious?" "I was merely asking out of curiosity," she teased, a slight curve to her lips suggesting mischief. "Sister Nanxiao, am I that sort of person?" I protested, shaking my head vigorously. "I adhere to the teachings of the sages, understand protocols, and uphold decorum. I am a true gentleman, never one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. And the people of the house can attest to this." As I recited my defense, Changsun Nanxiao's smile blossomed further, finding my earnestness increasingly intriguing. The inhabitants of the capital were all too fond of adhering to rules. Even the most cunning of foxes lived within the confines of conventions, never daring to overstep. Yet, this young man was different. His arrival and unconventional approach had already begun to disrupt the long-standing equilibrium of the capital. In the days to come, more norms and balances would surely be shattered, and this previously quiet city would grow increasingly vibrant. She was eager to see just how much this young man could transform the grand merchant city. Moreover, there was the imminent arrival of Yan Xiaoyu, renowned as the most rule-abiding individual in the world, a devout believer in the light and detester of all that strayed from the norm. What spark would arise from the meeting of these two? At that moment, a servant hurried into the room, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Young master of the Changsun residence has arrived and is waiting outside to escort his aunt back." "The young master of the Changsun residence?" I echoed, momentarily taken aback. "Feng Yu has come. It appears I must take my leave." Long Sun Nanjiao smiled, then rose from her bed. After standing, she turned her gaze toward the young man beside her and said, "Young Master Li, if you do not divulge your purpose for seeking me today, it may soon be too late." "Older sister Nanjiao," Li Ziye responded, a hint of shyness coloring his face. "How about this? The Li family's production of ice from nitrate, along with our brewing business, will collaborate with the Changsun family, sharing the profits as previously discussed, 6-4. However, the Changsun family must agree to one condition from the Li family." "What condition?" Long Sun Nanjiao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is it that young Master Li is willing to entrust these two businesses to the Changsun family for cooperation? The Changsun family desires more. One must take one step at a time. Beginnings are always the most challenging," Li Ziye chuckled. "My condition is that the Changsun family must share half of your medicinal herb business with the Li family, and in addition, provide 3 precious millennia-old medicinal plants as a token of our partnership." Upon hearing the young man's terms, Long Sun Nanjiao's still recovering body trembled, her slender hands clenched tightly, nearly unable to restrain her urge to strike him. Half of the medicinal herb business, along with 3 millennia-old medicinal plants. How audacious! Such a division of business is impossible. And as for the medicinal plants, who does he think he is? Suppressing her rising anger, Long Sun Nanjiao replied, "Your conditions are utterly unreasonable. Not only is half of the medicinal herb business out of the question, but the medicinal plants are also unattainable. We at the Changsun family have been in this trade for many years and have seldom encountered such treasures. Then it seems there is no other way, Li Ziye responded, his demeanor shifting abruptly, sitting back on the bed with a languid air. Sister Nanjiao, I bid you farewell. Long son Nanjiao stared in disbelief at the speed of his transformation. How mercurial. Just moments ago, they were laughing together, and now he turns his back on her. On the bed, Li Ziye lounged, humming a tune, projecting an expression that seemed to taunt her. Long son Nanjiao seethed, gritting her teeth. Yet she could not truly act against him. The crux of the matter was that her family genuinely wanted to establish a business partnership with the Li family. Young Master Li, Long son Nanjiao suppressed her urge to strike, saying, everything can be negotiated. How about this? The Changsun family will allocate 1% of our medicinal herb business to the Li family. But as for the medicinal plants, the Changsun family currently possesses none. So perhaps you could propose an alternative condition. 40%. Li Ziye replied casually. As for the medicinal plants, how about 1.5%? No more. Long son Nanjiao stated firmly. 3%. Li Ziye countered, raising 3 fingers. The matter of the medicinal plants is for you to resolve on your own. Long son Nanjiao clenched her hands again, her breath quickening with frustration, her already pale complexion growing even more so. After a long pause, she fought to suppress her agitation, gritting her teeth as she declared, 2% of the shares. 1 medicinal plant. If you utter another word of objection, I shall take my leave this very moment. Deal. Li Ziye broke into a radiant smile, promptly rising to his feet. Sister Nanxiao, let us go. I shall escort you out. Changsun Nanxiao was at a loss for words. This man was exceedingly genuine. Before long, the two exited Li Garden, engaged in cheerful conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company immensely. Cousin, outside Li Garden, Changsun Fengyu noticed their departure and hurried forth. Concern etched on his face. Are you all right? I am fine. Changsun Nanxiao replied with a gentle shake of her head. Only then did Changsun Fengyu exhale in relief, his gaze drifting toward the Li family scion, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. Brother Dashang, it is good to see you again. Brother Ernio, I trust you are well. Li Ziye retorted with a facade of feigned politeness, refusing to be outdone. The two locked eyes, a fierce clash of wills ensued. And after a brief moment, they both shared a knowing smile, extending their hands in greeting. Li Ziye, Changsun Fengyu. Their hands clasped firmly before they quickly withdrew. Changsun Fengyu assisted his ailing cousin into the carriage, preparing to return home. Just before their departure, Changsun Nanxiao lifted the curtain of the carriage, casting a glance at the youth before Li Garden. A smile, both radiant and perilous, graced her beautiful visage reminiscent of a delicate painting. Young Master Li, I thoroughly enjoyed our lake outing today. When shall you invite me again for another excursion? Chapter 40. The thoughts of the scholar before Li Yuan. The enchanting smile of Changsun Nanxiao lingered in Li Ziye's mind, echoing endlessly. What a temptress! Li Ziye shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the distracting thoughts. After a day of toil, he finally made some progress. Turning back towards the estate, a subtle smile curved his lips. He had made his move. Now it was up to the Changsun family to respond. In the capital, as the sun began to set, its warm glow cast an antique charm over the city. On the streets, within a passing carriage, Changsun Fengyu gazed at his silent aunt with concern and inquired, Aunt, do you have something on your mind? Just moments ago, the Li family had presented their terms for cooperation. Changsun Nanxiao rubbed her aching temples and replied, they want 20% of the Changsun family medicinal business, along with a millennium-old medicinal herb. By heavens! Changsun Fengyu exclaimed, nearly unable to restrain his expletives. The Li family is utterly unscrupulous. Our Changsun family has built its reputation on the medicinal trade, with shops spread throughout the entire Great Shang dynasty. Do they even grasp how immense that 20% is? Why don't they go rob a bank instead? And what else with the millennium-old herb? Do they think it's a mere vegetable? How on earth are we supposed to procure one? At this point, Changsun Fengyu stared at his aunt, stunned. Surely, you cannot be considering accepting their terms? Indeed, I am. Changsun Nanxiao nodded. The Changsun family requires partners like the Li family. While others may be oblivious, she understood all too well that her family's business had reached a bottleneck. Similarly, The Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank faced comparable dilemmas, with competition among the three intensifying, both overtly and covertly. To break this deadlock, they needed to seize the opportunity presented by the Li family. But the medicinal herb they desire is not within our possession, Changsun Fengyu stated solemnly. Actually, it is. A glint of intrigue flickered in Changsun Nanxiao's eyes as she continued. Have you forgotten? The Divine Temple's entourage is soon to arrive in the capital. And among their offerings is indeed a millennium-old medicinal herb. The Divine Temple? Changsun Fengyu responded, astonished. But how can we assert control over their gifts? We cannot. However, your royal aunt can, Changsun Nanxiao replied calmly. The gifts presented by the Divine Temple to the court will ultimately be distributed by His Majesty. As per tradition, the Emperor will select a few items to bestow upon the concubines and meritorious officials. Your second aunt, as the matriarch of the harem, can certainly choose a couple of gifts in advance. Changsun Fengyu listened, his expression shifting to one of realization. He then extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, You are truly clever, aunt. It is not I who is clever, but rather the scion of the Li family, Changsun Nanxiao remarked coolly. Fengyu, you must learn well. This young man's scheming is profound, even causing me a headache. Are you implying that Li Ziye's initial intent was to acquire the herb from the Divine Temple? Changsun Fengyu asked, astonished. Precisely. Changsun Nanxiao, with a solemn expression, nodded and remarked, I have long been perplexed by the drastic shift in attitude of the Li family's direct descendant. It was only just now that I comprehended the reason behind the Li family's change of heart. They agreed to collaborate with our Changsun family solely because they covet the miraculous herb brought by Yan Xiaoyu. In truth, our Changsun family is merely a pawn in the Li family's schemes to achieve their ambitions. How audacious of Li Ziye to attempt to manipulate us. Changsun Fengyu, upon hearing this, darkened his expression and replied, He has even calculated the involvement of our second aunt. If the Changsun family wishes to acquire that miraculous herb, we must enlist the assistance of our second aunt, the esteemed empress of the merchant realm. The depth of the Li family's intentions is indeed formidable. The younger generation is truly to be feared. With a soft sigh, Changsun Nanxiao continued, Fengyu, you are the hope of our Changsun family. You must not be bested by him. Changsun Fengyu managed a wry smile, acknowledging that based on Li Ziye's cunning display today, he felt rather uncertain of his own capabilities. Just as the two were pondering the intricacies of Li Ziye's mind, within the Li family's inner courtyard, a certain individual was fervently seeking guidance from the dashing young man in a red cape. Bai Wangyu, feeling increasingly harassed, reluctantly assisted in the study of the Faxian Ju's footwork. 3 steps to the left, yes, align. In the west chamber, Bai Wangyu directed Li Ziye's martial training. After nearly an hour, he could no longer contain himself and let slip an expletive. To provoke such a reaction from the composed and refined elder brother of the Confucian school, Li Ziye could be deemed the most notorious individual in the realm today. With an inevitable mishap in his footwork, Li Ziye was sent flying once more, colliding headfirst into an apricot tree in the courtyard. Instantly, the tree shook, and Li's cascaded downwards. Old Bai, come save me, Li Ziye cried out, stuck between the branches and struggling to free himself. Bai Wangyu, contemplating the notion of feigning ignorance, thought it might be better for the young man to remain ensnared. He feared that continuing to teach would surely lead to his own demise from exasperation. Crack! Perhaps due to Li Ziye's fervent struggles, a branch snapped abruptly, creating a jarring sound. Li Ziye froze, too frightened to move further. Not far away, Bai Wangyu stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to assist. Boom! Then came a thunderous crash. The branch gave way, and Li Ziye plummeted to the ground like a sack of sand, face down. Brotherly, I have something to attend to. You may practice on your own. Bai Wangyu stifled a laugh, calling out before hastily departing. The west chamber fell silent. After 3 breaths, Li Ziye sprang back to his feet, blood streaming from his nose, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bai Wangyu, you scoundrel! Outside the west chamber, Bai Wangyu could no longer suppress his laughter, reveling in the moment. Truly, it was a satisfying turn of events. At that moment, a young servant hurriedly approached, his demeanor respectful. Young Master Bai. There's a scholar claiming to be a disciple of the Taishua Palace seeking you. Disciples from the Taishua Palace? Bai Wangyu, upon hearing the news, felt a sudden shift in his demeanor and swiftly made his way out of the estate. At the entrance of the garden, a young man clad in a scholar's robe awaited him. Upon seeing his senior brother emerge, his face lit up with joy. "Senior brother, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Bai Wangyu replied. The youth bowed respectfully and stated, "It is the command of the Confucian leader, requesting you to return to the Taishua Palace." The mention of the Confucian leader's command startled Bai Wangyu, and he wasted no time, exclaiming, "Then let us depart swiftly." With that, the two set off towards the Taishua Palace. Meanwhile, within the garden, Ziye, noticing the absence of the little red hat, wore a puzzled expression. What has transpired? Why has the Confucian sect suddenly summoned her back? Without that golden metal enforcer, how am I to roam freely across the realm? At the eastern courtyard of the Taishua Palace, as the last rays of the setting sun faded, an elderly man finished tending to his vegetable garden and straightened his frail form. "Greetings, Confucian leader." Bai Wangyu approached the courtyard alone, bowing respectfully. "How have you been faring with the three sons of the Li family?" In the courtyard, Confucius set down his hoe and inquired. "Li Xiong is astute and possesses remarkable insight. I find myself lacking in comparison. These days spent with him have yielded great rewards," Bai Wangyu replied earnestly. "Indeed," Confucius nodded. "Though the Li brothers are still in the early stages of their cultivation, they excel in understanding human nature and social nuances, qualities that you currently lack. Stay by their side and learn as much as you can." "Yes," Bai Wangyu responded with utmost respect. "Are you aware that Yin Xiaoyu from the Tianyu Hall is coming to the capital? Have you heard?" Confucius asked. "I am aware," Bai Wangyu affirmed. "You have crossed paths with Yin Xiaoyu before, and thus possess some understanding of him. In your estimation, how long will it take for Li Ziye to catch up with his current martial progress?" Confucius inquired calmly. Bai Wangyu hesitated for a moment before responding truthfully. "He will not catch up." Upon hearing this, Confucius nodded and said, "Then you shall assist him." "Yes," Bai Wangyu replied respectfully, without questioning the rationale behind the request. "Do you not wish to understand the reason for my request for your assistance?" Confucius asked. "The Confucian leader's decisions are inherently justified," Bai Wangyu responded. "Your respect for your teacher is commendable," Confucius sighed softly, "yet it is also your flaw. No one's decisions in this world are eternally correct. You must learn to question, even if that means questioning your esteemed mentor, including myself." Bai Wangyu was taken aback, quickly bowing respectfully. "I would not dare. What is there to fear?" Confucius gazed at the future successor of the Confucian sect outside the courtyard and calmly stated, "Wangyu, have you never considered stepping into this courtyard since the very beginning?" Bai Wangyu trembled at the words, and after a long pause, clenched his hands, attempting to take the first step. However, the overwhelming pressure from the Confucian leader, who had long held authority, caused the elder disciple to retract his step once more. Observing this, Confucius sighed again. What he truly desired was not the reverence of the world, but rather the spirit of inquiry. Authority is ultimately meant to be challenged. Regardless of individuals, martial arts, or classical texts, outside the small courtyard, Bai Wangyu stood there, a look of remorse etched upon his face, lamenting, "I have disappointed you, Master Confucius." "Do not blame yourself," Confucius replied with a sigh. "It is I who have erred. My intention was to enlighten the masses, yet I inadvertently bound you with the very rights and laws meant to liberate. Wangyu, this is precisely why I have encouraged you to stay close to the three sons of the Li family. Remember, in this world, there are no true sages. You must learn to discern right from wrong with your own heart." "Yes," Bai Wangyu responded softly. Confucius nodded, saying, "In a few days, the people from the Tianyu Hall will arrive. If my calculations are correct, the three sons of the Li family and that Yin Xiaoyu will engage in a conflict. You should continue to remain by their side and, if necessary, shield him from any hidden arrows. Your disciple will faithfully adhere to your teachings," Bai Wangyu replied respectfully. "Very well, you may leave." After imparting his instructions, Confucius offered no further words, merely waving his hand. "I take my leave," Bai Wangyu said, bowing respectfully once more before turning to depart. In truth, this young man was already quite remarkable. Just as Bai Wangyu exited, Qin Aina stepped forth from the courtyard, calmly stating, "He still falls short compared to your disciple." Confucius replied serenely, "In terms of discerning talent for discipleship, the plum blossom sword immortal surpasses me by a considerable margin." "I accept this praise without reservation," Qin Aina said, unreservedly accepting the compliment, seemingly choosing to forget her earlier frustration when she discovered the truth about Li Ziye's inability to practice martial arts. Chapter 41. Yin Xiaoyu. As dusk descended and the luminous moon ascended in the sky, Li Ziye anxiously awaited in the courtyard, his expression fraught with uncertainty, akin to that of a heartbroken lover. It was not until the moon hung high among the stars that a figure clad in a white scholarly robe approached, bearing a strikingly handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Ziye's heart surged with excitement as he rushed forward. "The little red hat has finally returned. You had me terrified," he exclaimed. "Oh, Bai, I thought you wouldn't come back." Grasping the hand of the little red hat, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes, convinced that she had returned out of reluctance to part from him. Bai Wangyu, suppressing a wave of distaste, attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it ensnared. After a vigorous tug, he finally freed himself. "The master scholar sought me, so I made a brief return," he stated, subtly wiping his hand where Li Ziye had grasped it, wary of contagion. "The master scholar sought you?" Li Ziye, oblivious to the latter's actions, inquired with curiosity. "Was there something urgent? If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." It was nothing pressing, merely some instructions to accompany Brother Li. "To learn and observe more closely," Bai Wangyu replied with a serene countenance. "Accompany me to learn?" Li Ziye paused, momentarily taken aback, questioning his own ears. "Is it true that another's child wishes to learn from me?" "Oli, did you hear that? Your son has achieved something." The master scholar, indeed, possessed an eye for recognizing qualities often overlooked by ordinary people. Li Ziye placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the little red hat. "Do make the most of it. I shall teach you patiently." Bai Wangyu fell silent, acknowledging that he had indeed learned much, including the art of audacity. "Let us retire for the night. I have waited for you through half the night and am utterly exhausted." With the little red hat safely returned, Li Ziye felt a weight lift from his heart as he waved his hand dismissively and turned to head toward the inner courtyard. "Li brother," Bai Wangyu called from behind. Li Ziye halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. "What is it? What does the plum blossom sword immortal signify to you, Li brother?" Bai Wangyu asked earnestly. "My master," Li Ziye replied without hesitation. "Have you ever doubted whether the path laid out by the plum blossom sword immortal or the instruction provided to you was perhaps misguided?" Bai Wangyu continued, his inquiry resolute. "Never." Li Ziye vehemently shook his head. "As a person who holds his master in high regard, how could I possibly doubt my celestial master? Everything she imparts is undoubtedly correct. Li brother, I wish to hear the truth." Bai Wangyu pressed with a serious countenance. Li Ziye observed the earnest expression before him, initially taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Doubt? Far from it. There have been numerous occasions when I could not help but inquire about her relatives. However, the outcomes were rather unfortunate, as I was often beaten to a pulp by old Qin, to the point where even my father would not recognize me." "Old Bai, you are behaving quite oddly today. What is the reason for your questions?" "It is nothing," Bai Wangyu replied, shaking his head. "It is late. You should retire, Li brother." "Strange indeed," Li Ziye muttered, turning to depart. Bai Wangyu watched the retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue evident in his eyes. Now, he comprehends the reason why the Confucian leader desired him to remain by Brother Li's side. He can discern that Brother Li holds the plum blossom sword immortal in high regard and respects him deeply. However, Brother Li does not adhere to every directive from the plum blossom sword immortal. He possesses the courage to question, a quality that he, indeed, lacks compared to Brother Li. He vows to learn diligently. In return, he will faithfully adhere to the Confucian leader's teachings and wholeheartedly assist Brother Li in enhancing his strength. With this thought in mind, Bai Wangyu strides towards the western chamber, preparing to thoroughly study the third form of the flying immortal technique. Under the luminous moonlight, in the stillness of night, within the inner courtyard in the western chamber, two figures, both wielding swords, share a resolute gaze, practicing repeatedly. Li Ziye remains awake, convinced that diligence can overcome inadequacy. If he fails once, he will practice 10 times. If 10 times is insufficient, then 100, 1,000 times. Bai Wangyu too is awake, tirelessly aiding Li Ziye in mastering the third form of the flying immortal technique throughout the night, exuding a righteous aura more radiant than the moonlight itself. The two, with their swords, carved through the air, producing sharp glints of cold light, synchronized and breathtaking. Meanwhile, on the western side of the Grand Merchant City, the Divine Temple's entourage travels day and night, drawing ever nearer to the capital. 7 days later, before the western city gate, the thunderous sound of hooves heralds the arrival of a long-journeyed Divine Temple's procession. Outside the city gates, the third Prince Mu Yao personally greets several officials from the Honglu Temple, extending great courtesy to the Divine Temple. The Grand Merchant Dynasty, founded on martial prowess, nonetheless maintains the grandeur befitting a great nation in matters of etiquette. As the Divine Temple's entourage enters the city, many curious citizens gather to witness the spectacle. Over the past decade, although occasional frictions have arisen between the Grand Merchant Dynasty and the Celestial Temple, a semblance of peace has prevailed. Thus, the citizens of the Grand Merchant bear no animosity towards the envoys of the Celestial Temple on this visit. Particularly intriguing to them is the presence of the renowned Celestial Temple's son, Yan Xiaoyu, whose fame incites curiosity among the populace, eager to glimpse the visage of this legendary figure. Among these idle observers is the even more restless Li Ziye, who insists on dragging along the reluctant Little Red Riding Hood. After waiting for a considerable time, Bai Wangyu, noticing the Divine Temple's entourage has yet to appear, expresses his desire to leave, saying, "Brother Li, I have already encountered Yan Xiaoyu and even sparred with him, so I shall take my leave." "Not so fast," Li Ziye exclaims, grasping Bai Wangyu's arm. "Having come this far, we must at least witness the spectacle before departing." "Why are you so interested in Yan Xiaoyu?" Bai Wangyu inquires, perplexed, for he understands that regardless of how beautiful Yan Xiaoyu might be, Brother Li would have no interest if he were male. Having spent time together, he has gleaned aspects of Brother Li's character and preferences. "I'm not particularly interested in Yan Xiaoyu. Rather, I am concerned about my medicinal herb. I need to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, if it goes missing, I shall have no place to lament," Li Ziye explains, standing on tiptoe to peer towards the end of the street, wondering why the Divine Temple's procession has yet to arrive. "Why are you so invested in this medicinal herb?" "I truly do not understand." Bai Wangyu cannot help but ask again. "Of course, it holds great significance." Li Ziye cast a glance at Little Red Riding Hood beside him, contemplated for a moment, and finally said, "Very well, I shall confide in you, but you must not share this with others." Throughout their recent interactions, he found Little Red Riding Hood to be quite admirable. Thus, revealing this secret seemed harmless. "I won't tell anyone." Bai Wangyu nodded eagerly, curiosity illuminating her face. In a hushed tone, Li Ziye glanced around and whispered, "My 8 meridians are obstructed. I need external force to shatter them, then employ the medicinal prowess of the Medicine King to mend them, thereby reconstructing the extraordinary 8 meridians." Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu's body trembled in disbelief as she gazed at the young man before her astonishment palpable. The 8 meridians obstructed? How could someone whom the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal has taken as a disciple, and who is so esteemed by the Confucian leader, possibly have such a condition? With this thought, Bai Wangyu grasped his arm, probing his meridians with her vital energy, and her expression grew increasingly astonished. Brother Li is not lying. Among the 8 meridians, 6 are blocked, and even the 2 that are open are not fully restored. It is evident they have recently been reconstituted. Brother Li, you... Bai Wangyu regarded the youth with a complicated gaze, at a loss for words. "Please keep this a secret," Li Ziye urged softly. "I have no concerns, but my celestial master is quite concerned with her reputation. If word spreads that she has taken on a waste as a disciple, it would be unbearable for her, and I would surely face dire consequences." "I understand," Bai Wangyu replied with a gentle nod, her expression intricate. "Brother Li, you continue to astonish me time and again. Let us remain discreet." Li Ziye grinned, adding, "After all, exceptional individuals like you, Brother Bai, are exceedingly rare. The world is filled with ordinary folk like myself. If one wishes to master martial arts, one must devise ways and means to create their own opportunities. Now I comprehend why the Confucian leader repeatedly urged me to stay close to you, brotherly. There are countless extraordinary matters surrounding you. Bai Wangyu sighed softly, reflecting on the rise of the Li family and Li Ziye's successful apprenticeship under the plum blossom sword immortal, each event surpassing the expectations of the world. If one were to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be miracle. As for the Confucian leader's intentions, I am uncertain. However, I know that until I acquire the medicine king brought by the temple, I shall not find rest. Li Ziye remarked, glancing towards the end of the street, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Old Bai, it's here. My medicine king has arrived. Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu turned her gaze in that direction. At the street's end, a procession of carriages thundered forth. The sound of armor clanging resonated as the third prince and officials from the Honglu temple led the way, flanked by the temple's entourage. At the forefront, the temple's iron cavalry, clad in shimmering silver armor that concealed all but their eyes, exuded an aura of intimidation that left onlookers awestruck. In the very center of the procession, a young man donned in a moon-white robe, strikingly handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes, sat upon a carriage. A gentle smile gracing his lips, warm as the dawn. His noble demeanor surpassed even that of the princes of the great Shang. The divine youth, Yin Xiaoyu, a paragon among the younger generation, graced the capital of the great Shang with his presence, radiating an undeniable charisma. Behind the crowd, Li Ziye gazed at Yin Xiaoyu on the ornate palanquin and uttered 4 words with remarkable impartiality. When it comes to appearance, this divine child indeed possesses an admirable charm, nearly rivaling that of himself and Little Red Riding Hood. Within the ranks of the divine temple, Yin Xiaoyu basked in the adoration and envy emanating from the citizens of the great merchants, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The great merchants, a realm forsaken by the god of light, were populated by faithless and misguided souls. How could they possibly be compared to his celestial temple? Beneath the reverent gazes of the crowd, Yin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a peculiar intensity in one particular gaze among the throng, prompting her to look in that direction. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and a slight frown creased Yin Xiaoyu's brow. How strange! Who was this individual? The aura surrounding him was distinctly unsettling, evoking an indescribable sense of dissonance. Behind the crowd, Li Ziye noticed Yin Xiaoyu's scrutinizing gaze and broke into a grin. At last, the king of medicine has arrived. He mused, grateful for the arrival of the auspicious child. On the palanquin, as Yin Xiaoyu beheld the smile of the former, her disdain only deepened. Where did this fool come from? Chapter 42. Conflict on the bustling streets of the capital. The first encounter between Li Ziye and Yin Xiaoyu was far from amicable. At the very least, Yin Xiaoyu harbored a strong aversion towards Li Ziye. Naturally, Li Ziye reciprocated this disdain, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he detested all men who possessed greater charm than himself, save for the adorable Little Red Riding Hood. In the midst of the street, the procession of the temple rumbled forward. By the ornate palanquin, the red-robed Archbishop Lu Rong advanced silently, her frail figure belying the fact that she was a formidable being, having unlocked 5 divine sanctuaries. From the crowd, Bai Wangyu immediately spotted the elder beside Yin Xiaoyu's palanquin, his expression turning grave. That old man is the red-robed Archbishop of the Celestial Hall? Li Ziye followed Little Red Riding Hood's gaze, his face reflecting astonishment. He hardly appears to be so. His appearance seems even more disheveled than that of my sword-obsessed friend, Zhang. Li, keep your voice down. Bai Wangyu's demeanor shifted as he cautioned. A practitioner of the 5th realm possesses senses far beyond the ordinary. He can hear our words. As if on cue. The moment their voices faded, Lu Rong's gaze shifted towards them, her ancient eyes igniting with a radiant brilliance. Bai Wangyu, perceiving this, swiftly pulled Li Ziye behind him, an aura of righteousness surging forth. Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous force erupted, causing Bai Wangyu to stagger back a step, a trace of blood silently trickling from the corner of his mouth. Oh Bai! Li Ziye's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward. Upon noticing the blood at Little Red Riding Hood's lips, An unusual anger flickered across his face. This is intolerable. Li Ziye's fiery gaze landed on Lu Rong within the temple's entourage, his fists clenching tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. In his domain, such brazen behavior was simply unacceptable. The Celestial Hall was truly lawless. Oh, Lu Rong, sensing the young man's furious gaze, displayed a hint of surprise. Acknowledging him as a practitioner of the Fifth Realm who dared to respond so boldly, she realized this youth possessed a certain audacity. Atop the palanquin, Yan Xiaoyu also recognized by Wang Yu, her lips curving into a peculiar smile. So, it is the foremost disciple of the Confucian sect. I did not expect him to be here. Li, you mustn't, by Wang Yu urged, grasping Li Ziye's arm, shaking his head gently. We were the ones at fault. The envoys of the temple are guests from afar, and we must not be disrespectful. Li Ziye furrowed his brow at these words, but ultimately withdrew his gaze, his expression taking on an unprecedented seriousness. Old Bai, I assure you, I will repay this grievance in the future. I will not allow you to suffer this loss in vain. Bai Wang Yu, taken aback by the solemnity he had never witnessed in the young man before, paused momentarily before a gentle smile graced his features. I believe in you, Li. As a gentle breeze swept past, both men simultaneously returned their gazes elsewhere, shattering the hard-won solemn atmosphere in an instant. Disgusting. Li Ziye pinched his thigh, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Surely, he would not bend, would he? Beside him, Bai Wang Yu's lips twitched slightly as he silently recited the classic teachings. Wang Yu thought, etiquette is a concept intended for the cultured, if others lack refinement. What need is there to uphold such decorum? At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in the ears of the assembly, akin to thunder, shaking all present. The Confucian leader. At this instant, the expressions of everyone, including the third prince, Lu Rongnu, and Yan Xiaoyu, shifted dramatically. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Wang Yu's demeanor sharpened, and he promptly bowed in a gesture of respect befitting a disciple. What is happening? Only Li Ziye remained bewildered, perplexed by the sudden voice and the reactions of those around him. In the next moment, a surge of righteous energy swept through the air, unleashing an invisible force. With a cough, Lu Rongnu from the divine court spat blood, staggering back several steps. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback. The third Prince Mu Yao and the divine child Yan Xiaoyu gazed towards the distant Taishua palace, their faces etched with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Confucian leader would intervene here. Lu Rongnu, despite her age, was still so petty as to bully two juniors. What a disgrace. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the voice of the Confucian leader resounded, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. The Confucian leader. Lu Rongnu steadied herself, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her fists clenched tightly. Behind the crowd, Li Ziye finally realized who had acted, a look of excitement crossing his face. The esteemed figure was finally making an appearance, ready to sweep away all opposition. Let the battle commence. He hoped to seize the moment amidst the chaos and acquire the apothecary king's treasures. Moreover, he wished to inquire whether old Qin was present in the Taishua palace. However, to Li Ziye's disappointment, after admonishing Lu Rongnu, the Confucian leader did not continue to intervene or make an appearance. Lu Rongnu, feeling the pressure, refrained from further provocation, swallowing her anger in silence. The divine court's entourage moved forward quietly, noticeably more subdued this time. Confucian leader, where is my master? Please return her. As the potential for conflict fizzled, and with the Confucian leader still absent, Li Ziye grew anxious, calling out towards the Taishua palace. Bai Wang Yu, startled, quickly tugged at the youth beside him, signaling him to maintain decorum. Upon hearing Li Ziye's call, all eyes turned towards him. Lu Rongnu remained silent, temporarily refraining from any action. In the carriage, Yan Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the youth beside Bai Wang Yu, her brow furrowing once more. Who is this person daring to speak so boldly to the Confucian leader? Moreover, Bai Wang Yu consistently shielded him. Their relationship seemed extraordinary. Could this youth be of the Dashang royal family? Yet, every prince of Dashang was documented within the divine court's records, and he had seen their portraits. This youth did not appear among them. If he were not a prince, could he be a relative of royalty or a scion of the martial king? Thoughts raced through Yin Xiaoyu's mind, leaving her unable to ascertain the identity of the youth beside by Wang Yu. In the midst of the crowd, Li Ziye sensed the gazes of those around him, but remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Taishua palace, awaiting a response from the Confucian leader. He was indeed somewhat concerned about his fairy master. However, the Confucian leader seemed oblivious to Li Ziye's inquiries and offered no response. Growing increasingly anxious, Li Ziye was on the verge of losing his composure. Beside him, Bai Wang Yu, noticing Li Ziye's impending outburst, hastily grasped his arm and said brotherly, "The plum blossom, sword immortal should be fine. There is no need for alarm." Confucian leader, Li Ziye disregarded the advice of the little red hat and continued to call out, "Please respond." On the street, the onlookers regarded the seemingly deranged youth with puzzled expressions. Who is this person? Has he lost his mind to speak so rudely to the Confucian leader? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Ziye anxiously awaited the Confucian leader's reply. He was convinced that the leader could hear him, but why was there no answer? Was it possible that his fairy master was truly in peril? As his anxiety mounted, he could no longer contain himself and flung Bai Wang Yu's hand away, exclaiming angrily, "Old man, can't you just make a sound?" The street fell into an immediate silence. Even those in the divine palace's entourage were startled, coming to a halt. Beside Li Ziye, Bai Wang Yu's face paled, cold sweat dripping down his brow, fearing that the Confucian leader might retaliate and strike the boy down. In the small courtyard to the east of the academy, Confucius, upon hearing Li Ziye's irreverent remarks, chuckled in disbelief, saying, "Your disciple is indeed audacious." He was somewhat concerned. Qin Ina remarked, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart. She understood that although Li Ziye was reckless, he was exceptionally intelligent and certainly grasped the significance of the Confucian leader's status. His uncharacteristic outburst was likely born from genuine concern for her safety. "This lad is commendable. You have not misjudged him," Confucius grinned and said, "Plum blossom sword immortal, it would be best if you responded personally to ease your disciple's worries." Indeed, Qin Ina nodded, her delicate hand waving as the Qing Shuang ancient sword responded, instantly freezing the atmosphere and lowering the temperature dramatically. In the next moment, the Qing Shuang sword sliced through the void, unleashing a brilliant and powerful sword aura that soared into the distance. At that instant, all the martial artists in the capital sensed it, their gazes turning skyward in astonishment. Swaltoha, within the divine palace's entourage, Lu Rongnu felt the tremendous energy of the sword above, her expression shifting once more. The sword aura is like frost. It must be the plum blossom sword immortal. On the carriage, Yin Xiaoyu recognized the wielder of that sword, her expression tightening. The plum blossom sword immortal is also in the great capital of the Shang dynasty. Fairy master. At the back of the crowd, Li Ziye sensed the familiar sword aura and his face lit up with excitement. Wonderful, old Qin is unharmed. Beside him, Bai Wang Yu exhaled in relief. With the plum blossom sword immortal safe, Brotherly could regain his composure and would not continue to act irrationally. He had genuinely worried that the Confucian leader might be provoked enough to strike the boy down. As the plum blossom sword immortal made her presence known, a realization struck Yin Xiaoyu atop the carriage. Her gaze shifted toward the crowd behind her, her eyes narrowing slightly. The legitimate heir of the Li family from Yuzhou City, Li Ziye. It turns out he is Li Ziye, the cherished disciple of the plum blossom sword immortal. My apologies. Yin Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cold, indifferent arc. It seems this journey to the grand city of Xanadu will not be too solitary. Behind the crowd, Li Ziye, relieved to see that old Qin was unharmed, regained his composure. His gaze met those of the onlookers, and he flashed a grin, saying, "I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. I suffer from hysteria, which may cause me to act irrationally at times, much to your amusement." With that, he hastily pulled the little red hat beside him and departed. How embarrassing! Before the divine temple's entourage, the third Prince Mu Yao observed Li Ziye's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with unusual intrigue. This scion of the Li family continually defied his expectations. He was unconventional, devoid of any semblance of decorum. If he could not be won over, he would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. The Yin Bank and the Merchant Alliance are utterly inept consumed by internal strife, incapable of managing even the simplest of matters. Divine Son, beside the carriage, Lu Rongnu spoke with a hoarse voice. Should the opportunity arise, we must eliminate this individual. I have a foreboding that he will become a considerable nuisance for the temple in the future. Understood. Yin Xiaoyu nodded, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Those who disregard the established order ought not to exist in this world. The God of Light disapproves, and so do I. Chapter 43. A Miracle Brotherly. Please refrain from such recklessness next time. You nearly terrified me to death just now, Bai Wangyu remarked with a bitter smile, gazing at the youth before him. Even now, the cold sweat on his back had yet to dry. In recent days, the number of times he had felt anxious alongside brother Li had surpassed all the instances throughout his previous life. Stay composed, Li Ziye said, patting the shoulder of the little girl in the red hat with a broad grin. The Confucian head is a master of the world. Why would he concern himself with someone of my youth? Besides, the head has entrusted you to my side, indicating that I possess some worth within the Taishu Palace. How could he so easily dispose of me? Though he was somewhat anxious, he was certainly not foolish. He would never engage in acts of self-destruction. Bai Wangyu fell silent. He conceded that the Confucian head would likely not take offense over such trivial matters. Yet Brother Li's actions were indeed astonishingly audacious. In this world, who would dare show such disrespect to the Confucian head? Even the remarkably gifted lord of the Western Domain's heavenly edict palace would greet the Confucian head with utmost courtesy. Old Bai, you are simply too rigid in your adherence to propriety. Stripped of his title as the master of Taishu Palace, the Confucian head is merely an ordinary elder. He is not some fearsome beast. Is there truly any need for such trepidation? Moreover, you are the senior disciple of the Confucian sect. Can he possibly harm you? Li Ziye said with a look of disdain for Bai Wangyu's timidity. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu nearly choked, his face flushing as he covered his mouth and began to cough violently. Old Bai, what is the matter? Is your injury recurring? Li Ziye inquired, stepping forward with concern. I am fine, Bai Wangyu replied after taking a deep breath. Brother Li, I beg you, please stop speaking. I genuinely fear that one day I shall be unable to catch my breath and perish from exasperation in your presence. Li Ziye shot him a scornful glance and said, Old Bai, I hold you in contempt. Contempt away. I initially intended to offer you guidance on the third form of the flying immortal technique, but it seems that will not be necessary, Bai Wangyu remarked indifferently before striding towards the western chamber. Li Ziye was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, calling out urgently, Old Bai, no, Brother Bai, I was wrong. You are the person I admire most. In the western chamber, as Li Ziye pursued him, he immediately noticed the transformation within. In the courtyard, red threads crisscrossed in intricate patterns, each thread adorned with bells, exactly 27 in total, corresponding to the number of steps in the third form of the flying immortal technique. Evidently, this array of red threads had been deliberately arranged for the third form of the flying immortal technique. Upon witnessing this, tears of gratitude streamed down Li Ziye's face. It was clear that Old Bai had meticulously crafted this for him, having devoted considerable thought over the past few days to assist him. He vowed never to bully the little girl in the red hat again. This red thread array features 27 bells, each corresponding to a step in the third form of the flying immortal technique. You shall practice according to the positions of the bells. Each time a bell rings, it signifies that you have executed a step correctly. Furthermore, these red threads are specially crafted and remarkably sturdy, allowing them to aid you in correcting your positioning during practice. Bai Wangyu spoke earnestly, expressing that he had sacrificed several sleepless days to create these items, assuring that every step had been meticulously tested and the orientation was flawless. Old Bai, you are truly wonderful. Come here for a hug, Li Ziye said, overwhelmed with emotion as he stepped forward and extended his arms. Get lost. Bai Wangyu could not help but utter a curse, as the patience and composure of the Confucian sect's senior disciple had nearly been worn away over these days. Undeterred, Li Ziye shamelessly withdrew his hands, pretending nothing had happened, and promptly approached the first bell to begin his practice. Ding! The moment Li Ziye's figure brushed against the first bell, it emitted a melodious chime. Following, there were the second and third bells. After days of practice, Li Ziye had managed to take 10 steps, yet beyond that point, not only did the consumption of true essence escalate dramatically, but even the control over his body became increasingly challenging. Indeed, after the 10th bell rang, Li Ziye's body once again flew uncontrollably, losing its balance. Use the red thread to regain the correct orientation. Bai Wangyu shouted in a deep voice upon witnessing this. Amidst the intertwining red threads, Li Ziye heard the reminder of Little Red Riding Hood, took a leap in mid-air, and with the aid of the red thread, returned to his original position. Ding! At last, the bell chimed once more as Li Ziye stepped out for the 11th time, surpassing his own limits. Do not fear mistakes. Complete all 27 steps first, allowing your body to memorize these orientations. Bai Wangyu reiterated from outside the red thread formation. All right, Li Ziye responded amidst the red threads, his figure darting forth again, his speed increasing and the number of times he flew out multiplying. However, each time, he would use the red threads to pull himself back to the correct position. Thus, after countless attempts, Li Ziye finally staggered through all 27 steps, his body marked with dozens, if not hundreds, of cuts from the red threads. Ding! As the final bell rang, Li Ziye collapsed on the ground, panting heavily as he lay down, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move even a finger. I'm completely drained, he exclaimed. Merely 27 steps had utterly depleted all the true essence within him. Without the assistance of the red threads, he wouldn't have been able to complete them. How is it? Bai Wangyu approached seriously, stating, when you can complete these 27 steps without relying on external aid, you will have truly succeeded. Oh Bai, you are a genius. I envy you so much, Li Ziye replied breathlessly from the ground, lamenting how other people's children were so exceptional while he felt like the foolish son of a landlord, incapable of anything and always causing trouble. I am 2 years older than you and have read more books, thus my understanding of martial arts is deeper. In truth, brotherly, you are smarter than I am, Bai Wangyu reassured, concerned that the young man before him might lose confidence in martial arts. I think so too, Li Ziye replied unabashedly, convinced of his own intelligence. Bai Wangyu felt that his attempts at consolation were rather superfluous. He now truly wishes to plant a foot squarely on that fellow's face, to ascertain whether this rascal's fortitude is thicker than the sole of his shoe. I have resolved to diligently cultivate my skills, then strike at Huoliner with my fists and kick Yin Xiaoyu, becoming invincible and renowned throughout the 9 provinces. On the ground, Li Ziye envisioned a certain scene in the future, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Bai Wangyu regarded the youth before him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, genuinely doubting whether this lad had damaged his mind through martial training. Creak! Li Ziye retrieved several centuries-old ginseng from his pocket and began to gnaw on them as if they were mere carrots, mumbling incoherently, "Old Bai, does the Academy possess any miraculous elixirs for rapidly restoring true energy? Sell me some. I can't keep gnawing on this stuff, it's too hard to swallow." Meanwhile, Bai Wangyu couldn't help but twitch his lips, having witnessed the extravagant nature of the Li family. It was as if these precious herbs were free, being consumed like mere vegetables. Before long, after devouring several roots of ancient ginseng, Li Ziye felt his internal energy restored to a considerable extent. With a sudden leap, he sprang back to his feet, ready to continue his practice. This Feishinju is extraordinarily profound. If one can master the 3rd form at the 1st realm, they shall be the foremost individual in a millennium, second only to the original sword god. Bai Wangyu spoke earnestly. If you wish to catch up to Huoliner within 3 years, you must continuously create miracles. This first step is essential. I understand, Li Ziye replied, his expression growing serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped forward and swiftly darted out once more. Ding, 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 with a series of ringing sounds. Amidst the crisscrossing red lines, Li Ziye's figure danced and darted, his speed increasing with each passing moment, while the wounds upon his body multiplied. The red lines were remarkably resilient, allowing Li Ziye to leverage their strength. However, due to his excessive speed, every leap resulted in a new gash, blood seeping forth. In this world, apart from a select few geniuses, anyone must exert 100% effort to yield a mere 50% return. Li Ziye's innate talent was far from exceptional. As Li Qingji put it, he was akin to a waste. Thus, without relentless effort, how could he hope to rival prodigies like Huoliner and Yin Xiaoyu? Outside the red lines, Bai Wangyu observed the youth drenched in sweat, lost in thought. He pondered whether, had he been in Li Ziye's position, with blocked meridians preventing him from practicing martial arts, he could exhibit such unwavering resolve on the path of martial arts, even aware that he might face severe setbacks. Would he muster the courage to risk everything, ensuring he would not live with regret? Perhaps he could not out of fear of hardship, but from a lack of the audacity to wager everything. Bang! After an indeterminate period of practice and countless attempts, within the array of red lines, suddenly, one line reached its breaking point and snapped. Li Ziye's body was instantly propelled uncontrollably, crashing against the western wall. He then fell to the ground like a piece of paper, landing with a thud. Bai Wangyu silently approached, replacing the broken red line with a new one. On the ground, Li Ziye once again retrieved a large herb, beginning to gnaw on it. His face contorted in bitterness from the acrid taste. It is truly unbearable. As the sun sets in the west, the moon rises in a sky adorned with sparse stars. Within the west chamber, Li Ziye continues his arduous practice, accompanied by Little Red Riding Hood, who offers intermittent guidance, correcting the myriad peculiar mistakes of this martial arts novice. Finally, as the luminous moon hangs high in the sky, Li Ziye, utterly exhausted, finds himself unable to rise, lying motionless upon the ground. Thus, Bai Wangyu drags him to the stone steps before the chamber, as if hauling a pig. "Old Bai, I believe I can succeed," Li Ziye declares, reclining on the steps, gazing at the myriad stars above, a broad smile gracing his lips. Though his progress remains sluggish, he distinctly perceives a glimmer of hope. He feels immense gratitude towards Little Red Riding Hood, whom he envisions as an angel with fluttering wings. Even when fate slams doors shut and welds windows closed, with the assistance of Little Red Riding Hood, his fairy master, and Jean Lada, he manages to carve out a path for himself. With such delightful friends and family by his side, he feels that fortune has not been unkind to him. Lost in thought, Li Ziye drifts into a deep slumber, a faint smile of contentment lingering on his face. Meanwhile, Bai Wangyu sits quietly by, contemplative and silent. To be honest, he had never anticipated that Brother Li could truly succeed. After all, the cultivation method of the flying immortal technique is extraordinarily challenging. For centuries, countless prodigies have been compelled to abandon it in favor of other martial arts. However, after today, he might begin to believe in the possibility. Brother Li is indeed someone capable of creating miracles. He eagerly anticipates the day when the swordsmanship of the original sword god graces the world once more. A sword comes from the west, soaring like an immortal from beyond the heavens. Chapter 44. The Great Fire. As dawn broke, a pale light illuminated the eastern horizon. On the stone steps, Li Ziye's eyes suddenly opened wide, awakening precisely on time. With the transition between night and day, the yin transformed into yang, marking the most auspicious moment for practicing the flying immortal decision. Li Ziye settled into a meditative posture, channeling his inner energy and drawing in the ethereal essence of the universe. In an instant, a boundless surge of spiritual energy flooded the courtyard, continuously replenishing his parched divine reservoir. As time passed, the sun ascended in the east, and when the first rays of morning light graced the earth, Li Ziye's internal energy gradually stabilized. The divine reservoir, a treasure trove within the human body, formed a miniature universe of its own. Inside, thunder roared and lightning flashed as the spiritual essence converged, creating an infinite sea of true energy, with towering waves crashing and a breathtaking spectacle unfolding. With Li Ziye's cultivation deepening, the expanse of the sea of true energy expanded endlessly, stretching beyond sight. After opening a second meridian, his training speed more than doubled, and the rapid growth of true energy surged exponentially. Suddenly, after a quarter of an hour, Li Ziye opened his eyes wide, a sharp gleam akin to a formidable divine sword flashing forth. Beside him, Bai Wangyu sensed the shift, a look of astonishment gracing her features. Such a piercing sword intent. Even at the initial stage, it radiated such sharpness. The flying immortal decision truly deserved its title as the foremost method in the world. Brother Li, shall we have a spar? Bai Wangyu proposed after a moment as contemplation. Li Ziye's countenance brightened, and he sprang to his feet, responding, "Excellent. As per usual, you shall restrain your cultivation to the mid-stage of the first realm." Agreed, Bai Wangyu nodded, stepping into the center of the courtyard. She then grasped her right hand, summoning the Tai ancient sword, which emerged from its sheath with a resounding clarity, releasing a torrent of righteous energy. Opposite her, Li Ziye drew forth his pure June sword, a smile spreading across his face as he declared, "Please." No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Ziye's figure moved with astonishing speed, launching the first strike. His swift movement resembled that of an immortal, nearly impossible to track, and in the blink of an eye, the sharp edge of the pure June sword was upon Bai Wangyu. Clang! The Tai and pure June swords clashed, their energies resonating powerfully. Li Ziye shifted his sword's momentum, his form darting behind the little red hat. The pure June sword swept through the air, its gleam blinding, delivering a strike that was difficult to anticipate. Yet, Bai Wangyu remained undeterred, countering with a swift turn and a firm parry of the fierce blade. The speed was so astonishing that it left little room for reaction. After 2 exchanges, Li Ziye altered his swordplay again, his movements accelerating further. Under the rising sun, the 2 swords clashed repeatedly, sparks flying, revealing an evenly matched contest. In the blink of an eye, 10 exchanges had passed. Bai Wangyu wielded her sword, breaking the impasse with a decisive blow, exclaiming, "There's no need to continue. Brother Li has only learned fewer than 3 techniques, yet managed to hold his ground against me for 10 exchanges without faltering. Your progress is truly remarkable." "That sounds rather strange," Li Ziye murmured, sheathing his sword. Did he misinterpret her words? Why did her praise make him feel somewhat uneasy? "My lord," at that moment, a voice emerged from outside the west chamber, as Hong Zhu approached respectfully, saying, "The appointed time is drawing near." Hearing this, Li Ziye nodded and stepped towards the courtyard's exit. Outside the Li garden, a carriage was already prepared, and both Li Ziye and Hong Zhu entered the carriage. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard by the Xiang River in the southeast of the capital, Yu Qingxian packed her guqin and departed in her own carriage. The Yin family bank was bustling with the sound of firecrackers as a festive atmosphere enveloped the scene. The elder of the Yin family was celebrating his 60th birthday, with guests filling the venue, primarily consisting of the younger generation of the Yin family along with some relatives and friends. The Yin family bank held considerable influence in the great merchant capital and even had some connections to the court. Naturally, many came to celebrate the elder's birthday. In front of the Yin residence, several carriages came to a halt. Among them, one carriage saw Hong Zhu's delicate hands roaming over Li Ziye's face, claiming it was for disguise. However, Li Ziye suspected that Hong Zhu was intentionally taking advantage of him. After a short while, Hong Zhu withdrew her hands, gazing at her handiwork with satisfaction. She then produced a mirror, cheerfully exclaiming, "Take a look." Upon seeing his reflection, Li Ziye was taken aback. Who was this fair-faced youth? In the mirror, a pale young man appeared, remarkably handsome, even surpassing Li Ziye himself. Feeling a surge of anger, Li Ziye realized he had been mistaken. He once thought himself the most attractive man in the world, only to discover that the true epitome of beauty was his made-up self. Yu Qingshuan's carriage soon arrived. Ignoring the self-absorbed young master before her, Hong Zhu lifted the curtain of the carriage and, upon seeing the approaching carriage in the distance, spoke up. Li Ziye, upon hearing her, lowered the mirror, stood up, and prepared to disembark. "Hong Zhu, you wait outside to greet them," he instructed, then stepped down from the carriage. In front of the Yin residence, Yu Qingshuan's carriage also came to a stop. Subsequently, she alighted and looked around, searching for someone's presence. "Qingxian, my dear, it's been well." Li Ziye approached with a beaming smile. "Young master, it seems we are not acquainted," Yu Qingxian replied, frowning slightly upon seeing him. "Qingxian, it is I, Ernyo." Li Ziye's smile grew even brighter. "Ernyo, who brought you the Guangling San?" Yu Qingxian was initially taken aback, but her expression soon transformed into one of excitement. "Ernyo, it's you. she exclaimed, then burst into laughter, adding, Ziye, your transformation is quite remarkable. I had no choice. I became too famous and feared being recognized, Ziye whispered, glancing around. Once we enter, please do not let anything slip. I understand. Yuqing Xian shot a knowing glance at the young man before her, then handed over her guqin, smiling. Ernyo, let us proceed inside together. Certainly. Ziye accepted the guqin with a broad smile and stepped alongside Yuqing Xian as they entered the Yin family residence. Within the Yin courtyard, a stage had already been erected, with renowned performers singing and drums booming. Below, the guests cheered, filling the air with excitement. In the grand hall, the guests gathered to celebrate the 60th birthday of the patriarch were all prominent figures of the capital. However, upon catching sight of Yuqing Xian, a significant number of them approached her, eager to curry favor. Yuqing Xian, in response, maintained a demeanor of indifference, offering only a few polite remarks, devoid of any inclination toward flattery. Meanwhile, Ziye surveyed the various corners of the Yin family estate, feeling an unexpected surge of anxiety. The opportunity to acquire the tome Heavenly Craft Techniques hinged upon today's events. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my father's 60th birthday, and we have specially invited the esteemed Fairy Qing Xian to perform for us, a middle-aged man announced from the stage, addressing the numerous guests below. Let us welcome Fairy Qing Xian. Fairy Qing Xian. Fairy Qing Xian. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, particularly among the younger attendees, who were flushed with excitement. Beside them, Ziye was taken aback by the fervor of the moment and glanced incredulously at the woman beside him. Is this girl really that popular in the capital? Such fervent admirers. Yuqing Xian seemed to sense Ziye's astonishment, offering a radiant smile before gracefully accepting the guqin and stepping forward. Once seated on stage, she placed the instrument down. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and several elegantly poised women approached the stage to complement Fairy Qing Xuan's music with dance. As the melodious strains of the guqin filled the air, akin to the gentle flow of a pristine spring, the dancers moved in harmony, their graceful forms perfectly synchronized with the music. The guests below fell into a hushed reverie, entranced by the enchanting performance, lost in a blissful state. In stark contrast, Ziye found little joy in the spectacle. His gaze remained fixed on the rear courtyard of the Yin estate, anticipating any sign of Yin Kuang's actions. Meanwhile, not too far from the Yin family residence, within the confines of the Honglu Temple, emissaries from the Divine Hall awaited the summons of the Emperor of the Great Shan. In the temple, Yan Xiaoyu, who had been in meditation, gradually opened her eyes, her gaze drifting outside as her brows furrowed slightly. What a cacophony, she murmured, rising to her feet and striding towards the source of the noise. Your Holiness, a temple knight outside the room bowed respectfully. Go inquire which household is causing such a disturbance, Yan Xiaoyu instructed. Yes, the knight acknowledged and promptly departed. Before long, the knight returned, bowing deeply as he reported. Your Holiness, it is the Yin family in the capital, celebrating the 60th birthday of the Elder Master, hence the commotion. The Yin family? Yan Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it the same Yin family associated with the Yin Bank? According to the temple records, this family is potentially linked to the third prince of the Great Shan. A sudden commotion erupted outside the Honglu Temple, a voice rising above the rest, startling everyone. The Yin family is on fire. Soon, more voices joined in, rushing to spread the word and gather assistance to quell the flames. Inside the temple, upon hearing the news, Yan Xiaoyu's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Yin estate, her eyes narrowing further. On fire? How could such a thing occur so suddenly? Contemplating this, Yan Xiaoyu stepped towards the entrance of Honglu Temple. Divine Song, it is unnecessary to concern yourself with trivial matters. At that moment, behind him, the figure of Lu Rongnu appeared, her voice raspy. I shall exercise discretion. Yan Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and promptly exited the temple. At the Yin residence, an unexpected blaze erupted, catching everyone within the estate completely off guard, leading to a state of chaos. As the family prepared for the grand birthday celebration of the Elder Yin, the majority of the household was occupied in the front courtyard, leaving the rear nearly deserted. Consequently, when the fire ignited, there was little time to extinguish it, and the flames rapidly escalated. Thus, the entire Yin household descended into turmoil. In the midst of this disarray, Ziye hummed a tune, maintaining his composure as he made his way to the location indicated by Yin Kuang. Before the ancestral hall of the Yin family, Yin Kuang stood anxiously awaiting his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Ziye approached, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, aptly named a token of trust. Upon noticing the jade pendant, Yin Kuang immediately recognized the identity of the visitor and stepped forward to pay his respects. "Young master, let us proceed together to retrieve the items," Ziye replied, and the two moved forward in unison. They entered the Yin ancestral hall and opened the concealed passageway, revealing a dimly lit tunnel stretching over 10 zhong in length. "Young master, it is imperative that you stay close to me and not stray a single step, for otherwise we may not escape with our lives," Yin Kuang remarked gravely, his expression serious as he gazed into the depths of the tunnel. Chapter 45. Miracles Before the Hidden Passage. Yin Kuang's expression grew exceedingly grave as he cautiously advanced step by step. Behind him, Ziye remained rooted to the spot, sensing intuitively that this expedition would not unfold easily. Before his thoughts could settle, ahead of him, as Yin Kuang proceeded a few paces, the stone slab beneath him suddenly sank, and countless lethal arrows erupted from the walls on either side. "Impossible!" Yin Kuang's countenance shifted in shock. He stepped forward, deftly evading the barrage of hidden arrows. Observing this, Ziye narrowed his eyes slightly and commanded, "Retreat." Upon hearing the warning, Yin Kuang dared not hesitate any longer and promptly sprang back to the entrance of the passage. How could this be? Once at the entrance, he gazed at the ground littered with arrows. Bewilderment etched across his features. He had not erred in his path, so why had he triggered the mechanism? "Not surprising," Ziye replied. "You previously pilfered the blazing iron essence from the Yin family. It would indeed be strange if they had not taken precautions. The mechanisms in this passage have undoubtedly been altered. What then? Should we simply abandon our quest?" Yin Kuang's face darkened. "They have invested so much time in this. It would be a pity to relinquish it now. Of course, we cannot abandon it. You stay outside to guard while I proceed," Ziye stated calmly, his gaze fixed on the passage ahead. The initial plan had been for Yin Kuang to navigate the mechanisms successfully and retrieve what he sought, thus sparing Ziye from the perils. However, it was clear now that the task was far from simple. Yin Kuang's expression altered slightly at Ziye's words. He wished to speak, but ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "Be careful, my lord." With that, he turned to leave the passage and took up a watchful stance outside the shrine. At the entrance, Ziye surveyed the shadowy, dimly lit passage. "Moments latte." He darted forth with the swiftness of thunder. Simultaneously, the entire passage seemed to activate, and innumerable arrows flew forth from the walls, resembling a torrential downpour aimed at the intruder. Clang, 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 clang. The arrows struck the stone slabs, sparks flying, as Ziye navigated with astonishing agility. The flying immortal technique, hailed as the foremost art in the world, was renowned not only for its exquisite swordplay, but also for its unparalleled speed, truly unmatched in existence. Thus, facing the mechanisms of the Yin family's passage, Ziye employed the flying immortal technique, breaking through with absolute velocity. In mere moments, he reached the end of the passage, coming to a halt. Behind him, arrows lay strewn about, leaving the ground and walls pockmarked. Clearly, had these arrows struck a person, they would have rendered them a mere pincushion. At the end of the passage, Ziye regarded the stone door ahead, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "I wonder, has the mechanism of this stone door also been altered?" In thought, Ziye raised his hand and simultaneously rotated the 2 stone rings on the door. In an instant, a thunderous rumble echoed through the silent passage as the stone door began to creak open. Ziye stepped forward, but at that very moment, a shadow lunged at him from within the stone chamber. Sensing the sudden threat, Ziye deftly sidestepped the oncoming shadow. Before his eyes appeared child, approximately 4 feet tall, with disheveled hair and a ghastly countenance, exuding an aura of terror. However, as Ziye scrutinized the figure more closely, he discerned that this was not a child, but rather an adult, a dwarf. A heaviness settled in Ziye's heart, realizing that this dwarf possessed remarkable agility. A warrior, perhaps? A grave expression crossed his face as he unfastened his belt and drew a flexible sword. Infusing it with his true essence, the sword instantly transformed into a rigid, gleaming blade. With a ferocious roar, the dwarf lunged once more within the stone chamber. At the same time, a silver light flickered across the dwarf's chest, resonating with a thunderous energy. Observing this, Ziye narrowed his eyes. Indeed, with a sudden crash, the dwarf pounced, his hands resembling lethal claws. As Ziye evaded, the stone pillar behind him was shattered, debris flying in a terrifying spectacle. Recognizing the dwarf's formidable skills, Ziye wished to avoid prolonged confrontation. His gaze swept across the confines of the chamber, intent on locating the whereabouts of the heavenly craft essentials. Ying Kuang had mentioned that the heavenly craft essentials resided within a cerulean box. However, the plethora of items surrounding him made the search daunting. Before he could take stock of his surroundings, the dwarf emitted another furious roar, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. Ziye furrowed his brow, his figure darting to evade once again. The chamber was not excessively large, and the dwarf's diminutive stature granted him remarkable agility. Each time he faltered, the dwarf lunged again, relentless as a famished beast unwilling to relent until it captured its quarry. Ziye deftly evaded time and again, all the while hastening to uncover the location of the heavenly craft essentials. With each successive dodging, the dwarf's assaults intensified. Finally, cornered and with no avenue left to escape, Ziye swung his sword, bracing himself against the onslaught. The sharp sound of metal scraping against metal echoed as the dwarf's hands proved as unyielding as iron, capable of withstanding the sword's lethal edge through sheer flesh and bone. Noticing this, Ziye delivered a swift kick to the dwarf's knees, leveraging the momentum to retreat 3 paces. This was troublesome. A glance at the dwarf's hands revealed their formidable hardness, prompting a frown. Such impenetrable claws. One could only wonder from where the Yin family had procured such a creature. 10 paces away, the dwarf emitted a low growl, his eyes glistening with avarice and malice, reminiscent of a wild beast. Initially, Ziye had no intention of causing harm, but it appeared that unless he subdued this creature, he would be unable to search in peace. With a steely resolve, Ziye's demeanor hardened as he ceased to evade, propelling himself forward like a shooting star. Simultaneously, the dwarf charged ahead, eager to rend the prey before him. The sound of clashing metal resonated once more as Ziye swiftly adjusted his sword trajectory, pivoting to position himself behind the dwarf. With a swift motion, his sword sliced through fabric, blood splattering forth as the dwarf let out a piercing scream. Instantly pivoting to attack again, Ziye contorted his body to evade the lethal claws, then steadied himself, gripping his sword firmly, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic strike that would shatter the very stones of the chamber. As the crisis unfolded, the dwarf let out a terrified shriek, instinctively rolling aside like a wild beast. With a thunderous boom, a sword's aura sliced through the air, shattering a nearby shelf brimming with treasures, which cascaded to the ground with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Amidst the scattered riches, a conspicuous azure wooden box tumbled down, catching Ziye's eye and igniting a spark of joy upon his face. Finally, he had discovered the whereabouts of the celestial crafting technique. However, as Ziye stumbled upon this revelation, chaos erupted in the backyard of the Yin residence, engulfed in roaring flames. The inferno painted the sky crimson, and the entire Yin family, young and old, rushed to extinguish the fire, even drawing the attention of officials who dispatched soldiers to assist. Outside the Yin estate, Yan Xiaoyu, clad in a moon-white robe, approached with a gaze fixed upon the fierce blaze ahead, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. The fire was indeed formidable, yet he perceived an oddity in its timing. It seemed too opportunistic, igniting precisely on the day of the Yin Patriarch's grand celebration, an occurrence that bore the marks of deliberate intent. Make way. Do not obstruct the rescue efforts. At that moment, a soldier brusquely shoved Yan Xiaoyu aside, hastening with his comrades into the estate. Frowning, Yan Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at the spot where the soldier had touched him. resolving to discard his robe upon returning home. As the autumn breeze swept through, a chill settled in, and the sunlight began to wane on the streets. Sensing the shift, Yin Xiaoyu looked skyward, noticing that the blazing sun had vanished, obscured by thick clouds that hinted at impending rain. Yet, amidst the turmoil, none within the Yin estate acknowledged the change in weather. Standing before the estate, Yin Xiaoyu observed the gathering storm clouds, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "O divine light, we express our gratitude for your favor." The divine speaks of the suffering of all beings. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of everyone within and around the Yin residence. In an instant, a radiant brilliance enveloped Yin Xiaoyu, and two divine orifices reverberated with power. The next moment, a brilliant white beam shot skyward, dazzling all who beheld it. What was that? Captivated by this extraordinary sight, the onlookers gaped in awe at the luminous pillar before the Yin estate. The divine speaks of the sweet rain, Yin Xiaoyu proclaimed once more, and his surrounding light intensified even further. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder echoed from above, followed by droplets of rain cascading down to bless the earth. At that moment, everyone, citizens and soldiers alike, stood in stunned silence. A miracle! A miracle! Shouts of amazement erupted as the crowd echoed the sentiment. The downpour grew heavier, elevating the excitement among the masses. As the torrential rain fell, the flames consuming the Yin estate began to diminish, on the verge of extinguishment. The patriarch is the son of the celestial temple. At that moment, a young servant rushed over, panting with excitement, exclaiming that it was the son of the celestial hall who had bestowed rain upon them. The members of the Yin family, including the venerable patriarch, hurriedly made their way outside the residence. Outside the Yin manor, torrential rain poured down, and Yin Xiaoyu, with her hands raised, bathed in a radiant white light, exuding an ethereal grace that made her appear as if she were a divine being descended to the mortal realm, bestowing blessings upon all. Without further ado, led by the patriarch, the members of the Yin family arrived at the front of the manor, gazing at the young man beneath the column of white light, their faces filled with heartfelt gratitude as they expressed their thanks. "Thank you, son. Thank you for your assistance in bringing rain to extinguish the fire. We are immensely grateful." Outside the manor, the Yin family members were overwhelmed with appreciation, constantly voicing their thanks, while onlookers along the streets bore witness to this miraculous event, their hearts equally stirred. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? And was the son of a celestial hall a manifestation of divinity among mortals? The venerable patriarch of the Yin family remained courteous. In front of the manor, Yin Xiaoyu wore a gentle smile and calmly stated, "This is all the blessing of the God of Light." Not far away, on a carriage, Hongzhu, who had witnessed the events unfold, wore a look of disdain. Nonsense about the God of Light. Indeed, the people of the Celestial Hall are nothing but deceitful charlatans. Chapter 46. The Most Handsome. Forever the senior master in the secret chamber of the Yin family, Ziye discovered the whereabouts of the heavenly craftsmanship techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Roar! Beside him, the dwarf, witnessing the intruder attempting to steal the treasure, let out a fierce roar and lunged at him. As Ziye darted past the fallen wooden rack, he swiftly seized the green wooden box from the ground, then deftly evaded the claws that came slashing from behind. With a resounding crash, the dwarf pounced, shattering the wooden rack with its sharp claws. Ziye, taking a step back, kicked the dwarf, using the momentum to retreat. The dwarf grunted, but quickly regained its balance and lunged forward again. "Still coming? I shall not indulge you." Ziye sneered as he brandished his sword, repelling the dwarf before stepping back through the stone door. Bang! After exiting the secret chamber, Ziye grasped two stone rings and forcefully closed the stone door behind him. Roar! The dwarf slammed against the stone door, growling in frustration. As the door sealed shut, the entire passage fell silent once more. Ziye opened the green wooden box in his hands, and upon seeing the remnants inside, he felt a slight wave of relief. "At last, I have obtained it, my lord." Just then, outside the passage, Yin Kuang hurried over, urging, "My lord, hurry. Someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Ziye tucked away the remnants and rushed towards the exit. Outside the Yin family shrine, several servants approached, and after extinguishing the flames, Old Master Yin began to suspect foul play and dispatch people to search for any irregularities. Inside the shrine, Ziye noticed the servants approaching through the heavy downpour. He spoke earnestly. "I will distract them. You take this opportunity to leave and do not reveal your identity." With that, Ziye dashed out of the shrine, racing towards the outskirts of the Yin estate. "There's someone. Quick, pursue." A servant spotted Ziye's figure and shouted, immediately rallying others to chase after him. In the shrine, seeing this, Yin Kuang promptly exited and seized the chance to depart. In the front courtyard of the Yin estate, Ziye hastily made his way out amidst the chaos. Outside, Old Master Yin and the others were still expressing their gratitude to Yin Xiaoyu for her assistance, oblivious to Ziye's presence. Above, the rain began to lighten significantly. The sudden downpour had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. This led the Yin family and the townsfolk to believe even more fervently that this rain was a divine manifestation bestowed by the Son of the Celestial Hall. A miracle. Beyond the miraculous, the Yin family and the common folk found themselves at a loss for words to describe the event. Emerging from the Yin estate, Ziye strode directly toward the nearby carriage. Due to the commotion, no one paid heed to his seemingly insignificant presence. However, one person did. Yin Xiaoyu. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Yin Xiaoyu suddenly furrowed her brow, directing her attention towards the approaching youth. That sense of incongruity feels so familiar. How strange. Not far away, beside the carriage, Ziye boarded it and immediately set off without any delay. "Everyone, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave for a moment." In front of the Yin estate, Yin Xiaoyu smiled as she uttered these words before turning to pursue him. Something is amiss. That youth poses a problem. In the midst of her thoughts, Yin Xiaoyu quickened her pace, chasing after the horse-drawn carriage ahead. In front of the Yin residence, the elder Yin and others wore puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The carriage rumbled through the city streets, navigating several twists and turns before finally heading towards the garden. Inside the carriage, Ziye extracted a tattered scroll from his bosom, a smile spreading across his face, nearly reaching ear to ear. "Wipe your mouth," Red Candle remarked from beside him. "Huh? Oh." Ziye, having heard her, instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, only to realize he had been tricked. He looked up at the woman, who wore a teasing smile, and sheepishly replied, "I was just a bit too excited to finally acquire it. It's merely a worn-out book. Is it really that significant?" Red Candle retorted with a hint of irritation. "We're almost at the garden. Allow me to clean your face." "All right." Ziye nodded, then leaned forward, presenting his large face. Just as Red Candle reached out to remove the residue on his face, her expression abruptly shifted, her gaze darting towards the rear of the carriage. "Something amiss. What is it?" Ziye noticed her unease and inquired. "There are people behind us," Red Candle whispered. Upon hearing this, Ziye's expression hardened. They had been exceedingly cautious, deliberately circling the vicinity several times, yet they were still being followed. "Who are they? Are they formidable?" Ziye asked softly. "To have followed us for so long without my detection, their cultivation must surpass mine," Red Candle responded gravely. Ziye felt a jolt of alarm. Red Candle possessed remarkable martial talent, having already opened her second divine sanctuary and being on the cusp of mid-second realm. If this person surpassed her, it implied at least a mid or even late second realm cultivation. He did not consider the third or fourth realms. At such levels, it was impossible to perceive their movements. "What should we do?" Ziye asked in a low voice. "Act as though we are unaware and continue our journey," Red Candle advised. "The safety of a young master is paramount. This person has been trailing us without making a move, likely wishing to ascertain our identities. If we alert them, we might provoke a harmful response." In the face of such a master, she lacked confidence in ensuring the young master's safety. Behind the carriage, Yin Xiaoyu followed quietly, her moon-white robe untouched by dust. Her steps appeared neither hurried nor slow, yet she remained firmly behind the carriage. She was determined to discover the destination of this carriage. "Go!" Unexpectedly, at that moment, A dozen iron cavalrymen galloped towards them from the front, moving with remarkable speed, charging straight at Li Ziye in Red Candle's carriage without hesitation. Whoa! The young servant driving the carriage, seeing the imminent danger, swiftly reined in the horses. Boom! 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 The cavalry thundered past, and at the forefront rode a general clad in green battle armor, tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary presence. As the cavalry surged by, the general glanced down at Yin Xiaoyu trailing behind the carriage, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Her attire did not resemble that of a merchant from the Great Shang. Could she be one of those mystics from the Heavenly Edict Palace? After a fleeting glance, the general did not halt, leading his elite cavalry into the distance. Whoa! On the street, perhaps startled by the ominous presence of the iron cavalry, the great black horse in front of the carriage suddenly went berserk. Despite the attempts of the young servant to soothe it, the horse remained agitated. The frightened steed leapt about, causing the carriage to jolt violently. "Young master, quickly dismount. The horse is spooked." The servant shouted anxiously as he realized he could no longer control the horse. Before his words could fade, the black horse crashed into several stone steps, and the carriage lost its balance, toppling over entirely. In that critical moment, Li Ziye seized the servant and jumped down, rolling several times upon hitting the ground. In contrast, Hongzhu appeared much more graceful, effortlessly breaking through the carriage and descending from the air. As the quiet street bore witness, Li Ziye rose, only to find Yin Xiaoyu standing silently behind him, casting an eerie atmosphere over the scene. Li Ziye wished to feign ignorance of the pursuer, but that was no longer possible. Yin Xiaoyu, how could it be this scoundrel? This was an adversary even the little Red Riding Hood would hesitate to confront. Having reached the pinnacle of the second realm, not far from opening the third divine sanctuary. I cannot defeat him. What should I do? Should I run? But what if I cannot escape? Perhaps joining forces with Sister Hongzhu might yield a victory. Yet, it dawned on him that Yin Xiaoyu might harbor no hostility and would not strike. In that fleeting moment, a storm of thoughts surged through Li Ziye's mind. Searching for an escape. "Young master, are you injured?" Hongzhu approached, inquiring with a subtle glance. "Let us go." "No, I'm fine. Let us move. We are not far from the royal residence," Li Ziye responded, comprehending her intention, and then resumed walking as if nothing had happened. The two hastened their pace, daring not to linger. The son of the heavenly oracle hall was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation, far from someone they could easily contend with. They were not far from the garden. Li Ziye fervently hoped they could make it in time. "Old John, help! Little Red Riding Hood, where are you? Brother needs your assistance. May Buddha bless us. Amen. Hallelujah. Are you in such a hurry to leave, gentlemen?" Unfortunately, neither Buddha nor God heeded Li Ziye's cries. Behind them, Yin Xiaoyu's voice emerged, her figure swiftly blocking the path of the two. "May I ask who you are?" Li Ziye suppressed the turmoil within and forced a smile. Beside him, Hongzhu's expression turned serious as she gathered her inner strength, preparing to act. "From the heavenly oracle hall, I am Yin Xiaoyu," she replied coolly, her gaze fixed on the two. "Now that I have introduced myself, should you also reveal your identities?" "Ah, so you're the son?" Li Ziye responded with a grin. "My apologies. We are from the Xuanwu Wangfu, sent to deliver a congratulatory gift to Old Master Yin. We did not anticipate startling the horse here, and we hope we have not caused you any amusement." "Oh." Yin Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Since you are from the Xuanwu Wangfu, allow me to escort you back and pay a visit to the Xuanwu king." "No need." Bazida li Ziye, Hongzhu spuka sufli. "The prince is not in the residence today. The divine one may visit another day." A cold smile graced Yin Xiaoyu's lips as she retorted, "Your evasions surely betray a guilty conscience. I shall take you to meet the king of Xuanwu and see if he recognizes you." As her words fell, Yin Xiaoyu's figure darted forward, enveloped in a pure, radiant light, her presence formidable. Li Ziye and Hongzhu's expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to retreat hastily. With a slight curl of her lips, Yin Xiaoyu pressed forward once more. In this moment of peril, a surge of sword intent erupted from the end of the street, a righteous aura swelling powerfully into the air. In the next instant, an ancient sword sliced through the air, resoundingly intercepting Yin Xiaoyu's palm strike. The Tai sword. Upon seeing the blade before her, Yin Xiaoyu's countenance darkened, and she swiftly turned to gaze toward the street's end. From the Confucian school, it was by Wang Yu. Amidst the autumn breeze, swirling fallen leaves, a young figure clad in a white scholar's robe approached, each step steady and composed, his demeanor unruffled and serene. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ziye was once again overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down her cheeks. It was the Little Red Riding Hood, forcing her to don a facade once more. Chapter 47. The Promise of the Scholar in the Capital City on the Bustling Streets. At a moment of crisis for Ziye, Bai Wang Yu made another timely appearance. As if orchestrated by the heavens, or perhaps a twist of fate, Little Red Riding Hood always manifested just when Ziye found himself in peril. Not even his biological father displayed such concern. Bai Wang Yu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. How could he possibly be here? Divine Son, this is the grand capital of the Dashang dynasty, not the Tianyu Palace. I implore you to adhere to our dynasty's regulations and refrain from engaging in combat in public, he admonished. As Bai Wang Yu approached, he unsheathed the Tai sword from the ground and calmly stated, "If the Divine Son insists on a duel, I shall gladly oblige." In the foreground, Ziye was overwhelmed with gratitude. Truly, Little Red Riding Hood possessed unparalleled courage. Thank you, Amit Ba, and hallelujah. Every time he found himself in the gravest danger, Little Red Riding Hood would appear by his side. Excellent, Yin Xiaoyu remarked, his face betraying a spark of battle intent. The last time we clashed was 2 years ago. I am eager to see how much you have progressed in that time. With those words, Yin Xiaoyu's aura surged. A pure and dazzling light radiating forth like a divine miracle, illuminating the entire street. Li. My two brothers, please step back a bit. Bai Wang Yu addressed the two behind him. He was about to utter a familiar phrase, but swallowed it, opting instead for a different term of address. Ziye and Hong Zhu exchanged glances, then silently retreated, leaving space for the two warriors. Fight! Engage! Defeat this obnoxious fish! Divine Son, please grant me a strike. On the street, Bai Wang Yu lifted his sword, his demeanor serene. Please. Yin Xiaoyu responded gravely. Faced with the formidable elder brother of the Confucian sect, he dared not be careless, unleashing all his power at the peak of the second realm, unleashing a tremendous pressure that reverberated around them. In the next moment, Yin Xiaoyu sprang into action. The white divine light surged like a colossal wave, and with a single palm strike, he seemed to wield celestial might. In the center of the street, Bai Wang Yu regarded the impending force of Yin Xiaoyu's palm with unwavering calm. With a swing of the Tai sword, a torrent of righteous energy surged forth, resounding as it countered the Divine Son's palm strike. In close proximity, their eyes locked. The clash of palm strength and sword energy sent shockwaves that rippled past them. Around them, dust and debris swirled in chaos, a testament to their fierce encounter. In this initial exchange, they were evenly matched. The Confucian elder brother and the Divine Son of the Tianyu Palace showcased their extraordinary prowess. After a single maneuver, both figures moved simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the street transformed into a battleground where palm winds and sword lights intertwined, their speed intensifying and their power escalating. The aftermath of their fierce clash spread like wildfire, leaving the surrounding area in utter disarray. Outside the fray, Ziye observed this battle of prodigious talents among the younger generation, his face etched with astonishment. So it was that during his prior spar with Little Red Riding Hood, she had not fought earnestly. Truly formidable. My lord, pay close attention. Analyze every move and technique they employ, even their breathing. Such an opportunity is rare and will greatly benefit your future path in martial arts. Beside them, the Red Candle observed the fierce battle ahead and spoke up to offer a reminder. Ziye gently nodded, his gaze intensely focused on the two combatants, unwilling to miss any detail. During the fight, Yin Xiaoyu increasingly sensed something amiss. A glance at the two watching from the sidelines confirmed her suspicions. She then turned her attention back to the esteemed disciple of the Confucian sect before her. How peculiar. Bai Wang Yu seemed to be deliberately prolonging the battle. But why? In the midst of her thoughts, Yin Xiaoyu summoned an additional 30% of her true essence, unleashing a surge of divine light akin to a raging tide. 5 steps away, Bai Wangyu swiftly evaded her strike, appearing before her in an instant, and delivered a decisive slash with his sword. Boom! Yin Xiaoyu countered, blocking the blade with her palm. I've got you. In that moment of defense, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. She clenched her hand, astonishingly gripping the divine sword's edge with her bare flesh. Simultaneously, her left hand gathered essence, her vast, true energy surging forth, transforming into a sacred divine light that surged with overwhelming force. The palm strike, now mere inches away, was unavoidable. Bai Wangyu, undeterred, stood firm, his aura resonating with immense true energy, meeting her attack head-on with a matching palm strike. A tremendous shockwave erupted as their formidable forces collided, momentarily splitting the battlefield, with both combatants stepping back several paces, leaving the outcome indeterminate. It seems you are not merely skilled with the sword, Yin Xiaoyu remarked, her expression darkening as she regarded her opponent. I never claimed to be solely a swordsman, Bai Wangyu replied calmly. Palm techniques are also fundamental to Confucian martial arts. As the eldest disciple of the Taishua Palace, how could I neglect my training and not lead by example? Outside the fray, Li Ziye, listening to the words of the little red hat, felt tears welling up. Look at them, how imposing they are. And then look at me. Never mind. Best not to say anything. The reputation of Bai Wangyu of the Confucian sect was indeed well-deserved. Today, he had demonstrated it. And perhaps they would meet again in the future. Unwilling to prolong the fight further, Yin Xiaoyu coldly declared her intent to leave, turning away. No need to see me off, Bai Wangyu replied, his gaze shifting to the two watching from the sidelines, a gentle smile gracing his face. Li Ziye hurried forward, nearly bursting with excitement, as if he wanted to lift the little red hat in celebration. You were so impressive. You drove one away. Brother Li, how much did you comprehend? Bai Wangyu inquired with a smile. 3 moves, Li Ziye said, holding up 3 fingers and grinning. However, I noted down what I couldn't grasp. That is good, Bai Wangyu nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Yin Xiaoyu is quite formidable. I couldn't maintain the delay indefinitely. So you were intentionally stalling to allow the young master to observe, the red candle interjected calmly. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or both the young master and I would have encountered serious trouble. But how did you know we were in danger? I do not know. Bai Wangyu gently shook his head with a smile. I merely felt that, given Brother Li's temperament, he was likely to attract trouble upon venturing out. So I came to check. Old Bai, Li Ziye exclaimed, his earlier excitement dampened as if doused with cold water. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Are you saying I'm a troublemaker? Beside them, Hongzhu could not help but stifle a laugh upon hearing the exchange, realizing that Bai Wangyu had a keen understanding of the young master. Brother Li, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention, Bai Wangyu emphatically denied, swiftly shifting the topic. How did you come to be entangled with Yin Xiaoyu? I am uncertain. As the conversation turned serious, Li Ziye's expression grew solemn, and he shook his head. After I slipped away from the Yin residence amidst the chaos, I immediately joined Hongzhu, and we took a carriage back without any mishap. I cannot fathom why Yin Xiaoyu has fixated on us. Curious indeed. Bai Wangyu observed the young man before him, perplexed. Brother Li, your appearance is such that even I would struggle to recognize you were it not for Miss Hongzhu's presence. The Divine Son has not encountered Miss Hongzhu. He should be unable to deduce your identity. Strange occurrences abound each year, but this year seems particularly rife with them, Li Ziye muttered, lifting his arm to inspect himself. Is there something peculiar about me that Yin Xiaoyu, being a dog of sorts, could sniff out? Hongzhu, rendered speechless, interjected, let us return to the residence first. Very well, Li Ziye acquiesced, nodding as the trio made their way toward the garden. On the journey back, Bai Wangyu pondered over Li Ziye's earlier remarks, a cloud of confusion settling in his mind. The matter certainly bore an air of mystery. It seemed prudent to seek the counsel of either the master of the law or the head of the Confucian scholars when the opportunity arose. At the great Honglu temple, upon Yin Xiaoyu's return, Lu Rongba waited in the courtyard. Noticing her arrival, Lu Rong spoke, her voice hoarse. The Divine Son has been gone for quite some time. Has he encountered any troubles? I had a run-in with Bai Wangyu and exchange a few blows, Yin Xiaoyu replied. Oh, Lu Rong's aged eyes sparkled with intrigue. What was the outcome? Just as it was 2 years ago, there was no decisive victor, Yin Xiaoyu stated calmly. However, I did ascertain that Bai Wangyu possesses not only exceptional swordsmanship, but also commendable palm techniques. Palm technique? Lu Rong furrowed her brow. Indeed, the Confucian sect is filled with those who dwell in shadows, their deeds hidden from the light. The head of the Confucians has secluded himself in the Taishua Palace for a century, and his disciples mirror his conduct, concealing their martial skills. Master Lu, please exercise caution in your words, Yin Xiaoyu cautioned, his expression shifting slightly. In this capital, the head of the Confucians has ears everywhere. He may very well hear our conversation, and if he does, what I speak is merely the truth, Lu Rong retorted darkly. If I dare to voice it, do you think I fear his hearing? That shameless old wretch. In a small courtyard to the east of the Taishua Palace, Kong Qiu shook his head in exasperation while tending to the garden. Meihua Sword Immortal, if the opportunity arises, please assist this old man in disciplining that old rascal. Is that what the head of the Confucians said? Qin Ina inquired, straightening up as she gathered weeds from the garden. Lu Rong? The head of the Confucians may be privy to worldly affairs, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the identity of the old rascal referenced by him. Who else could it be? Con qu'il a monted. Such disrespect, were it not for the fact that he is a junior. I would gladly deliver a swift blow to silence him for good. Upon hearing this, Qin Ina let out a light chuckle and remarked, it is indeed possible. However, having assisted the Confucian leader, he ought to offer some form of recompense. Oh, Kong Qiu inquired with a smile. What is the plum blossom sword immortal desire as a reward? Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Any further breakthroughs must come from your own insights, and I, as an old man, cannot assist you in that. I do not require much, she replied, yet my disciple remains rather weak, and the great city of Xanadu is fraught with peril. I wonder if the Confucian leader might provide him with some guidance, or perhaps assist in unblocking 2 or 3 of his meridians. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ina stipulated her condition. Ha! Kong Qiu laughed heartily upon hearing the conditions proposed by the woman before him. The plum blossom sword immortal is indeed not one to suffer a loss. Very well. However, I too have a condition. In a few days, the envoys of the Hall of Celestial Edicts will enter the palace to pay their respects. At that time, there will be considerable troubles for the Shang state. If your disciple can aid in resolving these issues, I shall consider your request. Chapter 48. The Temple's Dilemma. 5 days have elapsed since the devastating fire at the Yin family estate. During this time, Li Ziye has not ventured beyond the confines of the garden. In the western chamber, amidst the intricate web of crimson threads, a pig lay exhausted, having depleted its vital energy and unable to rise. Bai Wangyu silently entered the enclosure and dragged the pig out, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Crack! On the stone steps, Li Ziye extracted several potent herbs and began to gnaw on them voraciously. Beside him, Bai Wangyu polished his sword, remarking in an indifferent tone, Li, how many days has it been? Have you made any progress? Just a little. Li Ziye gritted his teeth in reply. Oh, you made progress? I thought there would be no change, Bai Wangyu retorted with a mocking tone. Li Ziye was infuriated, wishing to smash the insufferable fellow before him with the carrot in his hand. Is this how a person speaks? Just because you possess talent, you think you can openly ridicule others? In 5 days, he had advanced from 13 strides to now 17. Quite a remarkable improvement. Old Bai, soon you shall regard me with newfound respect, he declared, taking another bite of the herb, his words slightly muddled. Today, His Majesty has summoned the envoy from the temple. Once the Herb King arrives in the Great Shang, I shall acquire it, and then I will open another meridian, significantly enhancing my cultivation speed. Ah, 3 meridians opened. How impressive! Bai Wangyu replied with a sardonic grin. Get lost. Li Ziye retorted with a touch of elegance. This person was truly exasperating. Little Red Riding Hood was no longer the innocent angel she had once been upon her arrival at Li Garden. He wondered how matters stood at the palace. Had the Herb King brought by the temple been presented to the Great Shang court? As Li Ziye continued to munch on the herb, his thoughts drifted far from the western chamber. He longed to sprout wings and soared directly to the palace. In the Great Shang Palace, majestic halls rose magnificently, a grand edifice standing prominently among them. Before it, a staircase crafted from layers of pure white jade led directly from the Xuanwu Gate to the heavenly listening pavilion, exuding an aura of imposing grandeur. The Great Shang, a millennium-old dynasty, thrived in its prime, remaining indomitable despite the rise and fall of empires across the ages. For 1,000 years, no power within the 9 provinces could compare to the Great Shang, save for the celestial temple of the western regions. Unlike the Great Shang, which governed through law, the celestial temple was a realm of faith devoted to the god of light, boasting millions of adherents. In terms of influence, it could rival even the Great Shang in its formidable allure. Throughout the millennia, the Great Shang and the Celestial Temple had engaged in numerous large-scale conflicts, each experiencing victories and defeats. However, in the past century, both factions have gradually leaned towards peace, with significant confrontations becoming increasingly rare. Yet, both the Great Shang and the Celestial Temple understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Their differing beliefs and conflicting interests made war inevitable, a question of when rather than if. Should the Great Shang wish to expand its territory, the Celestial Temple would stand as its greatest obstacle. Conversely, if the Celestial Temple sought to spread the light of its faith throughout the 9 provinces, the Great Shang would be the foremost adversary to eliminate. Thus, on this day, the son of the Celestial Temple arrived in the Great Shang, not merely to pay a visit, but rather to gauge the true state of affairs. Within the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, the ministers of the Great Shang were arrayed on either side, while the emperor sat serenely upon the dragon throne, adorned in a brilliant yellow robe, appearing to be in his 40s. His countenance, though devoid of anger, emanated an undeniable aura of authority that instilled an unspoken sense of oppression, even in silence. In the center of the Grand Hall, the envoys from the Temple of Divine Mandate bowed respectfully. Since there was no subservient relationship between the temple and the Great Shang, Yan Xiaoyu and Lu Rongnu merely paid their respects without kneeling before the emperor. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, our temple brings 3 treasures on this visit. Yan Xiaoyu, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, gazed at the emperor and spoke with a smile. The water and fire pearl, an extraordinary gem from the convergence of yin and yang in the far west, grants its bearer immunity from both water and fire. The radiant armor, forged by our former temple master, renders the wearer impervious to blades. And the snow lotus heart, a millennia-old medicinal marvel from the sacred peaks of the western regions, can revive the dead. As she spoke, 3 knights from the temple unveiled 3 wooden boxes, revealing the treasures that lay within, captivating the attention of all present in the hall. Those who stood in the Hall of Heavenly Mandate were esteemed officials of the Great Shang, possessing noble status and discerning perspectives. Yet, upon beholding the 3 treasures presented by the temple, a flicker of greed danced in their eyes. In contrast, the emperor maintained an air of tranquility, his gaze surveying the myriad expressions of those below, revealing no hint of disturbance. He was curious to discern the true intentions of the Temple of Divine Mandate. Offering treasures? Merely a pretext. Noticing the avarice reflected in the minister's gazes, a subtle smile graced Yan Xiaoyu's lips. Indeed, these ministers of the Great Shang were avaricious and profit-seeking. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, we of the Temple of Divine Mandate wish to present these 3 treasures to your court. However, after introducing the treasures, Yan Xiaoyu performed a courteous bow, her tone shifting as she smiled. In return, our temple desires to request a treasure from your Majesty. What treasure? The emperor inquired, his expression indifferent. The 9th princess of the Great Shang, Yan Xiaoyu replied, her face radiating a warmth akin to the sun. In my capacity as the scion of the Temple of Divine Mandate, I seek to propose marriage to your Majesty, and these 3 treasures shall serve as my temple's betrothal gifts. At her words, the entire court was taken aback. All eyes turned towards Yan Xiaoyu, astonished. The scion of the Temple of Divine Mandate, seeking to wed the 9th princess? The intentions were clearly not merely for the treasures. Among the ministers, several previously silent martial kings exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with understanding as they quickly grasped the true objective of the Temple of Divine Mandate. Fengyang City. The ninth princess was favored by the emperor, who had bestowed Fengyang City as her fief a year prior. Although the ninth princess had yet to visit Fengyang, it was, in name, indeed her territory. Moreover, Fengyang City, located in the western borders of the Great Shang, held strategic significance, making it a crucial military stronghold. Traditionally, when a princess marries, her fief accompanies her as part of her dowry, bestowed upon her consort. Hence, from the moment the emperor conferred the fief upon the ninth princess, he had never contemplated the notion of her marrying into a foreign land. Yan Xiaoyu's pursuit of the ninth princess was fraught with ulterior motives. Indeed, upon the dragon throne, the emperor of the Great Shang furrowed his brow upon hearing the demands of the divine son from the Temple of Heavenly Edicts. Below, Yan Xiaoyu observed the reactions of Shang court with an unwavering smile and continued, I am aware that the ninth princess is the apple of your majesty's eye. Thus, I shall not force a marriage. Instead, let us proceed as such. My temple shall pose 3 questions, granting a span of 3 days. Should the Great Shang be able to answer them, I shall unconditionally present the 3 treasures behind me. Conversely, if none among the Great Shang can provide an answer, your majesty shall consent to my temple's proposal for marriage. Of course, these 3 treasures will still be offered as a betrothal gift to the Great Shang court. What say you, your majesty? Will you dare to gamble with me? Impudent. As soon as Yan Xiaoyu's words fell, the countenance of the court officials shifted dramatically. An elder statesman stepped forth, rebuking, How dare mere youth address our great Shang emperor in such a manner? Has your temple not instilled any decorum in you? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Yan Xiaoyu's eyes, quickly subdued. LV Qing, step back, the emperor declared calmly from his throne. Yes, your majesty. LV Xiqing responded respectfully before retreating once more. In the grand hall, the expressions of the remaining officials were equally grim. The audacity of the divine son from the Temple of Heavenly Edicts was intolerable, daring to be so confrontational within the imperial palace of the Great Shang. Among the officials, several martial kings also bore solemn expressions, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Should the emperor refuse, it was certain that the temple's representatives would embellish the incident, proclaiming that the Great Shang court was cowardly and reluctant to accept the wager, thereby tarnishing the court's reputation. However, if the emperor acquiesced and subsequently lost the bet, the ramifications would be equally dire. Although it is customary for the royal family to marry off daughters, the ninth princess was indeed exceptional. Your Majesty, what is your consideration? In the center of the hall, seeing that the court had not responded, Yan Xiaoyu fanned the flames further, feigning a smile as he said, The Great Shang court prides itself on wise rulers and virtuous ministers, and the Imperial Academy is renowned for its abundance of talent. The head of the Academy is hailed as the wisest in the realm. Why, then, does a mere wager cause such consternation among you? Wretched, silver-tongued youth. The officials of the Great Shang seethed at Yan Xiaoyu's brazen remarks, nearly boiling with indignation. The emperor, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze upon the representatives of the temple and, after a moment, commanded, State your questions. At this pronouncement, the court officials were taken aback. Had the emperor agreed to this wager? In the center of the hall, Yan Xiaoyu smiled, for he feared that the officials of the Great Shang would falter in their resolve. Your Majesty has indeed been forthright. To all present from the Great Shang, listen closely, he said, surveying the assembly with a smile. The first question, a south pearl with a hole, without the use of hands. How shall one thread a line through it? The second question, 50 mares resembling one another and 50 newly born foals. How can one accurately distinguish each pair? The third question, how can one ignite fire using water? The unremarkable voice echoed throughout the hall of heavenly edicts in the Great Shang, and unbeknownst to anyone, all the ministers fell silent, their faces etched with grave concern, rendered speechless. Upon the dragon throne, the expression of the Emperor of Commerce shifted, a sense of foreboding settling within him. Trouble loomed. It was midday, the sun blazing high in the sky. Young master, a young servant hurriedly approached from outside the western chamber, exclaiming, There is news from the palace. Ziye immediately rose, concern etched on his face. What is it? My apothecary king, will there be any issues? The divine temple had presented the court with 3 formidable riddles. The servant took a moment to catch his breath before recounting the details of the message received from the palace. Fortunately, my apothecary king is unharmed. Ziye, unconcerned with the nature of the riddles, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing that the temple would indeed deliver the apothecary king to the great Shang dynasty. He settled back down into his seat. Beside him, Bai Wangyu grasped the crux of the matter, her expression turning grave as she inquired. Has anyone managed to answer these 3 riddles? Not a single soul, the servant replied, shaking his head. No one could respond correctly. What a bunch of fools. Ziye mutaret. On the steps, he produced a large medicinal herb, biting into it with a crunch. As he chewed, he spoke with muffled words. These are mere easy questions. To not answer them is pitiful. It seems the unfortunate 9th princess is destined for a faraway land in the western regions, a place where even birds do not sing. He had encountered these trivial riddles countless times in his past life, certainly not less than 80. Could they not conjure something more novel? Chapter 49. It's obvious you 1T survived 2 episodes after hearing Li Ziye's ambiguous remarks. Bai Wangyu's gaze shifted towards him, inquiring, Brotherly, do you know the solution to the problem? I have no idea, Li Ziye replied, shaking his head vigorously. I know nothing at all. Those few trivial questions are something anyone who has received a modicum of education could answer. That is not quite right. Bai Wangyu sensed the contradictions in the young man's words and pressed on. Brotherly, you certainly know the solution, don't you? Old Bai, you should refrain from worrying about matters that do not concern you. There are plenty of capable ministers in the court who will surely deduce the answers. While munching on a radish, Li Ziye continued, Strangely enough, the more I chew on this medicinal radish, the more I find its flavor surprisingly pleasant. Brotherly, this is no trivial matter. Bai Wangyu replied earnestly. If the great Shang fails to answer the 3 questions posed by the Hall of Celestial Edicts, it would not merely be a loss of face. The 9th princess is the sovereign of Fengyang. Should she marry, the city of Fengyang would be included in her dowry. Oh, Li Ziye responded nonchalantly, taking another bite of the radish. Seeing Li Ziye's indifference, Bai Wangyu felt a surge of frustration, wishing to give him a good beating. This fellow shows no inclination to contribute when the matter does not directly concern him. I must devise a way to motivate him. Bai Wangyu's mind raced. Yet he could not conjure a suitable plan. At the Taishua Palace, the 3 questions from the Divine Hall rapidly circulated, prompting all students and instructors to delve into contemplation. To create fire from water? Is this not absurd? Exclaimed an elderly instructor after pondering for a while, angrily overturning the table. The South Pearl is impossible to pierce. I've tried, and it cannot be done. Farewell. Another seasoned instructor attempted to control a thread with his inner strength, making several efforts but failing to insert it into the South Pearl. With a huff, he departed in exasperation. This old instructor was a master of the 3rd realm of martial arts, capable of effortlessly dispatching several Ziyes. 100 horses? What nonsense! Is there anyone knowledgeable in horse keeping? Enlighten me on how to differentiate them. An irate instructor began to curse vehemently, nearly questioning the forebears of those in the Divine Hall. As several old instructors vented their frustrations, the 4 esteemed scholars of the Confucian sect were equally troubled by the Divine Hall's conundrums. The court had sent representatives early on, requesting assistance from the Taishua Palace, yet these questions were utterly unprecedented, leaving them at a loss for answers. Reluctantly, the 4 scholars decided to seek an audience with a Confucian leader, hoping for guidance. Bai Wangyu, knowing the answers, thought of approaching him. When the 4 scholars sought an audience, Kong Qiu simply uttered one sentence and offered no further elaboration. Wangyu? The master of the Law Confucian sect expressed astonishment upon hearing the Confucian leader's words. If even they could not unravel the questions, how could Wangyu possibly succeed? However, since the Confucian leader had provided a clue, the 4 scholars dared not inquire further and could only dispatch someone to the Li Garden to summon Bai Wangyu back. Li Yuan, a disciple from the Taishua Palace, came to seek an audience. Upon hearing that it was the summons of the esteemed master of Confucian law, Bai Wangyu immediately returned to the Taishua Palace. What? You are unaware? In the enforcement hall? Upon hearing the disciple's response, The master of Confucian law exclaimed in astonishment. However, the Confucian leader mentioned that you have already deduced the answer. The Confucian leader said that? Bai Wangyu was taken aback for a moment, and after a brief pause, as if realizing something, he hesitated before saying, Master, although I do not know the answer, brotherly might. Ziye, that young man, could possibly solve the 3 questions posed by the Hall of Heavenly Edicts? The master of Confucian law was taken aback, disbelief evident on his face. Master, although Brother Li's cultivation is still lacking, his intellect is remarkably sharp. I believe he genuinely knows the answer, Bai Wangyu stated earnestly. Then what are we waiting for? Summon him at once. The Hall of Heavenly Edicts has granted us 3 days, and 1 day has already passed, the master of Confucian law urged, showing signs of impatience. It cannot be done, Bai Wangyu replied with a bitter smile. I have already tried to persuade him, but Brother Li refuses to involve himself. This matter seems unrelated to the Li family, and Brother Li is unwilling to court such trouble. Refusing to involve himself? The master of Confucian law's face darkened with anger. This young man is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This is a matter of state. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. Go and summon him. If he refuses to come, then bring him by force. But Bai Wangyu's expression revealed his predicament. He understood Brother Li's temperament well. If he was unwilling to do something, it was unlikely anyone could convince him otherwise. Wangyu, just as Bai Wangyu was at a loss, a venerable voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Since the 3 sons of the Li family refused to come, there is no need to press them. Upon your return, simply inform him that if he wishes to forge a sword from the fiery iron essence, the water and fire pearl brought by the Hall of Heavenly Edicts is indispensable. Coincidentally, the Confucian sect also desires that pearl. Let him ponder it himself. Within the enforcement hall, both the master of Confucian law and Bai Wangyu displayed peculiar expressions upon hearing the words of the Confucian leader. The leader's remarks were a blatant threat. Go now. The master of Confucian law regained his composure and said, convey the Confucian leader's words to that young man from the Li family. Whether he assists us or not is for him to consider. Yes. Bai Wangyu respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Li Yuan. After finally managing to take a break, as Li Ziye was about to sip his tea, he abruptly spat it out upon hearing the words brought back by Little Red Riding Hood. To forge a sword from fiery iron essence, one must also possess that water and fire pearl. Having heard of it, he quickly retrieved the essentials of heavenly craft from his pocket and began to search hurriedly. What in the world is a water and fire pearl? He had not paid any attention to it previously. After searching for a considerable time, he finally found a mention of the water and fire pearl in the tattered book. The water and fire pearl is produced at the extreme western junction of yin and yang, displaying both azure and crimson hues. It can refine the yin and yang and is a divine object for forging. Is that all? After reading that line, Li Ziye hastily flipped through the pages but could find no further mention of the water and fire pearl. Damn it! Brother Li, the Confucian leader never speaks falsely. He has stated that the fire and water pearl is of use to you, and it undoubtedly holds merit. Observing the young man before him grappling with his miscalculation, Bai Wangyu felt a surge of delight, adopting a demeanor that suggested, you made your choice. I shall not interfere. Li Ziye clenched his teeth, rising to stride towards the western chamber. Brother Li, where are you headed? Bai Wangyu inquired, surprised. I intend to seek out Changsun Nanxiao and request that she procure the fire and water pearl for me, Li Ziye replied through gritted teeth. Ha. Bai Wangyu responded with a faint smile. Brother Li, do you truly believe that what the Confucian sect desires can be seized by others? Of course. You might give it a try. After all, the Changsun family boasts a queen in the palace. Perhaps she could assist you in acquiring that pearl. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye halted mid-step, his gaze fixed on the little red hat. His teeth clenched as he remarked, you are threatening me. Oh, Bai Wangyu replied nonchalantly. It is quite liberating. Who said that a gentleman's vengeance must wait for a decade? The grievances of this morning can be avenged now. Is that not satisfying? Li Ziye, observing the little red hat practically brimming with delight, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick. Revenge, pure and unadulterated revenge. Whatever happened to that innocent little red hat? How has it transformed into such a pragmatic creature, devoid of charm? Brotherly, ponder well. There is no rush. You have 2 more days, Bai Wangyu said languidly, seated upon the stone steps, casually placing the Tai sword beside him. Meanwhile, Li Ziye glared down at the little red hat, wishing to pierce her with his gaze. Moments later, with tears nearly welling in his eyes from the intensity of his stare, he found the little red hat still unperturbed, basking in her tranquility. Curse you, you wretched scoundrel. Bai Wangyu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Old Bai, you have changed. After a prolonged glare, Li Ziye finally resolved to concede, dejectedly sitting beside the little red hat. Brotherly, it is merely a small favor. Are you not the one who relishes the spotlight? This is an excellent opportunity. If you help the great Shang resolve the 3 conundrums of the Tianyu Hall, you shall be heralded as a hero throughout the entire empire. For you, it is a gain with no detriment. Why are you so reluctant? Bai Wangyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. You do not understand, Li Ziye replied irritably. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind. The Li family already garners enough attention. If I were to seek the limelight now, imagine how much more we would be thrust into the eye of the storm. Envy breeds malice. The more prominent the Li family becomes, the more adversaries we shall attract. However, brotherly, if you achieve great success for the great Shang and emerge as a hero in the eyes of the common folk, even those who might wish to harm the Li family would think twice, Bai Wangyu countered. Clearly, you're naive about palace intrigues, the kind that perish within 2 episodes. The struggle for power is far more complex than you envision, Li Ziye lamented. Throughout history, the most tragic fates have befallen those so-called heroes. Just consider the millennia of the great Shang. How many esteemed generals met their end by execution, despite their illustrious achievements and the reverence of the populace? Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu's face reflected contemplation. Indeed, Brother Li's words seemed to hold some merit. So, what should we do? Bai Wangyu expressed his concerns, suggesting, how about you tell me the answer, and I shall help you seize this opportunity? Li Ziye turned his head to glance at the little Red Riding Hood beside him. After a moment as contemplation, he elegantly uttered a single word, scram. Bai Wangyu burst into laughter, well aware that his brotherly would never forsake such a chance to shine. If it meant to end in demise, so be it. After all, countless eyes are already upon the Li family. A few more won't make a difference. You have a point. If I become a hero in the hearts of the people, even the court would think twice before taking action against the Li family. At this juncture, a smile graced Li Ziye's lips as he declared, of course. After all, having spent so long in the capital merely watching you show off, it's finally my turn, ha ha ha. Beside him, Bai Wangyu observed the youthful exuberance of his companion, a smile emerging on his face. This was indeed the Li brother he admired, the fearless young scion of the Li family. Youth without a hint of recklessness is a youth wasted. How can an extraordinary talent, like Li brother, ever settle for mediocrity? Chapter 50. A visit from Murong, I shall not marry. Those who wish to marry may do as they please. In the royal palace, within the residence of the 9th princess, Murong found herself unable to contain the fury that surged within her upon hearing the news from outside. Her usually composed demeanor had crumbled. At the table, the 4th prince, Mu Bai, calmly sipped his tea while observing his sister's outburst. Brother, Murong exclaimed, noticing his tranquil composure. How can you remain so unfazed? Rest assured, father will not allow you to be wed to the Tianyu palace, Mu Bai replied nonchalantly. You are the sovereign of Fengyang. Father understands the stakes of this matter better than anyone and will not easily acquiesce. But what if the great Shang cannot answer the 3 questions posed by the Tianyu palace? Murong suppressed her agitation and sat beside him. I have heard that, until now, the ministers have made little progress. Isn't there still the Taishui Academy and the Confucian leader? Mu Bai responded calmly. If you do not trust the ministers, can you not place your faith in the Confucian leader? With his wisdom, he will surely devise a solution. Yet, I fear the Confucian leader may choose to ignore this matter, Murong fretted, for he had rarely intervened in court affairs. If he too remained indifferent this time, she would indeed be forced into a distant marriage in the western regions. Mu Bai set down his teacup and said, if you're truly concerned, I suggest you consult someone. Whom? Murong inquired. The foremost disciple of the Confucian school, by Wang Yu, Mu Bai replied calmly. By Wang Yu? Murong's expression shifted. I have heard he is currently residing in Li Garden. You have a bit of rapport with the eldest daughter of the Li family, do you not? Perhaps you can leverage that connection to inquire, Mu Bai suggested. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in Murong's eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. You are right, brother. I have long wished to visit Li Garden to see what makes the Li family's heir such a source of consternation for Aunt Nanjiao. Shall I accompany you? Mu Bai inquired. You wish to join me? Murong's expression turned wary. I suspect your intentions may not be entirely innocent. Li Garden hosts both by Wang Yu and the Li family heir, rare young masters of the sword. Even if we cannot engage in a true contest, exchanging martial insights would be beneficial, Mu Bai candidly stated, revealing his purpose without reservation. I knew you would not be satisfied without encountering that Li family heir. Murong replied with a hint of exasperation. Very well, I shall allow you to accompany me. But let me be clear, you must not engage in any serious confrontations at the garden. A few exchanges at most, and nothing more. Understood, Mu Bai nodded, his expression remaining composed. In the garden, within the West Wing, the matter of whether to assist the great Shang court in resolving its troubles came to a head. After a series of overt and covert struggles, Li Ziye and Little Red Riding Hood reached a decisive conclusion, with Little Red Riding Hood emerging overwhelmingly victorious. Li Ziye could not resist for long and ultimately conceded, for the influence of the Confucian school was too formidable, without compromise. He could not obtain the water and fire pearl. Li brother, are you not practicing your sword? On the steps, Bai Wang Yu observed the youth beside him and inquired. I am devoid of any mood, Li Ziye replied, resting his chin on his hands. I feel as though I've been threatened and have lowered my head to malevolent forces, my dignity shattered into pieces. Do you even possess any dignity? Bai Wang Yu asked with a puzzled expression. Leave, Li Ziye retorta irritably. Before encountering you and the Confucian sect, I have always bravely resisted evil forces, neither servile nor arrogant, embodying the true essence of manhood. Ha! Bai Wang Yu smirked. Brotherly seems to have a misunderstanding regarding the concept of being neither servile nor arrogant. Oh Bai, I simply cannot defeat you at this moment. Otherwise, you would already be lying down. Li Ziye turned his head and stated earnestly. What a pity. Bai Wang Yu replied with a radiant smile. With your current cultivation speed, you may never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Cough. Li Ziye clutched his chest, feeling as though he had been wounded by indignation. Is that how one speaks? Young master. At that moment, a young servant hurriedly approached from outside the western chamber, anxiously stating, the fourth prince and the ninth princess request an audience. Refuse them, Li Ziye instinctively responded, still in a foul mood, but suddenly realized. Who did you say wishes to see me? His Highness the fourth prince and the ninth princess. The servant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeated. What do they want? Li Ziye's expression turned peculiar. Please invite them to the main hall. Yes. The servant complied and swiftly departed. Perhaps it concerns the matters of the Tianyu Hall, Bai Wang Yu suggested. They are unaware that I possess a solution here. Li Ziye raplia, puzlat. Could it be that my cleverness has become so renowned in the capital? Bai Wang Yu suppressed his disgust and remarked. Perhaps the two princes were sent by the four esteemed masters to persuade you to assist them. Ah, talent indeed attracts admiration wherever one goes. Li Ziye feigned ignorance to the remarks of Little Red Riding Hood and strode confidently towards the main hall. Bai Wang Yu hesitated briefly but followed suit. The fourth prince, Mu Bai, is a martial arts enthusiast, and to outsiders, you are regarded as the disciple of the plum blossom sword immortal. Your martial arts talent undoubtedly remarkable. Precisely the kind of rival the fourth prince yearns for. He decided to accompany him, hoping no further troubles would arise. Li Ziye's prowess was known to him, even if others remained oblivious. In the main hall, as Mu Bai and Murong arrived, the beautiful young maid of Li Yuan entered to serve tea before retreating. Shortly after, Li Ziye and Bai Wang Yu entered the main hall, one after the other. Your Highness the fourth prince and the ninth princess, I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Li Ziye greeted with his signature radiant smile. Young Master Li, you are too courteous. It is my brother and I who have intruded unexpectedly. Murong stepped forward to assist him, smiling enchantingly. Behind her, Mubai calmly gazed at the youth before him, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. So, this is the disciple of the plum blossom sword immortal. Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor, as the rumors suggest. Behind Li Ziye, Bai Wanyu noticed the admiration in Mubai's gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Mubai had also been deceived by Brother Li's appearance. It must be said that for those unaware of the truth, anyone who meets Brother Li for the first time would hardly doubt the veracity of the rumors surrounding him. A striking appearance can indeed be an advantage. After observing the legitimate heir of the Li family, Mubai shifted his gaze to Bai Wanyu, who stood behind Li Ziye, and nodded in greeting. "Your Highness." Bai Wanyu returned the gesture with a bow and quietly took a seat beside Li Ziye. "May I inquire what brings you both here?" Li Ziye asked, looking at the two before him. "I have had the pleasure of meeting Sister Li once and hold her talents in high regard. I have long wished to pay her a visit, but have not found the opportunity until today, as I accompany my brother on official business." Mubai replied with a beaming smile. "Princess, you are here to see Sister Yue?" Li Ziye responded, a hint of regret in his voice. "Unfortunately, Sister Yue left early this morning for an errand and may not return until sunset." With that, Li Ziye subtly smirked, thinking to himself that it was of no concern. They could talk until it grew dark. That is truly unfortunate. Regret also crossed Mubai's beautiful features as she turned her gaze to her brother, asking, "Brother, do you have any matters to attend to?" "Indeed," Mubai replied, looking at the two individuals before him. "Young Master Li Bai Wanyu, as we are all practitioners of the sword, why not take this opportunity to exchange insights on martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Li Ziye was momentarily taken aback. He had long heard that the fourth prince was a martial arts enthusiast, and seeing him in person confirmed this. However, he was acutely aware that he had only recently begun his own martial training. It would be absurd to expect him to compete with these two skilled practitioners. Furthermore, any exchange of martial prowess would inevitably involve a few sparring moves, and his current abilities were insufficient for such a challenge. Thus, Li Ziye discreetly signaled to the little red hat beside him, indicating for her to take the lead. Bai Wanyu understood and responded, "Fourth prince. Young master, Li has not been well of late. Perhaps I could accompany you in your martial arts exchange instead?" Mubai discerned the underlying meaning in Bai Wanyu's words. Furrowing his brow slightly, but not wishing to press too hard, he nodded, saying, "That is acceptable. This space is too confined. Let us move outside." "Very well," Bai Wanyu agreed. As they rose, Mubai immediately cast a warning glance at his brother. "Remember to address the main matter, and no excessive fighting is allowed." Mubai nodded lightly, then stepped toward the exit. Bai Wanyu followed suit, casting a warning look back at Li Ziye before departing. "Young Master Li, this is the princess. Do not act impulsively in our absence." Li Ziye interpreted the warning in the little red hat's gaze and was nearly driven to hurl the teacup he held in frustration. He opened his mouth, elegantly forming the words, "Pigeon kiss, roll away." "Huh." Bai Wanyu smiled nonchalantly as she stepped out. "Please excuse my brother, young Master Li. He is fervently passionate about martial arts and cannot resist engaging with peers of comparable skill. I hope you find it amusing," Mubai said apologetically. "Your Highness, you are too kind." As Li Ziye was about to speak, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. He paused in surprise. Was it truly this straightforward? Opposite him, Murong was equally taken aback, her expression momentarily frozen before she regained her composure, her silver teeth gritting in frustration. Her elder brother had once again dismissed her warning as mere background noise. Outside the hall, the atmosphere crackled with sword energy, the two figures intertwining in a fierce duel. Inside, Murong's face grew increasingly awkward as she grappled with how to explain the situation. To intrude upon someone's home and engage in a brawl was beyond any excuse she could muster. Even invoking the notion of a martial enthusiast would not suffice. "Princess, would you care for some tea?" Li Ziye inquired, lifting a cup from the table and offering a polite gesture. "The tea from Li Yuan is rather delightful. Now please, continue your performance. I am quite entertained." Murong, feeling the weight of the moment, awkwardly raised her teacup and took a sip, though her heart was no longer in it. After a brief pause, she set down the cup, her silver teeth clenching in determination. Realizing she could not simply remain idle, she took the initiative to address him. "Young Master Li, The reason my brother and I have come today is to inquire about a matter. Oh, Ziye feigned surprise. What matter might that be? Murong glanced toward the fierce combat outside and sighed softly. You must have heard that the Tianyu Palace has proposed a wager to our great Shang court. One that concerns both the dignity of the Shang and my lifelong happiness. Therefore, I wish to consult by Wang Yu, the esteemed senior of the Confucian sect, to ascertain whether the Confucian leader would intervene in this matter. Ah, I see, Ziye replied with a radiant smile illuminating his face. Rest assured, Your Highness, there is no need to consult him, for I can provide the answer myself. The Confucian leader will not intervene, but I shall. Chapter 51. He has arrived. Walking on a rainbow cloud after half an hour, Murong and Mu Bai departed together in a carriage. In front of the garden, Ziye watched them leave and then hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the mansion. Indeed, the ninth princess was truly beautiful. Marrying her would be quite splendid. However, her figure might not meet the preferences of Sister Yue. Outside the main hall, Bai Wangyu observed the elated Ziye and curiously inquired about the source of his joy. I won't tell you, Ziye replied confidently as he strode into the inner courtyard. This time, he had aided the ninth princess. Perhaps, in her gratitude, she would offer herself to him. What a dilemma it would be if that were to happen. In the inner courtyard, Zhang Lada noticed Ziye approaching with a lovesick expression and realized that the lad was lost in his fanciful thoughts once more. Meanwhile, on the way back to the royal palace, the fourth prince Mu Bai sat quietly in the carriage, lost in silence. Across from him, Murong's captivating gaze was fixed on her elder brother. Had her eyes possessed lethal power, Mu Bai might have been reduced to mere fragments by now. It was unintentional. Mu Bai finally broke the silence, unable to withstand the murderous intent emanating from his sister's stare. Ah, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is indeed formidable, boasting his might in another's residence. If Bai Wangyu had not voluntarily yielded, were you prepared to continue until nightfall? Murong questioned, her eyes shimmering with a dangerous light. Not all, Mu Bai quickly shook his head. It was merely an exchange of skills. Even if Bai Wangyu had not withdrawn, I would have ceased at the appropriate moment. I am not a fool. I can see that my sister is on the verge of an explosion, and I do not wish to be caught in the crossfire. Oh, so my brother possesses such awareness? Murong remarked with a faint smile. Then, how fared your inquiries regarding the matter? I asked. At her words, Mu Bai's expression faltered, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. It was a disaster. He had been so engrossed in the swordplay that he had completely forgotten the main issue. Indeed, Murong noted the shift in his demeanor, and the glint in her eyes grew ever more perilous. Have you forgotten, brother? Mu Bai fell silent, reluctant to speak. Murong closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stifled the rising anger within her several times before managing to suppress it. Men, truly, are utterly unreliable. They're all just oafs. Shall we return and inquire once more? Mu Bai suggested. Though anxiety gripped him, his expression remained deceptively calm. No need. Murong opened her eyes and replied coolly. I have already inquired. Already inquired? Mu Bai echoed in surprise. After my spar with Bai Wangyu, we left the garden. When did you manage to ask? Who said I asked him? Murong retorted impatiently. If not him, then who? Mu Bai began, but suddenly halted, astonished. Are you implying Ziye? Indeed, Murong nodded, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. This time, we may owe the Li family a substantial favor. Although I do not comprehend why Ziye chose to assist me, this debt of gratitude cannot be overlooked. On the street, a carriage rumbled forward, making its way to the imperial palace. As the sun began its descent, Mu Bai disembarked from the carriage and fixed his gaze upon his sister within. With solemnity, he declared, if Ziye is truly able to assist you, I shall repay this favor on your behalf. Having spoken, Mu Bai refrained from further words and turned astride towards his own royal residence. 3 days passed in what seemed like an unusually tranquil manner. Upon the third day, at the Dashang imperial palace, before the Fengtian hall, ministers gathered in attendance. The emperor of Dashang sat high upon the 1,000-layered stone steps, surveying those below, exuding the grandeur of sovereignty. The autumn breeze swept through, causing the canopy to sway, while the ministers stood anxiously at the foot of the steps, their expressions tinged with urgency. The time had come. yet none had formulated a solution. It was rumored that His Majesty had summoned the scholars of the Taishua Palace for assistance in solving the questions, but their results remained unknown. Upon the steps, the emperor gazed downwards, his demeanor calm, betraying no sign of unrest. The day prior, the head of the Confucian sect had dispatched a response, stating that answers to the 3 inquiries had indeed been found. However, as the time approached, why had no representatives from the Confucian school arrived? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air from the foot of the steps, drawing everyone's attention. Leading the way were Yin Xiaoyu and Lu Rongnu, accompanied by the members of the Divine Temple. They have arrived. The ministers exchanged glances, their faces clouded with worry. The temple's representatives had come, yet they still lacked answers to the 3 questions. What were they to do now? Under the anxious gazes of the Dashang ministers, the temple's entourage approached and respectfully bowed. Addressing the emperor, "We pay our respects to His Majesty of Dashang." "There is no need for such formalities," replied the emperor, his tone measured and mild. The temple's representatives straightened, with Yin Xiaoyu lifting her gaze to the emperor of Dashang, smiling as she inquired, "Your Majesty, the 3 days have elapsed. May we receive the answers now?" As she spoke, Yin Xiaoyu's eyes swept over the Dashang ministers, a barely perceptible smirk curling her lips. Observing the disheartened expressions of this assembly, she was convinced that they had failed to uncover the solutions. On either side of the steps, the ministers, upon meeting the mocking gaze of the Divine Temple's envoy, felt a surge of indignation but found themselves at a loss for words. "Let us wait a bit longer," the emperor of Dashang stated calmly. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoyu turned her attention back to the emperor, remarking, "If your Majesty requests a delay, the Divine Temple shall certainly comply. Yet I wonder, how long must we wait?" "A stick of incense's duration," the emperor replied slowly. "Very well," Yin Xiaoyu responded with a faint smile. "The Divine Temple shall wait for another stick of incense." 3 days had passed without the entire Dashang court arriving at an answer. She could hardly believe that they would achieve any progress in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. It was merely a tactic to prolong their admission of defeat. Before the Feng Tian Hall, an elderly eunuch approached with a stick of incense, placing it on a wooden table and igniting it with a taper before retreating. The incense used in the palace was specially crafted. The shorter ones burned out in a mere 15 minutes, while the longer ones could last half an hour. To maximize the delay, the eunuch had deliberately chosen the longest stick available. At the foot of the steps, Yin Xiaoyu discerned the Dashang court's intentions and let out a cold laugh, choosing not to expose their strategy. "Drag it out. Let us see how long you can prolong this." Outside the hall of Feng Tian, time passed slowly as the autumn breeze caressed the air and fragrant ash fell gently. The eyes of all the ministers of the Great Shang were fixed upon a single incense stick, wishing fervently for it to burn a little longer. Amidst the gathered officials, Mu Bai stood serenely, exuding an air of calmness akin to that of a mountain unshaken by the tremors of the earth. Murong remarked that the scion of the Leaf family would indeed arrive. It was not faith in the Li scion that he harbored, but rather trust in Murong's discerning eye. As the incense neared its end, about half an hour later, Yin Xiaoyu gazed at the emperor of Great Shang and asked with a smile, "Your Majesty, shall we continue to wait?" The emperor replied nonchalantly, "The incense is not yet burned out. There is no need for haste." With a derisive smile, Yin Xiaoyu thought to herself that the rulers of Great Shang were truly tenacious, unwilling to relent until the very end. The ministers on either side of the stone steps glanced anxiously at the dwindling incense, their expressions growing increasingly restless. What exactly was the emperor waiting for? Could it be that someone would truly come? Suddenly, a young eunuch rushed in from the Xuanwu gate, his face alight with excitement. "Your Majesty, the scholar by Wang Yu seeks an audience, and he brings with him a young man named Ziye." "Announce them," commanded the emperor, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the young eunuch, bowing respectfully. At that moment, a figure clad in a white scholar's robe approached from outside the Xuanwu gate, drawing the attention of all present. However, to everyone's astonishment, Bai Wangyu was following closely behind a youth whose countenance resembled a jade crown, radiating an extraordinary aura. His face adorned with a calm and confident smile that was unforgettable at first glance. As they reached the base of the stone steps, Bai Wangyu stepped forward and respectfully declared, "The Confucian sect, Bai Wangyu, pays homage to your majesty." Beside him, Li Ziye followed suit. Glancing around at the gathered ministers and the emperor above, a slight smile playing on his lips. At last, they had arrived at this moment. Upon the dragon throne, the emperor scrutinized the two figures below, his eyes narrowing slightly. The fact that Bai Wangyu, the foremost disciple of the Confucian sect, had personally come forth indicated that the three problems had indeed been solved. Yet, why had the scion of the Li family accompanied him? Be at ease. The emperor finally spoke, gathering his thoughts. "Thank you, your majesty." Bai Wangyu and Li Ziye replied in unison, rising simultaneously. Not far away, Yin Xiaoyu sensed an ominous premonition as she beheld their arrival. Her gaze fell upon the incense that was about to extinguish, prompting her to urge, "Your Majesty of Great Shang, time is of the essence. Please reveal your answers." The emperor turned his attention to the prominent disciple of the Confucian sect and inquired, "Bai Wangyu, have you deciphered the problems?" "I have," Bai Wangyu nodded, and before the assembly of ministers and divine envoys, he stated solemnly, "However, it is not I who will solve the problems today, but rather the young master of the Li family beside me." At his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the court, all eyes turning to the youth beside Bai Wangyu. Had the Li family indeed unraveled the three problems? At that moment, even the emperor upon a dragon throne wore a look of surprise. The one who was to solve the problems was not Bai Wangyu, but the scion of the Li family? Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Li Ziye remained utterly unperturbed, approaching with an air of calmness, and declared, "Messengers of the divine temple, the three questions you have posed are exceedingly simplistic. There is no need to trouble the esteemed courtiers of the Great Shang or the scholars of the Confucian Academy. As an ordinary citizen, I am more than capable of providing answers." Impudent! A messenger of the divine temple, standing beside Yin Xiaoyu, glared at him in indignation, retorting, "Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly here? Has your arrogance reached a point where you cannot even tolerate the truth?" Li Ziye cast a resolute gaze over Yin Xiaoyu and the great Shang envoys behind her, proclaiming with righteous fervor, when the divine temple presented these questions, "There is no stipulation regarding who should answer them. Though I am neither a courtier of the Great Shang nor a scholar of the Imperial Academy, I am a citizen of the Great Shang, and it is both my right and duty to stand here, to alleviate the burdens of my nation and to confront external adversaries." Upon finishing, Li Ziye could not help but commend himself. His own words resonated with conviction. Excellent. As soon as Li Ziye's declaration echoed, an elder statesman, Lu Siqing, whose beard had turned predominantly white, exclaimed in approval, "As citizens of the Great Shang, we ought to possess such a spirit of service to our country." The other ministers nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting satisfaction. This young man was impressive, quick-witted, and had indeed given them a measure of relief from the ridicule they had endured from the Divine Temple's representatives over the past few days. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Divine Temple messengers soured, their glances directed at the young man, filled with malice, as if they wished to consume him whole. Young Masterly, mere verbal bravado serves no purpose. If you cannot solve the three questions of the Divine Temple, the Great Shang will still be deemed the loser in this wager. Yin Xiaoyu interjected coldly. Is that all? Just three questions? Watch closely. I shall solve them right now. As he spoke, Li Ziye surveyed everyone present, straightened his posture, and cleared his throat, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Everyone, stand ready. I am about to begin my display of brilliance. Chapter 52. Breaking the dilemma before the emperor in the palace. Before the Fengtian Hall, Li Ziye prepared to confront the temple's myriad of adversaries single-handedly. Prior to his actions, an imposing aura enveloped him. Your Majesty, in the process of resolving the enigma, I may require some assistance. I humbly request your permission. Li Ziye respectfully addressed Emperor Shang, gazing up the stone steps. Granted. Emperor Shang nodded in affirmation. Today, all ministers and guards within the palace are at your disposal. Thank you, your Majesty. Li Ziye expressed his gratitude before shifting his gaze to the assembly before the temple. With a grin, he declared, "Now, let us begin with your first riddle. How do we thread a line through a bead with a hole, without using our hands?" With that, Li Ziye produced a bead and a golden thread from his robes, placing the bead on the ground and positioning the golden thread before its aperture. Then, amidst the curious stares of the assembled ministers, he stepped back 3 paces. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In the tense silence, the previously motionless golden thread suddenly quivered. It moved. It moved. Several sharp-eyed ministers exclaimed in exhilaration. At their words, everyone turned their attention with keen focus. Before their eyes, the golden thread appeared to possess a life of its own as it gradually wormed its way into the bead's tiny hole. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Shang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Remarkable. Conversely, the envoys from the temple wore expressions akin to having ingested something distasteful, their gazes filled with confusion. What is happening here? The divine son claimed that the answers to these riddles were known only to him. What sorcery has this young man employed? Before the assembly of temple envoys, Yin Xiaoyu observed Li Ziye, the scion of the Li family, with a glint of danger in his eyes. This young man cannot be allowed to remain. Reflecting on our previous encounter at the Yin residence, it is likely that he is indeed the Li heir. The dissonance I felt then resonates disturbingly, evoking my disdain. Regrettably, I was thwarted by Wang Yu and could not capture him on that occasion. It has passed through. At this moment, the ministers of the Great Shang erupted into fervent cheers. As they focused intently, the golden thread finally came to a halt after threading through the bead. Li Ziye stepped forward, retrieved the bead, and casually tossed it to the envoys of the temple, saying, "Take a look." One of the envoys caught the bead, scrutinizing it with the golden thread still embedded, his expression darkening considerably. "Li Scion, how did you achieve this?" On the stone steps, the venerable elder L. Siqing wore an inquisitive look as he inquired. "This is Lord L. Siqing," Wang Yu whispered to Li Ziye, the foremost scholar of the court, known for his integrity and high esteem. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye immediately displayed a demeanor of respect, saying, "Lord L., might you step forward to converse?" "Of course." L. Siqing nodded, advancing with an increasingly curious countenance. Li Ziye, as if performing a magic trick, produced another bead from his robes and handed it to the elder, smiling. "Lord L., do take a whiff." After hearing this, L. Siqing accepted the bead, brought it to his nose, and, after a moment, exclaimed in astonishment, "Honey! Indeed, it is honey." After speaking, Li Ziye took out a golden thread and handed it to the elder, smiling, "Old gentleman, do you understand now?" Lu Siqing received the golden thread from the young boy's hand, initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I see now. How enlightening. What is it? Lu, old man, don't just laugh. What exactly is happening?" On either side of the stone steps, the other ministers, intrigued, pressed for answers. "Do not rush, do not rush." "Ha!" Lu Siqing turned to the crowd, laughing heartily. "Look closely at what is on this golden thread." Upon hearing this, the ministers hurriedly gathered around. "Unts!" exclaimed one sharp-eyed minister, noticing the dark spots on the golden thread. "Indeed, one end of the southern pearl is coated with honey. Now tell me, what do you think will happen if we place this thread, tied with ants, in front of the tiny hole on the other side of the southern pearl?" Lu Siqing said, his face filled with pride. "Ah, I see now, how ingenious." The surrounding ministers, realizing the cleverness of the idea, erupted in joyous laughter. Before the Feng Tian Hall, Emperor Shang observed the scene with a smile gracing his face. "What clever notion indeed. All of you, disperse and return to your positions," he commanded, feeling noticeably uplifted after the first question was resolved. "Yes." The ministers of the Great Shang complied and returned to their respective places. "Young lad from the Li family, there are still 2 more questions. Hurry, I can hardly wait." Lu Siqing, glancing at the youth before him, urged with excitement. "Yes, Lord Lu," Li Ziye replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoyu, observing the enthusiasm of the Great Shang ministers, scoffed and remarked, "Even if you answer the first question correctly, what of it? The next 2 will not be so simple." "That may be true for your temple," retorted Li Ziye, who had never been one to concede defeat. "Were it not for the fact that this is the royal palace, where common folk may not enter, any girl we casually pulled from the flower streets could easily solve your 3 riddles." Vulgar. The emissaries from the temple flushed with anger at his response. On either side of the stone steps, The ministers of the great Shang pretended not to hear Li Ziye's remarks, maintaining their composure. In truth, had it not been for their status, they would have longed to express their frustrations. This young man is quite remarkable. Ziye observed coldly. Li Ziye, do not let your tongue lead you astray. Reveal your answers to the two remaining questions. Do not rush, Li Ziye replied calmly. You shall have what you desire shortly. With that, he turned to Emperor Shang in front of the Feng Tian Hall and spoke. Your Majesty, the second question requires 100 horses as subjects for experimentation, which is why we were delayed earlier. These horses are currently outside the palace. May I request permission to bring them into the palace? Approved. Under the canopy, Emperor Shang nodded in response. Outside the palace, a disheveled old man herded a group of horses, awaiting news from within the royal confines. Upon receiving a signal, he broke into a broad smile and ushered all the horses into the palace. After the first batch of horses had entered, a figure clad in a conical hat arrived, guiding a second batch comprised entirely of newborn foals. As the two groups of horses entered sequentially, imperial guards promptly stepped forward to assist. For this was the sacred ground of the palace, where no carelessness could be afforded. The old man and the hat-wearing individual appeared utterly unremarkable, leading the Mares and their foals without drawing any attention. However, before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Ziye's demeanor shifted noticeably upon spotting the two figures. Among the gathered officials, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped the two at the foot of the steps. Curiously, Morong fixed his gaze on them, scrutinizing for an extended period, yet failing to detect anything amiss. There was no discernible energy fluctuation. They seemed like ordinary folk, yet he sensed an unusual pressure akin to that of a sword. Astonishingly, both individuals exuded this peculiar sword pressure. On either side of the stone steps, the court officials remained oblivious to the peculiarities, their eyes drawn to the Li family scion, awaiting his elucidation. As the crowd focused intently, Li Ziye regained his composure from the initial shock, suppressing his inner turmoil, and addressed the emperor and the assembled dignitaries, saying, Your Majesty, esteemed officials, please observe closely. With that, Li Ziye stood upon the steps and respectfully bowed to the two figures emerging from the Xuanwu Gate, stating, I kindly ask the two masters and all esteemed guards to release the horses. At the front of the Xuanwu Gate, the old man and the hat-clad figure exchanged a distant glance before simultaneously loosening their grip on the reins. Hesitating momentarily, the supreme commander of the guards also ordered the release of the reins. In an instant, a magnificent spectacle unfolded before the Xuanwu Gate, as 50 Mares and 50 foals neighed and raced eagerly towards one another. The officials on either side of the steps were struck with awe at this magnificent sight. Amidst their astonishment, the Mares swiftly located their offspring, joyously nursing them. Some officials began to ponder the implications, gradually coming to understand the situation. So that is it, one inquired, while others, still perplexed, tugged at their peers, seeking clarity. In truth, the explanation was rather simple. Did they not observe how the Mares immediately began to nurse their foals? It was evident that the Mares and foals had been separated for at least a day, and the mothers, worried for their young ones, rushed back to them, unlike their usual erratic behavior. An astute official patiently elucidated for the others. So it was like this. Upon hearing the explanation, the officials were enlightened, gaining new insights. This young scion of the Li family is quite impressive. Instantly, praises erupted among the gathered officials, particularly from El Siqing, whose excitement was palpable. This lad is remarkable, truly to my liking. Amidst the accolades from the officials, Li Ziye graciously returned their compliments, maintaining an air of decorum befitting the formal occasion. Upon the dragon throne, the Emperor of Commerce nodded in satisfaction, a glint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. The Li family was extraordinary, having produced such a formidable son. Friends of the Divine Hall, do you still require confirmation? Each pair of mother and child bears identical markings. Should you harbor doubts, feel free to ascertain for yourselves. At the foot of the stone steps, Li Ziye returned the courtiers' greetings, then turned his gaze toward the envoys of the Divine Hall in the distance. His smile vanished, and he spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. There is no need. From the Divine Hall, Yin Xiaoyu interjected coldly, You may consider this hurdle passed, but for the final challenge, how to ignite fire with water. If you cannot decipher it, your victory remains unacknowledged. Huh? Li Ziye responded with a faint smile. This question is even simpler. With that, he directed his request toward the emperor beneath the canopy. Your Majesty, I require a piece of ice approximately 1 foot in length and width. Granted. The emperor nodded in affirmation once more. Not far away, upon hearing Li Ziye's request, Yan Xiaoyu's expression abruptly changed. Before long, 2 young eunuchs approached, carrying an ice box. Perhaps due to the frigid temperature of the box, their hands trembled slightly from the cold. Brother Bai, it's your turn. Li Ziye turned, smiling. This laborious task is best suited for Little Red Riding Hood. Bai Wangyu nodded and stepped forward to extract the ice from the box. He then focused his energy, using a qi-infused sword to deftly carve the ice into shape. In the interlude, Li Ziye gazed toward the figure donned in a straw hat before the Xuanwu gate, a grin spreading across his face. Master, is it you? Look, your beloved disciple has not brought you shame, has he? Qingyan, before the courtiers. The previously silent king of Rakshasas, Tao Yao Yao, curved her lips slightly, inquiring, the plum blossom, sword immortal. Have you come to the palace out of concern for your precious disciple? Chapter 53. A sword shocking the world before the court. Li Ziye stood poised to conquer the divine temple's gamble, just one question away from victory. The ministers, their expressions a blend of anticipation and anxiety, focused intently on the unfolding moment. This final inquiry held the power to secure a triumph for the Dashang dynasty. Failure would render all previous efforts futile. The young man from the Li family must not falter. The officials cast encouraging glances at the youth before them, their eyes brimming with hope. For the first time, a single individual bore the weight of collective aspirations. In that instant, he was like lightning, like a beacon, a singular myth. In the midst of the stone steps, Li Ziye felt the fervent gazes of the ministers and responded with a reassuring glance, conveying that a minor adversary of the temple's caliber would not pose any challenge for him. The ministers, reassured by his confidence, allowed smiles to break on their faces, their worries alleviating slightly. Meanwhile, on the side of the divine temple, Yan Xiaoyu and his companions seethed with frustration upon witnessing the silent exchanges between Li Ziye and the Dashang officials. Yet they felt powerless to intervene. Divine Song, we cannot lose, can we? One of the temple's emissaries inquired solemnly. We shall not lose, Yan Xiaoyu replied, his tone resolute. The temple shall prevail, no matter the circumstances. After speaking, he gestured towards the elderly figure in the crimson robe beside him. Lu Rong nodded in understanding, her gaze drifting towards the heavens, her aged eyes narrowing slightly. It appeared that they would have to employ the divine arts bestowed by the temple master, an unexpected necessity given the pressure the Dashang court had exerted upon them. In the center of the stone staircase, Bai Wangyu quietly manipulated his energy to sculpt the ice block in his hands, each stroke deliberate and undisturbed by the surrounding tension, as if transcending the confines of the earthly realm. With each sweep, the sword aura released crystalline ice flowers, the crisp sounds gradually capturing the attention of all present. Perhaps some individuals possess an innate ability to instill a sense of calm. Bai Wangyu was one such person. Amidst the palpable tension, a weight seemed to lift from the hearts of the onlookers as they directed their focus towards the master of the Confucian school, finding solace in his serene presence. As more and more gazes turned towards the master, silence enveloped the gathering, conversations fading away. Observing this, Li Ziye felt tears welling in his eyes. Even now, you continue to show off. We agreed that today would not be your moment to shine. This was meant to be my stage, with the world feeling ever more expansive. It seemed there was no room left for him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and amidst Li Ziye's exasperated stare, the ice realm gradually took form in Bai Wangyu's hands. The chilling aura enveloped the space, the ice realm shimmering with exquisite beauty. A quarter of an hour later, as the icy domain solidified, Bai Wangyu gently brushed away the ice flowers clinging to its surface. He raised his head to regard the young man before him and smiled. Mission accomplished. Very well, you may step aside now. Li Ziye accepted the ice realm, nodding in satisfaction before promptly dismissing the young man in the crimson hood. ensuring no further opportunity for him to overshadow his moment. This fellow was simply too conspicuous. With the slightest lapse in attention, he would steal the spotlight. Bai Wangyu chuckled lightly, obediently retreating to the side. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your eyes on the performance. Li Ziye cast his gaze over the assembly, cleared his throat, and raised his voice, drawing the attention of everyone present. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately turned their eyes towards him. Satisfied, Li Ziye produced a ball of cotton from his pocket and placed it on the ground, then lifted a reflective mirror towards the sun, directing the focus onto the cotton. The autumn sunlight, though not overly intense, was sufficient to ignite the cotton. Under the curious stares of the onlookers, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the cotton, as if it were on the verge of catching fire. It's about to ignite. Among the ministers of the Great Shang, the elderly official Lu Xiqing could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed joyfully. In contrast, the envoys from the divine temple wore grim expressions. The thought of losing to the Great Shang filled them with deep resentment. Archbishop Rongnu, before the assembled envoys, Yan Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed ahead, her expression icy. Understanding her cue, the aged Lu Rongnu nodded, a flicker of light passing through her wise eyes. She then turned her hands upward, raising her head towards the heavens. As a dazzling white light enveloped her, manifesting the celestial decree divine technique. In that instant, the sky erupted with tumultuous winds and swirling clouds converging from all directions, rolling and surging to obscure the blazing sun. The sudden turn of events astonished everyone present. None had anticipated that, just as victory seemed certain for the Great Shang, such a twist would occur. What the hell? In the midst of the stone steps, Li Ziye, witnessing the cotton being blown away, could not help but curse. Is this how it's going to be? Using magic to outsmart intellect? How utterly unfair. The ministers of the Great Shang, enraged by the divine temple's underhanded tactics, began to voice their indignation. Before the envoys of the celestial decree temple, Yan Xiaoyu remained unfazed by the accusations from the ministers of the Great Shang. Smiling as she stated, there was no prior stipulation that our temple must cooperate in solving your problems. Furthermore, Archbishop Rongnu did not offend anyone, nor did she cause harm. Thus, there has been no breach of protocol. Despicable. Shameless. The elder Lu Xiqing among the Great Shang's ministers turned pale with fury, exclaiming that the representatives of the divine temple were utterly devoid of shame. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Shang observed the scene, his expression growing cold. The celestial decree divine technique. He had not anticipated that apart from that scholar, someone else from the celestial decree temple had mastered this technique. How strange. Lu Rongnu should not possess such capabilities. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, may I inquire if there is a solution to this third question? If not, this round shall be deemed a victory for my temple, Yan Xiaoyu remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she looked up at the Emperor of the Great Shang seated above on the stone steps, before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. The Emperor did not respond immediately, his gaze shifting to the Li family's scion below, awaiting an answer. The high-ranking ministers on either side of the steps also turned their eyes towards the youth in the center, their expressions filled with anticipation. Could this scion, who had astonished everyone, continue to create miracles? Under the expectant gazes, Li Ziye glanced at the gathering storm clouds in the sky and inquired, is there truly no one capable of parting these clouds? The celestial decree divine technique cannot be obstructed, not even by a practitioner of the fifth realm. The Emperor of Shang stated calmly from his throne. Below, the ministers instinctively directed their gazes towards several martial kings. What Your Majesty has said is indeed true. Several martial kings nodded in agreement. The five realms exhibit varying degrees of strength, and within the Hall of Divine Decree, there is more than one individual belonging to these realms. However, for over a century, only the esteemed master of the hall has mastered the divine decree technique. This exclusivity is precisely why the divine decree technique remains unassailable, not due to its inherent power, but because the scholar wielding it is exceptionally formidable. Yet today, the Lady Lu Rong has likewise manifested the divine decree technique, which is indeed perplexing. Even if her mastery of the divine decree is inferior to that of the hall's master, is not something an ordinary practitioner of the five realms could overcome. Unless, of course, the head of the academy were to intervene personally. But it is well known that this is almost an impossibility. The head of the academy has not truly intervened in nearly a century, and while everyone acknowledges their strength, the full extent of it remains a mystery. On either side of the stone steps, the ministers, having listened to the responses from the emperor and the martial kings, felt a heavy pall settle over them. Is it truly the case that no one can counter the divine decree technique? In front of the Xuanwu Gate, a disheveled elder and a woman in a wide-brimmed hat gazed up at the overcast sky, which obscured the blazing sun, their brows furrowing in unison. "Shall you proceed, or shall I?" the woman in the hat inquired, transmitting her thoughts. "You are his master, so it is naturally your place to take the lead." The disheveled elder replied with a grin. The woman nodded, her gaze shifting to the emperor standing before the hall of divine mandate, and she spoke, "Your Majesty, might I request a sword?" Her voice, though soft, resonated with the clarity of thunder, reaching the ears of everyone present at the hall. The ministers of the great merchant empire were taken aback, their eyes darting toward the Xuanwu Gate. "Who speaks?" Around the Xuanwu Gate, a captain of the Imperial Guard, upon hearing her words, changed countenance and immediately took a defensive stance, gripping his sword tightly as he regarded the woman before him. Meanwhile, the emperor remained largely unperturbed, exuding an imperial composure amidst the turmoil. Before the Xuanwu Gate, the woman in the wide-brimmed hat stood amidst the encirclement of the imperial guards, silent and still, her gaze fixed on the emperor in the distance, awaiting his response. "Granted." The emperor's voice resonated from above the stone steps, slow and deliberate. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the woman replied, and immediately an overwhelming surge of true energy emanated from her as five divine auras roared into existence. A practitioner at the pinnacle of the five realms. Within the palace, both the imperial guards and the court martial officers expressed their astonishment at this spectacle. Meanwhile, in the divine chamber, Yin Xiaoyu and Lady Lu Rong also appeared grim. This was not merely a practitioner of the five realms, but an extraordinary one at that. Above the stone steps, the emperor gestured for a venerable eunuch, who presented a sword of unparalleled elegance, adorned with ancient jade, a sword fit for the sovereign. "Drink!" the woman in the wide-brimmed hat called out, her voice commanding, and her true energy surged skyward like a tempest, astonishing all present with her awe-inspiring cultivation. "Master Fairy." In the midst of the stone steps, Li Ziye's eyes shimmered with unshed tears upon witnessing this scene. He understood that the appearance of his Master Fairy within the palace today was undoubtedly to ensure his safety. All eyes were fixed upon her, as the woman in the wide-brimmed hat unleashed her full cultivation and raised her sword, causing the entire palace to sway as if caught in a furious tempest. A breathtaking scene etched itself indelibly into the hearts of all present. The celestial sword. With a melodious and resounding cry, a woman stood, her conical hat shattering in an instant, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her flowing hair danced wildly as the sword's aura soared into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, before the hall of heavenly mandate, the eunuch's imperial sword rang out as it was drawn, resembling a blazing comet streaking skyward. The celestial sword, a blade that astonished the winds and dust alike. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the imperial sword ascended to the ninth heaven, its relentless sword energy cleaving through the shrouding clouds. A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the air as the ominous clouds dissipated, revealing a martial sage who dared to challenge the celestial beings. The sword's energy shattered the dark clouds, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the earth, warming the realm of mortals. Below, the onlookers bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle, finding it hard to regain their composure. Such a world-shattering sword strike utterly overturned the understanding of martial prowess for all present. Could a sword of this world possess such formidable strength? Suddenly, in the temple, Lu Rong staggered, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, a backlash of divine technique, leaving her gravely injured. The high priest, the temple's envoys displayed astonishment, hastily reaching out to support her. Before the Xuanwu Gate, Qin Ana, clad in a pale, plum-colored gown, gracefully returned the imperial sword and then respectfully bowed to the Emperor Shang before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for lending me the sword." For the first time, the Emperor Shang rose, returning the courtesy with a bow of his own, replying, "The sword sage is too kind." Chapter 54. After a long wait. Today has finally arrived before the Xuanwu Gate. The plum blossom sword immortal cleaved through the gloom with a single strike, parting the clouds and restoring the light of day. The red-robed Archbishop of the Divine Temple, Lu Rong, was severely wounded by the backlash of the Celestial Edict, rendering her incapable of executing the spell a second time. The expressions of the envoys from the Divine Temple were grim. They had not anticipated that, aside from the Temple Master and the Confucian leader of the Imperial Academy, others could also dismantle the Celestial Edict. While the envoys of the Divine Temple were disheartened, the ministers of the great Shang dynasty laughed, their joy radiant as blooming flowers. At last, someone had avenged their grievances. It was rumored that the plum blossom sword immortal was the master of that young man from the Li family. This master-disciple duo was indeed remarkable, bringing great honor to the great Shang dynasty. Master Fairy, in the midst of the stone steps, Li Ziye gazed at the extraordinary woman before the Xuanwu Gate and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I miss you." This sudden exclamation startled everyone present. Though the great Shang was founded on martial prowess and governed by law, the strictures of propriety were equally enforced. Li Ziye's boisterous declaration in such a public setting, especially before the emperor, was decidedly improper. However, for those in attendance, given the recent accomplishments of Li Ziye and Qin Ana for the great Shang, the court officials found his disregard for decorum rather refreshing and endearing. Li Ziye paid no heed to the double standards around him, his gaze fixed ardently on his master, his eyes betraying the depth of his longing. Upon hearing Li Ziye's audacious confession, Qin Ana allowed a warm smile to touch her lips. Yet her tone remained indifferent as she replied, "Focus on what you must do. If you lose this round, beware that I shall deal with you upon our return. Rest assured, Master Fairy, if I lose, I shall leap from the Feng Tian Hall myself. No need for you to say a word," Li Ziye grinned. Gasp! The court officials flanking the stone steps collectively inhaled sharply at Li Ziye's unrestrained words. Insanity! How could he dare suggest such a thing as jumping from the Feng Tian Hall? Such audacity was utterly blasphemous. However, since the emperor remained silent, they chose to feign ignorance. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Shang regarded the audacious youth below with an expression not of displeasure, but rather one of amusement. Were Li Ziye a calculating individual devoid of flaws, he might evoke some caution. Yet, if he were merely clever with a propensity for blunders, such a young man could indeed be of use to the court. Below, with his back turned to the emperor, Li Ziye subtly curved his lips in a smile. "One must attract attention," he mused. "Li family youth, your ice realm is nearly thawed. Would you care to request another piece of ice from His Majesty to recreate it?" Among the ministers, the elder statesman L. Siqing, still preoccupied with the matter of solving the problems at hand, interjected, "This lad truly tests one's patience. Does he not realize the urgency?" Quickly unravel the third problem. From the dragon throne, the Emperor of Shang looked down at Li Ziye with a smile. "Li Ziye, should you require ice, I can have another piece brought to you. Your Majesty, there is no need." In the midst of the stone steps, Li Ziye turned around, performed a bow, and remarked, "In truth, this problem can be solved without ice." After speaking, Li Ziye gazed towards the temple and said calmly, "Today, I shall ensure that you concede with full conviction, allowing the Hall of Celestial Edicts to witness what it means to be a nation of great renown, brimming with talent." Such empty bravado. The emissaries of the temple, before him, were met with the icy gaze of Yan Xiaoyu, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent as she coldly declared, "Soon enough, you shall not be so defiant." With a disdainful sneer, Li Ziye once again paid his respects to the emperor at the Hall of Celestial Edicts and requested, "Your Majesty." The method for solving the next question necessitates the arrival of a certain individual from outside the palace, and I hope you will grant her entry. "Granted." Without hesitation, the emperor responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Ziye straightened, his gaze drifting towards the distant Xuanwu Gate. "Hongzhu, it is your turn to make an entrance." Outside the palace, A young eunuch hurried over and, upon spotting the waiting lady in red, exclaimed, "Are you Miss Hongzhu?" "Indeed," she replied with a radiant smile. "Then please, do enter the palace swiftly. The emperor and the ministers are awaiting you," the young eunuch urged. "And what are these items behind me?" Hongzhu inquired, turning to glance at the cart filled with goods. The young eunuch, upon hearing her, looked at the items before turning to the soldiers of the imperial guard at the palace gate, commanding, "Do not just stand there. Come help. If you delay the emperor's important matters, you shall each bear the consequences." "Yes." The general of the imperial guard, startled by his words, rushed forward to assist. Seeing this, Hongzhu chuckled softly, choosing not to concern herself any further with the labor, as she leisurely made her way towards the palace. It was, after all, her first visit to the imperial palace. The young master had said that if the sky were clear today, she would have no opportunity to enter. Initially, she felt a tinge of regret, until just moments ago when she noticed the sudden overcast sky, which stirred a wave of excitement within her. With the sky darkening, her chance to enter the palace had arrived. At the Xuanwu gate of the palace, Hongzhu, clad in her red attire, strode forth, followed by several guards laboring under the weight of the items they carried, their brows slick with sweat. On either side of the stone steps before the Hall of Celestial Edicts, the esteemed ministers of the court looked on in astonishment at what the guards were bringing. "What is this? It resembles neither a cauldron nor a furnace." Clang! The guards set down the copper furnace at the foot of the steps and then bowed respectfully to the emperor at the Hall of Celestial Edicts before stepping back. "Go and inspect it." Ziye cast a glance at the emissaries of the temple, deridingly stating, "Do not seek excuses after your inevitable defeat." The emissaries of the temple, their expressions darkening, nonetheless dispatched one of their members to investigate for any anomalies. Divine Son, moments later, the inspecting emissary shook his head, indicating that there was nothing amiss. "Let's commence. Without that ice mirror, let us see how you intend to conjure fire from water." Yin Xiaoyu observed, her gaze fixed on Ziye, her voice low and commanding. "Open your eyes wide and watch closely." Ziye let out a cold laugh, then stepped forward to take a bucket of water from a young eunuch, pouring it directly into the bronze furnace. After completing this act, he casually tossed the wooden bucket aside and returned to his position. "Is that all?" The officials of the Great Shang were momentarily taken aback, and after regaining his composure, "Seeking Yuliedli Ankired." "Indeed," Ziye nodded, "that is all." Seeching and the other officials turned their gazes toward the bronze furnace at the foot of the stone steps, perplexed. "Where's the fire?" Ziye smiled but offered no reply. The current atmosphere was devoid of anticipation. Observing the situation, the crowd began to wait, their eyes fixated on the bronze furnace below the stone steps. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed with no movement from the furnace, the officials of the Great Shang began to feel anxious. Could something have gone awry? Nearby, the nervous envoys from the temple noticed the continued silence of the bronze furnace, allowing their tension to ease slightly as they began to mock. "We thought your Great Shang possessed some remarkable abilities, yet it appears to be mere theatrics." On the dragon throne, the Shang emperor furrowed his brow upon witnessing this development. What is truly happening? Could this young man really be just putting on a show? Yet, the chosen sage should not be mistaken. In front of the Xuanwu gate, Zhang Lada, who had been waiting to witness the spectacle, cast a strange glance at the unusual situation unfolding before the Feng Tian Hall. Old Qin, could that lad have flubbed his performance? Impossible. King Anna he playa calmly. I have faith in him. Ziye, what is going on? Have you indeed failed? Hongzhu, standing midway on the stone steps, whispered as he gazed at the immobile furnace below. "Not all. Simply wait," Ziye responded softly. However, while Ziye could afford to wait, some could not contain their impatience any longer. "Your Majesty of the Great Shang, perhaps it would be wise to concede defeat." A temple envoy laughed heartily. "You had the opportunity to win earlier, yet chose to forfeit, stating that you would not utilize the ice realm. You cannot go back on your word." At the foot of the stone steps in front of the Feng Tian Hall, an envoy from the temple observed the increasingly grave expressions of the Shang officials and erupted in laughter. The officials of the Great Shang, upon hearing the envoy's mockery, turned pale, their gazes shifting toward the young man ahead, filled with confusion. What is happening? Does this boy truly possess the confidence to succeed? The Great Shang cannot afford to lose. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, it has been quite some time. May we concede? Yin Xiaoyu questioned aggressively, eyeing the Emperor of the Great Shang in front of the Feng Tian Hall. In front of the hall, the Shang Emperor remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the young man below. They could only place their trust in this scion of the Li family. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, Yin Xiaoyu, noting the silence of the Shang officials, sneered and continued to press. Truly, it seems the God of Light has favored us. I initially thought the temple would face defeat. Yet who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Behind them, the temple envoys grew increasingly exhilarated, unable to refrain from derisive remarks. The Great Shang may be a significant nation, yet can it not even muster the grace to concede? Is admitting defeat truly so challenging? Indeed, how embarrassing it is to persist in such a manner. Alas, I never anticipated that this is what one would call the Celestial Empire, devoid of even the courage to concede defeat. Oh, great Emperor of the Shang dynasty, it appears you have placed your faith in the wrong individuals. A mere youthful lad, unaware of his own limitations, stands here. Boom! Just as the envoys from the temple were exhausting their repertoire of scornful jests and derisive remarks, a cataclysmic explosion suddenly erupted from below the stone steps, reverberating through the assembly. From the heart of the explosion, a colossal blaze surged skyward, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that forced the nearest imperial guards to stagger back several paces. In that instant, both the courtiers of the Shang dynasty and the temple emissaries were rendered speechless, their gazes transfixed upon the immense fireball ascending from below, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. What is this? At the center of the steps, Li Ziye beamed with a radiant smile and turned to inquire, "My esteemed guests, would you consider this to be fire?" Chapter 55. The national hero before the Fengtian Palace. Flames soared into the heavens, and in that moment, all present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Li Ziye discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, relieved that his performance had not faltered. This is inconceivable. The envoys from the divine temple shook their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What transpired? Why had such a massive conflagration erupted so suddenly? After waiting for so long, today had finally arrived. After dreaming for ages, the dream had at last been realized. As Li Ziye surveyed the astonished expressions of the crowd, a wave of elation washed over him, prompting him to hum a little tune. At long last, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since the moment he had entered the capital, he had never experienced such exhilaration. He had endured countless humiliations at the hands of the Little Red Riding Hood, constantly outshone and undermined, even when attempting to display his prowess or defeat minor foes. He had always had to vigilantly guard against this individual seizing his moment of glory. Today, however, he had remarkably managed to capture the spotlight in front of everyone. At this moment, Li Ziye felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. It had been an arduous journey. What on earth had transpired? Young man from the Li family, do enlighten us. Among the ministers of the Great Shang, Lu Xiqing was the first to suppress his curiosity, gazing at the boy before him, who seemed to be afflicted by some madness, and he urged with urgency. Upon the dragon throne, the Shang Emperor also wore a look of curiosity, awaiting the explanation from the Li family's youth. In truth, this bronze cauldron is divided into 2 layers. In the lower chamber, I placed a substance known as quicklime. Li Ziye grinned widely, addressing the dignitaries. Surely some of you have heard of it. Quicklime? The ministers of the Great Shang exchanged glances, some appearing perplexed while others displayed a thoughtful demeanor. The elder had indeed heard of it. Was it not a substance used by alchemists for refining elixirs? Lu Xiqing, a man of considerable experience, ventured a response, though he remained somewhat puzzled. What the venerable elder may not know is that quicklime exists in 2 forms, unslaked lime and slaked lime. When unslaked lime comes into contact with water, it generates a significant amount of heat. By placing easily ignitable materials such as cotton and dried grass in the upper chamber of the bronze cauldron, one can easily ignite a fire. Yet that cannot be right. The explosion just now was clearly not caused by cotton or dry grass. Lu Xiqing sensed something amiss and remarked, "The esteemed elder possesses keen insight." Li Ziye chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the assembly from the divine temple, and continued, I was merely concerned that our friends from the temple might have poor eyesight and would not be able to see the flames clearly. Thus I refrained from using cotton or dried grass, opting instead for a rare invention of the alchemists known as black powder. Black powder? The ministers of the great Shang exchanged glances once more, shaking their heads in unison, having never heard of such a thing. Upon the dragon throne, the Shang emperor exhibited a growing interest in the black powder mentioned by the youth below, inquiring, young man from the Li family, does your family possess any of this black powder? I too wish to witness this marvel with mine own eyes. I regret to inform your majesty, it has already been entirely consumed. Li Ziye immediately shook his head, a sincere smile gracing his face as he spoke. The formula for black powder is intricate, with several ingredients being exceedingly rare. It took Li Yuan 3 full days to prepare even that small amount of gunpowder. However, your majesty, should you desire it, I can dispatch someone to search for these materials after returning today. It may, however, require a few days' time, and I hope for your majesty's understanding. Upon finishing his words, Li Ziye inwardly scoffed, thinking, humph, that cunning old man is trying to extract information from me. He has no chance. As the favored son of the realm, I am fully aware of your intentions. Since that is the case, there is no need to pursue it further. Upon hearing this, the merchant emperor furrowed his brow. Given the Li family's financial and material resources, such a lengthy preparation was indicative that mass production of black powder would be unattainable. What a pity. To my friends in the divine hall, let us accept the outcome gracefully. In truth, the vastness of the great merchant empire means we do not lack for the 2 or 3 so-called treasures from the divine hall. However, since you have come from afar to present them to us, we must reluctantly accept. In the center of the stone steps, after dealing with the merchant emperor, Li Ziye turned to face the members of the divine hall, whose expressions were as if they had consumed something unpleasant. He could not resist the temptation to add salt to their wounds with a couple of jabs. After all, having already offended the divine hall, he had nothing to fear from further animosity. At least he felt a moment of satisfaction. On the divine hall side, the emissaries were visibly agitated, their chests heaving with rage. If they were not in the grand palace of the great merchant, it is likely that someone would have rushed forward by now. This young man is utterly arrogant. Li family scion, one must understand the importance of etiquette. An elder among the courtiers, Lu Siqing, chuckled loudly. Whether to remind or provoke the divine hall emissaries was unclear, as he intentionally raised his voice. Indeed, wise words, old sir, Li Ziye responded with a respectful bow, a grin on his face. I am but a rustic bumpkin, having read little. I truly lack understanding of proper decorum. Were it not for the emissaries of the divine hall engaging in this unseemly wager, and the dignitaries here feeling above such trivialities, I, an illiterate country bumpkin, would never have had the opportunity to enter the royal palace. I hope for your majesty and the esteemed lord's forgiveness for any indiscretion. With that, Li Ziye bowed respectfully to the merchant emperor and the courtiers, his expression one of feigned shame. You, a divine hall emissary, pointed an accusing finger, shaking with fury, his chest heaving as he seemed on the verge of fainting. Suddenly, overwhelmed with rage, the emissary coughed up blood, staggering to the ground. In the center of the stone steps, Li Ziye was taken aback. Did he just spit blood? How formidable is he? This must be a manifestation of his inner energy. Instinctively, Li Ziye's gaze shifted toward Yan Xiaoyu, who stood before the emissaries of the divine hall. Perhaps he could make an effort to provoke this one into a similar state. Before the emissaries of the divine hall, Yan Xiaoyu sensed the young man's gaze and felt a surge of killing intent emanating from him. Excellent. This boy has truly angered me. It has been many years since I desired to take someone's life with such fervor. Behind Li Ziye, Bai Wangyu sensed Yan Xiaoyu's murderous intent and stepped forward, his expression growing cold as he plainly conveyed his stance. If you wish to move against him, you must first consult me. Upon witnessing this, Li Ziye was deeply touched. It was evident that Little Red Riding Hood was the most supportive of him. Just moments ago, he had nearly faltered. With Little Red Riding Hood by his side, Li Ziye's confidence surged, and he stared defiantly at Yan Xiaoyu, his gaze brimming with provocation. Come over here. Crack, crack. Yin Xiaoyu clenched his hands, producing a series of sharp sounds, while a deep rumble emanated from his chest, nearly overwhelming him. From his throne, the emperor of the Shang dynasty observed the unfolding drama below, seated in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. Should the divine son of the heavenly edict dare to act in front of the hall of divine authority, he would not hesitate to ensure that this individual remained here indefinitely. Breaking the arm of that scholar, no doubt, would cause the scholar considerable distress. Before the hall of divine authority, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, everyone holding their breath as they awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, Yin Xiaoyu managed to suppress the turmoil within him and offered a respectful salute to the emperor of the Shang dynasty before turning to lead the envoys of the divine hall away. On either side of the stone steps, the ministers collectively exhaled in relief. To be candid, they too feared that the divine son of the heavenly edict might take action. Particularly in the presence of the emperor, no one could bear the consequences. However, atop the stone steps, a fleeting look of regret crossed the emperor's eyes. What a pity. It seemed that Yin Xiaoyu was not a reckless individual after all. At the Xuanwu Gate, as Yin Xiaoyu and the envoys of the divine hall passed through, they were flanked by Zhang Lada and Qin Ana, one reeking of alcohol and grinning foolishly, the other exuding an extraordinary elegance and ethereal charm. Despite their contrasting appearances, both exuded a suffocating pressure upon the envoys of the divine hall. The legendary sword immortal, unafraid to draw his sword against the heavens, was indeed a figure of great renown. They could assert that had they acted in front of the hall of divine authority, these two sword immortals would have undoubtedly vanquished them all. Under the gaze of the two sword immortals, the members of the heavenly edict hall hastily vacated the palace, and the attention of the great ministers of the Shang dynasty returned to the young man in the center. In that moment, the faces of the ministers broke into warm smiles. Today, this young man had brought honor to them all. Ziye, today you have rendered a great service to our Shang dynasty. What reward do you desire? The emperor observed the young man below, a smile gracing his face. Your Majesty, I wish for the water and fire pearl. Ziye replied respectfully and directly. Upon hearing this, both the emperor and the ministers of the Shang dynasty were momentarily taken aback. Was it truly appropriate to be so forthright? In the past, even those ministers who had achieved great feats would often feign modesty, claiming that serving the court was their duty and that no reward was necessary. It was indeed the first time that a scion of the Li family had so candidly requested a reward. Recovering from his surprise, the emperor, now curious, inquired, "Why the water and fire pearl?" "Because the water and fire pearl is the most valuable," Ziye replied succinctly. Your Majesty, as you know, the Li family is a merchant family. I may not know much, but I certainly understand the value of various items. How terribly mundane, laughed El Siqing amongst the ministers. Li family lad, you are the most pedestrian individual I have ever encountered. Esteemed elder, I am but a humble individual, Ziye remarked as he turned and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, a smile gracing his lips. Before the hall of heavenly blessing, Emperor Shang, upon hearing these words, offered a faint smile. He had been contemplating what reward to bestow upon this scion of the Li family, for the young man had indeed rendered significant service. Merely bestowing gold and silver would surely invite criticism that the court was small-minded and failed to recognize great talent. Elevating him to an official position would allow the Li family to transition from a mercantile lineage to an esteemed noble house, a scenario he wished to avoid. Now that the young man had proactively requested the water and fire pearl as his reward, a considerable concern was alleviated. Granted, with this thought, Emperor Shang wasted no time and issued a decree, stating that the scion of the Li family, having rendered meritorious service to the nation, exemplified talent and virtue worthy of emulation by the subjects of the great Shang. Thus, he was bestowed the honorary title of national hero. At this proclamation, the assembled ministers gasped in astonishment. A national hero, though devoid of rank or actual power, it was a dream pursued by many scholars throughout their lives. Despite the magnitude of his contributions, the youth's tender age rendered the honor somewhat unexpected. Could it be that His Majesty intended to convey to all talented individuals that those willing to serve the court and possessing exceptional abilities would be recognized and rewarded without constraint? As for Ziye, he paid little heed to the thoughts of the emperor and his ministers. Instead, he discreetly signaled to the nearby Little Red Riding Hood. Inquiring with his eyes, "Is it valuable?" "Not all," came the decisive response from Bai Wangyu, conveying that this accolade had been conferred upon many within the academy. Chapter 56. The Three Treasures Before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. The ministers beheld the young Ziye, who had been conferred the title of national scholar at such a tender age, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. However, upon grasping the true essence of this honor, Ziye found himself rather disinterested. To put it simply, it was merely an official certificate bestowed upon him by the state. Aside from its pleasing aesthetic, it bore little practical value. After all, would his handsomeness diminish if the state chose not to recognize it? Certainly not. His charm was indisputable, a natural endowment that transcended time. Unlike certain individuals who donned white robes and wielded ancient swords, prancing about in an attempt to appear impressive, was that of any real utility? Lost in thought, Ziye cast a glance at a certain figure clad in white behind him. "Yes, I am indeed referring to you." Bai Wangyu, noticing the gaze directed at him, immediately discerned that this fellow was once again speaking ill of him in his mind. It seemed that next time someone sought to trouble this individual, he ought to carefully contemplate whether to intervene. As matters at the Divine Hall concluded and Ziye received his accolades at the foot of the Xuanwu Gate, Qin Ana gazed at the distant youth before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps soon he would truly stand on his own. "Sword enthusiast, the next phase is entrusted to you," she declared before turning and striding out of the palace like a gust of wind. Zhang Lada, observing her departure, sighed, lamenting his own fate of perpetual toil, even while assisting others in mentoring their disciples. Before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Ziye expressed his gratitude for the emperor's rewards and then turned his gaze toward the Xuanwu Gate, his expression momentarily faltering. Where was his master, the fairy? Beside him, Bai Wangyu followed Ziye's line of sight and sighed softly. The plum blossom sword immortal must have had some arrangement with the Confucian leader. Otherwise, she would not be so hasty in her comings and goings. Reflecting on this, it was evident that the Confucian leader's decision to bestow upon Brother Li the millennium-old He Shou Wu was not solely born of admiration. Outside the palace, Qin Ana halted, her delicate hand gesturing as the Qing Shuang sword, fixed to the palace wall, soared into her grasp. "Young Ziye, do not let your master down." With the sword firmly in hand, she turned for one last glance at the palace before departing. In the eastern courtyard of the Grand Academy, Qin Ana approached an elderly man in the small garden, offering a respectful bow. "Plum blossom sword immortal, with a single stroke, you have shattered the heavens. Few in this world can rival your mastery of the sword." In the small courtyard, Confucius, while tending to the garden's vegetables, remarked, "Yet, at present, you still fall short of the scholar from the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. Do you know why?" Uncertain, Qin Ana shook her head. "It is due to his conviction." Confucius replied calmly, "Though I regard him as somewhat of a madman, his unwavering belief in his path propels him further than most in this world." Upon hearing this, Qin Ana's eyes reflected a contemplative light. In this realm, those capable of forging 5 divine sanctuaries are invariably steadfast in spirit, wholeheartedly devoted to validating their own paths. Yet, the scholar from the Hall of Heavenly Mandate is more fervent than any other. Confucius scooped another ladle of water, pouring it into the garden, and continued. The transformation from a powerless scholar to the globally renowned master of the Hall of Heavenly Mandate is solely due to the obsession that resides within his heart. Outside the courtyard, Qin Ana listened to the sage's counsel, her thoughts growing increasingly profound. "For this year, you shall remain at the academy to impart knowledge to the students," he suggested, straightening his somewhat stooped figure. "Perhaps, by adopting a different approach to your cultivation, you may discern the path that lies before you. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed sage, I now comprehend my course of action." Qin Ana once again bowed respectfully. Beyond the royal palace of the Great Shang, after receiving his title, Li Ziye departed alongside Little Red Riding Hood, cradling a box in his hands, his smile nearly splitting his face. The water and fire pearl is finally in my possession. Behind them trailed Huazhu and Zhang Lada, maintaining their distance, reluctant to be tainted by Li Ziye's exuberance. Only Bai Wangyu remained steadfast by Li Ziye's side, a knowing smile gracing her features, unwavering in her loyalty. Old Bai, do you truly not understand what the extreme night cold dew is? Li Ziye asked, grinning as they walked. According to the heavenly art, the extreme night cold dew is the coldest entity in existence, embodying the essence of utmost being, in stark contrast to the fiery essence of the celestial iron refined over millennia. Now possessing this radiant iron essence and the harmonizing water and fire pearl, he only needed to locate the extreme night cold dew to forge a sword uniquely his own. However, the nature of this extreme night cold dew was a mystery even to the well-informed Zhang. Brotherly, you have inquired no less than 10 times. I genuinely do not know. Bai Wangyu shook her head. Perhaps the sage is aware of its nature. If you have the opportunity to meet him, you could inquire further. Very well. Li Ziye tucked away the water and fire pearl and mused, Old Bai, if I succeed in forging the sword combined with the flying immortal technique, do you think I might have a chance against Huoliner in 3 years? It is difficult to say. Bai Wangyu hesitated before continuing. A sword that suits you could indeed elevate your prowess significantly, perhaps even effecting a qualitative leap, provided that the sword you forge can at least rival the one wielded by the Lord of the Tianyu Hall. The Lord of the Tianyu Hall also wields a sword? Li Ziye asked in surprise. He had often heard of the sword immortal and the names of Old Zhang and his fairy master. Yet the Lord of Tianyu Hall was unfamiliar to him. Fu Jingluan is quite a peculiar individual, Bai Wangyu replied gravely. He rarely employs a sword, even shunning it, for he believes a sword to be a tool of slaughter. The mission of the Tianyu Hall is to save the world. Thus, although he possesses a sword, he seldom brandishes it. Does this Lord of Tianyu Hall not kill? Li Ziye queried, perplexed. Bai Wangyu fell silent, then softly stated, he does kill, and in fact, he has taken more lives than anyone else. However, he believes that those who perish under the divine arts of Tianyu attain redemption. This man is simply insane. Li Ziye Kufa. In later generations, this would constitute severe schizophrenia, commonly referred to as insanity. Indeed, Bai Wangyu nodded. Both the sage and the master of legal scholars have made similar assessments. Is the sword wielded by this Lord of Tianyu Hall truly formidable? Li Ziye asked curiously. The Tianyu Divine Sword, also known as the Bright Divine Sword. Bai Wangyu spoke softly, describing a sword that had been imbued with the power of light by generations of the Tianyu Palace Masters. To a certain extent, it had transcended the realm of mortal swords, surpassing mere descriptions of strength. Indeed, such formidable prowess. Li Ziye gasped in astonishment and remarked, Old Bai, you are asking the impossible. How can I forge a sword that surpasses this divine weapon of Tianyu? It's no easy task, yet it is not entirely beyond reach. Bai Wangyu replied, suppressing his thoughts and allowing a smile to grace his face. At the very least, there are 3 artifacts in the mortal realm that can rival the sword in Fu Jingluan's possession. Which 3? Li Ziye inquired with curiosity. The heavenly book held by the Confucian leader of the Taishu Palace, the green lantern possessed by the Western Buddha, and another artifact, whose whereabouts I am uncertain of. Bai Wangyu elucidated. Such a heavy burden lies ahead. Li Ziye expressed with a sense of contemplation, patting the shoulder of the little girl in the red hood before saying, Old Bai, wait for me. Once I forge the world's finest sword, I shall lend it to you. I shall be grateful to you, Brother Li. Bai Wangyu responded with a smile. Meanwhile, at the back, Hongzhu observed the two conversing cheerfully and asked, Old Zhang, what are they talking about? Daydreaming. Zhang Lada chuckled in response. This chief disciple of the Confucian sect has only been in the garden for a few days and has already picked up this young rascal's nonsensical chatter. If it were that easy to forge a sword comparable to the Tianyu Divine Blade, he wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat in that battle long ago. As the four made their way towards Li Garden, in a distant land in the southwest of the Great Shang, nestled in a picturesque area, an ancient temple stood among the mountains. Inside, an old monk chanted scriptures, accompanied by an eternal green lamp that had burned for a century without extinguishing. Outside the temple, a young monk clad in a light yellow robe was also engaged in meditation, seated serenely among the mountains, his aura as tranquil as water. The young monk's complexion was remarkably fair, appearing youthful despite being around 17 or 18 years of age, his features delicate and innocent. A faint scarlet Buddhist seal appeared on his forehead, both enchanting and captivating. Sanzang, there are demons disturbing the peace below the mountain. Go and deal with them. The old monk instructed calmly. Yes, master, Sanzang replied. As he opened his eyes amidst the mountain scenery, a gentle smile graced his fair visage, and he picked up a purple gold alms bowl, stepping down the mountain path. The trail was rugged, yet Sanzang traversed it with ease, unaffected by its challenges. Kill her. Slay this demoness. Shouts of anger erupted from below, as axes and arrows flew, leaving a cascade of shocking crimson in their wake. Half a day later, at the foot of the mountain, a young girl clad in a verdant dress lay in a pool of blood. She was astonishingly beautiful, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, making it impossible to look away. As Sanzang descended the mountain and spotted the fainted girl at the foot, a look of compassion crossed his fair face as he approached to lift her up. "My lady, awaken," Sanzang softly called. The girl in green seemed to hear the young monk's plea, slowly opening her eyes and weakly uttering, "Save, save me." With that, she fell unconscious once more. Sanzang furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before lifting the young girl and making his way towards the nearest village at the foot of the mountain. Within the village, an unsettling atmosphere prevailed, filled with the sounds of weeping. Faintly, he discerned voices speaking of a demon that had descended from the mountain, claiming several lives in the village. Amiba. Witnessing this, Sanzang's heart grew heavy with compassion. He brought the girl to an abandoned, dilapidated house to take refuge. After a long day of travel, Sanzang felt a pang of hunger and, with his golden alms bowl in hand, ventured into the village to seek sustenance. There, he encountered a woman accompanied by a child. Taking a few steps closer, he respectfully bowed and said, "Kind benefactor, I am Sanzang, a monk from the mountains. Might I request some food from you?" The woman gazed at the clean-faced young monk, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and replied, "Master, please follow me." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, within the dilapidated house, the girl in the green attire suddenly trembled, radiant green light enveloping her as her wounds began to heal gradually on their own. Chapter 57. The young girl, the princess, and the enchantress hurry. If anything were to happen to the princess, we would all lose our heads upon the prince's return. In the southwestern territories of the Great Shang, a squadron of iron cavalry galloped forth, led by a general whose countenance bore a grave expression as he spurred his steed towards the borders. The disappearance of Princess Qingqing had driven the entire southwestern prince's residence into a frenzy. Compounding the situation, the southwestern prince had recently been summoned back to the capital by the court, accompanied by the heir, leaving the residence bereft of leadership. With only the princess consort remaining to maintain order, and even she was losing her usual composure in the face of this unexpected crisis. Previously, it had circulated among the residents of the southwestern prince's estate that the prince's summoning to the capital was due to the royal family's intention to arrange a marriage, thereby solidifying the bond between the royal house and the southwestern prince's residence. Beyond the southwestern borders of the Great Shang lies the Western Buddha, a temple that nearly rivals a nation in itself. The Buddhist faith, akin to the heavenly oracle in the western regions, has garnered a multitude of followers, with the sacred lamp and the revered Buddha within being regarded as one of the most powerful entities in the world, venerated by believers as the earthly manifestation of divinity. Under the influence of this Western Buddha, innumerable temples have sprung up, creating a nation of Buddhism with millions of adherents. This poses a significant threat to the Great Shang. The existence of the southwestern prince's residence serves as a deterrent to this burgeoning Buddhist realm, which is precisely why the court places such importance upon it. It is rumored that the royal prince who may marry into the southwestern prince's family could very well be conferred the title of crown prince. Outside the southwestern borders, the royal guard's iron cavalry raced through the dust, a clear indication that the disappearance of Princess Qingqing had even these battle-hardened soldiers feeling unsettled. After all, The safety of Princess Qingqing now transcended the immediate concerns of the southwestern prince's residence. In the capital of the Great Shang, within the Li Garden, in a secluded chamber, Li Ziye was practicing his swordsmanship when a servant hastened in, bowing respectfully. "Young master, I have uncovered some information." Within the confines of the Red Thread Formation, Li Ziye stepped forward, eager to learn. Was the identity? On that day, while returning from the old master In's birthday celebration, he had been startled by a cavalry unit, and there were few in the capital capable of mobilizing such forces. Thus, he was keen to discover the identity of the young general at the helm. "The heir of the southwestern prince, Zhu Qingge," the servant replied. "The heir of the southwestern prince?" Li Ziye's expression shifted at the revelation. Was he not stationed at the southwestern borders? What brings him back to the capital? The southwestern prince, alongside the martial king, stood among the 10 martial kings, yet he had long been absent from the capital, safeguarding the borders against the rapidly expanding Buddhist nation. "Reporting to you, young master, the southwestern prince has also returned to the capital," the servant answered respectfully. "According to our scouts, the purpose of his return is to discuss the potential marriage between Princess Qingqing and the royal family." The royal family and the southwestern prince's residence in marriage? Li Ziye was taken aback, continuing to inquire, "Which prince is it? Have you managed to ascertain?" The influence of the southwestern prince's residence is not something an ordinary martial king could rival. If any prince were to marry into their family, he would likely be directly elevated to the status of crown prince. None have been identified yet. The young servant shook his head and remarked that within the court, there were supporters for every prince, making it difficult for His Majesty to reach a decision. "Understood. You may leave now. Report any news immediately." Li Ziye suppressed the turmoil within, waving his hand as he spoke. "Yes." The servant acknowledged and swiftly departed. "Are you quite concerned about this matter, brotherly?" Bai Wangyu inquired with curiosity. "Of course," Li Ziye replied with a foolish grin. "The sooner I discern which prince is likely to be appointed as the crown prince, the better my chances of aligning myself with him." Bai Wangyu mentally berated himself for engaging with such a fool. "Honestly, old Bai, which of the 4 princes do you think has the most likelihood of marrying the esteemed Miss Qingqing?" Li Ziye asked, pulling out a century-old radish from his robes and munching on it with a gossiping glint in his eyes. "I am uncertain," Bai Wangyu answered, shaking his head. "The Confucian scholars seldom meddle in court affairs, and ultimately it is up to His Majesty to decide which prince will ally with the southwestern duke's house." "How dull," Li Ziye remarked as he took another bite of his radish. "I am well aware that this is a matter for the emperor, but I am merely curious and wish to venture a guess." "Do not speak ill of court matters," Bai Wangyu cautioned. "I wager 100 medicinal herbs on the 3rd prince." Li Ziye gestured with the half-radish in his hand, urging, "Hurry, just make a guess." Bai Wangyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "I believe it will be the 1st prince." "The 1st prince?" Li Ziye exclaimed, astonished. He glanced around before whispering, "No offense intended, but the 1st prince's mobility is somewhat compromised. How could the southwestern duke possibly consent to such a union?" "Old Bai, are you deliberately trying to lose to me?" "Just an instinct," Bai Wangyu replied with a subtle smile. "You did say it was just a casual guess." "That won't do. I must raise the stakes," Li Ziye countered immediately. 200 medicinal herbs. Now that's a lucrative bet." Bai Wangyu nonchalantly nodded in agreement. "Young master, Miss Chang's son has arrived," another young servant hurriedly reported. "Chang's son Nanxiao?" Li Ziye instantly perked up. "My beloved medicinal queen has come." Without a second thought for his wager with Little Red Riding Hood, he hastened toward the west chamber. In the main hall, Chang's son Nanxiao sat gracefully, sipping tea, a wooden box resting on the table, from which a faint aroma of herbs emanated. Upon entering the hall, Li Ziye's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, his excitement surpassing that of seeing a beautiful maiden in her full glory. At long last, it is finally within my grasp." He blinked back tears, overwhelmed by the effort it had taken to reach this moment. "Young masterly, have you missed me so dearly in just a few days?" Chang's son Nanxiao observed, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue as she regarded the fervent youth. Regaining his composure, Li Ziye smiled at the enchanting woman before him. "A day apart feels like 3 seasons. Indeed, I was quite thrilled to hear that Sister Nanxiao was coming. I suspect it is not me you long to see, but rather what lies within this box, she teased. Changsun Nanxiao picked up the wooden box from the table, giving it a gentle shake, and with a wry smile remarked, "Young Master Li, I have nearly exhausted myself running to the Empress for this medicine." "Surely not." Li Ziye chuckled. Sister Nanxiao, being a sister of the Empress, could hardly be denied what she desires. "Huh." Changsun Nanxiao chuckled softly. "You have indeed included my sister in your schemes, Li Ziye. You are remarkably bold, daring to involve even the reigning Empress." "Do not speak so lightly, Sister Nanxiao," Li Ziye retorted. "Throughout this, I have merely been negotiating with you. How could the Empress be involved?" "Very well, I cannot argue with you." Changsun Nanxiao shot him an exasperated glance, tossing the wooden box toward him. "Here is what you requested. When shall our collaboration commence? Has it not already begun?" Li Ziye received the box and set it aside with a smile. "I have complete confidence in you, dear sister. Preparations for the partnership with the Changsun family have long been underway. Little fellow, why not entrust the rest of the Li family's enterprises to the Changsun family as well?" Changsun Nanxiao seized the opportunity. The trading alliance has recently suffered losses, and with the Yin family embroiled in turmoil, they are in disarray. The friction between our families continues, and if the Li family were to hand over their businesses to them, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Sister Nanxiao speaks wisely. However, Li Ziye paused, then grinned. "I do share rapport with the third prince. He has repeatedly recommended these two families to me, and it would be inappropriate to disregard his goodwill." "The third prince?" Changsun Nanxiao raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of tea. "Are you not aware that the southwestern king has come to the capital to discuss a potential marriage alliance with the royal family?" "I have just heard. Has there been any outcome?" Li Ziye inquired. "Nothing has been announced yet, but it is highly likely that a decision has been made." Changsun Nanxiao set down her teacup. "The Empress intends for my nephew Mubai to wed Princess Qingqing, the daughter of the southwestern king, and His Majesty has not opposed this." "The fourth prince?" Li Ziye nearly choked on his tea, exclaiming, "How could it be the fourth prince? He was not even part of the wager with Little Red Riding Hood. How does that count? A draw?" "The main issue is that the fourth prince is quite the martial enthusiast. It is said that both the emperor and the empress have attempted to arrange a marriage for him multiple times, only to be rebuffed. Thus, he has been overlooked entirely." Changsun Nanxiao explained. "Young Master Li, you are a clever individual. You must understand what it signifies if my nephew Mubai were to marry into the southwestern king's household." She smiled. "If the Li family's business desires to advance further, it will require the support of the court. Surely you recognize the distinction between a timely aid and an embellishment." Listening to the woman before him, Li Ziye's eyes revealed a contemplative glimmer. It truly was a difficult choice. At present, it remains exceedingly challenging for him to ascertain the veracity of Changsun Nanxiao's words. Could it be that the one destined to wed the enchanting Princess Qingqing is indeed the fourth prince? While Li Ziye grapples with uncertainty regarding the future of the Li family, the elite cavalry of the southwestern king has burst forth from the borders, frantically searching for the whereabouts of Princess Qingqing. Far from the borders, nestled within a secluded mountain village that resembles a paradise, the Buddhist disciple Sanzang descends the mountain to subdue demons and rescues a girl clad in green. He enters the village seeking alms. Within a dilapidated hut, Sanzang cradles a purple gold bowl, which contains offerings of sustenance. The girl awakens, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. "Do not fear, young benefactor." Sanzang reassures her with a gentle smile, gracing his fair visage. "Having been in a state of unconsciousness for so long, you must be hungry. I have prepared some food for you. Please, partake." Upon hearing his words, the girl instinctively recoils, her eyes betraying a sense of panic as she gazes at the purple gold bowl in the young monk's hands. In there, the demoness is within that dilapidated house. I witnessed with my own eyes a monk carry her inside. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside, and in the next instant, a man, accompanied by a group of villagers, kicked open the wooden door, pointing angrily at the girl inside. "Look, everyone, the demoness is right here." Chapter 58. I did not consume flesh in the dilapidated dwelling. A man, accompanied by a throng of villagers, barged in, pointing at the girl cowering in the corner. His voice laced with fury. Indeed, I have encountered that witch's visage. It is she. A villager from the back also recognized the girl, his expression filled with wrath. The flesh-eating demon is none other than her. Monk, I offered you food out of kindness, yet you chose to save this demoness. The woman who had previously provided sustenance to the monk, upon seeing the girl in the broken house, began to weep. My husband was slain by this witch. Kill this demoness. The leading man shouted vehemently. Kill this demoness. The villagers, emboldened by their leader's words, surged forward, their faces contorted with rage. I did not consume flesh. The girl in the corner whimpered, curling up in fear, retreating further back, her countenance a portrait of panic. Umitba, observing the girl's terror, Songzong's heart ached with compassion. A golden light shimmered, repelling the villagers who had rushed forward. He then clasped his hands in reverence and addressed them respectfully, esteemed patrons. Could it be that you have made a mistake? This young lady was rescued by me at the foot of the mountain. She cannot be the flesh-eating demon you speak of. There is no mistake. It is indeed her. The man shot a terrified glance at the monk before declaring, I witnessed her malevolence with my own eyes. There is no room for error. Yes, I too have seen it. Another villager stepped forward, summoning his courage to speak loudly. Little monk, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. This demoness has harmed many and deserves to pay with her life. Pay with her life. The enraged villagers rallied, their voices rising once more. Inside the dilapidated house, Songzong listened to the villagers' furious shouts, casting a glance back at the terrified girl. His brow furrowed in contemplation. This girl, she bears no resemblance to a demon. Moreover, a demon who has taken lives would reek of blood, yet she does not. But these villagers are so certain. Whom should I believe? I did not consume flesh. The girl murmured repeatedly, trembling uncontrollably in the corner, fear emanating from her every pore. Seeing this, Songzong sighed softly, then turned his gaze toward the agitated villagers. Umitba, esteemed patrons, how about this? I possess some Buddhist rites capable of revealing demons. I shall perform the rite before you all. If this young lady is indeed a demon, I shall cease my interference. If she is not, I implore you to spare her life. Impossible. Who knows if you will show favoritism to this demoness? The man retorted angrily. The villagers, too, were unwilling, perceiving the monk's apparent bias towards the girl. Umitba, Songzong bowed respectfully, stating, a monk does not speak falsehoods. I am a disciple of the Qingdang Temple. Even if you do not trust me, surely you can have faith in Qingdang Temple. The monks of Qingdang Temple? The crowd exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. They could indeed place their trust in the disciples of Qingdang Temple. Very well, young master, perform your rite. We believe that a disciple of Qingdang Temple would not deceive us. The villagers spoke up, yet still expressed their unease, cautioning, however, do not show favoritism towards that demoness. Rest assured, esteemed patrons, Tripitaka replied, nodding as he turned to gaze at the girl curled in the corner. My lady, the path ahead may bring some discomfort. To restore your honor, I kindly ask for your patience. With that, Tripitaka clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist incantation, causing the 108 prayer beads in his possession to radiate a brilliant golden light. In the corner, upon witnessing the gleaming beads, the girl's exquisite visage was suddenly overtaken by terror. Boom! 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 Just as Tripitaka commenced his incantation, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonated throughout the village, startling every inhabitant. Inside the dilapidated house, Tripitaka sensed the commotion outside, his eyes widening in astonishment. The iron cavalry of the great merchants. What brings them here? Bang! In the next moment, the door of the crumbling house was forcefully kicked open, and several armored soldiers rushed in. The commanding general, upon spotting the girl within, revealed a look of delight and approached with a bow, exclaiming, I greet you, princess. I have arrived late. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. At his words, the onlookers were taken aback. Princess? How can this demoness be a princess? In the corner, the girl, seeing the general's sudden entrance, instinctively recoiled, her expression fraught with fear. Princess Qingqing, the general, puzzled, questioned, Do you not recognize me? The girl remained curled up, speechless, her beautiful face a portrait of terror and fright, a pitiful sight indeed. The general's expression hardened as he noticed the bloodstains on the princess's attire, anger flashing across his face. "Princess, you're injured? Who has harmed you?" With that, he turned to the villagers behind him, his eyes glinting with menace. Was it them? Inside the dilapidated house, the villagers, sensing the general's wrath, displayed their fear and quickly took steps back, attempting to flee. "Seize them all!" The general, realizing the situation, bellowed in fury. "Not a single one shall escape." Yes, several soldiers immediately advanced to apprehend the villagers. "No!" In a moment of panic, the girl reached out to grasp the general's arm, only to withdraw as if shocked, retreating once more and shaking her head nervously. "No, please don't. You must stop." Upon hearing her plea, the general halted his soldiers and turned his gaze back to the girl. "Princess, do you wish for me not to detain them?" Yes, she replied, nodding anxiously. The general furrowed his brow, reluctant to disregard the princess's wishes. He then faced the terrified villagers, coldly commanding, "The princess is merciful and wishes to spare you unruly folk. Now be gone." "Thank you, general." "Thank you, princess." The villagers hurriedly bowed and swiftly departed from the decrepit wooden house. "Princess, let us return to the manor. The queen has been quite anxious these past few days," the general suggested as he rose. The girl shrank back, lowering her head, and offered no reply. Upon witnessing the scene, the general hesitated momentarily and said, "My lady, I beg your pardon." After speaking, he stepped forward and lifted the young girl, preparing to return. At that moment, the girl seemed to be struck by some unseen force. She screamed in terror and struggled fiercely, managing to break free from the general's embrace and darting directly behind the young monk, clutching his robes in fear. The general was taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the girl and the monk, his expression filled with confusion. What had happened to the lady? She seemed transformed, as if she were a different person altogether. After a brief pause, the general regained his composure, suppressing his inner doubts, and addressed the young monk. "May I inquire how this young master is addressed?" "I am called Sangzong," the monk replied, his hands clasped together in a gesture of respect. "Shangsheng." The general's brow furrowed in thought, as if the name stirred a distant memory. I have not harmed anyone," the girl behind